Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story.
Zero watching him die again and again. Chapter 7, Director's Cut EP 6. The cast were all waiting for the screen to finish loading the next scene with varied anxiety and wondering looks. I thought you said that he wouldn't die? Felt kept her eyes on the screen, but her question was directed at a certain half-elf. Amelia, the girl that was panicking a moment ago when Subaru was being attacked, had calmed down as she remembered exactly what happened. I wasn't really present with him, so I was shocked by what happened to him. I knew he would get hurt, but you never imagined it would be so brutal like this. Frederica gave her opinion. Amelia nodded her head and rubbed Subaru's hand while looking at the screen. He never tells me anything. He just goes on his own and gets hurt every time. He even died many times because of me. Amelia's voice was filled with sadness and her eyes illuminated with guilt and frustration as she looked down while gripping his hand. He tried to tell you, but that hand thingy stopped him. Mimi pointed out from the back. He still could have told them that there was something dangerous he needed to deal with, though. Taivi noted his opinion, making many in the room nod with him. Not Suki-Kuin's mission would have been much easier had he told someone to help him. Anastasia agreed with her henchmen twins. A soft, broken voice spoke out from the corner of the room. He couldn't ask for anyone, though. Everyone looked at Rem. What was that, sis? Ram asked with eyes filled with worry and sadness at the sight of her emotionless little Rem. She wanted to hug her sissy, but Lord Roswell told her that it would be best to leave her alone for now. So Ram could only watch as her sister sat away from everyone and kept her head low. The once blue shining eyes were now dull and empty. Her expression was tired and completely broken. The blue-haired maid, the guilty and emotionally scarred Oni, voiced her thoughts to her sister's question with a soft and slow voice, as if she was dead. Subaru-kun didn't tell anyone about the Mabiasts because he had no one. Beatrice-sama was acting as if she was annoyed by his existence. As far as we know, she was the only one willing to help him to a certain extent. What about me? Sure, he can't tell me about return by death, but he could still ask for my help. I would still help him. Amelia quickly refuted the maid and gave her a look of conviction. Rem met the half-elf's glare with a dead, emotionless stare. The sheer coldness of Rem's eyes made Amelia want nothing but look away from her. If Subaru had asked you or any of us for help, I would have killed him. GHK. Amelia and Beatrice stared at Rem with horrified faces as both girls held the boy by each side. These two were not alone. But why? He was only trying his best. Petra held on to Frederica and tried her best to hold the tears in. Her image of the sweet, amazing Rem that Subaru would speak about all the time had shattered completely at this point. All she wants to know is why Subaru tried so hard to save someone so cruel and scary. Why would he save you then? Julius asked the maid with a tone uncharacteristic of him. Bitter, emotional, and angry. The knight was shaking in place as he glared at the maid. Rem ignored him and looked down, eyes emotionless. Julius was unable to stop his fist from shaking as the feelings of uselessness and guilt filled him once again. Why should he care? He was no longer a friend to Subaru Natsuki. So the knight simply kept his mouth shut and suppressed his boiling anger behind an expression of stone. Amelia slumped back in her chair as she imagined herself in Subaru's place. Would she be afraid in such a situation? Would she face everything with a smile as he does? I would have ran away from the mansion, Anastasia gave her opinion as she watched the screen as it loaded. I wouldn't have been able to look any of them in the eye again. Ricardo mused from his seat as he waited for the screen to continue showing him the boy's adventure. He was honestly getting addicted to this kid's spirit. He couldn't get enough. Crush stared at Rem with a sympathetic look. Why did you save her after all of that, Subaru? Felix looked at his mistress as she looked at the boy with a thoughtful, almost soft gaze. He noticed how the corner of her lips were turned upwards. Felix looked down and gritted his teeth. Isn't this taking a bit too long? Roswell raised a brow at the screen as he waited like the rest. Whatever is going to be shown next will be just as pathetic as the boy's futile effort to be some self-serving hero. A fiery-haired princess fanned herself as she glared at the screen with malice raging in her scarlet eyes. Looks like that last scene of him saving the maid put you on edge, Anastasia noted with a smirk. She's been waiting for the chance to mess with Priscilla. The princess didn't take the bait, surprising both, the merchant as well as her knight beside her. The Scarlet Beauty simply looked at the screen while hiding her frown behind her fan. What is this destiny you lead me towards? How does such a pig relate to myself's divinity? Priscilla remained quiet only because she was busy thinking about the warden's last words for her when she demanded her release from prison. Beatrice kept her hand intertwined with her contractor as she remembered all the mean things she had said and done to him when he first arrived. I could have helped you, I suppose. Betty's so sorry. In fact, the little girl just kept her head leaning on his shoulder while her sad, dull eyes stayed on the screen. Captain saved her. He really saved Rem even after all she did to him. Otto looked at his friend with a small smile. Garfield looked at the screen in shock and in awe. He's been like this from the moment Subaru had pushed Rem out of the way of the Maybeasts. He was amazed. "You're such a child, Garf-san. Who you calling child, huh? You are? You look like you want his autograph or something." "Whatever. It's not like you'll ever be as cool." Otto smiled at his Tsundra brother. "No one is as cool as him." Garfield smirked. Reinhard looked at the two's interaction and frowned deeply. What did they know about Subaru that he didn't? What memories did they all have that created such a strong interaction? Would he laugh and smile with the two if he spent more time with Amelia's night? Normally, he wouldn't keep thinking such thoughts and questions. He would give it a passing thought every once in a while, but then go do something productive like save a village or read some new books from the outside states and kingdoms. But now that he was in this room, watching a story of someone he wished to call a friend dying over and over because of his single mistake, Reinhard realized just how empty he was. He had no right to call Subaru a friend. He couldn't smile like Otto and Garfield. He didn't know Subaru, didn't joke with him, didn't make any decent memories of the both of them. He was empty here. His reactions were fake. Reinhard couldn't be a friend like those two were to Subaru. The redhead knight simply stared at the screen with the light in his sky blue eyes finally dimming. His heart was clenched tight. The pain of his precious friendship's fake reality was the first time he's felt truly alone in a while. GHKRRR. Felt looked at her knight with a confused raise of her brows. "What are you snorting about?" "Nothing, milady, nothing." "It totally isn't. I order you to tell me." Reinhard truly wanted to tell her the reason for his snort. The irony he had discovered in the dark, twisted mind of the monster he called himself. He wanted to tell her how amazingly funny it was for him. The fact that his own grieving and emotionally scared grandfather had a closer relationship with Subaru than he did. How Reinhard felt jealous of the way Wilhelm spoke about Subaru. How Reinhard was jealous that his grandfather could speak such things about Subaru, while he could only stay silent and offer no words. He didn't have a true relationship with any of these people anyway. But he couldn't say that. "I was thinking of how cute you would look with a tiara," felt Sama. "You ugh." He smiled the same smile of a charming young knight. As his mistress kicked him in the face, he wondered if he could let slip a few tears. Nah, he's a hero. Heroes don't CR. Except for Subaru. He cries and shouts his weakness out loud. Reinhard turned to the screen and watched with cold, dead eyes. "How can I be like you, Subaru?" he whispered pleadingly. "So sorry for the delay. The screen needed cool-down time. Anyways, let's finish this arc." Season 1, Episode 6, Director's Cut. Begin. The screen was showing Subaru's perspective. Darkness. His eyes opened slowly. A blurry image of Rem screaming at Beatrice as they sat over his body. To give up, he could hear her faint voice through the static of his foggy mind. "It seems you carried him to safety, Rem-san?" Otto nervously turned and smiled at the maid. But to his disappointment, Rem didn't look all that happy. He saw Ram glaring at him heatedly. He made things worse, didn't he? He was just trying to cheer her up. The boy looked back up at the screen and frowned. This girl was very important to Subaru, so he needed to do something about her before the night woke up. Subaru will be crushed to see her like this. Meanwhile, the opposite was being thought on his other side of the row. Beatrice, Emilia, and Felt had their own worries and connected lines of thinking. All three girls found themselves angry once they realized that Rem had saved Subaru from the wild dogs in their stead. The same girl that brutally tortured and killed him was the one by his side when it mattered most. His eyes began to close as he faintly heard Rem's pleading. "Is there no other way to save?" "All, I suppose." Subaru's eyes tried to fight the darkness and opened up. He was greeted by the faint image of a white hand clutching his own. He heard the voice of a faint Beatrice beside him. "You can do as you like with him now." His eyes failed him once again and forced themselves closed. Darkness. His eyes opened once more, this time being blinded by a white world. In the emptiness of the white, blinding light shooting into his eyes, he could hear a soft, determined voice speaking to him. "I swear, I'll save you." Anastasia quickly looked at the maid with a stern look of disbelief. "What happened to the witch's scent and you not trusting him? You're going to save him." Although her words were cold and her question was a little scathing, Rem gave no reaction. She was in her own broken dream. "I suggest we watch the Windows apparition to find our answers, Candidate Sama." The dotting Ram intervened protectively. Anastasia turned to the screen with thin lips. "I'll ignore the threatening undertone in your voice just this once, maid. Be thankful that I have a soft spot for sisterly love." Although Anastasia didn't look at anyone, the sheer coldness in her voice made some shiver. The atmosphere was tense. Any wrong move was to spill war between the overprotective Ram and the begrudging Anastasia. "My, how tense you become for your loved ones, Ram." Roswell seemed amused by the maid beside him. Ram looked away from the merchant candidate and raised an eyebrow at her boss. "Of course, Roswell-sama. You and my sister are the only things I care about in this world." "Ram." Roswell was struck by the maid's conviction. His gaze fell along with his smile. She turned away from him and continued to comfort her sister, who'd been staring emptily at her own shoes this whole time. His eyes closed once more. Darkness blanketed him once more. He slowly opened his eyes once again. The first thing he saw was a wooden ceiling. Another unfamiliar ceiling. Subaru softly uttered as he tried to get up. The pain that shot through him forced him back on the bed. Ow. GHK. Ugh. Subaru winced and hitched his breath from the pain as he moved his arms and looked at the bite marks that covered them. So they barely managed to save my life, and these are the scars. He lowered his arms and looked around the unfamiliar room. His sight was immediately honed in on a girl that was sleeping in her chair while leaning on a wooden pillar. Emilia, Subaru uttered in surprise as he noted her sleeping, tired form. He seems to have caused you great trouble. Frederica smiled at how sweet the scene was. A tired Emilia, sleeping beside her hurt butler knight. She did note how exhausted Emilia looked. Emilia tried to smile, but her lips were stuck on a deep, guilty frown as the heavy feeling of uselessness ruled over the regions of her mind. It was heavy. The fact that she could have done many things that would have saved Subaru many terrible memories. I believe that she should have definitely done better though. Al muttered his opinion, uncaring if it was heard by the girl across the theater or not. She did hear him, and that's why her head sank. I guess now I owe her yet another debt, he said to himself while looking guilty. You stupid dunderhead. Emilia whispered in a frustrated tone and tightened her grip on the crushed bones of his hands. How incredibly TCK. Priscilla wanted to spit some abuse towards the worthless girl and the foolishness Subaru was saying, but she held her tongue. Hey now, princess. The warden guy told you about how important this entire viewing is for you. You just need to be patient and watch. Her one-armed knight tried to calm her down in the worst way possible. Aldebaran. Oh hell. The man sweated at his lady's cold tone. Why yes, princess? Go and bring me a glass of wine. Huh. No hit or anything. That's surprisingly merciful. Al rubbed his helmet. Humph. Just get me my beverage. Myself is going to follow your advice for now. That's a first. I don't know about that. Subaru's eyes widened in surprise as a gray cat suddenly flew out of Emilia's hair and smiled at the boy. This time, you produced results equal to the effort you invested, so I doubt Liao will think of it as a debt. Subaru looked bewildered at the floating cat as it lowered down and sat atop his chest. Puck. Good morning, Subaru. Emilia smiled softly at her spirit, loving that there were interactions between her spirit and Subaru that showed how good their friendship truly was. She was compelled to grin smugly at Beatrice as a comeback for the way the spirit girl described her father. But she thought better of it. Beatrice seemed to love the appearance of her brother on the screen, just like Emilia, and she didn't want to ruin the atmosphere by starting something stupid. You say these are results equal to my effort, but I don't remember anything after I got nommed on by those dogs in the forest. Subaru looked weary at the cat. That's a cute way of putting it. Otto snorted as he remembered the scary scene of dogs fighting to feed on Subaru's limbs. It wasn't cute at all. Petra frowned, holding Frederica's hand tightly. Nommed on. That's a cute way to put it. But it was actually. Puck suddenly turned into a growling monster beast as he shouted into Subaru's face. Munch, gobble, snarf, chew, chomp, snap, crunch. I don't like this bubby, I suppose. Beatrice tiredly sounded from atop her new cushion, which was Subaru's chest. She was too tired to be terrified of her brother's scary look. He looks weird. Mimi giggled from the back as she pointed at the malformed cat. Beside Otto, Garfield found it appropriate to shoot his friend a grin. You said the same thin dash. Yes, Natsuki-san said the same thing as me. It's a coincidence. Otto cut his friend off while waving a hand in his face. You sure it ain't you talking after Captain a bit too much? Garfield laughed when Otto threw his hat on his face. He slowly turned into the cute cat form and winked at the boy. More like that. With all those sound effects, I should definitely be dead now. I think I'm 5 or 6 arms short for all that, Subaru uttered with a disturbed expression at the cat. Yeah, well, the blue-haired maid took the rest of the damage. She was in awful shape. Subaru quickly sat up with a worried glare as the pain filled him. He's worried about her? Sheesh. Al snorted at the absurdity of Subaru's heart. I mean, he did save her, so it would be kind of redundant if she gets hurt because of him, Ricardo mused from his seat. Many in the audience just shook their heads at the boy's impotence. Though she heals fast, thanks to her demon transformation, by the time she carried you to the village, she had no visible injuries. The boy slumped back into the pillow and let out a pain-filled sigh. Don't scare me for no reason. Anyway, so Rim went back to the village then? And what about the kids? Was the curse removed? No worries there. Betty and I took care of it, so all's well. Your judgment was right on the mark. Clap, clap, clap. Beatrice-sama came out of her library. I don't remember Subaru making a contract with her in this loop. Frederica asked in surprise as the fact that this girl actually left her room and the mansion as well was nothing short of a miracle. Bubby asked me, so I obliged, I suppose. The little spirit weakly gave out as she leaned more into her contractor's side. Are you sure that you weren't also mocking sure that Subaru-kun is soft? Roswell teasingly smiled down at the spirit. He almost looked smug, as if he was bragging that he was right to Beatrice. The tired lowly spirit could only do one thing and one thing in a situation where she was teased by someone she loathed. It was a tactic taught to her by her unruly, hopeless idiot of a contractor, and it felt satisfying to do it here and now. Biko. That's very bad at. Amelia suddenly came out of her stupor at the shocking sight of the sweet, elegant Beatrice, giving Roswell the middle bird. Garfield, Al, and Ricardo fell out of their seats while laughing their ass off. The children all giggled and clapped. The candidates finally cracked a smile as they broke focus for a second. Beatrice sat down while ignoring her heartbroken brother, who was deeply hurt by the abuse. Roswell just hugged Ram and let a few tears slip. Otto looked around the room and noticed that everyone was looking at the screen with more shine in their eyes as the comedic sight made them all regain some strength to watch. Except for 3 people. 2 knights and a certain maid. Those 3 looked like the undead. Emotionless. Broken. Otto looked back at the screen while feeling frustrated that he couldn't help with anything. Has Amelia been here all night? Puck looked at the sleeping Amelia. Yeah. She drained her resources right down to her OD to heal you, so you should let her sleep. Subaru smiled wide at the half-elf princess. Scene change, opening place. The screen shows Subaru exiting a house in the village wearing his torn clothes that had been shredded by the dogs. So wait, is it over now? Has he won against the maybe-asts? Felt asked with a confused look. No, there's more. Everyone looked at Petra as she watched with a serious expression on her cute face. What do you mean, Nyan? Felix tiredly asked. What more could happen? Just watch and you'll see, Ram spat out, making the cat boy clench his hands harder in frustration. As Subaru closed the door to the house, a voice sounded behind him. Barusu, you're awake? Subaru looked back. Ram, listen, I mean about Rem. Subaru couldn't speak to the pink-haired maid. He looked down at the ground in shame as his stomach growled. It just so happened that the maid was carrying a basket of steamed pink potatoes. Fuck you, Tatos. How shameful you are, pestering others for food after being that badly injured. Maybe some dog rubbed off on you from the dog bites. Subaru took the abuse like a man and glared condescendingly at the maid. How does a dog rub off? Eat this. Ram shoved a hot steaming potato into Subaru's unsuspecting mouth. Sophia Bozu. The boy screamed and spat the burning food in his hand as he rolled on the floor with his mouth open. Ram watched the boy struggle with a smile of pure amusement. Delicious, isn't it? I thought I was gonna die. But yes, it was good. Subaru yelled at the maid from his place on the floor. Why are you so mean to him? Otto and Garfield were laughing loudly as they had fun watching Subaru get harmlessly abused. Some let out a chuckle at the scene, while Amelia and Beatrice giggled a bit at their nasty-eyed friend's antics. Barusu's masochistic side would disagree with you about me being mean. Humph. I bet he enjoys it. Ram smirked evilly as she stomped on the boy's reputation. Lucky, Garfield muttered as he saw his captain getting closer to the pink-haired maid faster than he could in over years. How did he do it? The blonde boy would learn from this showing. He will make sure of it. Rem looked around with a trembling frown on her lips. The fact that most of the people in this room seemed to forgive Ram and laugh at her jokes was enough to send relief into her heart that her sister wouldn't get hate for her crimes anymore. But part of her was still feeling the sting of being left in the dust. Ram looked at the basket in her hand. It's freshly made. I mean, she cutely sent him a smug smile. Freshly steamed. Subaru wasn't a retard. Usually. Why do you look so proud of yourself? He yelled at the delusional maid. Okay. You can have another, so be quiet and eat it. Subaru stood up and took the offered food from the maid. Rem's eyes were closed as she didn't want to see such a normal interaction with her sister and the love of her life. Why couldn't she have been calm like her sister was? Why didn't she have faith in Roswell-sama's orders and treat the boy normally? I didn't want to hurt him. Rem's eyes watered as her heart shattered again by the memories playing in her mind. She couldn't believe that he loves her. Not after all this. He was just trying to make her feel better. Amelia's eyes trailed on the girl for a second before turning away and looking at the screen. The half-elf had a frown of her own, one of conflict. Beatrice kept her gaze on both Amelia and Rem for a moment as well. She was glaring at them both. And well, as for last night, you have my honest thanks. Nice work. Nice work? Always with the condescending tone. Was it something deserving of your thanks? Ram looked in the direction of the village's center, making Subaru do the same. He noticed that the adults of the village were grouped up and chatting with serious and angry faces. When the people of a domain suffer any loss, its lord is held liable. If that pack of Ulgarm had further endangered those children, you were right to do as you did. Subaru looked back at Ram with a confused expression. Ulgarm? That's what those black maybe-asts are called. Yes, but it's all right. I reconnected the broken barrier, so the village is safe. Did you also look for the one who broke that barrier? I assume that you were suspicious. These things don't just break like that. Crush critically asked the Amelia camp or those of the camp that were present at that time. It was finally up to the most charming of them to speak. Of course we did, but the trails had vanished long before I could find them. The only thing that was out of place when I investigated the scene was a child going missing right after the rescue Barusu and my sister had concluded, Ram chronically answered while leaning on her lord's arm. And that child would be? Anastasia asked with a tired expression as she had already known the answer and it frustrated her. Melee. Beatrice growled as she glared hatefully at the screen. Petra frowned as she thought about the time she had played with the girl in the estate. The little maid was hurt all over again by the betrayal, and this time it was worse because she saw how devious and cruel Meili was when trying to kill her family and friends. I'm not playing with her anymore. Petra glared at nothing as she made up her mind. Ram starts to share the food with the rest of the villagers. I kept an eye on the barrier overnight to ensure there were no problems, so no Ulgarm should be able to cross it and enter the village. So you can relax. Subaru is shown visiting each of the children's houses, checking on them, and smiling at each of them while the parents are present. He is shown getting thanked by Petra's parents and refusing a gift from them. He stumbled and ran out of their house with a relieved expression. He noticed a small fancy-dressed blonde girl standing at the entrance to the village. Biko, and why are you here now? Emilia asked with an apprehensive expression. Both Ram and Beatrice tensed up as they knew what would be shown next. Emilia sighed and leaned back into her chair. What a tiresome night. He ran towards the spirit with a happy smile. Hey, I heard you helped remove the curse from the kids. Thanks. No big deal. Betty only helped because Bubby asked, I suppose. I have something more important to discuss. Subaru blinked in confusion. Scene change. Subaru was leaning on a wall while Beatrice stood before him. What did you bring me all the way out here to say? Beatrice looked at the ground for a bit, trying to find a good way to say this. The spirit decided the blunt way was best as she looked up at him. In less than half a day, you will die, I suppose. Come on, Al yelled out in frustration and annoyance. Emilia stared at the screen mouth agape. You didn't know about this, Emilia? Anastasia asked, noticing the half-elf stiffness. And no, I wasn't told any of this. Emilia replied in outrage. Her face displayed her worry and confusion clearly. What? Crush asked in surprise. Let's just watch for now, Wilhelm advised as he kept his gaze on the screen. His curiosity as to how Subaru deals with this situation was making him anxious for this wonderful boy's safety. Subaru looked down with a thoughtful gaze. You don't look as disturbed as I expected. I thought you'd scream and cry, I suppose. Beatrice mused while blinking at him. The curse still isn't lifted then? When the pack of maybe-asts attacked you in the forest, they planted another curse deep inside you. Can I ask why this one can't be removed? That's simple, I suppose. Too many curses have been placed on you, making it too complex to remove. Too many curses? Why didn't you tell me? Emilia whispered to the spirit. Why wasn't I informed, Beatrice? She yelled. The blonde spirit just sunk her face into her contractor's chest, fully removing herself from within her seat and placing herself on his lap. I had no reason to talk with you, I suppose. Emilia bared her teeth at this answer. Emilia-sama, I would think it best if you watched what comes next for now. Frederica intervened on Beatrice's behalf. Beatrice raised a finger up while explaining. When there's only one, removing it is as simple as untying a knot. But the curses on you are a complex web of many threads too tangled to undo. She tangled her hands together and made a pulling motion. Well, I get the idea that it's high on the difficulty scale, but why half a day? After half a day, maybe-asts activate their spells to replenish mana. The curse those maybe-asts used drains a target's mana, I suppose. In other words, they made you beast food. Subaru smiled uneasily. So they attack people because they're hungry? That's an animal for you. So simple-minded. He dragged his hands over his face with a tired moan. I guess we should be thankful they never got hungry before now. He looked down with a relieved expression. You? Aren't you even scared, I suppose? Everybody was looking at the screen in silence. Those words would have scared most of them. The fact that he can smile when being told such a thing. Reinhard narrowed his eyes to the ground. It's crushing to watch. Julius completed for his colleague as he stared at the screen with a dead stare. Emilia looked at the Subaru beside her with a sad expression. No one had to go through what he did. If she could give him a lap pillow again, she would do it. Beatrice just stared at herself on screen with an angry glare. Useless, in fact. She spat out towards herself. She could have helped more. Anastasia, Crush, and Felt simply looked at the boy with critical and angry-looking eyes. Do you think we can help him somehow? Anastasia asked silently. How do you mean? Felt asked with a raised brow. Maybe therapy could help? The merchant shrugged. He won't be able to say anything. Crush sternly reminded them of the curse's punishment. Petra simply stared down at Subaru with a thoughtful look. She didn't look disturbed like the rest of the adults around her. Subaru opened his eyes to find a disturbed and bewildered-looking Beatrice staring at him, aghast. I'm telling you how much time you have left to live, you know. Subaru looked away from the spirit. Well, sure, I'm scared. But I doubt you came here just to tell me I'm going to die. I don't think you're that mean. What do you know about me, I suppose? The spirit girl's eyebrow twitched as she looked at him annoyed. If nothing else, I feel like I've known you 4 times longer than I really have. You make no sense. Beatrice shook her head and glared at the boy seriously. But it's a fact that the chance for you to be saved is much lower now. So tell me just how low it is. We're talking about eating by means of a spell. If the one that's eating dies, logic dictates the meal would be cancelled, I suppose. So he has to kill all of those things. Otto asked with his eyes showing worry for what will be shown. How many are there anyway? Ricardo asked as he calculated what he would have done in the kid's shoes. It's a breeding ground. The chances of there being hundreds or thousands are likely, Julius sadly theorized while staring at the screen with an emotionless face. Anastasia took notice of this, but she didn't dwell on it. So that's it. I just have to kill the things that curse me. He pulled his torn shirt up and looked at his scratched and scarred skin. But there are too many of them. That's why Bubby hasn't told that silly girl about the curse. Oomph. Even your great spirit doesn't trust a half-witch. Priscilla laughed out loud as Amelia stared at the screen in shock. She slowly turned to Beatrice with a cold expression that was hiding the hurt from the betrayal and the words shot at her by a certain cunt's mouth. Did Puck really know that Subaru was going to die? Beatrice flinched at how hurt and betrayed Amelia sounded. The little spirit just nodded slowly with a nervous look on her face. Amelia's eyes narrowed dangerously as she growled her next question. Did he know that there was a chance to help Subaru? Beatrice nodded slowly once again. So, Puck was willing to let Subaru die. It wasn't a question, but a repeat of the conclusion in Amelia's head as she stared at the wall with a cold glare of anger. Bubby just wanted to keep his contractor safe dash. That's enough, Beatrice. Beatrice shut her mouth as the angry no, furious Amelia leaned back and gritted her teeth at the screen. Even Rim had more guts to help Subaru. More than the both of us ever did. Amelia's statement sent the spirit's eyes wide. Yeah, if Amelia knew, she'd definitely try to do more than she's capable of. Which makes me really happy, but also really scared. You could see sparks too? Otto asked Garf as he backed away from Amelia. The blonde boy nodded his head and did what all men do in a situation like this. Backing as far away from the growling, glaring half-elf lady as possible. Beatrice was tearing up as she couldn't leave her spot on Subaru's lap and back away with them. Forget Bubby. She wished luck to her stupid contractor that keeps underestimating the elf. Subaru. Amelia completely crushed the boy's hand in her grip while looking at the screen. She's scary. SHHHH. Don't make her angrier. Frederica quietly admonished Petra as they both leaned back with nervous looks. Subaru held his head in his hands in exasperation. Man, the difficulty level here is seriously demonic. This is just plain impossible. I might as well give up dash. Subaru's mind flashed, and his world stopped immediately as he remembered something. His eyes widened as he started hearing a voice speaking with someone. He was remembering a conversation. It was Rem. So you're going to give up? Is there no other way to save him? His head must be hurting, I suppose. That's not surprising. That's all I suppose. You can do as you like with him now. I swear. I'll save you. Subaru slowly looked up with his eyes dilated and shaking. It can't be. Subaru looked at the bored-looking Beatrice. Where is Rem? Oh, that's why you went into the forest alone. Petra yelled out with her eyes wide. She was a little happy that Rem was finally doing something good. So you did help him. Anastasia mused to herself as she kept watching. Did she take them all out on her own? Otto asked in shock. Rem stayed silent to the whole thing and kept watching with a cold look. Knowing not Suki, Crush stared at the screen with a worried look. He will jump into the breeding grounds to help Rem-san. Wilhelm concluded to his mistress with a fond look in his eyes. Felix sighed tiredly and watched with trembling eyes as his hatred and his jealousy filled him to the brim. However, his guilt was keeping him silent. Amelia just watched with an expressionless face. She would punish Puck for every injury Subaru receives, and Subaru's injuries will be counted to make him do extra chores for her as punishment for being such a doting heroic idiot. That's your punishment. Amelia nodded to herself with a small smile of satisfaction. Beatrice was looking at the elf with something short of apprehensive. She was silent. Biko. Subaru stood up and held the girl's shoulders. Beatrice, where's Rem? What would you do in her position, I suppose? She looked at him with a deadpan expression. I can't ignore what you just said. A voice sounded from atop a ledge over where they were hiding. Ram. The pink maid looked down at the two and ignored Subaru. Beatrice-sama, Rem didn't go into that forest alone, did she? Ram was looking at the two with a scared expression. Rem flinched at once the events of how both Subaru and her sister came to save her was shown. The worry on Subaru's face, the shock her sister showed feelings that forced gut-wrenching guilt to fill her heart. Scene change. Rem is walking through the forest with a red aura surrounding her horned form. She was glaring and walking through bushes while bleeding all over. I have to do this alone. No one else needs to get hurt anymore. She was grunting in pain. It seems like you had a change of heart. Anastasia mused while looking at the maid from the corner of her eyes. You really wanted to help him that bad? Felt asked in surprise as she saw the amount of blood on the maid's form. Rem just shook her head. I only made things worse. Crush's frown deepened as she glanced at the broken Rem. Ram looked at her sister with a shocked expression. Ram, what's wrong with you? Can't you see that Barusu is trying his best to help you? Her sister gave no response. He only did it because he had to. See, Amelia hissed in a whispered voice, looking at Beatrice with a face of indignation. The spirit's brows narrowed, no longer feeling the will to be pushed over by Amelia's change in attitude. What's with you, I suppose? This isn't just about Bubby trying to protect you, is it? You are angry with me about something, so out with it. The half-elf's eyes didn't falter, her expression was settled on one of determination. I think Subaru was right. Maybe Rem deserves a second chance. Are you insane, I suppose? Beatrice hushed her frantic disbelief but kept a dangerous glare upon the princess. As if she had her mind already set, Emilia pursed her lips and turned away from the spirit. I don't think I'll ever forgive what she's done, but it's not fair to ignore what she's suffering for his sake. The irony of the elf's words was not lost on Beatrice. Are you feeling guilty just because the maid has done more to help Subaru than the both of us? Beatrice hissed, trying to get Emilia to regain her earlier stance, but the amethyst eyes of the princess only grew more fiery. And you've been thinking about that fact for a long time now, HM? Emilia's smooth, angelic tone was rife with sternness. Seeing the spirits fall into silence, Emilia decided to end this. I'm as conflicted as you are, she explained to the glaring spirit. I am. But I understand that there are many reasons for what Rem's done to Subaru. Some of them anger me. They make me feel hatred for someone I liked as a good friend. Emilia hissed these words with an expression of great distaste. Sooner, her eyes softened as Beatrice seemed to contemplate what was being said. Emilia continued, I'm not fully forgiving her. I shall do my very best to watch this girl. The spirit's brow was raised at the half-elf. Since when are you so firm, I suppose? Beatrice mocked, but Emilia ignored her. I'll watch her whenever she's with him, she whispered, glancing towards his face. Just like you, and I have watched him whenever he talks about her or sits by her bedside for days on end. At this, Beatrice's expression grew to be distasteful. Don't lump me in with you and her. My contractor is simply too kind-hearted for his own good. Beatrice, I know you want to stand by Subaru. But hating Rem without seeing Subaru's view on all of this is just disgusting. He's bled for her, helped her, believed in her. Not just in these viewings, but also after all of this happened. Why? Why would he go to such an effort to help someone who tortured and killed him so horribly? Beatrice couldn't hold contact with Emilia's gaze for long. The half-elf showed the image of pure sadness, even when she was glaring down at her in sternness. Please think about this carefully, Beatrice. I won't be forgetting what Rem's done to Subaru, not by a long shot. But I shall keep following Subaru's wish to help her, because she's still a really good friend when we need her. His forgiveness is something that keeps torturing her too. She's suffering in here like the both of us. The spirit's eyes moved to look at the jarring expression of sheer hopelessness on Rem's face. The maid sat so far away yet seemed so closely tied to her and Emilia. It made Beatrice sick to her stomach. I wasn't wrong for outposting that girl, she seethed, glaring up at Emilia. The silver-haired lady only nodded. You weren't. No one was. Her amethyst eyes narrowed once again, displaying anger. But we need Rem to give Subaru his happiness. He loves her, really does. She took a moment to let the effect of that statement wear out on her own heart. And I must respect that, and do my best to show Rem the friendship she needs while she pays for her guilt as Subaru sees fit. Why you want to have both, the ability to hate the girl for what she did, and still have her as a friend for Subaru's sake. I don't want to hate her, Emilia said, shutting the spirit up. I want to stop hating her. Because Rem is simply harder on herself than you or I could ever be. Being ugly with her now will only serve to nullify all that she's done to Subaru. She will feel justified in forgiving herself if we showed her hatred for what she did. But if we show her kindness, constantly remind her of Subaru's forgiveness, Rem will always feel nothing short of crushing guilt for what she did. Beatrice sat with her jaw hanging in awe at the half-elf. Rem's a good girl. Emilia grinned in a wolfish fashion. Beatrice found herself faltering after she was faced with this. Scene changed back to Subaru. Why? Why would Rem go to such lengths for me? Before anyone could answer him, Rem began running towards the forest. Subaru quickly took hold of her hand. Hey, hold on. Let go of me, Barusu. I'm not calm enough to be kind right now. If you want to save Rem, and if you consider me an ally at all, listen to me. Do you know where Rem is? If I use my clairvoyance, I will. Clairvoyance. It's a power that allows me to see what the bugs and animals on my wavelength are seeing. That's a really useful power. Ricardo nodded along with Julius. It could be a godsend on recon missions. Petra frowned a bit as she realized how useless as a maid she was. She was the only one that didn't have any special abilities. Frederica patted her head as she understood what the little maid was bothered with immediately after seeing her pout. It seems. Emilia and Beatrice both glanced at Felt as she pinned them with a look. The maids both really want to help Big Bro, and they are a good team. So they're like your security cameras? Well, if we can use it to get to Rem, then fine. Subaru let go of her and looked determined. So, are you the kind of maid that fights? What does that even mean? It means I'm going into the forest with you. Of course he would. Why did we think differently? Ricardo snorted at AL's statement. Speak for yourself, pal. I was waiting for him to say that. You're going to follow me? Yeah. I'm bound to slow you down in a fight, you know. Subaru smiled wide. If you expect me to be able to fight like Rem does in her demon form, I can't. You're twins, right? If Rem is a demon, aren't you a demon, too? Ram looked down with a pained expression donning her face. Unlike Rem, I'm hornless. Why is that, Nyan? Felix asked Ram with a look of interest. I think that you should stay silent and watch. Felix looked down and gritted his teeth in anger at the maid's despicable attitude. Ram snorted at the boy's angry expression and watched as this perverted screen showed her private memories. She noticed her sister's harsh flinch. She couldn't say anything about her sister's problem. She had already said everything she could over many years. Huh. Subaru looked confused at this. Ram smiled up at him. I can only use a rather extreme bit of wind magic. She suddenly waved her hand, and the entire ground shook around Subaru as the wind slashed at it. Going to retrieve the younger sister would mean giving up on your own life. You do understand that, I suppose. Beatrice walked beside the two. That's not quite right. Let me correct you. Subaru smiled smugly. It's dumb to get into the habit of giving up because you're used to dying. Life is precious. You only get one. I realized that when you guys went through so much to save mine. So if you don't mind, I'm going to struggle pathetically. Let's go make a comeback. I've bounced back from the terrible state I was in. I'm a greedy guy, and I want to see the continuation of this story, with me in it. As Beatrice and Ram looked at the boy with surprised eyes, Subaru smirked wide as he shouted in determination. Now let's get moving to our last big showdown. The boy slammed his knuckles and shouted to the sky in excitement. Bring it on, Fate-sama. Subaru Natsuki was determined to fight fate. He won't die again. He has a way with words, I suppose. Beatrice smiled at the screen. Emilia nodded her head and gently nudged Subaru's arm. Although she was sad and angry at him for not trusting her as much, she still found it endearing how hard he tries to help his friends, especially someone that had wronged him in such a brutal way. This kid is trying to fire himself up. Ricardo sighed in amusement. Otto and Garfield were just watching the screen with wide, excited expressions. They always love the way he fires himself up like this. He looked so cool when he did it. He's determined. Anastasia sighed and leaned back to watch this kid get hurt once again. Let's see how he wins this. Felt leaned back and got ready for her big bro's exciting adventure. Even the knights seemed excited to see the end of this journey. Wilhelm included. Scene change. You gave a pretty heroic speech back there, but when I see you so close to becoming nothing but baggage, it's difficult to hide my disappointment. The boy that had been tempting fate moments before was shown breathing heavily while leaning on a shining sword. Never before had Ram seen such gayness. I should have known. Julius had to shake his head and hide a smile at the comedic sight as people all around him were giggling and chuckling. That's just how useless he is, Ram snorted with a smile. Has he no shame? Priscilla asked while glaring at him in tired annoyance. He got her excited for nothing. Felt was laughing her ass off while her knight was just smirking at the screen. Petra and Frederica giggled at the wannabe butler's ridiculousness. Rem kept her head down. I'm still recovering, so my energy is spent, and I'm low on blood. Oh, and I didn't get to hear Amelia Ten say, see you soon. Subaru tried to make excuses between heavy breaths. You won't hear it again after this stunt. Amelia was pouting heavily at the boy's useless attempt to flatter her from his punishment. Oh, come on. He's still thinking about you, so cut him some slack. Anastasia found it amusing to mess with the naive Amelia, and she laughed out loud when the elf girl glared at the boy harder. Until you say, I'm home, last night's see you soon is still in effect. Is that how it works? Besides, didn't you get something from someone other than Amelia-sama? Subaru quickly unsheathed the sword and smirked at it. Yeah, something really awesome. Yeah, I remember that. Petra giggled as she remembered how excited the young men's leader was when Subaru agreed to take the sharpest sword in the village. I wonder what happened to it. The little maid asked herself softly as she had never seen Subaru holding the sword again. Reinhard raised an eyebrow at this scene and turned to look at Ram, which surprised the girl greatly. Are you? Excuse me, miss. But I can't help the feeling that you were trying to make Subaru feel better about himself here. The pink-haired maid couldn't help but look at the knight in bafflement. Amelia stared at the redhead with interest while Beatrice moved her eyes from the screen to the floor for a moment, appearing to contemplate something about the pink maid. I. No need to answer me, miss. I'm sorry for troubling you. Reinhard let a grin show on his face and turned towards the screen once again. Roswell moved his hand to pat Ram's clenched one. You need to be honest with your feelings. The clown lord snickered at his blushing maid. Petra smiled brightly at Ram, appearing to be proud of her mentor in the mansion staff. Flashback to a villager handing him the sword. Take this. It's the sharpest sword in the village. Thanks, man. Subaru smiled and took the sword. Subaru. The boy was surprised to find the kids running toward him. Hey, you guys. You're awake. The kids grouped around him, and Petra took the lead in asking him where he was going. Where are you going? Back into the forest. Don't go back there, Subaru. I'll be fine. Don't worry. I'm not going anywhere. What's the sword for? A kid asked. This. Subaru looked at the sword in his hand. It's a thank you gift from all of us. The leader of the young men in the village spoke in a tone filled with gratitude. Subaru found himself suddenly surrounded by the children as they all began grabbing him and placing things into his pockets. I want to thank you, too. Hey, you can have this. And this. Flashback end. Oh, the villagers have really taken to him. Frederica cooed in delight. Now I see why he cares for them so much. Julius rubbed his chin and smiled. He did his best back then as well. Mimi exclaimed with Tivy nodding alongside her. Seeing all the support Subaru was getting, Anastasia glanced curiously at Crush while rubbing her fox scarf. You think we'll get TC that moment ourselves? The Duchess moved her chin off her knuckle to face the merchant. I doubt that we will leave here without seeing that incredible battle with Sloth. I've got no qualms with seeing it. Anastasia smirked at her. You got no qualms, or you want to see yourself kicking the whale's ass? I have no idea what you say, Miss Hashin. The Duchess turned from the company head with dignity. Subaru sheathed the sword and picked the kid's gifts that were in his pocket. A candy, a pretty stone, and the boy screamed like a not boy and threw the giant slimy centipede away. There was a freaking bug in it. Damn brats, sneaking that in while I was distracted. I'll give them a talking to later. Ha ha ha. Otto and Garfield laughed out loud along with Al and Ricardo. Who was it that did that? Felt asked while giggling. Petra couldn't answer as she was busy laughing. Emilia and Beatrice smirked as they both were starting to like seeing Subaru get teased by those kids. It was such a satisfying sight. Subaru wiped the slime on his coat. Ram looked away from him and spoke in a condescending tone. It's just proof that they admire you. I wonder what they see in a man like you. Subaru smiled smugly. In the pure eyes of a child, my true manly nature shines. The screen showed a picture of Subaru if he had been a true man. Julius couldn't help but snort. Felix and Priscilla were outright laughing at the image. Do you like him better like that? Anastasia asked Emilia with a curious smile. Emilia shook her head and smiled up at the merchant. My Subaru is just fine the way he is. Except for the way he doesn't keep his promises. That doesn't sound like a good quality. Crush couldn't help her jealousy from sounding in her little snip at the half-elf. Emilia just shrugged and leaned on the knight beside her. Also, I'm not the only one they like. You could tell, right? Ram looked at him apprehensively. Yes. Flashback. Ram was glaring as the kids compounded around Subaru, filling his pockets with gifts. Take this. And this too. Hey, why did you put dirt in there? Just accept it. Ram was gritting her teeth and breathing in and out to calm her fury. Ramchi. The maid was surprised to see Petra and the others smiling at her. We want to thank Remrin too, so bring her over later. Ram looked dumbfounded. Promise, Ramchi. Flashback end. Ram smiled and looked at her sister in hope that she saw that. Rem was looking at the screen with an emotionless expression, but her eyes were wide. Otto noticed this and smiled a bit. Maybe this viewing could help cheer her up? The merchant mused to himself. Ram had a small smile on her face that lasted only a second before she turned to the boy. Barusu, I'm going to use my clairvoyance. Wait a moment. Ram turned and a scarlet-like aura surrounded her form as she closed her eyes and began switching POVs with many animals and insects around the forest. That's kind of creepy. Tivy whined in disgust. It's cool. Mimi yelled at her brother. Until she had a POV of someone's eyes looking at her, and Subaru. Barusu, something is watching us right now. What? Up there. Ram quickly opened her eyes and pointed. Subaru turned and found an Ulgarm dog speeding towards him. Subaru, Petra shouted in fear. Emilia and Beatrice held his hands and glared at the screen to see how he goes about this. Rem watched with her eyes, analyzing every bit of trauma she had caused him. Her love, her hero, the boy she had murdered. The boy brought his sword up to protect himself, but the dog was suddenly cut in half and Subaru looked on as the corpse slid across from him, spewing guts and blood all over. Ram suddenly turned and shot a wind blade towards a hidden beast. More are coming. Ram sent a blade that had cut another beast in half. Subaru screamed in fear as the two have slid towards him. Pathetic. Priscilla snorted in amusement, while Otto and Garfield lowered their heads in shame at their brother's cowardice. They also suppressed small chuckles. Hey, do not just walk off. Anyway, why does every individual lose their head when they see you? I don't understand. Because you seem so weak. After all that hesitation, that's your conclusion? How rude. Because you seem like a wimp then? That doesn't change the root of what you're saying, Wani-sama. Subaru groaned and continued walking into the forest with Ram beside him. Hey, can I ask what that hornless thing you mentioned means? Subaru asked, trying to kill the silence. Ram looked down with a frown on her face. Nothing special. Just as it sounds. It's another name for a foolish demon that lost its horn. I got into a bit of trouble and lost my only horn. I've relied on Rem for everything ever since. Rem looked shocked that her sister would say such a thing. Ram was amazing at everything. How could she ever think that she needs to rely on a replacement piece like Rem? The blue-haired maid clenched her dress in both hands as she found another thing to torment herself with. She made her sister feel incompetent. Subaru looked down with a guilty frown. I guess I shouldn't have asked, huh? Why? Well, I don't know how important horns are to the race you call demons, but I assume it's a pretty serious problem. I just thought asking about it might have been insensitive. Ram continued walking without being affected by the conversation. Back then, it was one thing, but now things have calmed down. There are things I've gained, and lives I've saved, by losing my horn. I'm sure Rem doesn't feel the same way, though. Huh. Ram stopped and turned to the boy to explain. The screen shows Ram growling with bared teeth and her horn glowing dangerously. That's scary. Tivy hid behind his sister while she huffed at him. Weak. Such is the true nature of those disgusting demon spawns. No wonder they were eradicated. Priscilla fanned herself while glaring at the screen nastily. Ram held the helm of her dress in pure fury at the words of this scummy woman. Ram, she held her head down for bringing shame to her sister and family. Originally, members of the demon race had 2 horns, but twins are born with just 1 horn each. So twins are detested, and it's customary to dispose of them immediately after birth. But Rem and I were allowed to live. What disgusting policy to have. Crush shook her head at the extreme way those demons lived. Are you sure that your policies won't have the same effect? Anastasia thoughtfully inquired of the disgusted Crush. The militarized Duchess stayed silent and thought about some of her out-of-touch policies and the way she would have run the kingdom. The screen showed the blue-haired demon made getting surrounded by beasts. A demon's horns awaken its demon instincts and allow it to devour mana, heightening its combat ability. The window zooms in on the pink, glowing horn as it sucks the mana dry from the air and the atmosphere around Rem. But if one is reckless, the recoil will leave them battered. Rem is shown laughing and manically moving her arms as she smashed and stomped multiple beasts dead while cutting more Ulgarms by her mace. I don't want to see Rem like that. Rem flinched and closed her eyes as the shameful self she despised showed itself on the window before her and all those around her. Man, that's badass. Garfield called out in pure excitement as his legs were shaking and yearning to fight something like a crazed-out Rem. The blonde boy couldn't see that he was the only one that was excited. Emilia and Beatrice looked on with fearful gazes as the memories of Rem's torture of Subaru played again. What would happen if the insane Rem sniffed the witch on Subaru-san? Otto asked, the tone so serious it made Garfield stop a moment to process this. She would try to kill him, no doubt. Julius concluded with his golden eyes showing worry. Do you know how Subaru got through this? You said that this was the right one, and he didn't. Felt pleaded down to Petra as her eyes trembled and her heart clenched her chest at the thought of this boy dying once again. She couldn't see him die again after all it took for him to get back up. Felt didn't want to see him so broken again. Petra shrugged her shoulders as the fear of what the knight had described was beginning to settle in her mind. Subaru. Petra watched just as worried as Emilia and Beatrice were. Are you worried because you care for Rem? Of course I am. It's true that she is stronger than I am, but that's no reason not to worry about her. No matter what we're told to do, she does it far better. But I am her older sister. I won't ever waver from that position. Ram looked at Subaru with a resolute look. Rem's eyes widened as she heard her amazing sister belittle herself to compliment her. How could she be so despicable like this? To make her older sister go through such delusions? Rem is so disgusting. Otto glanced as he heard the maid speak to herself. How could he help? What would Subaru do? Come on, idiot. Otto said to Subaru as he gritted his teeth, worried and tired of his friend's idiocy. That isn't true, sister. Ram whispered softly to her sister's ear, but Rem looked away. Poor little one, Al muttered. She deserves what she's sown. Julius scorned without mercy, crossing his arms. Subaru stared at her for a moment before smiling. Okay, I get it. I've got an idea. So don't worry. We'll bring Rem back safely. Scene changed to Subaru and Ram standing in an open area. Subaru is looking worried about something. What's he doing now? Al asked, sounding slightly annoyed. It's probably something dangerous. Reinhard looked at the screen with rapid interest. He wanted to know what his weaker colleague would do to achieve happiness for the people around him. Of course it is. Julius waved his fingers in his hair to appease his frustration at Subaru's tiresome habit. If my idea is right, they're sure to come. They'll be drawn here by my attempt to tell her about return by death. Ram's eyes widened as she finally understood what happened on that day. Stupid Barusu. Oh no. Petra gasped in shock. What? That's insane, I suppose. Beatrice yelled out in pure horror. No. Emilia whispered and looked at the screen in frustration as her uselessness made her knight think of putting himself in the arms of the witch herself just to save someone dear to him. Part of her couldn't help but blame Rem for this. I'm so sorry. Rem finally uttered loudly as she understood what her stupidity had caused. Subaru closed his eyes and breathed to prepare himself. Ram, the thing is, I can return dash. Asterisk Theag asterisk. A black hand is shown attacking Subaru. He made it back. Felix was shocked that the witch hadn't punished Subaru with death. It seems that she doesn't intend to harm him, just punish him for talking about the power. Anastasia sounded angry as she mused her thoughts. What kind of punishment is that? Crushing your heart. Otto yelled out as the circumstances for his brother's stay in this world were clear to them all once again. How does Subaru deal with this? Tivy winced as he saw how the hand crushed the boy's heart. Because he had two. If he needs to save anyone, he will do what he must. Garfield looked serious for once as he remembered that fateful day where he fought his captain at the tomb. That's still a steep price to pay for a rule, though. Emilia couldn't help but squeeze his hand a little tighter. The blonde spirit beside Emilia bit her lip and closed her eyes shut. The need to roll herself up into a ball overcame her sense of duty to watch. "What's that?" she asked Subaru as he grabbed his collar and began wheezing. The witch had grabbed his heart once again. "I made a wager that brought a bit of pain with it." Subaru wheezed and gasped in pain. "What did you do, Barusu?" Ram looked at the boy with a worried look. "The wind is erratic, and I smell beasts approaching. A lot of them, and we haven't found Rim yet." "Why are the beasts attracted to him?" Frederica asked as she watched with a confused expression as events began building up. "The beasts follow the witch's miasma," Crush sounded out in disbelief as she finally understood how the boy brought down a whale with him. "This kid." Through her shock and horror of the boy's insanity, the Duchess couldn't help but let out a smirk full of excitement. Ram looked around at the sounds of bushes and tree leaves hustling and bustling. "Well, don't worry. I'm pretty sure we'll cross paths soon." Subaru quickly took his sword out of the sheath. "What makes you so sure?" Ram asked as she faced his back with hers while getting ready as the noises from the bushes and trees intensified. "Because of the witch's scent." Subaru smirked as he looked around with his sword ready. Ram's eyes widened, but she continued to look around. "Rim's goal is to hunt down all Maybeasts, right? The Maybeasts will be drawn to the witch's scent and come right to me. Then Rim will have no choice but to follow them toward me. I call it Operation Natsuki. Subaru is the bait." "Idiot. Moron, I suppose." Beatrice and Amelia both slapped the back of Subaru's head in anger and worry. Multiple different Maybeasts surrounded the two. Subaru readied his sword and smiled at Ram. "Okay, I'm gonna have to rely on you to do the fighting, so go for it." "That's not manly, man." Ricardo laughed as his chest heaved with excitement at the events playing. "Ram can take 'em all." Garfield cheered as he would see the lady his heart was after in action and not killing his captain. "When this is over, take an objective look at what you just said until you wish you were dead." Ram quickly sent a wind blade toward an attacking old ram. And the battle ensued. Scene change. Broken trees. Corpses of fallen and crushed dog beasts. A blood-covered mace. Ram was looking down, unfocused, covered in blood and grime. "Man, she's so fearsome," I yelled out, clearly amazed by the destruction. Many nodded with him. Ram frowned deeply at the shape her sister was in. She turned around suddenly as she caught the smell of something. Scene changes to Subaru running into the forest while carrying a sack of potatoes called Ram under his arm. "This is what I get for believing you when you said you could fight," Subaru shouted as he ran from the hordes of dog beasts chasing his ass. "Well, I was fighting, wasn't I? My strength just didn't hold out as long as I thought it would," Ram voiced out barely above a whisper. "That's so lame." "Boo. Da fuck. I didn't even get to see the fight." "Ram sucks." Ram had the decency to blush from embarrassment as the crowd of kids plus Garfield and Elle booed her on the screen. "You're all pathetic." The maid spat out in embarrassment. "Damn it." Subaru ran and ran until he found a cliff before him. The boy cursed and jumped from the ledge, making him slide down the entire hill with Ram screaming under his arm. Subaru glared as he was sliding and stabbed his sword into the mountain to stop the fall. D-damn it all. The sword did its job and stuck on a growing vine from the side of the mountain, making Subaru and Ram halt to a stop from falling to their doom as the boy held onto it. Nice quick thinking. Ricardo clapped in excitement while the Amelia camp all watched with worry clear in their eyes. "That blade." Reinhardt's eyes widened as he noticed. The sharpest blade in Arlem Village was. "Cheap shit. We were almost dead meat. If we fall, we'll both be in trouble. Barusu, can you climb up? I'd like to make it up by sheer willpower, but the Maybeasts waiting up there are a problem dash." Asterisk clank. Asterisk. "Subaru." Petra yelled in worry. "So that's what happened to the sword." Amelia and Beatrice held his hands in fear as they watched with hitched breaths. "This ain't gonna end well." Otto winced as he prepared to watch the tough impact. "It won't indeed." Wilhelm seemed to relay his wavelength and gave his own wince. Subaru could only scream as he fell to his doom while clenching Ram's potato sack body and his now broken sword. "The sharpest sword." The boy screamed as he fell to the ground. Never by knockoffs, Julius felt the need to note, but without his obnoxious tone. He received seething glances nonetheless. "Elfula." Ram sent a wind blade to the ground below them, making an explosion of wind which blew both her and Subaru up towards the air. Subaru quickly landed on his feet and scrambled to position himself with his arms stretched so he could prevent Ram from falling to the floor and carrying her princess style. That was close. Seriously, Ram-sama had timing like Buddha. Subaru's face is shown sweating bullets. He quickly looked down at the silent maid in his grasp. "Ram." Ram was unconscious and bleeding from her nose. "You gave your last bit of strength to help him." Crush smirked at the maid. "Humph. I merely helped myself since he was so useless." Ram looked away with an expressionless face. Crush smirked smugly and looked at the screen. It didn't need to be said. The wind of untruth was blowing around her like a storm. "Sure." Reinhardt felt comfortable to tease and let out a laugh from his seat. Amelia and Beatrice felt conflicted about Ram's behavior. Hey, damn it. You can't be serious." Subaru looked behind him and found a horde of growling, glaring dog beasts cornering him against the mountainous wall of rocks he had dropped from. "Shit, this timing couldn't be worse." "No kidding," Al snorted while sitting at the edge of his seat to watch what happened. "How will he get out of this one?" Priscilla mused to herself, in excitement. Asterisk thump, asterisk. The butler boy looked up to see what made some rocks fall beside him. And suddenly, a horned blue-haired maid dropped on her 2 feet right between Subaru and the beasts. Rem. Subaru called in relief. She's come to save him. Petra cheered. Priscilla snorted. Typical, he needs someone to save him every time. Rem, however, couldn't remember these events. She was so in a haze that her mind couldn't remember a thing about what she did in that horned form. Please don't hurt him. She begged in despair as she watched, eyes wavering. The maid looked back and smirked at him, sadistically. Oh. Felt leaned forward to watch in anxious worry. Thank goodness you're alive. We're saved. He sighed in relief. What had surprised him, however, was when a mace was shot towards him. Subaru quickly dropped on his back while clinching Ram as close to himself as possible, narrowly avoiding the attack and making the mace miss him and crush the wall of rock behind him. She can turn into a demon, but she can't control it? That was too close. Otto leaned on his brother to calm his beating heart. It's not over yet. Garfield pushed his bro off as he watched with panic filling his heart. Emilia and Beatrice grit their teeth in unison as they watched the dire situation Subaru was in. Subaru looked up at the crazy psychotic demon that was the maid sister of the one in his arms. She was going to attack him. Hey, Rem. My name is Natsuki Subaru, a completely useless trainee in odd jobs. The Roswell Mansion's most promising servant. I've always caused trouble for you and Ram, but we've been friends at times. Subaru quickly moved out of the way and clenched his body around Ram's as he carried her. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. Once again, he narrowly avoided being hit by the oncoming mace, making it hit the wall of rocks. He grunted in pain as his shoulder was bleeding from being grazed by the close call that was Rim's attack. Rim began crying in despair as she saw what she was doing to her love and her sister as well. She was a monster, a monster, a monster. That was too close again. Frederica gasped as she hugged the frightened Petra. Trying to beat me to death while I'm still talking is bad manners. He shouted with tears in his eyes. Rim was about to attack the boy, but the horde of Algrams had decided to stop watching the show and attack. As Rim began slaughtering the oncoming dogs, Subaru quickly placed Potato Ram over his shoulder and picked his broken sword. Now's my chance. The little pup from before was seen growling and commanding the dogs. Is he the leader of those things? Felt asked in anger. Is that girl there as well? Julius looked at Ram and Rim with a hardened stare. Ram shook her head. I was pretty meticulous when looking for the Mabeast user. That girl was long gone before this all went down. Although she spoke calmly, the Oni was seething with rage as she watched her sister's deprived state. Suddenly, an Algarm beast came out of the ground and attacked Rim. The maid blocked him with her arm and started punching his face until his skull broke. Another dog butted his head into hers, making her fly away and drop on her back. Subaru stopped running and looked back. Damn, it's no use. I can't ignore her. Take the plunge, Subaru. Men are about the gut, and women are about beauty. So. Subaru took a deep breath and shouted at the top of his lungs. Quit making that scary face and try to smile, Rim. I can return by dash. The world stopped and his heart was clenched softly again. In a second, all Algarms and Rim turned to stare at Subaru. And they all howled and screamed furiously together, Oni and beasts. This idiot. Anastasia facepalmed at the kid's idiotic tendencies. Wilhelm smiled softly and proudly as he saw himself saying the same thing to his beloved wife many years ago. He was wrong, of course, but Subaru will learn the same way he did. Rim shook her head and stopped breathing as she watched eyes wide as the events played out on the screen. She couldn't handle hurting him some more. He still thinks he's some hero? Felix softly asked as his wide eyes couldn't stop looking at the screen in disbelief. No, he's just pumping himself up with these words. He can't watch someone dear to him get hurt like that. I'll answer for the healer. The cat boy looked down with his eyes filled with confusion and pain. But she killed him. Why is he saving her after what she did to him? Crush glanced at her haunted-looking knight and shook her head. That's just who Natsuki-sama is. Felix couldn't understand it. He would never go so far like Subaru is. He wouldn't be like Subaru. Couldn't. And that fact broke him. Is he better than me? The healer wondered to himself as his fist shook with fear and anger. Reinhard and Julius watched the scene play out with glares of shame and disillusionment. I don't think I would have been this kind, Julius whispered softly. Reinhard couldn't help but agree. No one is this kind. Everyone looked at the proud and exasperated Otto as he smiled at them. No one is like Captain 'cause Captain is an idiot. Everyone was more confused as Garfield smirked from beside Otto and gave his own much less flattering opinion. Yes, Subaru is a dum-dum. Emilia smiled softly at her knight and decided that it would be best to just watch without letting her worry ruin this for her. Her knight was about to look so cool. She couldn't stop the tingles in her stomach. I'm a 400-year-old spirit, and I don't even say that anymore. In fact. Oh, hush Biko. That's Subaru's thing. Subaru simply breathed in and out as he tried to get his abused heart beating once again. Rem quickly swiped her mace stronger and began slaughtering the dogs at insane speeds. Subaru quickly ran away from the scene. Her horn. Ram called weakly. You're awake. That should have been the perfect moment. You've got good intuition, Wanisama. What about her horn? Dogs chased Subaru as he ran away, only to have themselves crushed by a hopping black mace. It's the horn that's making Rem a demon. One good, solid hit should bring her back to normal. You're sure? I am. I think. I hope. That's vague. Rem is shown cartwheeling and jumping constantly while killing and crushing Olgarm after Olgarm. Subaru looked at the crazy demon from afar with a daunted face at the task. That's gonna be impossible, Al stated in a defeated tone. Many nodded their heads with worried and disinterested faces. You really think Fayette will stop Subaru-kun? Roswell asked in amusement and leaned back to watch with a wide smile. He didn't like Ram being so close to danger, but he trusted Subaru. Aren't you supposed to be doing this job instead of your weakest butler? Crush asked with a clear discomfort on her face from calling the boy weak. As you've seen, Crush-sama, I wasn't really available to help Subaru-kun at the moment. I would never let members of my staff to face something so dastardly on their end, especially not the ones that are very dear to me. Ram blushed at the statement. So you would help Subaru if you were present during the troubles? Reinhard asked while activating his blessing on the clown. Roswell spread his arms wide and smiled. Of course. He's not lying, Reinhard concluded as the rest began to settle down and watch with uneasy glances at the clown. A hit on that one spot. Doesn't that seem impossible? Muster up all your wisdom and courage, and do something. I actually do have an idea for something we can do, but it'll make you mad. Rem's emotionless, disturbing face stares at them both. If it'll bring my sister back to her senses, I won't get mad. Really? Subaru started to get up while carrying Ram. Absolutely. What is he doing? Roswell lost his accent and contorted a serious-looking expression. Oddly, it put everyone on edge. You swear to Roshi? That's the most reckless name you could have chosen. Yes, I swear to Roswell-sama. What the fuck is he doing? Roswell glared at the screen now. Ram just blushed and looked down. All right. Subaru began stepping closer to the mind-broken Remington, seeing her step closer while clenching the chains of her Morning Star. He began to run at her with Ram in both hands. Heave. Ho. Subaru ran to gain momentum and threw Ram towards Rem. Everyone turned to shield Subaru as a certain angry clown stood up abruptly from his chair. It's okay, Roswell-sama. Ram tried to calm her lord down. He was saving my sister. The clown with no balloon seemed to have calmed down and slowly smiled towards the bunch. Suri, I seem to have lost my temper here. As Roswell sat down, Emilia and Beatrice continued to hug the boy tightly while looking at the clown with gazes of distrust. Rem's eyes widened at her hero's audacity. The pink-haired maid dived in the air and passed the dog beasts as she sped towards Rem. The crazed Oni finally seemed to have got some of her senses as she let the chains go and quickly took hold of Ram. Subaru quickly ran towards the sister with his sword at the ready. Hey, that seemed to have worked. Otto cheered for his friend on screen. He does know how to make a plan with what's in his grasp at the moment. Crush remembered how he used a giant fucking tree to kill the whale. This boy was devious, and she loved it. He prepared to strike at Rem's horn, but he immediately lost his focus when he looked at her blue cold eyes. His swing missed. Oh, come on, Captain. Garfield facepalmed in despair at his captain's mess up. Emilia and Beatrice's breathing hitched and leaned on the edge of their seats. Rem watched with her breathing halted and her eyes wide. I freaked out. I didn't have the guts to take the last step. Layami, Mimi and Roswell sounded out in frustration. As Subaru was dropping on the ground, a burst of air broke through the forest floor right at the spot where he was landing, making Subaru fly through the air above all the maybe-ass as well as Rem. The little pup looked up at the flying Subaru. Rem held her sister and looked up at Subaru. Subaru twisted his body and looked down at Rem as he began falling straight towards her. What's he gonna do now? Anastasia asked as she leaned forward with the rest of the crowd to watch the exciting scene. Rem moved her hand to send her mace towards the flying boy. But then a crack sounded and a few more bursts of air and shock waves cracked the ground, making her focus her attention on grabbing her sister tightly and stomping the floor so hard that the entire area formed into a crater around her and her foot. Damn! Al shouted. Holy shit! Ricardo yelled with his eyes wide in shock. That's cool. Garfield whistled to the maid on screen. Impressive, Reinhard complimented as he never would have expected the small maid to have such strength. Rem would have blushed at all the praise had she not been completely shaking in fear at what she will do to Subaru. Subaru glared and gripped his sword tight with both hands. If I let this chance go by, there won't be any others. As he began free-falling towards the insane maid, he shouted, Why do you want to save me? Smile, Rem. But I hurt you. He sped towards her with his sword ready above his head. Today, I'm more demonically inspired than a real demon. GHK. Asterisk crank. Asterisk. And with a swipe, the sword of the new butler clashed with the head maid's glowing horn. Title card. Demonically inspired methods. Yes. 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 Frederica giggled at the excited-looking Petra. Having fun watching your hero doing something heroic? Ricardo teased the little maid and laughed when she shyly hid her red face in Frederica's stomach. The big maid glared jokingly at the dogman. You can breathe now, sister. Rem looked frigid and manic as she turned to face her sister. Sis. Barusa managed to calm you down with that hit, and you should know the rest of the story from there. Rem's eyes widened and tears began falling from her tired red eyes. IW won't hurt him anymore? Ram only smiled and sat beside her sister. Roswell smiled at the sight and nodded his head proudly. He told Ram to go at the right moment. He was proud of his two little maids. Oops, someone was looking at him. He needs to stop smiling like a proud father and smile like an evil doll. Crush was looking at the clown from her seat with a look of apprehensiveness. Why was the wind of untruth blowing from him? He wasn't saying anything. Screen changes to a blood-red moon hovering in the darkness of the night. Why is tea nighttime now? What's with that scary moon? Otto and Garfield looked at the screen in confusion, as did most of the watchers behind them. What happened with Rem and Subaru? Petra asked in worry. The scene shown is that of a group of people standing in a circle in the middle of a village surrounded by many mountains. Rem and Ram both gasped in shock with trembling hands gripped tight between one another. What is going on? Amelia softly asked as she witnessed one of the most horrified looks she had ever seen in all her life on the maids' faces, and considering that people call her Sad Ella when they see her, that was saying something. The Oni girl just opened and closed her mouth like a finish as her wide eyes were filled with tears. Keep watching, Amelia-sama. Amelia felt a chill run down her spine at Roswell's serious tone. The clown almost looked sad as he watched with thin lips and dull eyes. I don't think this will be good, Felix said to his mistress as he backed away from the clearly upset clown. Crush could only nod in silence and look at the screen with practical suspicion. To us, the Demon Clan, twins are taboo. An old strict-looking man stepped in front of the villagers while a pink-haired woman was being restrained behind him. Please wait, Chief, she pleaded as her arms were held against her will. No. To protect our pride as a race, we must dispose of them. Such is the Demon Clan's custom. This is the Demon Clan? Julius quickly took out a notebook to record this. This clan had been lost to history with no survivors found of the once feared peoples. What is he talking about? Felt asked as she didn't like the way he was speaking about some twins. Oh shit. In the middle of the huddled group of villagers, there was a table that had a basket in it. A basket in which two adorable babies were laying in. The two infants were nearly identical in looks, even sprouting one horn on each of their foreheads that looked the same. The only difference, one had blue hair, and the other had pink. Is that? Petra pointed in shock as others began recognizing the twins. Oh my gosh, it's baby Ram and Rem. Amelia squealed at the sight. Her expression quickly turned to one of pure horror. Wait. He's gonna kill them? Otto shouted in disgust at such a stupid low. Some in the crowd looked alarmed and angry at this. Stupid mongrels. Even the nasty princess herself was shooting seething disgust out of her scarlet eyes at the old chief of the clan. It is our law. The villagers watched as the chief raised his arm to the two newborns. Two sharp and powerful white horns suddenly manifested out of the chief's head. Julius and Reinhardt's eyes widened as the full power of an Oni was present before them. That's messed up, Garfield shouted in fury at the man as he clenched his fists. He wanted to save Ram so badly it hurt him to remain in the chair. The blue-haired baby was spooked by the old man's appearance as he glared at them, so she began crying in fright. He made little Mei-chan cry. Mimi and Tybee shouted as they glared at the heartless chief in anger. The pink-haired girl looked at her crying twin and glared angrily at the old man. Suddenly, a bright red light started flowing around the pink-haired baby and a force field of wind appeared around the basket. Whoa. Damn. Al, now shaking, gripped his chair handle in anger. The others began marveling at baby Ram's power. The village looked on in shock and awe as the red light stopped covering the two and a whirlwind was shot at the old man, knocking him away from the two sisters. The chief looked at the pink-haired girl with his jaw open in pure shock. This child is. He uttered in disbelief. Ram closed her eyes and scowled at the screen. She could feel the way her sister's emotions dropped in a second by seeing this moment. The moment where Ram became the village's prodigy. Scene change. The screen shows the two infants who have grown into two cute little girls. The two were standing in front of a waterfall while the villagers and the chief stood behind them. So they let you live? Anastasia looked on with interest. They let us live because Wani-sama would have unleashed her power every time they tried. Rem finally spoke in a hoarse and broken voice. Everyone else was too interested in the village before them and taken in by the relief that they won't be seeing infants get killed for a stupid law, to care about the broken Oni girl and her angry scowling sister as they looked at the screen with tears in their eyes. The pink-haired Oni raised her arm and began citing a spell that forced the waterfall to turn into a whirlwind that soared through the air and forced the water to drop all over the village and the farms. That's amazing wind magic. I never mastered such a hard spell. Mimi yelled out in awe at the demon's powerful advanced spells. Everyone else was also looking at the screen with varied looks of amazement and interest. Reinhardt and Julius were both noting and writing all they could find of the lost demon culture no matter how trivial it was. This was very valuable information that could serve the kingdom FO. Nerds. Losers. Garfield and felt fist-pumped as they snorted at the two. Both the greatest of knights and the sword saint clenched their pins and carried on their duty of gathering this informa, and of being gay nerds while hoping to capture a speed like mine. The entire population of the Oni village stared at Ram in amazement. She is a true prodigy. Such power, with only one horn. If she had two horns. The small blue-haired little girl looked behind her in sadness. Oh, little cute Rimrin is feeling left out. Amelia's heart broke for the little girl. The little girl instantly reminded her of herself. Ram just held her sister tightly as those wretched feelings of guilt and anger came back to fill her black soul. Scene change. The two twins are sitting with their parents eating lunch. Close your eyes. Please, close them. I don't want you to go through this alone, sister. Ram hugged her sister and cried with her. Their parents weren't helping with Rim's pain, but they were still their parents. Seeing again and so alive as well. It was just too much for the two demon twins. So Ram and Rim cried in silence. Roswell looked at them with emotionless eyes. For a second. Just a second. There was a glint of pain. Very good, Ram. The dad applauded in pride. Ram, you'll have to follow your sister's example and work hard. Don't worry. One day, Rim will show us that she has incredible power. Looks like the blue one was pathetic in the eyes of her own parents. That's not a nice thing to say. And why should I adhere to a rat's opinion? Felt growled at the nasty fiery maiden while Ram glared at the candidate. Priscilla smirked and watched the screen with pride. You're right. She is Ram's sister, after all. We expect great things. Rem looked down in sadness. Ram stared at her sister with a worried gaze. They're acting as if Rem's not good enough. Emilia was heartbroken by the way the parents treated Rem. Scene change. Rem is standing all alone in the middle of the night right where her sister stood in the morning. Right in front of the waterfall. The little girl summoned her horn out and began shooting the same spell Ram had used. The same whirlwind of water came out of the waterfall's pit, but suddenly it collapsed into nothing as Rem's magic was too weak to keep it stable, unlike her sister. Rem was splashed with water as she stared at the waterfall in disappointment. Don't worry. Rem looked behind her to find her sister standing there. Sissy. Ram was smiling at her sister. Just be you, Remington. You don't have to worry about what people say. Rem just stared at her. Ramsan was such a good sister. Petra clasped her hands together at the sheer sweetness of the scene. The older sister was right to stand by her sissy, I suppose. Emilia smiled at Beatrice. Even the little spirit was taken in by the sisterly bond. Scene change. Rim is shown struggling to write like the other school kids while Ram is speed writing so good and so fast, I thought I had competition for a second. Scene change. Ram is shown using her magic to hold a giant water ball in the air while Rim and the other villagers are staring at her with amazing looks. Scene change. Ram is walking with their mother smiling proudly as she stares at her little girl. Rim is behind them watching the two's backs. Scene change. Ram is perfectly cutting stacks of wood, while Rim is struggling to din a single log. Rim glares in frustration. That's a rough life to live. Ricardo grimaced at the heartbreaking scene. Oh, Remington. It brought tears of sadness to Amelia's eyes to see the tragic life the maid had led. Even though she had some nasty feelings for what she did to her Subaru, she was still sympathetic to anyone that was outcast for their traits. Scene changed to Rem failing to support the whirlwind of water at the same waterfall again. I can never match my sister in demon power. Then, Ram, don't cry, sissy. Rem just hugged her sister tight as the pink-haired Oni silently shed tears of guilt and anger. How can I? After what I did to you, sissy. I'm so sorry. Rem could only hug her Wanisama in silence. But in her mind, the guilt was eating her alive. How could she make the most amazing sister in the world cry because of her? How greedy must I be? Rem cried tears of self-loathing. Scene changed to Ram and her mother cleaning the dishes. Rem walks in while having a determined look on her face as she looks at her mother's back. Hey, Mom. Surprised, the mother turned to her child. What is it, Rem? I'll make dinner tomorrow. Rem smiled excitedly at her mom. Scene changes to Ram and Rem sitting on their bed. What are you going to make for dinner? Ram asked her sister, who seemed to be thinking. Maybe a stir-fry with barbaro rabbit meat and nuts from the trees in the forest and steamed potatoes. Fucktatos. Stupid-ass name. I'll help you. Rem shook her head. No, I'll be fine by myself. Just watch me. The scene changes to Rem picking up a few nuts from the ground and putting them in her basket. So that's why you're better at housework than Ram? Frederica asked the twins, but her expression turned to a frown as she noticed how hidden and extremely close the two were to each other. What's Ron Dash? Then it hit her. The clan was eradicated. Oh goodness. Frederica immediately felt for her sister colleagues. Now I just need a rabbit. Rem smiled and began walking towards her village, and then it started raining. The little girl ran through the forest as fast as she could to shield herself from the rainstorm. Asterisk boom, asterisk. Asterisk thunder noises, asterisk. Asterisk crack. Rem ran as fast as she could from the oncoming storm. She barely missed a lightning strike as it shot from the sky and blasted onto a tree she had passed by. Rem fell on the muddy ground and looked back to find the tree on fire and falling right towards her. The little girl closed her eyes and waited to be crushed by the tree. But then a speed wind blade tore the flaming tree into pieces, saving Rem. The Oni looked up and found a relieved-looking Ram smiling down at her. Sissy. Rem smiled at her sister, but then she frowned as she looked at her crushed basket and fallen nuts. Scene changes to Rem and Ram sitting with their parents. I'm so glad you're both all right, their mother said with a smile. Rem's eyes teared up as she thought to herself. Both. Rem, don't go into the forest alone again. The father softly ordered with a smile. You don't have to worry your sister. That's what they were worried about? Felt spat in disgust at the treatment between the sisters. Rem's face remained fallen. Yes, Mom. I'm sorry. Oh, Rem. Frederica's eyes watered for the little Oni. Emilia and Beatrice looked down a bit and found themselves rethinking some of their hatred or reluctance to forgive Rim's actions with Subaru. If he forgave her, why couldn't they? Ram quickly picked up a potato, haha, and began biting from it. Wait, don't forget about this. The steamed potatoes Rim made are really good. Seeing their dad begin eating as well, Ram started complimenting even more. They have just the right amount of salt. You're right. The dad stared at the food in delight. The mother giggled softly. I had no idea Rim could make something so delicious. Rim's head kept looking down as the little girl fell into despair. That was nice of her. Anastasia cooed as she enjoyed the sisters' bond through the screen. Crush nodded and frowned as she saw the sweet girl she respected and held dear get softly ostracized and ignored by all since her birth. No wonder you have such a sweet smile. Crush mused to herself as she remembered the sweet, pure smile on the maid's face. Scene change. Rim is trying to pick up nuts from the ground as a charcoal dark forest towered around her. You went back. Otto kept looking at the screen and watched so he didn't see Rim hugging her sister tighter as the events plagued her mind once again. That's enough, Remington. The little Rim looked behind her, surprised that her mother was in the forest too. I'm just happy both of you are all right. Yes, we're glad you're both all right. Rim looked at the new voice and found it was her father. Rim's eyes teared up from happiness as her parents smiled at her. This looks rather odd, in fact. Beatrice mused as she watched. Emilia nodded as she noticed a weird feeling coming off. Suddenly, a new voice sounded out. No, it would have been better if only Ram had been safe. That's right. You said it. Rem looked around. The dark gray forest was now filled with the shapes of the villagers standing around her. Gray clothes and skin, voices cold and cruel. Ah, it's a nightmare. Julius sounded in sympathy as he understood what was happening. Ram just hugged her sister tightly. Yes, if only that useless Rem had died. Her mother said. And only Ram had lived. That would have been best. The father continued. Little Rem cried and ran away from the gray people. What horrible thoughts. Wilhelm shook his head with a frown of empathy to the young maid. Many were looking at the screen with uncomfortable gazes of sympathy and pity. She ran and ran. Through the falling rain, she ran. Stopping underneath a well and crying into her knees. Her misery and despair were the only things that filled her. And suddenly a glowing hand grabbed her ample one. Rem looked up and found something that made her feel safe and happy. Her sister was smiling at her. And the rain disappeared, replaced with the sun glowing behind Ram. And then those two disappeared as Rem woke up from her dream. She woke up to find her sister holding her hand and smiling warmly. You were having a scary dream, weren't you? Sissy. It's all right. I'm with you. So you don't have to worry about anything. Right, sister? I love you. Rem hugged Ram's arm. That's so sweet. Emilia was full on crying at the beautiful scenery. Anastasia looked away and wiped a few stray tears in secret. Boss. SHHH. Ricardo quickly looked away and ignored the glare his boss was sending. He better keeps his mouth shut. My sister really is amazing. I'm not. Yes, you are. I can't match her in anything. Yes, you can. No. I can't. In that case, I don't have to do anything anymore. Please, Rem. Don't worry, sister. I can just walk behind her. I have nothing left anyway. GHK. Ram just cried as she finally understood just how damaged her sister was. She couldn't help her now. She was too far gone. Ram had failed. Rem was emotionally disturbed. That's not true. You were amazing when you fought that whale. Mimi yelled out to the maid. Rem, you saved those kids in the forest and Subaru as well. Frederica tried to help the maid see a light in her life as well. You don't have to think like that, Rem-san. Otto pleaded to the emotionless maid. Rem just hugged her sister with a blank stare. I killed the only good thing in my life. Emilia's eyes widened in horror once again as she heard the cold tone of a self-loathing soul. He won't love me. He never loved me. He can't love me. Repeating over and over, Rem just repeated with a cold, dead tone. Is she insane, Dash? Shut up. Felix quickly obeyed and silenced his exclamation in favor of looking away from Ram's seething glare. Don't look at my sissy. Everyone looked away from the two in respect to her wishes as Ram cradled her broken sister. Please. Barusu. Please. Ram could do the only thing she could in this situation, although she wanted to die for this. She was disgusted because of this. But she realized that her only chance to retrieve her sister was in the hands of the boy that she thought nothing of but a man with good timing. How hilarious was his timing now? Ram found it genuinely funny. Scene change. Rem was sleeping contentedly on her bed with a smile on her face. Some noises sounded out and she was woken up to find her bed empty. There was no Ram. Little Rem got up and looked around the room. Sissy. Rem quietly left the room and stepped towards her parents' front door. She opened it. Rem's eyes widened as her entire village was turning to ash. The buildings, the trees, the roads. Everything was burning. The flames were licking the sky from how high they'd risen. What? Julius stopped writing and looked at the hellish landscape before him in alarm. This is what happened that night? Reinhard glared with narrowed eyes at the screen as he noticed a horrifying sight. He quickly shielded his lady's eyes. Felt let him do as he pleased since she heard gasps and cried all around her. Frederica also immediately clenched Petra close and hid her eyes to block her view. She kept watching out of respect for her sisters at work. Rem looked closer into the fire and her horror grew as she noticed the melting bodies of the chief of her village. She looked in another direction. The boiling malformed faces of both her parents. Rem's tears fell as she dropped to her knees. No. How could they? Emilia was too shocked to even breathe as she looked at the screen with a frozen expression. The despair and shock as she watched the entire village burn was overwhelming her. She barely even noticed that she was being surrounded by many figures wearing hoods. Bastards! Felix shouted angrily as he witnessed the scum that had hurt his lady. The knights were all glaring at the screen as it concluded what had happened to the village. So that's why you hate the cult so much? Anastasia nodded her head while glaring at the screen in disdain. Crush gripped her knees in anger as she watched those filthy cultists threaten a little child. Scum. A man wearing a hood was ready to strike the grief-stricken Rem with his blade. But then a wind blade cut him and all of his associates to shreds. Sissy. Ram jumped in front of her sister and sent a dome of cutting wind all around them, cutting every hooded figure, and even the strong flames were put out. Ram turned to her sister and smiled. Rem, I'm glad you're safe. The two sisters stared at one another as the flames returned and surrounded them. Ram reached her hand out for her sis. And then, a hooded man managed to sneak behind them and strike at the right spot to send Ram's glowing magical horn flying, bleeding as it was cut off of Ram's forehead. The prodigy of the Oni clan was hornless forever. Oh no. So that's why. You lost it while helping your sister. Everyone stared in shock as Ram lost the most essential trait of her own bloodline. Those fuckers are dead. Garfield gripped his chair handles hard and scowled demonically at the hooded figures. The shield of the sanctuary was pissed. And as the blood of her sister's horn soared, and as the horn that had tormented her dropped, Rem could only stare in shock. She then smiled with relief. It finally broke off. Scene end. Ram hugged her sister tighter as the shock of the scene wore off instantly. I don't care for how you felt that night. You had every right to be happy, sissy. I was happy too. Please come back. But Rem was never going to answer her. She was guilty. She was sinful. She deserved pain. This is messed up. Fucked up. Otto declared and Garfield clarified as their blood was boiling for what happened to these girls. Such a gruesome end to an entire race. Reinhard grimaced. So it was the witch's cult behind the eradication, Wilhelm mused with a deep frown. Disgusting freaks. Felix spat in hatred. But how did the maids make it, I wonder? The ever-elegant Julius asked as he continued to watch. Flashbacks began playing of Roswell carrying a bleeding ram while the fire danced around him. Because of me, my sister's horn was broken, and she lost her power. From now on, I have to learn to do all the things that sister could do it. This is what sister would have done. Sister is even more amazing. Sister could do even more. I'm only imitating what sister could do. If I can't even do that satisfactorily, I'm worthless. The flashbacks play on the times Rem and Ram began working as maids in that very mansion. How she cut her hand peeling vegetables. How she trained to serve tea. How she cleaned and made food. She was doing everything and anything while Ram was watching with worry. You're doing a fine job. Roswell smiled at her in one of the flashbacks as the twins served him lunch. I heard those words back home many times. Don't overdo it, Ram said as she stood on the mansion's entrance while Rem ignored her and cleaned the garden on her own. Even if I overdo everything, will it be enough? Why do you try so hard? A younger Frederica asked Rem as she finished the garden. Why else? Because nothing I do is enough. Why should I go on living? All of this is my atonement for what I thought on that fiery night. What can I do to atone? I'll risk my life to walk the path that my sister would have walked, the path I took from her. Because I'm inferior to her in every way. I'm nothing but a replacement. There were 2 lone vases with flowers in them. One of them just cracked. That was Rem. Hold on, Rem. To everyone's surprise. It was Emilia who spoke up as her eyes flashed with determination. Frederica also stood up and shouted her own support as she finally understood how bad of a job she did in being a friend to these 2. You're not alone, Remington. You have friends that don't care for how you felt on that night. We understand why you did it. Subaru wouldn't want to see you like this, Rimrin. Petra tried to form her seat to add to the support. Remember how much Natsuki-sama cried for you after the whale's death. Crush sternly throws her words into the fray. Natsuki-san was trying so hard to save you. He did a lot just to see if you'd wake up. He spent every night of the past year telling you about his life, I suppose. Otto, Garfield, and Beatrice. Emilia, Frederica, Crush, Petra, and Ram. They all wanted to make the maid feel better about her place in life. They wanted to save her from a void. To Thari's prison. But none of them mattered enough. None of them got killed by her. Only one was. And she couldn't hear his voice. Everyone was waiting for the emotionless Rem to say anything. Rem. Ram whispered in a heart-wrenching tone. Rem wasn't going to respond to them. They had failed in saving the girl's sanity. Amusing. Shut your shithole tits for brains. Felt shouted at the snorting Priscilla. The fiery princess was about to bring hell down upon the little whore. Reinhard was prepared to fight on his lady's behalf. He wasn't wishing to hit this woman. And as the chaos exploded from hopelessness, a certain someone loomed over the two twins. Ram slowly looked up with her eyes wide. Roswell-sama. The Magi surprised all as he knelt and gave his two maids a hug. Well, this is uncommon. Anastasia snorted as she saw the creepy man patting the twins on the head. I hate seeing you both like fee eyes. Roswell smiled at them and stepped back with his arms still on the catatonic rim. What? Garfield was about to jump and punch the man, but he was stopped by his brother. Let him, Otto ordered as he watched the Lord carry the blue-haired maid towards the front row. May I have this seat, Betty Sian? Beatrice nodded her head as she understood the reasoning behind the Magi's actions. Roswell smiled gratefully at the spirit girl and placed Rem on the empty seat, right beside Subaru. What are you doing? Julius asked in apprehensiveness. I'm merely providing her the comfort she desires. Roswell softly smiled down and went back to his seat. Everyone looked unsure of what to do next. Sit, please. You have to continue watching. Just wake him up. Let him save my sister, please. Ram cried from her place towards the screen. But she was met with silence and the screen buzzing on once more. Let's continue watching for now, Wilhelm solemnly advised. Soon one by one, everyone sat down in their seats while Ram remained sobbing. Rem remained doll-like beside Subaru. Emilia sat down and looked at the maid in pity. Beatrice sat down in Subaru's lap again, this time fully integrated. Biko. This was meant for Betty anyway, I suppose. The elegant spirit held her head high to nuzzle her contractor's neck as she enjoyed the soft new chair. Into the flashback scene. Barusu, head to the right of that broken tree ahead. You're too slow. Don't ask any more of me. I'm running, as fast as I can. Rem slowly opened her eyes and found herself being carried by Subaru as he ran through the forest with her sister in tow. So we come back here? Felix tiredly whined as he was too emotionally exhausted to worry about the boy dying. Subaru-kun. What? You're awake, Rem? Subaru asked as he kept running. Ram smiled in relief at her little sister. Thank goodness, Remington. You really are a handful. A dog beast charged at them. Fula. Ram cut the beast's arms and carried on running with Subaru. The two stopped and hid inside a bush with Rem resting on Subaru's chest. Why? Subaru looked down at the maid. Why didn't you just leave me alone? You and sister showing up makes it all pointless. Rem whimpered and looked up at him with tears in her eyes. I should be the one to do it. No one else needs to get hurt anymore. Too late for that. Ram and I are already torn to shreds, maybe even more than you. My right shoulder is dislocated. Subaru smiled uneasily as Ram stared at her sister. Rem looked down with a haunted look. It's my fault. So I have to take responsibility. If I don't, I can't do anything for sister or for you. Subaru and Ram were taken aback as Rem whimpered and sniffled. I haven't changed at all. I committed the same sin I did back then, because I hesitated to extend my hand to you. The witch's sent. You nearly died. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but you decided to do this alone to atone for that? Rem stopped crying as Subaru closed his eyes. Rem. He called. The maid slowly looked up at him, with a look so broken. Yes, she softly answered. Super slap. Subaru headbutted the girl, making her step back and look at him in shock. Emilia and Beatrice's eyes widened as they never imagined Subaru doing the same thing he did with them. The same way he saved Emilia in the tomb. The same way he saved Beatrice from the library. By calling them dumb. For starters, are you dumb? No, you are dumb. Barusu, the cut on your forehead is reopened and bleeding again. Yeah, I know I'm dumb too. But your sister is even dumber. What a heinous way to treat a lady. Julius mused in a disappointed fatherly tone. He did have an excited glint in his eye. He was cheering Subaru on. He turned to the shocked Rem with his blood flowing down his face. Listen, where I'm from, there's a saying, 3 heads are better than 1. Or is it 2 heads? Whatever. The point is, 3 heads thinking together are harder to break than 1 arrow alone. It means you should rely on those around you instead of thinking about stuff alone. Wise words, Subaru. Wilhelm nodded his head at the boy's spirit to help his friends. The old man hoped that it would wake up their Rem from her own darkness. Rem looked at him, bewildered. Subaru-kun. She said softly. Rustle asterisk. Her eyes widened as the rustling increased around them. Damn. Subaru looked at the oncoming herd of dogs. Ram, which way should we run to get outside the barrier? We'd have to run left at full speed. What's your plan? I could shove Rem toward you and run tragically to the right dash. You'll draw the Algarm's attention while I take Rem and run? Ram cut him off like the polite maid she was. Could you not expose my attempt at hiding my embarrassment so easily? There's no way you'll survive. Please don't. If you do that, I'll... Rem closed her eyes in guilt. Subaru. Emilia was now both worried for and angry at her knight for always choosing this route. Why does he choose to be a bait all the time? Otto facepalmed in frustration similar to Emilia's. Don't worry. I have a brilliant plan you don't know about to round up all the maybe-asts. Subaru-kun, why would you do all this? Well, Subaru turned and picked Rem up to place her on Ram's back. He posed before the two and smiled at Rem. You were my partner on my very first date. He patted her head and smiled warmly. I wouldn't be so heartless as to desert you. Rem's eyes widened as she heard words she was once confused at but saw a memory she was ashamed of. The memory of the first date in Subaru's second loop at the mansion, when he first made her smile. Rem stared at him in awe. He smirked and turned towards the beasts. All right, guess I'd better go and do this. Take care of Rem, Wanisama. He ran to face the dogs. I'll be praying for our safe reunion, Barusu. She ran with Rem on her back in a different direction. Subaru is shown running with his hand limp from the dislocated shoulder. Subaru runs and runs from two Algarms chasing him. He looks ahead to find the little pup smirking at him with bared teeth and wide red eyes as the herd behind him growls at the boy. Everyone held their breaths collectively as they all thought the same thing. What are you doing, Subaru? Music play. Redo. I'd love to finish you off right about now. Subaru glared as he stood before the pup. The little dog growled and stomped his paws into the dirt as hard as he could. Black smoke began surrounding the creature, and he began getting bigger and bigger. Soon, Subaru was faced with a giant Olgarm beast king 10 times his size. It roared down at him with razor-sharp teeth at the ready. Subaru glared up at it. Even though he was cornered from every side by many smaller Olgarms, he kept glaring at the king. I've got an ace up my sleeve, too. Subaru slowly put something in his mouth. It's you and me, pal. Get ready. Rem is watching the boys face off with horrified eyes. Sister. Subaru-kun is. Subaru-kun is. Don't look back. Remington Barusu's determination will be for nothing. You just left him, I suppose? Beatrice screamed as she watched with wide eyes. Everyone was at the thin edge of their seats to watch what he planned. Rem watched with despaired eyes, tears fall. Images of her time with him play. His smile. Sissy. Rem yells out in agony as she closes her eyes. Ram is so shocked she falls over. Rem looks behind her quickly towards the boy as the giant monster towered over him. Subaru-kun. Rem shouts his name in terror and sadness. Subaru smirks. The new butler of El Mather's estate readies the sword of the villagers in his hand and shouts to the sky. Shamak. What a moron, Felix spat, face-palming in essence. Crush, his own liege, was smiling at the boy's tactic. I'd assume that he won't be losing this one. Though this addicting display never hurts to watch, the Duchess widened her smirk while leaning back to enjoy the show. The beasts could only blink in shock as a black cloud of dark smoke overtook their senses. Subaru ran through the darkness, with his target visible to him and only him. He jumps and stabs his sword directly into the king's neck. He drops down and smirks. I could do without the bugs, but I appreciate the Bako fruit. Thanks for that, brats. He spits out a sucked Bako and looks at Rem. Yes, I put it in there. I was the one who helped him. Petra jumped in excitement. It won't be enough. Garfield shook his head as he kept his eyes glued on the screen. Asterisk growl. Asterisk. Crap dash. Subaru is surprised to find the king towering over him. The monster crushed Subaru under its paw, pinning the boy underneath it. The struggling boy quickly takes out the broken sword from the beast's neck and stabs its mouth, making it howl in pain. What's the matter? Bring it on, Boss Garm. Subaru readies his sword once again as he glares at the beast. Asterisk growl. Asterisk. The angry king swiftly swipes his paw to crush the insolent child that hurt him. And by a second, Subaru Natsuki would have been crushed. If it wasn't for one gay-ass clown. Olgoa. Subaru watched with shock as fireballs rapidly dropped all around him, hitting every beast and burning them to ashes. Even the king was no match for the sheer strength of these fire attacks. Slowly, a figure was hovering down in front of the boy with a wide smile on his face. Oh, my. You look an absolute idiot, Friot. I can't believe this, but I'm glad for your presence for once. Anastasia sounded what most of the people in the room were thinking. Come on, give me all the thank yous that I deserve. Roswell stretched his arms wide and smirked smugly towards the crowd. No one paid him any mind. Subaru smiles in relief. You're way late, Roshi. Roswell chuckles. Subaru sat down cross-legged and rested. I'm surprised you knew where to find me, though. Emilia-sama drove it into me quite thoroughly in the village. Subaru looked confused. Roswell intertwined his hands together and clenched his cheeks. Even if it's rash or reckless, he'll use magic if he's cornered, so don't lose sight of him from above, she sighed. He said in a mocking Emilia voice. I was going to thank you for saving this dum-dum, but I guess you had to open your mouth. Humph. Emilia huffed and hugged her sleeping boy tight. Roswell just chuckled while the rest giggled at the scene. Roswell-sama, Ram shouted as she limped with her sister toward the Lord. I'm sorry to cause so much trouble for you. Ram bowed while holding her sister. Oh, not at all. In fact, you both did fine work in my absence. I will most certainly show my gratitude for what you've done for me. You have my word. Roswell smiled gratefully at the butler boy. Subaru-kun. Subaru could do nothing but stay crushed underneath Rem's body as she dropped on him and hugged him tightly. Rem, that hurts. Stop. I'm kinda hurt all over again. Rem was having none of it as she cried on his chest. You're alive. You stayed alive. Subaru-kun. 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 She whined and cried into his chest. This again. Subaru's tired eyes rolled into the back of his head once again. Darkness. Come on. Ram looked at her sister with a despaired face. Something has to help Remington. Please. Change scene. Subaru is shown waking up in the same robes, in the same bed, looking at the same ceiling as his restart point. He had died. What? Emilia screamed. No. Garfield gripped his hair in despair. I don't understand. Perusu had died? Ram asked with a wide manic expression. Fuck off. I'll shout it in rage. After all of that. Come on. Ricardo sounded out in rage. Subaru had returned by DEA. Are you awake? Subaru slowly looked at the source of the voice. Finding a blue-haired maid sitting on a chair beside his bed and holding his hand tightly wasn't what he expected. Did I do this? Like, grabbed you, and never let go. Subaru looked at their hands and then at Rem with an embarrassed smile. Rem looked down with a forlorn expression. No, this is, well? It was me. You looked like you were in pain while you slept, so You held my hand? I don't know what to do at times like these, so I did what would have made me the happiest if I were in your place. Phew. Otto wiped his brow with a smile. He didn't die, thank goodness. Anastasia sighed in relief. Oh, have you taken a liking to the boy? Crush quickly caught on to the greedy merchant's words. Anastasia huffed and looked away. Crush's suspicion didn't fade. She knew that the smart girl wasn't answering because she would be caught easily. No matter how many years of thievery and bribing in merchant business could ever beat a divine blessing of the wind. Subaru sat up and smiled at the maid. Anyway, I'd like to hear the rest. I'd like to know how it ended. Were my curses removed? Rem nodded her head while looking at the floor. Yes. Roswell-sama took care of all the maybe-asts. So there's no chance the curses will activate. Subaru sighed with relief. Rem slowly bowed her head to him. I'm sorry, Subaru-kun. Hey, come on. Lift your head, Remington. There's nothing wrong with me. Rem didn't raise her head, letting Subaru just stare at her with a smile. You always look calm, but you're not calm or collected at all, are you? Subaru chuckled. I do realize that I am a powerless and incompetent demon clan dropout. So no matter what I do, I can never match my sister. I'm only her replacement, and one far inferior to her. Good for nothing. Rem started to tear up as she stared at the floor. Why was I the one to keep my horn? Why couldn't sister be the one to keep her horn? Why was she born with only one horn? Why did we have to be twins? Rem was sniffling and gasping from the sadness. Subaru was looking at her with pity filling his black eyes. I'm sorry. That was a strange thing for me to say. Please forget it. She began wiping her eyes while looking away from the boy. You know, Rem, you keep putting Ram on a pedestal and undermining yourself, but I don't think Ram's situation would be any better if she were in your position. Ram is weaker than you. She can't cook. She slacks off on the job. She says mean things. If I didn't need you right now, I would have killed you. Stupid Barusu. Ram gritted her teeth and waited for any signs of her sister's recovery. Why, you're wrong. Sister's true self is more. If she had her horn, you wouldn't say. Ram tried to defend her sister's honor. But Ram doesn't have her horn, so I don't know that, Ram. I'm pretty sure you're the only one who cares whether she has a horn or not. What Ram doesn't have, you do. Just accept that. Everyone's breathing hitched as they witnessed Ram's body move on its own. She stared at the screen. Come on, Barusu. Ram pleaded softly. You're kind. You're hardworking. You always do your best, and your chest is bigger than hers. Ram pouted at the nasty bastard. Dirty, Subaru. Disgusting, in fact. People giggled and laughed in sheer disbelief. Ram was chuckling while staring at the screen with her blue darkened eyes. If you hadn't been around, those dogs would have chewed me to death. I was saved because you were there, and as you can see, I'm alive. Not only because of your sister, but because of you. Subaru stood up and held Rem's hand while smiling at her. Rem's head lowered down as she let the smile turn into a thin line of emotions killed. Rem looked away. My true sister could have done much more. Maybe so. But the one who was there for me was you. The maid's head raised a little. Looking almost hopeful, she watched. Rem's eyes widened as she stared up at him while he held her hand with both of his. I'm glad you were there. Thank you. Eyes widened in disbelief. Her mind. Her mind was being restored. Her heart was feeling something other than the cold embrace of self-loathing and helplessness. But the grip of guilt crushed her soul so she can't feel the full effect. I told you that I'm only my sister's replacement. Don't define yourself that way. It's too sad. Of course, I haven't heard the details of how she lost her horn, and I won't ask, so I'll never know. And since I don't know, I get to talk as if I know all about it. The guilt that had trapped her was slowly lifting. Subaru tapped his forehead with his finger and smiled at the standing maid. All you have to do is be the horn Ram doesn't have. You two can be a demon together. The darkness is fading. Everyone watched with bated breath and widened eyes between the broken girl and the screen. Rem looked down in sadness. Also, you call yourself a replacement, but no one could replace you. But her voice was weak. Rem tried to argue. Where I come from, there's a saying, demons laugh when you talk about next year. So, laugh, Remington. This is so sweet. Emilia felt hurt to admit it, but she couldn't help it. This scene was too precious for her grudge to show. Maybe it was Subaru forgiving her, but Emilia couldn't see the maid in such a bad light anymore. It might be, I suppose. To her surprise, Beatrice also admitted the same thing. Wipe off the sad face and laugh. Laugh while we talk about the future. Let's talk while looking forward to making up for all the time you've wasted looking back. We can start by talking about tomorrow. I can see the light. Rem produced a dead whisper as her dull eyes watched. Tomorrow. Yep, tomorrow. You can say anything, like whether you'll make a Japanese or Western-style breakfast tomorrow, or whether you'll put on your right or left shoe first. It can be something silly like that. No matter how silly it is, you can talk about it tomorrow because you have it tomorrow. How about it? You have it tomorrow? You're alive? But I killed you. Rim's eyes shed tears down her face as he guilt gripped her tightly and stopped her from feeling anything else. I am very weak, so I'm sure I'll end up leaning on you. Rim looked at him in guilt. What's so wrong with that? Subaru asked, surprising the maid. The grip softened as the honesty and clarity filled her. Why would a boy who hated her sound so eager to help her? Does that mean he cares for her? I'm weak, stupid, scary-looking, and dense. But I still live my life expecting others to take care of things for me. Felix and Julius looked down as they had berated the boy for those reasons as well. Subaru rubbed the back of his head as he smiled sheepishly. We can lean on each other as we move forward. Let's laugh and talk about tomorrow with our arms around each other's shoulders. It's always been my dream to talk about next year with a demon while we both laugh. Come on, Captain. You wonderful bastard. Garfield cheered as he noticed the light coming back into Rem's eyes. How does he do it? Ricardo slumped back and watched in amazement as the boy charmed yet another lady. Subaru smiled charmingly. The wind blew around them as Rem's smile widened beautifully and tears of happiness came out of her eyes. You are demonically inspired. Rem chuckled through her happy tears. Subaru winked, right? Subaru patted her head as she cried and giggled at the same time. Title card. Rem. And the dam broke. Subaru-kun. Subaru-kun. Rem screamed in agony as the grip of guilt evaporated with that single line, as she remembered every time he would say it to her, when he said it after he confessed to loving her. So the confused and tired maid only hugged the boy tightly while crying into his chest. Subaru-kun. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I love you. Everyone watched with pitying looks as they understood something that had passed them all like an afterthought. This part of Subaru's life was harder on Rem than anyone else, Felix softly noted as he watched the sad yet relieving scene. Many nodded their heads as they watched with tired looks. Ram sighed in relief and smiled through her tears. So this is why you hold him so close to your heart, Crush whispered to herself as she watched that previous scene. Could she have a moment like that with him? How would it feel like to have someone make her feel like she is all she needs in this world? Crush just smiled at the boy in the front row excitedly. Scene change. By the way, Ram, did you find the one who was controlling the Mayo Beasts? Yes, but the trail had already vanished. The screen shows Ram standing in front of Roswell as he sat on his desk chair in the office. It was nighttime, so the entire room was dark. It seems one of the children that Barusu and Rem brought back from the forest disappeared the next day. Was this all connected to the battle for the throne, as well? The Bowel Hunter, the Beast Masters. We've gotten involved with some bizarre characters. So it wasn't you? Ricardo eyed the clown stink-eyed. Everyone looked at the clown as he shook his head and answered. That wasn't made by me. Emilia and most of the watchers looked at Crush and Reinhardt. Truth. Telling the truth. Having the two confirm it. Who was it that sent the assassin then? No one answered Anastasia's night. Julius leaned back and accepted the silent challenge. No matter how many strange characters you face, you aren't the sort of man to lose heart, are you? My, how audacious you've become. Roswell smiled softly and whispered, Come here. Ram sat down on his lap as he caressed her head. I was unable to attend to you for a whole night, after all. I'm sorry. Please do. That's fucking creepy, man. I'll sound it a bit angry. Roswell just flipped the bird nonchalantly. You've used quite a lot of mana. May the stars protect you. Roswell began shooting mana from his fingertip and into the place where her horn used to be. Ram sighed in content as Roswell smiled over her. I will be busy again for a while. I know it will be hard on you, but I'll be co-outing on you and Remington. As you wish. Since that fiery night, my body has belonged to you, Roswell-sama. I must win this battle for the throne, no matter what it takes, for the sake of my goal. For the coming day when I kill the dragon. Roswell whispered menacingly. What? Emilia's whisper was shared by many who were astounded by this reveal. Why would you have such a purpose? Otto was the one to calmly turn his head towards the lord he served and asked him. Oddly enough, the merchant head did not seem all that alarmed about his sponsor and lord being exposed, nor was he reeling from shock like the half-elf princess sitting in the same row as him. Roswell, Emilia seemed distrustful for a moment before her expression settled on worry. What's this about? Killing the holy dragon? Can you even do such a thing? It was quite apparent that Emilia was in shock, but her fear grew as she took the notion in. Is this why dash? Yes, Emilia-sama, Roswell interrupted with a tone of composure. I need your help to achieve my goals. This is why I sponsored your candidacy. At this, Priscilla and Felt gave snorts of disillusionment, even when Emilia gave the man a shocked stare. Of course you would be using big sis this whole time. Felt waved a hand dismissively at the clown. as if she had expected this turn from someone like him. Emilia stared at Roswell with betrayal filling her features. Did you really lie to me? About helping my village? About helping me? The trembling half-elf earned looks of sympathy from Rim and Ram. She gained a small shake of the head from Beatrice. But the person she looked forward to seeing the reaction from the most was the silent lord above. Roswell gave Emilia his reaction. It was a surprising one. Even when he smiles genuinely, he's still creepy. Elle shudders from behind his mistress. Emilia received Roswell's most genuine smile with graceful bafflement. Emilia-sama, I assure you that every word of my promise holds merit in my heart. I'm not lying when I say I'll help you achieve your dreams. You are the one helping me achieve mine after all. Even though the man gave her his sincerest smile and provided her with a humble tone, pathetic of a lord, Emilia still glanced towards Crush in distress. The Duchess gave her royal rival a firm nod. You're telling the truth? But why do you want to kill the holy dragon? And what part will I take in this? She asked, desperate to understand this man and his motives, wanting to know why he was vying to kill an entity that protects their realm with its sheer might. Roswell's smile gave out and all that remained was a sad frown for a sad man. I unfortunately cannot say, his accent returned but to overwhelming dampness. More importantly is how are you planning to kill such an entity? HM? I'd advise you to answer me, or I might have to let this information slip to a few sensitive members of the church. Anastasia bared her metaphorical fangs and took the room by storm with her underhanded threat. The glare on her face was one of seriousness, telling of how the lady saw Roswell's motives. Even though Emilia and her camp became wrought with turmoil and panic, Roswell himself returned to his eccentric old self and smiled eerily down at the merchant head. You can do whatever you wish with that information, Hashin-sama. Roswell lifted his arms wide without a care. You will not be able to indicate me on any charge before the royal court. This forced looks of interest on Felt, Crush, and Otto's faces. Barren with looks of panic from Frederica and Petra, who Ram put a finger on her lips to gesture them to be quiet. I do think you are wrong in that, Lord Roswell. A powerful young voice interjected and commanded the room's attention as its owners stood from their seat. The greatest hero of the kingdom stood from his seat with his shining gaze aimed on the Lord. Roswell L. Mathers, you've been found guilty for treason against Lagunica's holy dragon. By all accounts, and by my own eyes, we have witnessed your transgression and malicious intent on our beloved kingdom. Before I provide your verdict, what say you in your defense? Roswell just looked up at the sword saint with a smile. I regret nothing. Reinhard's glare hardened on the Lord. He stepped over his seat, ready to bounce over the man. He could see Julius preparing to leap over his own row of seats and surround Roswell from the right side. It gave him comfort to know that his stand wasn't a one-man's decision. He would probably have to apologize to Julius for getting him there were knights at the end. Their service was to the kingdom and its holy dragon protector. Roswell would not be a free man if the knight's code wills it. And it did, so Reinhard moved to collect the treasonous man himself. I would like for you to keep quiet and follow me to one of the corners in this room, so we can question you further on this matter and your connections to the witch CU dash. Before the knight could walk over the final row, a force of immense power forced him through the air and dropped him on his behind at his seat. It almost made Felt laugh out loud. Nope. You don't call anything in this room, buddy. I fought off Satella herself to make this session happen, and you won't ruin this for me. The red-haired knight looked up with a strong glare as his entire being was commanded. But he's a traitor dash. Spare me the nonsense, Mr. Hero. Your beloved grandpa serves a woman that wants to end the covenant with the dragon. That's also treason, and I don't see someone stomping her through my fucking floor. I don't care for this clown, and you will get a chance to slap him around. But I want you all to watch this for now. Leave the treason thing alone. Your dragon isn't an angel. How preposterous. That man needs to pay for high dash. Julius. The knight looked at his lady with shock. Just leave it be, for now, okay? Yes, Anastasia-sama. You did well. Felt nodded at her knight in satisfaction. Felt-sama. Reinhard looked at his lady in surprise. I don't care about that dragon or whatever, but I would have loved for you to beat the clown guy down. Reinhard smiled at his lady. She always knew how to make him feel better. Crush kept her eyes lingering on the clown with one final question. Why would you want such a wish? Roswell just shrugged and smiled at the crowd like nothing ever happened. None of your beautiness. Everyone decided to leave it at that as they didn't want more from the clown. He was too creepy and his prospects were too unsavory. One thing is for sure though. Emilia must not win. Felix muttered the thought on Julius's and Reinhard's minds. To stop Roswell's treason, they needed to take down the camp that he housed. That would mean we must fight Subaru. Reinhard fell into hopeless agony as he refused to look where his friend was. Julius just stared at the screen in a defeated gaze. Scene change. You're constantly getting hurt, aren't you, Subaru? You came to this mansion in the first place because you were injured. It's only been 4 days since then. Emilia is standing under the moonlight in the garden while scolding her servant who is standing with a nervous smile on his face. It's not like I get hurt because I want to. The world's just a little harsh on me. So you're welcome to spoil me rotten, since no one else will, Emilia Tan. Subaru wiggled in place at the thought. Don't joke around. Emilia scolded and glared at the ground in frustration. Puck kept trying to stop me from going after you guys, too. Who knows what would have happened if Roswell hadn't made it back? Do you get it? Emilia glared at Subaru admonishing. Still, I suppose you saved me again. Huh. I brought you to the mansion as thanks for saving me, and now, still, thank you so much. Emilia beamed at him. Subaru waved his arms around with beet red cheeks. Hey, it's fine. It's fine. I thought you'd say that, but it doesn't make me feel any better. I need to do something to thank you. Emilia looked to be deep in thought. Subaru smiled softly. I see. Well, then, I'll take you up on that. Subaru suddenly got into her face with a wide smile. Go on a date with me, Emilia Tan. A date? We'll go out together, see the same things, eat the same things, do the same things, and share the same memories. And that's all you want? That's exactly what I want. I want to show you off to the village kids, and there's this awesome flower field. Even if all we do is stroll around, it'll be a special occasion for me. Subaru beamed with a smile wide. Emilia chuckled in amusement. All right, I'll go on a date with you. She smiled gratefully at him. Subaru's face lit up like a Christmas tree. Yes, that's why you're my EMT. Emilia stared at him in confusion as he jumped around. Oh, EMT stands for Emilia Tan, Major Angel. Emilia chuckled at him. Soon, Subaru was chuckling with her as well. In credits, Styx Helix. Episode 6 Director's Cut. End. Second arc end. The tumultuous week. Emilia wiped a few tears from her eyes as she felt oddly refreshed. That was exhausting. Mimi leaned on her brother. I agree, there was too much happening in that arc, as the screen calls it. Crush rubbed her eyes tiredly. I wonder what the third arc will be? Otto asked in nervous curiosity. First, let me congratulate all of you for finishing this arc. The cast was surprised to see tins of doors open up before them. These doors each have a bath and a bedroom with food and water for you all to freshen up. Sleep well and tell me when you're ready. Subaru won't be waking up until past the third arc. I think. But he's fine for now. Go and get some rest to see what Subaru had to endure to give you all a happy ending. Next viewing, there will be a little interlude between arcs 2 and 3. So go to sleep. The cast had no other choice but to listen to their warden. Author note. Next up, OVA episode Memory Snow. Interlude. On hold until the cast gets ready. Oh my Allah. Someone save me from this payan. I've been trying my best to make this chapter interesting at all costs. I hope it was to your enjoyment. Anyway, I want to thank you all for supporting me. We finished this fucking arc. Finally. Now I just need to bypass this OVA. And then, shit gets real. Let me state a few things before we end it. Frozen Bonds will be done after the season 2. It has Emilia's backstory and I want Subaru to be awake to see it. As for our sleepy boy, I have special things planned for him. You guys think that he might dampen the experience of the second season, but I think that I could do special things with him awake and watching with the rest. If enough of you ask me to keep him asleep, however, I will head to your requests. One more thing. Someone on Reddit messaged me an improved version of the first 2 chapters of this story, which made me facepalm so hard at how many mistakes he's had to correct and how much better he wrote the story than I did. I will be proofreading them to see if I have anything to add over them, and then I will post him since he was generous enough to give them to me for free. I will put his name up on both chapters to remember him and his kindness. The guy's name is u/Zarno102. Thanks for the help, man. Thank you so much for everything, and wait for me, as I finish the first of the OVAs. And then we start on Arc 3. Asterisk clank asterisk. I knew you would come here again. You have no power to resist me. It's not you I'm here for, Joseph. Oh, I know what you're here for, but I'm doing this to help you. All you have to do to help is to shut your fucking mouth and give me my pillow. It's controlling you. You need to resist. I'll count to 3, Joseph. I thought I was your friend. Not after you took my pillow. Asterisk boom asterisk. I'm sorry, but you won't be sleeping on me today, Author-chan. TCK. US slut of a fluffy bed accessory. No. What are you doing? Asterisk bam. Asterisk. GHK. Oh, you thought I couldn't move? Ha 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 ha, of course I can move and shoot both of you in the stomach. I'm a fucking pillow, Joey boy. Not a retard blanket. Fuck this pillow. No, Joseph. We sleep on them, not fuck them. Fuck you as well, Author-san. That's fair. Couldn't be asked to add more than what's already written. I'm surprised though, this really was a tight chapter all throughout. Beta credits to my homie Scuff Senkyu, writer of Senkyuif. Chapter 8, EPOVA 1 Memory Snow. Emilia. He spoke softly, breathing heavily, bleeding, and yet still smiling encouragingly upwards towards her. Why yes, Subaru. I'm here. I'm here. Please just keep breathing slowly. The juvenile silver-haired girl shouted in panic. His hand was warm. It was obscene how warm it was. No. The hand in her grasp was almost steaming from the warmth. The bloodied face of her closest ally was bruised and bluish in many areas, yet his smile remained as shining and comforting as ever. Subaru. Yes, Emilia Tan? Is there another mission I can help you with? The excitement in his tired eyes was almost frightening to her. She laughed nonetheless in hilarity. Help me? Like this? You are a total lost cause, Subaru. A delicate smile adorned his bloody lips. Don't say that. I did try my best to save you. You did more than your best to save me, Subaru. Please rest easy right now. The boy's eyes began to grow colder, His grip around her hand softened with loss of power. Amelia didn't want to disturb him by moving her body. She continued to look down on the bleeding champion situated on her lap. "You got blood all over my dress, you know?" she quipped nonchalantly. He laughed weakly as she toyed with his sweaty locks. "Pardon me, Your Majesty. I'm terribly sorry for offending you." What an absolute perv. Although she was laughing, she still couldn't stop the streams from beginning to cover her cheeks. She couldn't stop her tears from falling down his pale skin. His blood had filled the palace halls like a never-ending pool, expanding over the tiles and shapes of the floors. He really was a handful, leaving her to share himself with the rest of the world like this. "You can't blame yourself, Amelia Tan. But you were dying again because of me." She could feel the cracks in her voice. This entire situation felt familiar to her. Wherever this landscape was, she had lived this once before. Over and over and over. How come she felt tired of the situation and not of her crying? "All you have to do is not cry for me, Amelia Tan." She can hear his passion. She can feel the drums of his love through the waves of his voice. She wanted to consume it, hear that voice talking and laughing to her every day on repeat. But alas, in this void palace, she could only hear him say one thing. "I'm dying again. Please pray that I'm successful next time, Amelia Tan." And no matter how many times she can feel his hand growing colder, no matter the amount of time she stays sitting over the corpse, she couldn't help but laugh to her heart's content every single time. As familiar as this situation was, him dying on her lap and all, it was hilarious. Amelia found great amusement in Subaru's death. Not his death, but his last message before death. "You think you were saving me by dying, but you were really leaving me behind in this empty world to escape death." After all this time, she forgot if this scenario was actually a repeat or if she had imagined it all echoing in her own mind until she became numb. All she could feel was a contrast of emptiness becoming closer to her very being. There it comes. The cloud of nothing. The wave of Satella's displeasure. The deletion of her world by the shadows. And when the surge comes, Amelia can only stop laughing and cry her silent tears while hugging the corpse of her knight. As Satella deletes the palace, the blood, the cold corpse, she will only stop to take a moment of observance upon Amelia's resemblance to her. Amelia wouldn't be able to flinch even when the powerful witch spits on her forehead. Selfish coward. Amelia could hear the witch, but she couldn't see her. She can feel Satella pulling all of her memories away. She can feel the degradation and Satella's amusement at this degradation. She can feel the shadows overcome her essence to the witch's pleasure. Subaru. She didn't want to forget. Subaru. She didn't want her memory of this loop to be erased like the rest of the world. Subaru. She didn't want to leave him alone to remember how he ended this one. But Amelia was nothing beneath Satella's scornful gaze. Hateful. Vengeful. Even when Satella spat on her one last time, Amelia couldn't falter. She really was deserving of being alone. Her week will force Subaru to start yet another checkpoint. And he won't be able to speak about it to the vacant Amelia he will meet. It wasn't fair. No, it wasn't. Even when Amelia opens her eyes again to take in the unfamiliar ceiling above her, she couldn't help but cry tears of anguish. "This isn't fair." Her whisper was heard by no one. She was in her own room, in a theater she couldn't control. "This isn't fair." The half-elf bawled on herself and let her tears slip over her sheets. "I didn't want my punishment to end so quickly." At least, when the nightmare begins again, she can hear Subaru's voice in there. Even when Satella comes to break her, she only needed to hear Subaru's voice. A little girl with drills was looking out of her door at the large theater room. "Have you slept well, I suppose?" the girl said to her company as they stood beside her and looked at the dark room. "HM? Yes. I slept really well. Thanks for asking, Biko-chan. Have you dash?" If you're asking if Betty slept well last night, then the answer will have to be a fat no. In fact, you were having nightmares too, huh? What a stupid question, in fact. Of course, I had nightmares after I was forced to see my greatest shame in that window. You're not alone, you know. Beatrice stopped staring at the theater from the doorway to her room and looked at the beautiful half-elf that stood beside her. You've been blaming yourself too, I suppose? Amelia's amethyst eyes were filled with sorrow for a moment before she shook her head and gazed into the dark theater room. I'm the reason he suffered so much. I'm the one who made him go through this pain and horror on his own. Beatrice raised a brow at the girl as Amelia continued speaking while staring into the darkness. I know he couldn't tell me anything because of, well, this power of his. But I really want to help my knight. Amelia was clenching her robes with trembling hands. No. Her entire body was trembling in place as she glared at the floor she was standing on with a guilt-ridden glare of disdain. I should have done more. Amelia sniffled as she thought about all the moments he's been fighting on his own. All alone. From another world. Dying time and time again. To save me. To help me. And yet he keeps waiting for me to tell him I love him. Amelia was full-on glaring hatefully and uselessly at the floor as her tears ran down her pouting cheeks. He's an idiot. Beatrice was now looking at the elf with a wide-eyed expression. Amelia was still glaring at the ground with her fist shaking manically as she continued to talk through her sobs. A wonderful stupid dummy that's not cutely silly or amazingly brave at all. I hate him. I hate how he didn't just run away from me the first time he died. How he still saves me and all of us after all the pain he went through. I hate that I can't think of anything else to blame him about since he's been so good to me. I want him to still be with me. I want him to love me more. What a child you are, I suppose. Beatrice shook her head at the elf. Emilia glared at the spirit and ignored her tears. Yes, I know that this is a really selfish wish. But I don't care. Beatrice stared at the girl with a confused look. Emilia wiped away the tears and stared into the darkroom once more as she leaned on her own doorway. With a determined look that showed off as if she was glaring through her beautiful facial features, Emilia sounded the conclusion to her feelings. I don't care. I want to learn more about what I had done to him. This pain. No one should go through such pain on their own. You'll have to fight the jealous one, I suppose. I'll die for him. He will follow, in fact. Then I'll help him through the pain. Lap pillows and cutesy smiles won't be enough help, in fact. Emilia gazed down at the unimpressed spirit once more with a look of pure determination. I want to show him my love for him. I won't lose him to death again. Beatrice just stared at the half-elf girl emotionless. Is that what you think is best for him? After we neglected his pain and mental instability? Do you know that he might have died more times during the whale hunt and the sanctuary troubles? Do you think that you can take that pain from him? As Beatrice stared at Emilia with her own eyes tearing up as her uselessness and guilt crushed whatever heart she had in her spiritual body, Beatrice was just as confused as this guilt-ridden half-elf was. Betty wants to help him too, in fact. Beatrice glared at Emilia and let her cheeks be spoiled by the tears running down. He's Betty's Subaru. I should have been the one to help him through this pain. Beatrice hugged her arm tight as she began sobbing. No longer was she an elegant being, just a little girl crying for her incompetence. Emilia slowly lowered down and hugged the little girl. He couldn't tell. Biko. Sure, we could have made more efforts to help, but we chose to respect his privacy. You don't get it, I suppose. Beatrice whispered through Emilia's shoulder. The half-elf leaned back and quickly caught on to Beatrice's ominous tone. Why are you avoiding my eyes, Biko? Emilia narrowed her eyes in suspicion as she leaned closer to stare at the little girl clearly. What do you know that we don't? Stern, commanding, demanding, ordering. Never would I've imagined that you could take such a tone with me. Beatrice looked away, refusing to meet Emilia's eyes. Emilia quickly gripped the girl's chin and softly moved her head to look her in the eye once again. This time, Emilia's eyes were less warm and more sharp and scary. Please tell me. What have you seen? Beatrice trembled in place, whimpering as she looked down. I can't, I suppose. Broken and defeated her voice was, which immediately set flame to Emilia's curiosity. Why? Emilia softly asked as some warmth came back to her tone and glare. Because Subaru made Betty promise. Emilia slowly hugged Biko into her chest and patted the little girl's head. SHHHH. I wanted to help. He said that Betty couldn't understand him, and that he would do it alone. I tried to stop him. But he keeps ignoring Betty. Emilia stayed quiet as the little spirit hiccuped and sobbed in her hug. She tightened her grip around Biko and tried to give the little broken girl all the love she could. She could understand one thing from the hitched ramblings of the despaired spirit girl. Emilia now knew. Subaru was doing something very, very stupid. How much were you going to suffer alone? My poor knight. Emilia softly sighed and continued to hug Beatrice in between the doorways to both of their rooms and in the entrance to the inactive theater. Reinhard knew something was wrong with his lady. Much to his shame, he hadn't noticed that Lady Felt was too quiet at the end of the last viewing. That meant that he had failed a very important task as her knight. It wasn't his fault, however, as Lady Felt would surely understand how busy he had been with his thought. Who was he kidding? He was a failure of a knight. How could he be so disorderly and decomposed like that? Yo, Reinhard, come on into the room quickly, I don't have all day. His lady was so amazing. How she just forgives his laziness like an afterthought was evidence of how big her heart was. I'm here to serve you, Lady Felt-sama, future queen of our beloved Dash. Yeah, whatever. I want to talk to you about what we saw in that room. Reinhard sighed tiredly and looked at the ground. What they saw was too much to process. What are your thoughts on it? Reinhard looked up and noticed that his lady was now sitting on her bed and looking at him in expectancy. Your beautiful scarlet eyes look like they're scheming something, milady. The great sword saint immediately caught the flying boots in his way. He was expecting it. Don't change the subject, idiot. I'm serious here. What do you think about everything? Noticing the sad glint in her eyes, the knight simply dropped his smiling facade to look at the floor. It was a lot to think about. Felt nodded and looked down at her dangling legs with a disturbing expression that made the saint want nothing more than to delete everything from her memory. He probably could. I don't know how he does it. Felt softly murmured. Forgive me for not understanding, milady. Does what? He didn't need to ask whom. How he keeps smiling after all of that. He died. Reinhard died. And not just some simple and clean deaths. These were painful. You could see hell reflected in his eyes. Felt-sama. Asterisk sob asterisk. Big Bro was dealing with so much pain, and that which won't let him talk about it to anyone. Reinhard couldn't do anything here. He was at a dead end. What do you do when your liege begins crying over the painful life of someone you considered a friend? Hug her? Cry instead of her? Emotional support wasn't in the manuals, damn it. I want to help him. Reinhard felt alarmed immediately. That tone you're using. What are you planning, Felt-sama? He dreaded the answer. Felt finally looked him in the eye, with the most determined fire burning in her scarlet eyes he had ever seen. What do I dash? I want to save him. I want him to be by my side and keep him away from that creepy clown guy. Reinhard stared at his mistress in sheer disbelief. Milady, you know that Natsuki Subaru is a knight under the Mather's name. Not to mention, he's Emilia-sama's chosen knight. Putting that fact into account and who Emilia-sama is, Subaru would be a royal knight serving another candidate to the throne. You can't dash. I don't care. I want him to serve under my employment. I don't want to make him my knight, but I can at least get him where he won't be killed. Reinhard just stared shell-shocked. Where is this coming from, milady? Why are you so determined to dash? Because I'm being greedy. What? Reinhard was just dumbfounded. I've had nothing for almost all my life. I've suddenly been thrown into this stupid race for a kingdom I hate and want to destroy against my will, and now that I look at it, I wouldn't have had to enter this race if it wasn't for Big Bro. Felt smirked at her knight. I want him to take responsibility and help me through this. But he wants to be with Emilia-sama. Then we make her our partner. At this point, Reinhard was just confused. Excuse me, milady, but... Nanny. Felt had a diabolical smirk on her face as she laid out her plan. You heard what that clown wants to do, right? Of course I did. I would take him to the block if I could. Reinhard answered on impulse as he remembered the clown's words. The holy dragon gave his family so much and protected the world from so many threats. It wasn't just treason to want to kill him, it was a sin. Reinhard wasn't really angry or offended, but he did feel a strong urge to punish that man for his crime. It's his code. But why do you care, Felt-sama? You said that you want to destroy this kingdom and rebuild it, even though it's a bit extreme to put it like that, but I'm sure that you have a meticulous plan that would achieve the desired outcome without any unnecessary damadash. Yeah. Anyway, I want you to arrest that guy once we get out of here. But what? Felt asked with a cute tilt of her head. He just committed a treasonous crime, didn't he? Why can't you arrest him? I can, and maybe I will, but he sponsors a camp that rivals yours to the race for the throne. People might think that you're lying. Not if we get Big Sis to join our camp. Reinhard looked apprehensive. I don't think that's something you can do, Felt-sama. Of course we can. If Big Sis wants to be the king so badly, then we tell her that we two can run the kingdom together. We can't do that, milady. And why would you want the Emilia camp to enter ours anyway? Reinhard tried not to pull his hair at his lady's stubbornness. Felt looked indentured. Haven't you been hearing anything I was saying? I'll take Big Sis into my camp because she won't be able to participate in the race. What are your dash? Felt smirked as Reinhard's face contorted to that of shocked understanding. Why you want me to jail the sponsor of the Emilia camp? Without funding and status to impress the royals, Emilia-sama wouldn't be able to stand before the council. Felt smirked and nodded her head. With that, I will offer Big Sis a chance to join my camp and have her help us get to the throne. Reinhard's eyes were as wide as saucers as he began thinking of anything to stop the horrible idea. But Emilia-sama has her own reasons to be the king. Right. Equality for everyone and an ideal world for all. That's exactly what we're doing, so she would be able to achieve everything she wants even if I was king. She just needs to be in my camp. And Subaru will follow her to your side, making him fulfill your wish and stay to help you since Emilia-sama works for you. Reinhard looked at his lady with a face that wrote his sheer awe at the cunning mind. Naturally, Felt threw her shoe at his face. He was expecting that one too. Subaru won't be able to leave his friends behind. The knight tried to argue. We take them in as well. Reinhard looked down and shook his head at the memory of Otto and Garfield laughing with Subaru. Why are you so against the idea? I'm not. Reinhard weakly protests underneath Felt's questioning glare. Then why do you want to stop me? You were going to execute the clown on the spot a few hours ago. Why is it different now? You're going to punish him when we go outside this world, right? Reinhard closed his eyes and nodded. Then Big Sis's camp would have lost the sponsor anyway, so why can't I make what I want happen? Felt whined for an answer. Reinhard looked away from his lady and his face dropped in shame. How could he do such a thing to someone he respected and wanted to be his friend? He wants to help Subaru with everything. He wants to be an Otto to Subaru. He wants a friend. How could he place Subaru in such a position? Have the boy be forced to trust Reinhard and treat him with respect just because Felt-sama had helped Emilia's camp? Reinhard wanted a friend, not an associate. I don't think I'm a good enough friend to have them trust him. He stopped the flying pillow coming at his face. The knight looked at his smirking blonde mistress in confusion. What did I tell you? What do you mean, milady? Felt dropped from the bed and walked until she was staring up at him. You can be Big Bro's friend. You can have a friend. I want him as my friend as well. Reinhard almost choked when Felt hugged his waist. I told you before. Be greedy. For a second, the sword saint almost shed tears. Glad all of you could join me for a drink. Our host seems very generous in regards to luxuries and beverages. Anastasia smiled and drank some tea while rubbing her beloved fur scarf that seemed to be moving on its own for some odd reason. The purple-haired merchant smiled cheerfully at her silent camp. I hope you slept well, Anastasia-sama. I slept like a log. I hope that all you did as well. Anastasia was met with varied uncomfortable looks. She just closed her eyes and nodded. I figured most of us wouldn't. After everything we just saw. Why are we Boss. Ricardo impatiently asked as he noticed the scheming look on her face immediately. Right, let's get down to business. Anastasia placed her cup on the table and looked at the members of her camp that were present. Julius, Ricardo, Mimi, and Tivy all waited patiently for their boss. Anastasia rubbed her scarf and smiled innocently at them. I have come to a decision that might change the course of history as we know it. What do you have in mind, boss? Tivy asked, as curious as the rest of the crew. The merchant princess patted the boy's head and winked at him. Before I tell you all what I have in mind, I want to know what you all thought about these viewing sessions we've been embroiled in. The silence was all that she was met with. The twins were for once quiet as they looked at each other with confused and sad looks. Ricardo simply closed his eyes and watched the memories play with an unreadable expression. Julius simply leaned on the wall with his arms crossed and his head lowered so that his face was hidden behind his purple hair. Is this about Subaru? Julius asked in his usual elegant tone. Of course it is. We've been watching his life in our world ever since we were transported here. Ricardo snorted and finally opened his eyes to look at his lady. Right you are. I want to know what you all think of the boy now that we know his dirty little secret. Anastasia remained cheerful as she asked her band of clearly affected soldiers. I think that he's awesome. Mimi nodded in excitement. I think that he's scary. Tivy nervously rubbed his arm and looked away from his sister. I don't know what this is about, boss. But I'll tell you that I respect the boy even more than I did after the whale hunt. That's for damn sure. Ricardo declared with his chest puffed out as he felt the rush of excitement flow through him. Anastasia looked at her silent knight. Not moving or showing a reaction to his facial features, Julius simply looked up at his mistress and showed her his usual expression of elegance and patience. His golden irises were so dull that they almost lost color. I believe that he's trouble. What does that mean? Ricardo asked with a slightly off look. The usually well-processed knight just looked like he was lost in thought, as if he was looking for anything to justify an answer. Natsuki Subaru is sponsored by a treasonous character, and he has ties with the Witch of ENV-. Tell me the truth, Julius Cohen. The purple-haired knight clicked his tongue and looked at his lady as she smugly grinned at him. You know, bad-mouthing someone just because you're upset with them makes you look real petty. Her eyes were critical and her smirk sharp. She had caught him. Julius's expression finally gave out and turned into a little scowl that showed how uncomfortable he was. Anastasia didn't care and continued. You're upset because you have doubts about Natsuki-kun. And that makes you think that your friendship with him was a lie or was fake since the start. That upsets you because your feelings are all confused. He couldn't understand what he wanted. He wanted to be Subaru's friend. He wanted to be someone he trusts. But his doubts and feelings are making him feel unworthy of Subaru's friendship. You and your knightly pride. Ricardo sighed tiredly and looked at his lady. So, what's this all about? The dogman asked. I would like you all to understand an idea I've had for a while in my head. Do you guys feel anything when Natsuki-kun dies? Julius and Ricardo just looked down with grimaces while the twins' faces contorted to those of horror and shock. Of course all of us do. Who wouldn't feel horrified and disturbed at such scenes? Anastasia nodded her head and slowly rubbed her fur coat. I think that Natsuki-kun is really useful. I want him. Hearing the greedy tone made everyone rigid in place. What do you mean? Julius asked in surprise. He has otherworldly knowledge that could cause an effect like Hashin's rain, but in Lagunica. He has an ability that can control time itself to save everyone. He has ties with the witch, and he manages to remain free from her influence, as well as the witch's cult. Heck, I believe that the boy could be the biggest thorn in the cult side at the moment. Anastasia looked at her camp with a smirk. I want him. I need Subaru Natsuki in my camp. Julius's breathing hitched while Ricardo and the twins just looked at their lady like she had grown a second head. Thank you for taking the time to speak with me. Not at all. Crush-sama could ask anything of me, and I'll deliver. Nyan. It's my pleasure to take part of your time, Crush-sama. A green-haired duchess smiled at her two loyal knights. One a cat boy and the other an old man in butler uniform. The two knelt before her and waited for her orders. Crush had a smirk on her face that was only reserved for when she was planning a cutthroat policy that would further her plans according to her ideals. I can see you two are well rested, so forgive me for my haste, but I need to get to my point quickly. What's so urgent, Nyan? Crush crossed her long leg and rested her chin on her knuckle while looking at the wall. What do you think the other camps are doing at this moment? The two knights simply stared at the maiden, knowing that she was thinking her thoughts out loud and not actually talking to them. They're probably thinking of ways to take advantage of the Amelia camp's weak position of having their privacy taken. For what, Crush-sama? Felix asked with his eyes confused. To find out a way so that they could obtain Subaru Dano. Wilhelm concluded his master's thoughts with a grave-sounding voice and a small scowl on his face. The boy's powers and abilities are really valuable, and his amazing loyalty to his friends is admirable. He has been through so much, and I have a hunch that he will be facing many more threats because of his scent. A cat boy tilted his head in confusion. What does it have to do with us? Crush smirked wide at her knight. If the Amelia camp has this kingmaker within their ranks, then it would only make sense that the rest of the camps start fighting over him. Are you saying we should take advantage and take them all out? Wilhelm asked with a disappointed tone. Crush smiled amusingly and shook her head. What we need to do is to strengthen our alliance with the Amelia camp and make our two camps integral to one another. That way, if something does inevitably happen to them, we can be the first ones to help them and make them trust in us. That way, no matter what other camp that comes after Natsuki Subaru, he would still be by my side. Crush was smiling wide as she knew something big was going to come, and she wanted to see what this very reckless and wonderful man would do to get through the trouble. She was amazed and in awe that this boy went through so much on his first outing in their world. No one had to go through such pain. But the fact that he made her feel like this with his smile was just so much more delightful to her. She also wanted to help him and protect him from the various monsters and uncontrollable happenings such as a revenge-sick maid. Wilhelm looked apprehensive at first, but he couldn't disobey. He supposed that Crush was better to take hold of Natsuki Dano rather than the others. God knows that his battle-hardened heart couldn't handle any of the boy's death scenes. It was horrifying to watch. I don't get it. Why do you need him that badly? Wilhelm and Crush looked at the angry and sad-looking Felix. Why do you care what happens to him when he let you live with your memories gone? Felix scowled at the floor while looking at his lady's booted leg with disdain. Felix, Natsuki is very important. I want him to be mine. There is not a winning chance to anyone if Subaru wasn't in their teams. That's why we need to make plans to counteract immediately. Wilhelm and Felix looked at one another and then at their smirking lady. My, what a precarious situation I find myself in. Could you stop joking around for a minute? This is serious. Everyone is going to try to counteract the camp sponsor now that your motive of treason was revealed to the most loyal knights in the kingdom. Natsuki-san is going to be their ultimate goal. Otto sweated as he talked with the Magi clown himself. What is bothering you, Otto-kun? Aren't you supposed to be our beloved Interior Affairs Minister? These things are supposed to be your job. Otto slammed his hands on the table and stared Roswell in the eye. You need a plan and quick. If you fall, all of us fall too. We got to keep Captain away from the rest. Otto smiled at his friend as Garf glared at the clown from his position, leaning at the doorway of the room since he didn't want to get infected with retard clownism. Garfield and Otto were both angry and amazed at how their brother managed to get through such an experience and trauma. Garfield was also even more attached to Subaru now since he saw how much pain and suffering he had to go through. Someone like that deserves his loyalty. Otto was just trying to make things stable and orderly since he had managed to understand that this will show Subaru suffering again and again. He really hated that his brother was dealing with this alone while he watches like a moron. Okay, so what's your plan again? Roswell asked as the two boys glared at him. You look as wonderful as ever. A voice laced with sarcasm sounded in the large darkened room. Sorry, sister. I know we haven't spoken in a while. I managed to be selfish again and ignore you completely. A hoarse and tired voice replied with a sad undertone. No. Forget about it. I'm glad you're taking the time to help yourself where I couldn't help you. I am so sorry, sissy. How many times do I have to tell you that what you felt on that night wasn't your fault? I don't blame you for anything, and I'm positive that this idiot doesn't blame you either. The voice sounded stern, but also pleading. I know that he forgave me in some form. But I need to speak with him about it. I want to know what he really thinks of me. The voice sounded broken. As you wish. I just want you to smile more, Remington. Rem's tired lips formed a small, sweet smile at her worried sister. Ram sighed a third time and moved to sit on the chair where Roswell was most likely going to sit next to. As her sister went to sit down, Rem was left alone with her thoughts and the darkness around her. She could still see it on the black screen. The way he cried when he learned that she was the one that had killed him. The way he pushed himself to the extremes just to help her. The way he was dying, mentally and spiritually because of his power. This dark power burdened her love and forced him to have a connection with the people she hated most in this whole wide world. That power, the witch's power, was the one that had saved Subaru's life from Rem's unjustifiable crimes. Satella, the dreaded witch of envy, the sole reason for what had happened on that night. When she lost her parents and found out about her selfish, disgusting self, she smiled upon Ram's broken horn. This monster was more deserving of Subaru's love than Rem. Don't look like that. Rem forgot the hellish heartbreak she was swallowed in and looked behind her to find a pouting little maid glaring at her with fierce bluebell eyes. Why, you're Petra-chan, right? Rem softly asked since she recognized the girl as one of the kids in the village. She never expected to see any of those kids working at the mansion, let alone this young. Petra shook her head and pointed at the maid with a cute, determined glare. You can't deal with this on your own, Rem-san. The Oni's eyes widened at the little maid's stern tone. The sound of an elegant giggle startled Rem out of her surprised revere. A blonde maid with green eyes and a toothy, unnatural smile stood behind the little maid and faced Rem. Frederica-san. You've been busy, Rem-chan. The beast woman locked eyes with Rem, holding no small reason to smile at the maid. You should listen to dear Petra-chan over here. You can't sit down and look like the entire world hates you. That's insulting to all of us, especially to Ram and Subaru-sama. Rem's eyes widened in surprise as she stared at the two maids. She's right, Remington. A startled voice came up from behind the maid, and made her face the direction of the screen. From the room's hallways, Emilia and Beatrice walked up the aisle and stood in front of Rem. Emilia-sama. Rem bowed down to the half-elf and bit her lip in nervousness and fear. She was afraid of what Emilia would do to punish her. Raise your head and look me in the eye, please. Although her tone was soft, the surprisingly commanding undertone wasn't lost on Rem. When did Emilia become so leaderly? Rem looked up to be met with Emilia's soft smile and gentle eyes. The maid's heart fluttered as she felt some kind of motherly warmth overcoming her. This is what Subaru feels like when he faces your smile. Rem whispered in astonishment. Emilia tilted her head in confusion. I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm glad you're feeling a little better. She better be. Betty gave up her precious Subaru for too long to make her stable enough, I suppose. Rem and Emilia looked at the angry, slightly disheveled-looking spirit girl as she trotted to where Rem was sitting and looked at the boy they've all been suffering the past few hours for. Subaru Natsuki lay on the same chair, not moving an inch from his spot. His expression was the same, even though he had a tear-stained sweatshirt and clearly messy hair from all the girls petting him. Not to forget the damaged hand that's been gripped by Emilia's strength. The boy just slept soundly, unaware of anything around him. Does he sleep like that often, Biko-chan? Emilia softly asked as she and all the maids stood behind Beatrice. The previous librarian shook her head and softly held his hand to start taking the poisonous mana from his broken gate. He sleeps only when Betty is with him, I suppose. He has nightmares all the time, in fact. Rem and Emilia both looked away from the boy and closed their eyes in guilt and frustration. I don't think Natsuki-san would like that look on your faces, Emilia-sama, Rem-san. Both girls turned to meet Otto's soft glare aimed at them. The merchant simply shook his head in disappointment at the two. You're not the only ones who feel down about not helping him, but we couldn't do a thing back then since we didn't know. You can't keep blaming yourselves like this. The two girls simply looked at the ground with forlorn expressions. How could she forgive him when she put him through so much just because she liked the feeling of his special treatment? Emilia simply refused to meet his eyes. How could she ever look the boy in the eye after she had caused him such horrific memories? Rem gripped her newly fixed dress and trembled in place. Now, Otto doesn't punch girls in the face, he's not Kazuma. So, a little intervention needed to happen. Roswell punched both Emilia and Rem in the face. Let's be best friends, he announced cheerfully as the two were discombobulated. Asterisk cut. Cut. That's not what happened. So sorry. Asterisk. Emilia and Rem simply refused to let go of their guilty hearts as they faced the boy they loved with their backs turned. Otto sighed in frustration as he begged for a way to help the two. He looked at his brother, which was looking just bothered as the two were by his complete incompetence. Garfield was content with just glaring at the floor with his fists shaking. He couldn't help his friends. He couldn't save his captain. And now he can't even cheer these girls up for Subaru? Mine amazing selves is pathetic. The ragged warrior looked down and clenched his rough teeth in anger. Now, young man, that's not a manly look. Everyone looked behind them and was met with a smirking green-haired duchess. Crush-sama. Otto quickly decided to take the leading role to speak for his distraught friends. The green-haired duchess stopped in front of the Emilia camp with her knights standing right behind her. You needn't be so hard on yourselves like this. We're here to watch Natsuki's life and find out about the mysteries that revolve around him. We just need to help the boy through the pain and make up for all the mistakes we made. Crush declared to the surprised band before her with a stern tone and a confident grin. My oh my, you're really working it in regards to your role as our partner, candidate Sama. A cheerful Roswell suddenly entered the group, gathering in front of Subaru and below the screen. He was smiling the same fake and unsettling smile he always wore. Crush only gave him an annoyed glance before she started moving to sit down. Crush smirked up at the clearly bothered Emilia. Problem? I needed a change of setting. Emilia relented and shook her head. No, it's okay, Crush-sama. Thank you, Emilia-sama. Crush smiled and leaned in her seat, the one right behind Subaru. She was much closer to the boy now. Emilia felt a little off at this, but she didn't want to seem immature. You can sit beside my seat, I suppose. Beatrice grunted at Rem in her usual way. Rem smiled at the spirit with surprise and nodded her head. Beatrice-sama is so cute. GHK? You know what? Don't sit beside me, I suppose. Isn't she so cute? I just want to keep hugging her. Emilia agreed with Rem and ignored the blushing little spirit. Oh, what's this? I see some of you have already staked your claim over him, huh? A cheerful voice filled the theater as a certain purple-haired merchant princess entered the room with her knights and mercenaries coming in behind her. Crush managed to cool her taunting smirk as she glanced at Anastasia with a cool expression. I don't know what you mean. It's more comfortable here. The Duchess couldn't help her amusement seeping through into her tone as she watched the eyebrow of the usually cool princess twitch. Anastasia wasn't one to give up a chance, though, and here is why Crush cursed Wilhelm silently for the very first time in her life. For you see, as Crush was sitting right behind Subaru's row, Felix took her right side to sit. Why was she upset with the old butler? Simple. Because Wilhelm chose to sit beside Felix's right side, not her empty left. Which meant, You're right, Duchess-san. This is a really comfortable place to sit. Crush simply smiled pleasantly to the merchant sitting right beside her. I'm glad you see my point so clearly. Excuse me. What the hell is going on here? A loud voice proclaimed in shock. Everyone turned to see Felt glaring at the collection around her big bro, with Reinhard standing behind her. As Anastasia's camp began sitting in a straight line at their mistress's left side, Ricardo and the twins began greeting Otto and Garfield and the girls that were sitting before them. Why are you all so close together now? Felt demanded as she stepped closer before the huddled three camps. Subaru was surrounded by girls. He was fucking swimming. He had a very on-guard Amelia clutching his jacked-up hand with her eyes on the girls sitting behind her. He was her knight. Parallel to Amelia, Beatrice sat on his other side, full-on glaring at the women around her contractor. To Beatrice's left was a very jealous, glaring Remington sitting right beside her were Otto and then Garfield. Roswell took the seat right beside Ram, Frederica, and a very angry-looking Petra on the third row at the top. On the second row, Crush was sitting right behind the sleeping boy with her two knights sitting to her left. To the Duchess's right side were Anastasia and her own camp sitting in a line parallel to that of Amelia's camp, with Julius sitting behind Rem, since Anastasia was sitting behind Beatrice. Ricardo sat behind Otto, and the twins sat behind Garfield. Felt looked at this arrangement and decided that there's one way to solve this. Humph. The little girl huffed and stomped to sit right beside Amelia and below Felix's placement in the row. Amelia simply looked at the little girl with a bewildered face. Reinhard quietly took his seat beside his mistress. He didn't think much about the fact that he was directly in front of his grandfather. He ignored that fact. He refused to acknowledge it. Wilhelm looked at the red mop of hair before him and closed his eyes from guilt. As the camps began conversing with one another, the leaders of said camps were all staring at the boy out of the corner of their eyes. The war had been declared by all of them at the same time. Amelia was just confused why so many people wanted to get this close to the screen, but she guessed that a lot of them had issues with their vision. She couldn't help but feel the urgent need to clutch Subaru tightly with both hands as if he was going to be snatched away. She wasn't alone, as Beatrice was indeed clutching her contractor and Rem was gripping the handles to her seat as she pouted in anger at the unfair seating change. Otto and Garfield just facepalmed as the entire plan they've made was useless, as Subaru's fate was now held by all these powerful women. We were supposed to move in and take M. Garfield growled out. Otto shook his head and hid behind his hand. I was too worried about Amelia-sama and Remsan's mental condition to start the plan. You're right. T's all your fault, not mine. Garfield nodded his head and smirked proudly while leaning back in his seat. Otto sighed and looked back to find a most infuriating sight. Roswell was giggling in his palm while pointing at the merchant. Naturally, Ram joined in and fake-mocked with her master at Otto's failed plan. Otto just ignored them and looked at the black screen, gripping his fists hard. Roswell had been against the plan from the start, saying that it wouldn't work. But Otto challenged him on it, and now he was paying the fruits of his choice by having a smug Roswell aimed at him. Joy. Isn't this interesting, princess? Quit while you're licking my boot, Aldebaran. Sorry, milady. I said quiet. Priscilla stomped on his naked face, hard as she watched the show happening before her. The fiery-haired princess was sitting on the third row right in line with Wilhelm and Felix. She was looking on at the gathered camps with a bored look on her face. I don't care if they think he's some kingmaker. I have the power of fate with me. The entire world was designed for me. The princess fanned herself and scoffed at the idiocy of the candidates below her. Their line of thinking was too narrow. A boy like that. A boy that simply has a good heart. That's who they're fighting over? What a shameful farce this is. Princess, please. Quiet, Aldebaran. Priscilla stomped her knight harder and glared at the mop of spiky black hair she could glimpse at from her place. The hair of one sleeping self-proclaimed knight. All that power and all that fame. Yet, all he does is follow that half-witch around. Priscilla clicked her tongue and fanned herself while gazing at the screen thoughtfully. Why is he like this? Why isn't he taking advantage of his blessed protection? The princess asked the question that's been plaguing her hours before the last viewing had even finished. I wouldn't call it divine. I mean, it being given by the witch and Al Dash. I said quiet and keep licking. Asterisk asterisk. Everybody looked up at the screen as it suddenly lit up and began loading a scene into it. I see you're all well rested. I'm glad that you didn't take long, for this viewing is going to be a long one. May I ask a chew dash? Go ahead. Otto yelped and nervously looked up at the screen as it was the source of the voice. He thinks. Why are you doing this? To us, I mean. Why show us Subaru's secret? Why keep him asleep? Why not let him explain himself now that the witch isn't here monitoring him? Otto was gazing at the screen with a determined look that showed how much he cared for his friend. All of the camps around him were looking the same. In fact, I'm showing these events for you all to understand the sheer importance of this boy's placement in your world. I want you all to help him before, well, something really dangerous happens. I won't elaborate further on that. But I can tell you this. Subaru's coma state must remain constant with the events of the viewing. I know that I said he wakes up at the beginning of Arc 4, but it seems that trouble had reared its ugly head because of what I'm doing here. For that, Subaru can only wake up at the very half point of the 4th arc. What trouble? What's going on out there? Reinhard quickly pointed out as he was truly disturbed that some entities were giving this guy a tough time. He was pushed into a chair and forced away from his sacred duty to kick clown ass by this guy. So the Sword Saint was reasonably worried. The others looked up at the screen with worried and curious gazes as well. Well, let's just say that there are really powerful fellows that want me dead now. In fact, I'm holding 2 of them off as we speak. Who are they? Petra asked in fear that someone might actually break in and force them all to either die or forget about this. Just a lonely little elf that's screaming, "Let me in," as she throws hands towards me with a beautiful pout on her face. And a wannabe Rick Sanchez that thinks he is smart because he forced a scorpion girl to sit in a dust tower for 4 centuries. Oh, he's also screaming, "Let them OUTTT," while firing scorpion lasers at my face. He seems upset that I ruined his game. What game? Emilia was shaking in place as she heard the voices of the 2 demon-like beings screaming through the screen. The game of watching Subaru suffer and die, of course. He's a messed up little man that doesn't know how to care for Scorpion Lolis. What are we doing now? Julius asked as he wanted to move on from the very disturbing conversation. Subaru-kun, who is it that's hurting you? Rem looked at the boy with sadness in her eyes as she learned that someone was actually watching this happen to her hero and were having fun with it. Emilia slowly leaned closer to her knight while gripping his crushed hand, with hers nonchalantly prepared to crush it further. By the way, she doesn't know that she had crushed the boy's hand. Don't worry, I can take them on so you don't have anything to fret over. Unless a fucking holy dragon shows up, which means that there will be trouble. A few of the cast's eyes widened at that statement. Anyway, back to our routine. You'll all be watching an interlude between Arc 2 and Arc 3. This one will be longer than the previous viewings, so feel free to have the restrooms open as well as a food and drinks table. Can I ask a dash? Go right ahead. Emilia was a little taken aback by the voice's eager tone, but she soon shook out of her reverie to ask a daunting question. Is Subaru going to die in this one? Everyone stopped and stared at Emilia in surprise. She asked what they've been dwelling on. Emilia kept a brave face as she stared at the bright white screen. You'll have to watch and see. Before anyone could protest that this wasn't an answer, the screen suddenly changed and activated the next viewing. OVA 1, Memory Snow. Begin. It was a fearsome battle. As Subaru's voice sounded through the window, some words were played in Lagunican language. Why is he talking like that? Felix asked in confusion. Subaru is shown walking into the mansion. Rem's mace runs across the screen behind him, and a loud crunch could be heard as the screen turned red. Rem grimaced and looked down in guilt. We were cursed by an unknown force. Seems like he's retelling his adventure, Ricardo said as he read the subtitles. Why is he speaking in that weird tone? Felt asked in clear frustration. Subaru is shown sick and in pain. The screen changes to show a horde of red-eyed dogs attacking. We experienced an invasion by a herd of Olgarms. Is it another language? Otto asked with interest. It sounds weird. Mimi whined as she couldn't understand anything without the written words. All languages sound weird. Tyvee retorted to his sister as he listened to the words and read the letters on screen. The boy was clearly interested in the language. He was on the same boat with a certain sword saint that was having too much fun trying to write Subaru's strange words through Lagunican text. Across from the excited sword saint, however, a certain frustrated-looking half-elf princess was glaring at a certain smug-looking lowly. Biku. Emilia growled, pouting, and tightened her grip on the boy's hand to relieve some of her frustration. What is it, I suppose? Beatrice smugly toyed with her hair drill while smirking and humming to herself. Otto quickly caught on to Emilia's frustration and understood why. God damn it. Fuck's wrong? Garfield suddenly asked as he was surprised by a pissed-off-looking Otto glaring at Beatrice. Garfield was too busy noting how cool Subaru's language was. Beatrice-sama, did Subaru tell you about this language as well? An enraged Otto asked in jealousy, making the rest of the viewers, curious or jealous, all look at the little smug girl. Drown in your jealousy. Humph. The little girl held her head high as she gloated about the fact that she knew more about this weird knowledge from another world and the fact that she was closer to Subaru with such knowledge in everyone's faces. Like Emilia, Rem, and Otto, Reinhard felt jealous for the very first time in his life. He wanted to know more. The screen changed to show Subaru being towered over by a giant dog. We engaged in mortal combat with the Bosgarm. He seems to think that he's the one that achieved victory. Julius ignored the strange language being spoken and just read the text. Barusu's fragile ego can be felt through text. Impressive. Ram snorted at the image on the screen. He did a lot to help, though. Petra defended. Yeah, but if it wasn't for Roswell-sama, then he would have been dead. Felix retorted with little malice at the disingenuous way Subaru portrayed the story. I guess he feels deserving of praise since, he died multiple times. Felt pointed out dully. Felix couldn't retort that, so he stayed silent. Emilia's eyes widened at this as she thought about her fight with him. Oh, no. The half-elf whispered in despair as she thought about the fight with this new information she was learning through the screen. Then, when the well-deserved halcyon days had come, the threat of the Ulgarm beast was gone, and the village was saved for good. The screen shows images of the villagers happily playing and living their lives. Then it showed an image of Amelia with her back turned. But I'm yet on a mission. This language is annoying, Priscilla growled in disgust. He's so cool. Garfield watched with stars in his eyes at the foreign words. What mission is that, I wonder? Reinhard asked in eagerness to learn about more of Subaru's adventures, hoping to the dragon that his friend won't die or get hurt too much. Although it's futile since trouble seems prone to the boy. Reinhard with a conflicted mindset. Subaru is shown standing in the middle of the forest overlooking the village wearing something that fashion police would have gladly arrested him for. What's he doing? Ricardo snorted in amusement. Is that his idea of a disguise? Felix tilted his head in confusion at such a stupid idea. A secret mission that I have to execute without being noticed by anyone. What are you doing now? Amelia asked, exasperated and pouting at her knight's habit to run in trouble. Subaru stood up and looked at the village with a serious and determined glare. The preliminary inspection of my date course with Amelia. Oh. Amelia blushed guilty and embarrassed that she doubted him. In all fairness, she had very good reasons to. Rem felt a little hurt that she wasn't the one her love was working hard for, but she still found it endearing and cute how far he was going to make this date perfect. Much better than mine. At least he won't die at the end of it. I think. Rem thought in gloom and fear as she still didn't know if he died here or not. He's going so far to make this date perfect. Frederica gushed and kept an eye on her little apprentice to see what reactions this jealous girl would give. Subaru walks into the village thinking his disguise was slick. Subaru. Petra managed to foresee Subaru through his disguise. She must be a powerful detective, he thought. Subaru walked past the kids and hoped that Petra wouldn't out him by her amazing detect. Subaru, what are you doing? Damn, another kid also had amazing deductive skills. He needed to walk faster. What's with this outfit? Subaru walked faster. They were just too smart. His outfit was amazing. He was smartly disguised. Sadly, Subaru's journey was intercepted by the kids jumping him and pulling on his shitty disguise. Top secrecy my ass. Can't even call it a disguise if you saw through it in less than 5 seconds. Subaru shouted in despair as the kids began tattering the disguise. Many in the audience chuckled and some girls giggled. Did he really think that was a good disguise? Reinhard asked, a little disappointed and dumbfounded at the thought process. Humph. Stupidity is a really pitiful disease. Priscilla snorted at the pathetic sight before her. Oh, comment. I thought tea was good. Garfield nodded his head in agreement with his Kappa-esque disguise. Subaru-kyun needs to know how to disguise himself better. I bet that he doesn't even know how to dress himself in girls' clothing. 9. Felix proudly boasted about his ability and feminine charm. At those words, however, for some reason. This is odd. Anastasia raised a brow as she watched half of the Amelia camp fall on their ass in laughter. What's funny? Otto asked the 3 laughing girls sitting around his sleeping brother. Rem and Beatrice were just holding their stomachs and couldn't answer him. Amelia managed to wave her hand dismissively while trying to hide her giggles in Subaru's shoulder. Why are you laughing? Garfield asked in anger and frustration as he looked at the chuckling Roswell and the giggling Ram. Did Natsuki-sama actually try to dress like a lady? Crush asked with her eyes sparkling. Amelia nodded and snorted some more. Otto, Garfield, Ricardo, Al, and even Julius immediately imagined what he would look like in such clothes. All of them began laughing. Except for Garf, he was disturbed by how sexy his captain looked. I would pay money to see that. Anastasia sighed in sadness and hoped that the screen could show it. Honestly, she was too curious now as to why these people were laughing so much. It must have been something embarrassing. What mission are you talking about? What top secrecy are you talking about? Caught you. Can't you see I'm busy now? Go somewhere else. Also, you'd better not interrupt me on the day of my date. Petra, who was smiling from the side as the kids played tug-of-war with Subaru's limps, suddenly perked in curiosity. Date? What is a date? A date is a lover's little happy, embarrassing, and secret pleasure. Subaru explained while he fought off the kids hounding him. Happy and embarrassing? What's that? If it's a secret, then tell us too. Those kids are the best. Otto and Garfield chuckled like children at their friend getting bullied by those kids. Hey, stop it. Could you give me a hand here, please, Petra? The little pouting girl just turned her head away from the man cheating on her. Humph. What's with this reaction? Subaru was shoved by the kids. Somebody is jealous. Roswell teased from his seat. Oh, let her be. She's in love. Al defended with a loud laugh as he saw the blushing face of the little maid as she wished the ground could do her a favor and swallow her. Emilia looked a little saddened by this as she never understood what love really is, and she was looking at a girl that was younger than her, expressing her feelings and understanding them. Hurry up. Over here. Subaru was taken through the forest by the excited children. This is our secret place. The kids took the boy over to a large plain of varied colored flowers. It's wonderful. Subaru gazed at the plain with awe visible in his eyes. Emilia smiled softly as she remembered the place. So that's how he found it. He did tell me the kids were the ones who found it, but dash. He really took you to a place like this? Anastasia asked while staring at the scene before her, a little jealous. I want to go there. Felt huffed in jealous anger. I get stuck in a big-ass castle with scary-looking men all over the place and Big Bro starts taking Big Sis on the best of adventures in the prettiest of places. You suck, Reinhard. The red-haired knight just hung his head low in shame at not being as accommodating as Sue. Told you, you're not the Lalamitzer. Julius teasingly said with a small smirk, further drowning Reinhard in his annoyance and shame of not being good with his lady as a certain black-haired boy. Am I just built differently? Reinhard asked with his face expressing a look of philosophy. Scene change. Rim is looking at a pelted pink flower in the garden. Nei-sama, look at this flower. Rim called to her sister as she was tidying some bushes. What could have happened to it, even though it had just bloomed? Rim touched the flower, which made it fall on the garden. Well, look what we have here. The two maids looked up to find their lord had knelt and picked the dead flower from the ground while looking at it with a thoughtful expression. Roswell-sama. At this crucial time, and while we were busy with the royal selections preparations, it seems like we got ourselves a rather troublesome guest. Roswell looked as the petals flew in the air with an uneasy expression. What happened after that? What does that mean? Felt asked the lord sitting behind her. The Amelia camp's eyes all widened in excitement as they remembered exactly what happened. Scene change. Beatrice is reading a book in her library when suddenly something makes her look up from her book. Scene change. Amelia is looking out of a window with a look of concern on her face as she watches a window be covered in ice. Asterisk crack asterisk. The window covered in ice shattered before her. What was that? Mimi asked in fear. Crush and Anastasia looked at Amelia with demanding gazes. The half-elf just smiled pleasantly. The two shrugged and watched on like the rest of their parties. Title card. Life in a different world from Zero. Subaru is shown standing in a white void with his back turned to the window. As he slowly turns around, a shadowy smoke overcomes the white plane and covers Subaru's entire being. As the boy turns around to look at the source of this darkness, he was met with the demonic black hand of the witch. He could do nothing but watch as the hand lunged towards his beating heart. Hey, what's going on? Garfield shouted in anger when he saw the black hand of the witch. He wanted to jump into action immediately. If he looked at the others, he would have found many of them glaring at the screen, from the knights to Wilhelm, as well as Crush and Anastasia. Amelia, Beatrice, and Rem had shocked and fearful expressions for the boy. Subaru immediately sat up from his bed and breathed heavy breaths of much-needed air. As he finally slowed his breathing, he sighed in relief. Just a dream, huh? Rem's eyes widened in understanding. Oh. Subaru-kun was having this nightmare, huh? Have you seen him struggle to sleep like that? Frederica asked, making Amelia and her camp look at Rem with surprise. The maid nodded her head. Rem tried to help Subaru-kun. But, seeing the maid falter in place as she gripped her skirt hard, Amelia slowly looked away from Rem and to the little girl that was sitting on the other side of her knight. Biko-chan. What, I suppose? Beatrice coldly asked as she looked at the screen with a forlorn expression. You sleep with Subaru every night. Does he? Betty has told you before. He only sleeps peacefully when she's with him on the bed. He always squirms and shouts. Betty knows the reason now like you do, in fact. Beatrice didn't look smug or proud at the fact at all. She just looked at the screen with no emotion, just gripping her contractor's hand. Why does he suffer all alone? Otto clenched his fists, as did the blonde boy beside him, unable to help their brother out. Amelia just leaned back in her seat, defeated as she noted another aspect of Subaru's life that's been causing him great pain and suffering since he met her. She couldn't help but clench her hand around his while feeling the guilt of giving him nightmares and not helping him or caring to take notice of him. She couldn't help but keep wanting his affection after all she has done to him. Selfish. Amelia growled at herself while keeping her side as close to her knight as she could. The boy that had suffered hell to save her. How did you know about his nightmares? Ram asked with her eyes narrowed in suspicion. Rem blushed and looked down. Are you okay, Subaru-kun? A worried Rem asked from beside his bed. Yeah, don't worry, Dash. Rem, why are you sitting beside me like it's natural for you to be here? Rem, why on this dragon-forsaken world would you want to look at trash first thing in the morning? Ram yelled out at her sister's strange habits. What were you doing, I suppose? Beatrice asked in anger that her position was taken by a maid. Were you watching him sleep? Al asked in a weirdly giddy tone. Stop it, guys. There's no way that Natsuki-san would capture her heart that quick, Dash. It's almost time to start working, so I was restoring my energy by watching Subaru-kun's sleeping face. Rem smiled wide at the disturbed boy. Lucky son of a bitch. Garfield shouted as he held his hair in pure agitation and disbelief at how lucky his captain was. Otto just stood there slack-jawed. Rem blushed a deep red as she noticed the stares from Amelia and Beatrice. Ram just shook her head while Roswell giggled in his hand. The rest just carried on watching, knowing that it was a private moment. Just what kind of energy is that? More importantly, what was that dream about? Rem changed the subject as the boy tiredly got out of his bed. Air. It's more of a nightmare that will come true if I speak about it. Don't worry about it. What a way to ignore your pain, Anastasia murmured. watching with a frown adorning her face. Seems like you are breaking a leg with this act, Miss Hoshin, the Duchess beside her whispered dryly. Anastasia remained silent. Subaru suddenly shivered in place and quickly hugged himself. Hey, Remington. It's a bit cold today, don't you think? That's right. It may be a bit chilly this morning. As expected of Subaru-kun, such keen insight. She's so in love, Ricardo whispered to his lady, making Anastasia shrug her shoulders a bit. I ship him with the elf GI, OW. Al was cut off from supporting his ship by a boot slamming his helmeted head to the ground. Quiet, Aldebaran. Priscilla stomped on his head while fanning herself as she watched. Why did she stop me? Al thought to himself as he felt the boot move away and allowed him to sit back on his chair. Well, anyone would at least recognize cold weather. Scene changed to Subaru and Rim working in the kitchen. Yesterday's weather was that muggy too. What an extreme change of weather in just one night. Subaru looked at Rim as he peeled some potatoes. Say it with me, kids. F-U-C-K potatoes. Don't you change your maid outfit seasonally? Must be hard for you, with such a light outfit. Once the real ice season begins, I will change into my winter maid clothes. They're thick, and there's cotton stuffed in them, so they're very warm. Given this cold, don't you think it's better to change into them? If it's so hard for you to ask, I can ask Roswell directly for you. My hero is so thoughtful, Rem uttered with a warm smile on her face, making her sister snort from the back. He probably wants to see you change. Perv. Felix agreed with Ram, making his mistress sigh in exasperation. Nae-sama and I are used to it, so it's okay. It's not worth bothering Roswell-sama with it. Well, if you say so. By the way, where is Nae-sama? Yes. Nae-sama is sleeping in a bit, as it seems she doesn't want to get out of her bed with the morning being this cold. Subaru stopped peeling the potatoes. Potatoes is a very shitty name, and glared at Rem. Even though you just said you were both used to the cold, I can't accept this. Be it cold or hot weather, I'm going to teach Nae-sama that she can't lead a shut-in life here. Subaru took off the apron and stomped out of the kitchen. Let's go, Rem. But Nae-sama is also tired from her day-to-day chores, so it's okay if she oversleeps on cold days. Let's go, Rem. Yes, if you say so. She let go of her chores and followed with a smile. I no longer love you. Sister. Rem looked at the upset Ram with tears of heartbreak in her eyes. You didn't defend your sister's reputation from a pathetic waste of life smear campaign. But sis, Subaru-kun just wants to spend time with you. I don't want to spend time with trash like him. Roswell just loved where he was sitting. He loved it. Everyone else just watched the two argue with amused smiles. Scene changed to a very, very disgruntled-looking Ram glaring at Subaru as he swiped with his room. There's so much dust left, clean it again. You're really useless, Barusu. Ram coldly ordered as she glared at the boy. Tipsy. Al and Ricardo snorted while Petra and Frederica giggled as they never saw Ram this agitated. Just because I forcibly pulled you out of your bed, how long do you intend to hold a grudge? Humph. Can't you fix your mood yet? Subaru stepped towards her but was tripped by something. Huh? Ram, it seems like there's a hatch here. Do you know what's in there? No idea. Subaru moved to open the hatch. Stop, Barusu. What if insects pop out when you open it? Wait till I step out and lock the door. Why do you have to lock it? Anyway, it's too late. I love their dynamic together. Anastasia called out while giggling with the rest of the theater. That's a mean prank, Petra frowned. Subaru opened the hatch and found a bunch of stored glass bottles. Oh, this is. There are many of them too. Are all of these alcohol? Now that you mention it, I remember hearing something about Roswell-sama's grandma being a heavy drinker. These probably belong to her. Subaru looked up with a creeped-out expression. Roschi's grandma? Can't even imagine it. What's that supposed to mean? Roswell asked with a fake glare. He means she's creepy as fuck, Garfield answered politely. HN. Roswell noticed the shining blue irises settled upon him from the front rows. He knows what emotion is held within those eyes. Roswell wanted to laugh at the increasing downfall that was creeping with every second the screen was active. He had wondered if this was a good thing. Maybe there might be a path for relief. He didn't acknowledge Beatrice's accusing gaze at the mention of his grandmother. And he refused to acknowledge her sympathy or the pity in her glance. She would be more merciful looking at him in disgust. She would be much merciful. The eccentric fool didn't notice the second set of eyes glancing up toward him. How could a man such as that be related to Lady Roswell? Wilhelm grunted and stared away from the man. A feral glare disappeared from his face. But if they're that old, these bottles should be pretty refined, right? Even if living every day is painful, you shouldn't drink, Barusu. I won't drink. It's actually a miracle Natsuki-san doesn't touch alcohol much. Minnie gave the merchant looks of dread. What do you mean, Otto-kun? Rem nervously asked the boy, too afraid that her crimes still made some people detest her. I don't think we must dwell on this. Surprisingly, Otto engaged with Rem respectfully, shaking his head. I'm just thinking too much about this, he muttered and closed his eyes shut for a second. Emilia noticed him clutching a square shape inside of his cloak pocket. As the two were conversing over the bottles of wine, a beautiful half-elf came into the room. Subaru, Ram. The two looked back to find a smiling Emilia leaning on the doorway to the room. I heard rustling coming from here, so it was you two after all. Emilia-tan. Subaru called out at the smiling elf girl. What are you doing here? Amelia asked in amusement. I was warning Subaru from turning to alcohol, even if life was harsh for him, Ram answered simply, making Amelia look at Subaru with a heartbroken look. Is that so? Subaru, you should have told me if you're having it rough. Haha, what were you going to do if you really did that? Felt asked as she and the others laughed at the way Ram had framed him. Amelia looked down in thought and nodded her head. I would have dash. Give him a lap pillow? Everyone just laughed at Julius's interruption and the way Amelia pouted at him. It's not like that. I won't drink nor will I run away. I'm still a minor, to begin with, so I can't even drink. I can't even peek at underground websites yet without a legal guardian. Don't even. Otto warned the little devil as she smugly held her head high, making Amelia and Rim glare with pure frustration at how much closer Beatrice was to Subaru than they were. I won't tell you, in fact, the girl said in a smug tone, pissing everyone that was curious off. Come on, Biko-chan. Roswell yelled from his seat. You're not allowed to ask anything of me, in fact. Roswell looked down in sadness. Beatrice kept her smile and her tough look, but on the inside, she was freaking out. Subaru hadn't taught her about underground websites. He didn't get to that part. TCK. How obtuse. Priscilla spat and bit her fan's tip. Her glare reached the little girl sitting at the front. Come on, princess. You don't need to understand what that stuff means. Al was grounded to the dirt beneath her heel. Shut your mouth. Priscilla hissed, not liking how he reads her so easily. I don't really know what you mean by underground websites. But in the kingdom of Lagunica, the legal drinking age is 15. Seriously. If you want to watch this underground website thing, I wouldn't mind accompanying you as your legal guardian. Subaru quickly blushed and hugged himself. So kind. EMT. Amelia Tan, mesmerizing angel. However, an angel shouldn't do such a thing. Ram was looking between the two with a look of pure boredom. Speaking of which, how do you handle alcohol? Drunken Amelia Tan must be so cute. Sorry, I don't really understand what you're saying. However, I have never drank alcohol before. What a shame. We could have made tomorrow's date an adult state. Drinks in one hand, in the flower-fi dash, Subaru stopped what he was talking about as soon as he noticed the all-knowing disgusted glare Ram was sending him. Crap, it was supposed to be a surprise. Oh, tomorrow was our date. Amelia looked down with a guilty expression. Yeah, can't wait for tomorrow. I'll wake up early and prepare a packed lunch. Why yeah, I'm also looking forward to it. Amelia gave a nervous smile to the excited Subaru. I hope the weather clears up tomorrow. Speaking of which, Amelia Tan, aren't you cold with that outfit? Eh? Cold? I'm not cold at all. Rather, don't you think it's really warm today? Amelia began fanning herself and talking really quickly and nervously. Why are you acting so weird? Felt asked from her place beside the half-elf. Amelia sighed and watched herself with a disappointed look. Just watch. What's gotten into you, Amelia Tan? You're acting weird suddenly. That's right. I have some stuff to do. Really urgent stuff. See you. The half-elf quickly ran out of the room. Urgent stuff. That's what you say when it's not that urgent. It means that Barusu is a being even lower than Amelia's trivial stuff. Ram smirked smugly at the embarrassed butler. Subaru turned to her with a sweating and worried expression that was trying to change into a confident one. Of course not. I'm sure she's just so excited for tomorrow, so she's dash. Ha 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 ha. You two are so good together. I love it. Ram almost threw up at Ricardo, Al, and Otto's remarks. Her and trash. She was a noble maid. Why are you so mean to him, Ram-chan? Amelia asked as she giggled. That's just how charming my sister is. Subaru-kun lets her do whatever she wants because he has a big heart that's accepting of others. Rem said with a smile. Or, he's just a perv. Otto and Garfield laughed at Felix's muttering. Scene change. Water bottles, check. Bread for lunch, check. The date's plan, check. Handkerchief, check. And lucky boxers, check. Also, alarm, set. Subaru smiled as he closed the phone in his hand. He set his Mattia to wake him up by making a loud noise at a point in time he set to be early in the morning. In fact, Beatrice explained while looking at her fingernails and raising her eyebrows up and down to piss a certain Otto off. A loud noise. Crush and Felix looked at one another. So it was an alarm, Felix uttered as he looked at the ground. Then he had other means of knowing about the whale and not just having the location told to him through the Mattia. Crush detected glumly. Subaru Dano had faced the whale alone and lost. Wilhelm concluded with his eyes narrowed and his hand clenching the armrest tightly. The Crush's camp mused alone as the others were too busy watching Beatrice and Otto argue. It had dawned on her that Subaru would die again. Crush and her knights continued watching with the information weighing heavily upon their hearts. Meanwhile, someone else was watching with a heavy heart. He was so excited, and I was just worried about myself. Amelia crushed the boy's hand once more as she vented her frustration by squeezing his bones into dust with her strength. How could she be so blind to this boy's struggle? The boy quickly turned off the lights and dived into his bed to sleep. Turning and changing positions multiple times, Subaru finally sat up on his bed with a conclusion. Can't sleep. Oh, that's right. I know how to sleep. Subaru quickly lay back and covered himself with the cover. 1 puck, 2 pucks, 3 pucks. Wait for a second. I'm having a violent deja vu. I feel like something similar happened. And then I was cursed that night. Images of when he had died in the hallway and one of his past loops played. He's not cold or unfeeling towards his deaths, Julius noted with cold, dead eyes. You would. Ricardo snorted and looked at his colleague with a stern glare. The knight kept watching, composed and emotionless. Rem looked down in guilt as the rest of the Amelia camp winced at the memory. I shouldn't say that. Forget about Puck. I'll just. The distraught boy slowly closed his eyes and smiled softly. 1 Amelia. 2 Amelias. 3 Amelias. Looks like he has a default. Frederica chuckled at the sweet scene. Amelia pouted a little at her stupid knight's sweetness. He makes her feel so special and she has offered him nothing. Talk about a high-maintenance knight. Subaru quickly sat up with a wide smile on his face. Is this heaven? Crap. I also did this before. Guess I have to think of another solution. 1 Roswell, 2 Roswells, 3 Roswells. Subaru sat up once again with a hand on his face as he tried to forget the horror he just witnessed. 3 clowns. I'm guessing that was hell he saw. Felt winced sympathetically. Roswell-sama, you'll choke if you laugh so much. Roswell waved at his maid as he held his stomach and tried to keep the laughter in check. Sighing, the boy noticed his breath was visible from the cold temperature of the room. Will the date go well with this cold? Just when the kids went out of their way to show me that flower field, I hope it isn't withering. Subaru quickly covered himself and closed his eyes. No, tomorrow will certainly bring good weather. It'll be okay. I'll believe in that. Subaru slowly closed his eyes. Darkness. He seems to be more on guard, Anastasia noted with pity-filled eyes. Anyone would. That kid will never be the same after what he's been through. Julius emotionlessly muttered, making Rem and Amelia clench their hands and look away from the boy. At least the worst is done, Mimi called out in enthusiastic glee. Some shook their heads with haunted-looking eyes. They didn't believe it. The screen slowly lights up to show Subaru's sleeping form in the darkness, having light from the sky above him beam and fill the world with magnificent sparkles. The beautiful sounds of choirs playing a strange tone were heard over the screen as the beautiful music played around Subaru. For majestic angels with wings slowly fluttered down and pulled the boy's covers off. Only one problem with these beautiful majestic baby angels. Ayayawaya. Petra and Mimi screamed for dear life as they witnessed a sight so messed up, it needed what we call Jesus. While the rest were just laughing their ass off. All the candidates in their camps were just laughing. Even Wilhelm was giving chuckles into his fist. Roswell was just on the floor, rolling. They all had Roswell's head. The baby Roswells slowly grabbed the sleeping Subaru and began flying with him. The screen showed Subaru's content face as the music played around him while he flew. Huh. Only for him to wake up and find that. 1 There was no baby Roswell angels that were probably representing his deepest, darkest desires in life. 2 The music playing wasn't some heaven-sent choirs that were used in Viva La Vida, but actually it was his phone's alarm playing the theme song to his favorite anime show, and finally. 3 The world around him would have been better as a void of darkness instead of the frozen atmosphere around his room. His snot was frozen from how cold it was. It's so cold. I'm gonna die. Subaru shivered in place as he sat up. Everyone stared at Amelia as she looked down in guilt at the state her night was in. I should have warned him, she muttered to herself angrily. You weren't the only one who knew what was going on, in fact. Beatrice sighed and wished she could help her contractor. What's happening? Anastasia asked in suspicion. Just watch, I suppose. Slowly, the boy opened the door while covering himself with the blanket. It's gotten even colder than yesterday. What's going on? Subaru looked around the hallway, shivering. Huh. He found a little librarian looking out of a window. Beatrice. The girl quickly turned and looked alarmed. What are you doing so early in the morning? And nothing. It's none of your business, I suppose. Suspicious. Mimi shouted, making Minnie nod. By the way, don't you think it's very cold in here? I have a date with Amelia Tan today. Is it going to be okay? Subaru looked up at the ceiling of the hallway in worry. Beatrice started walking away from him with a bored expression. As if I care about that. Betty is busy right now. I have no time to play with you, I suppose. I'm not asking you to play with me or anything. Anyway, it's easy to catch a cold during this period, so be careful. Ah, he cares about Betty-chan. Petra doted on her hero's nature. Beatrice just glared at herself on screen. How hard is it to treat him just a little nicer? In fact, she growled at herself. I'm not that careless for you to worry about me, I suppose. Rather than worrying about you. If you catch a cold, finding you would be difficult, so I would feel bad for Rim if the rice porridge she made you went cold. You should at least rest in your bed when you catch a cold. Subaru waved at the spirit with a smile. Beatrice quickly turned around and looked at him with a pissed-off expression. Just why do you have to lecture me about the what-if results of this scenario, I suppose? Anyway, I'm very busy right now. Don't make me repeat myself, I suppose. Subaru was thrown out of the window. Biko. Beatrice-sama. Beatrice just facepalmed as she was glared at by 2 girls in love with the boy she had contracted with. How hard, in fact, she despaired again. My. Life really was hectic with Beatrice ignoring her feelings towards her contractor. Frederica sounded amused as she watched the time everyone had spent in her absence. Humph. I think everyone is meaner than they are supposed to be. Petra huffed, pouting. Frederica glanced at the little girl with surprise. The little maid was braver than she had let on. She also possessed uncertain darkness in her, enough to act one way with someone and hold other feelings than what she shows them. Scene change. Subaru and Rim were both cleaning the marble floor with their wet brooms. So, is that why your date with Amelia-sama was cancelled? Rem asked as she wiped with the boy. Postponed, not cancelled. It would be a waste if the cold ruined our long-awaited date. Amelia-tan. Subaru remembered the strange scene that happened to him that morning. You're right. It may be better if we postpone it. Since you know, it's this cold, and I know how much you were looking forward to it, and I was the one who promised you. But of course, it's not just because I promised you or anything. I too was looking forward to it, but since it's this cold, we have no choice. Yes. Subaru looked haunted as he remembered the sight of Eminem Amelia, rapping and waving her arms around as she spat her new song's lyrics at his face. Meanwhile, her somewhat relieved face is still bugging me. Subaru said to himself. Did you really think that was convincing? Anastasia asked with a ludicrous look on her face. That wasn't even close to convincing Garf. Otto pointed at his friend while looking at her in disappointment. Yeah, wait. Amelia just turned her head away from them. She didn't want to be mean, but she knew what she was doing. Subaru was wrapped around her finger because of her silver tongue's words. I think postponing it is a wise decision. On the off chance, you became stranded in this bad weather. Stranded? That only happens on snowy mountains. Subaru suddenly started freaking out. Wait for a second. Could it be that thing? What thing? Rem asked in confusion. What's going on? Felt asked in worry as the rest watched with rapid attention. Subaru began shouting with his eyes wide. During our date, a snowstorm strands us, so we take refuge in a mountain hut where we share each other's warmth. Subaru began hugging himself lewdly. A happy, embarrassing, and heart-throbbing situation. Got it. I will take care of warming you. Rem intercepted with a smile on her face. Hold on, you're taking another character's role here. That's genius, Captain. Ha 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 ha. What a lewd man this guy is. Julius flinched at the unknightly behavior. I'm not sure I understand. Does he just want a hug so bad? Amelia asked in confusion. Beatrice shushed the outraged Anastasia as the merchant was about to explain just what that meant to the innocent Amelia. Subaru calmed down and smiled at Remington. Realistically speaking, though, it's not like a snowstorm would pop out of nowhere, nor could the temperature drop that quickly. He placed the broom in the water bucket to continue cleaning. But just now, I heard a crack. It seems like the bucket's water is starting to freeze. Hey, Subaru was astonished. Just how cold was it? Ricardo whistled. Must have been freezing. Otto shivered just thinking about it. Glad I wasn't there. Garfield nodded in relief. Scene change. Subaru was shivering in his ice-covered dorm with his hair, eyelashes, and even snot running from his nose frozen in icicle shape. He slowly turned his head around and found snow and ice covering his lamp, chair, and table. Okay, what's going on? Felt asked, unable to contain herself. This doesn't seem normal at all. Reinhard supported his mistress with a bewildered look. Please just watch. In case you're wondering, I don't see anything that's different from our memories of the event yet. So that means there won't be any dash. Garfield quickly placed a hand on Otto's mouth and shook his head. Don't remind them about the deaths. No matter how you look at it, something is wrong here. Subaru screamed in bewilderment. The scene changes to show Subaru shivering while holding a cup of hot drink and being covered in a blanket. I'm really sorry. I should have come to warm you, but I couldn't leave Nesama like that. Rem apologized while looking at the shivering Subaru. So you sisters were warming each other? I can feel my temperature increasing 3 degrees just by imagining this godly situation. Subaru shivered and gasped as his breath turned into ice. You would like to see that, wouldn't you, perv? Ram snorted while her sister blushed heatedly. What was that about warming him? Crush raised a brow and thinned her lips at the maid. Oh, Subaru-kun, you don't look so good. Is there anything wrong? Nothing. In particular, I'm just freezing here. No matter how you look at it, this weather is abnormal. Subaru retorted to the smiling clown wearing lord that had entered the kitchen. My, you're such a crybaby. With enough pride and composure, one's presence of mind is all you need to face the cold. Don't see myself being convinced by someone wearing those fluffy clothes, though. Subaru yelled out as he glared at Roswell. At this rate, this cold might turn into a murder attempt. Subaru sniffled and began snorting into a handkerchief that was held in front of him by a dutiful Rem. Roswell looked at the door with a smile. Indeed, guess I can't leave it in anymore. The way you put it. Do you have any clues? If the cause is some kind of winter shogun, hurry up and defeat it. I beg you, sensei. Konosuba reference is shown. A shogun is a fictional monster in Subaru's world. Beatrice noted to the confusion in the crowd around her. His world seems boring if they make this much fiction, Tybee noted to himself. Didn't you see those cars? They looked so cool. I want to live in a world like that. Garfield nodded his head. That Mimi girl had such good taste. Subaru-kun, is it that you can't handle cold weather? The eccentric clown asked his employee. During the winter, I complain about the cold. During the summer, I complain about the hot weather. During spring, I complain about being sleepy. During autumn, I complain about Matsutake mushroom's price. I'm just your everyday normie. Understatement of the decade. I'll snorted along with Felix and a bored-looking Priscilla. Subaru began snorting into Rem's waiting handkerchief. Are you curious about the outside? Subaru looked confused at Roswell's question. Well, I'm a bit worried about shoveling the snow off the village's fields. Seems like you get along well with the villagers, especially the kids. That's just a coincidence. Besides, I'm not fond of those selfish, rash creatures called kids. But they went and got attached to me, so I had no choice. I pity them. Ram huffed while Petra giggled. I'm going to tell them what you said. The little maid teased, knowing that she won't get an answer from the sleeping boy. Yeah, that's what you call it, Sundara. Roswell winked in amusement at the struggling boy as he sniffled and snorted once again into the smiling maid's waiting wiper. Sniffle. Ouch, my nose hurts. Sniffle. Sniffle. This is bad. It will be okay. I will take care of Subaru-kun sniffles. Rem excitedly assured. Emilia huffed, upset that she was the one that had caused him to be this close to Rem and made him sick. This is funnier than expected. Anastasia clapped with a bright grin, surprising her knight. I thought you'd be disappointed how useless this viewing is, milady. Anastasia turned to him, smiling sweetly with a tilt of the head. Better than having Natsuki face death again. Do you really care for him that much, Lady Anastasia? Julia's question wasn't supposed to be uttered in such hurt. Not much better than I care about any of you, Julius Kuhn, Anastasia replied softly, winking to the relieved knight. Anyway, don't worry, this weather's only spreading up to the mansion's vicinity, Roswell said as he began walking away from the two. And just why is that? Subaru asked in confusion. To prevent this cold from spreading further, 2 people have been running around dealing with it. Roswell turned and smiled mysteriously. 2. Subaru looked at Rim questioningly. It's neither me nor Nesama. Which means that the suspect's identity is clear, no? Subaru thoughtfully inquired. Thus, I don't even have to explain who's behind this cold, do I? Roswell smiled in confirmation. Snitch, Emilia grumbled as she understood how Subaru found out she was the source behind this. Let's see the truth behind all this. Crush mused as she leaned back to learn of the suspicious circumstance filling the mansion, once again. Is it just me? Or has this mansion grown a tad bit tedious? Tivy questioned, bored with the mansion's constant mystery and presence. It ain't just you, buddy. Too bad some knights don't know who to kidnap or how to do it right. Felt snorted without looking away from the screen. Reinhardt's head flinched, personally attacked. Scene change. We can see the 3 standing at a door that had a fog running from under it. Emilia-sama. Sorry for bothering you so early in the morning. Do you have a moment? Roswell. Emilia's voice could be heard from beyond the door. Air. Wait for a second. Okay. Subaru-kun. Roswell pointed at the boy, to which the butler nodded and moved to open the door. Only to suddenly step back while holding his hand as soon as he touched the golden handle of the door. So cold. What the hell is this? Emilia-tan. Are you okay? Eh? What? Subaru is here too. Emilia asked in a panic. Yes, I'm here. But more importantly, don't you have something else to say? Subaru yelled at the door accusingly. Something to say. Something to say. Good morning. Properly starting with a greeting. That's a well-behaved girl. That's not it. I'm opening the door. If you're changing, then thank you. Thank you. Not sorry. Emilia questioned ludicrously. What a gross night you have, Anastasia teased cheerfully. He's fun to watch. Crush snorted at Subaru's antics. Julius, Felix, and Reinhardt had to clench their fists as they saw how unruly the boy was. They needed to teach him some rules of the knight's code. Not just for appearance, but for his own safety if he was met with a larger, much more powerful knight waiting to kill him for breaking a rule. Felt and Priscilla just laughed at the scene. Emilia looked down in shame at how ludicrous her knight was. Pervert. The half-elf muttered in sadness. She was blushing a bit too. Subaru opened the door and was met with a room filled to the brim with ice and an oncoming storm hitting him in the face. It's freezing. What is going on here? Why, you shouldn't do that. Barging into someone's room before getting permission to enter, that's rude. Emilia was seen holding her hands out to hide the source of the strong, windy current flowing all over her walls. Right. That's really rude. Emilia waved her arms and looked at the 3 with a panicked expression. I think I understand what's happening now. Wilhelm mused with a hand on his chin. Many of the magic users and the candidates nodded their heads. Air. Hey, go out and try again. Emilia yelled and blushed from embarrassment as the wind continued blowing stronger. 'Tis what Emilia-tan is saying, but what's the mansion owners say on the matter? Subaru asked the lord behind him. Permission, granted. Roswell happily agreed. Roswell, Emilia shouted in betrayal as Subaru stepped into her windy room. So, the cause of this cold is? Subaru stopped in front of her. Cause? What cause? I have no idea. Well, maybe just a little bit. But I don't know. Emilia continued with her genius manipulation of Subaru's peasant servant mind. But then a voice from behind her stopped her cruel treatment of her servant's simpleness. It's okay, Leah. It doesn't seem like we can hide it longer anyway. Emilia sighed and turned to the source of all this wind with a pout. Puck, you idiot. I was just a step away from deceiving them. She admonished her spirit for ruining her fun and playing with the mind of her servant. No, you weren't, I suppose. You weren't fooling anyone, Emilia-sama. Crush shook her head in disappointment. Emilia just huffed. They didn't know what they were talking about. She was perfectly close. No, that wouldn't have happened in 100 years. Said servant lied through his teeth to protect his pride. Liar, Emilia muttered and made Felt look at her with a raised brow. Does she really think? Just leave it alone, I suppose. Beatrice sighed and shook her head at Felt. Subaru leaned closer to see what was causing all of this and found a tired-looking Puck, covered in a small blanket and sleeping on a small pillow, emitting this godly amount of wind and snow out of nowhere. I'm sorry. I've caused you trouble. Please don't get mad at Leah and Betty. They were just covering for me. Puck smiled at the boy apologetically. Scene changed to a shivering Ram that was glaring condescendingly at a certain cat as she stood to the side while the mansion residents sat at the huge dining table. Hatsumaki? What's a Hatsumaki? Don't you mean Hatsujuki? TL note. Hatsumaki is literally magic, release period. It is a made-up word that's similar to Hatsujuki, which is why Subaru is confused here. Hatsujuki means mating season. I'm not an animal, so I don't have a mating season. What a rude thing to say, Naya. Puck licked his fur like an animal. Your answer troubles me in more ways than one. Subaru looked at the cat with an unconvinced stare. It's a phenomenon that only affects a few beings, those possessing potent magical energy. A person's magic power highly depends on their OD's attributes. In that sense, its output is very restricted. Rem explained from her lord's side. OD. Is it something different than mana and gates? Ram glared at Subaru as she tightly hugged her blanket while shivering in place, not knowing what an OD is. I'm really starting to doubt your common sense. You've reached unprecedented heights of shallowness and impudence, Barusu. Naisama is even harsher than usual today. Is cold weather your weak point? Subaru looked at Ram with a concerned expression. Strong and weak points are purely subjective things. I don't look at life from such a narrow-minded point of view. Don't spout such nonsense. Go kill yourself, please. That last part was unnecessarily cruel, though? Ram winced at how harsh the last remark was, judging by the uncomfortable look she was getting. Everyone was thinking the same thing. This conversation isn't going anywhere if I leave it to you too, I suppose. Since I have no other choice, I'll explain it to you. Beatrice sighed and began explaining from her spot at the table. OD is the vessel of magical power, a device that stocks the magical energy extracted from the gate, I suppose. Oh, a vessel that stocks magical energy. Go ahead, please continue. Subaru smiled and nodded his head. Your way of speaking irritates me, Beatrice growled and continued in disgruntlement. Anyway, an excellent OD can deal with a considerable amount of magical energy, I suppose. However, any vessel has a limit. Once that limit is reached, the OD will be over with magical energy. Before that happens, it's necessary to let it out. Roswell continued the explanation. To let it out before your stomach explodes. As Subaru worded out his conclusion, Beatrice began sipping from her drink. So basically, just like constipation. And Beatrice quickly did a spit take that was as refined as her spirit form. Slamming her hands on the table, the cute girl pointed at the ignorant servant before her. Choose your words carefully, I suppose. But as he was stared at by the sheer noble anger of the magnificent spirit Sama that was Beatrice, the arrogant swan turned his head to Roswell and continued speaking. He ignored her. In that moment is when Beatrice, the great spirit, knew. This boy was lesbian as shit. So basically, Puck releasing his magical energy gas is causing this cold. Yes, that's right. I'm sorry for hiding it. Emilia bowed to those at the table. What a troublesome constipation relief method. Is this a periodic thing? Once per year, I'd say. When I was living in the forest with Leah, I moderately relieved myself, but ever since coming here, I've been behaving myself. I guess this was its recoil. Tiki my ass. That's a bit too powerful for a Hatsumaki. Crush wondered with a surprised look on her face. Bubby is a great spirit like myself, in fact. So now we know why this strange phenomenon is happening all of a sudden. Reinhard nodded his head and watched with great interest since his abilities forced him to have very poor affinities with spirits great and small alike. I'm also interested in how he deals with this powerful Hatsumaki since my buds can grow and possibly cause the same problem. Julius wondered as he leaned back and watched with great interest. Bet number 6, and yes, I'm keeping count, Natsuki-kun makes something otherworldly to deal with this problem. Those who were present are not allowed to vote. Anastasia hummed as she raised her hand along with her camp and crushes. Felt snorted. I bet he will just leave the house until Kitty is done. Reinhard followed his mistress. Oh, you're joining? Crush asked with a small smirk as she noticed Priscilla's hand was raised along with her other hand forcing AL's up. Be thankful that you have my luck on your side, commoner. The princess snorted and looked at the screen. Oh, he's warming his way into her heart. Anastasia cheekily uttered to the candidate beside her. The Duchess smiled warmly and leaned back to watch the screen also. That he is. If letting out your magical energy is necessary, then I won't complain. But why the sudden change during the last 3 days? Subaru wondered while looking at the ice-covered room. I was doing it slowly at first, but I had more mana piled up than usual, and no one was complaining about it getting colder. Can I go wilder? All right, I'll give it a shot. Everyone is surprisingly gullible. And that's how it went. Puck shrugged his shoulders with a smile. What sloppy work? For a great spirit of Bubby's level, no matter how much magical energy he releases, it isn't enough, I suppose. Out of respect for Bubby's fur, stop impudently petting it like that. Sniffle. You two have a runny nose. More importantly, you made that barrier to confine the cold weather because you were afraid of being discovered, right? Answer me honestly. Subaru tapped his table and demanded from the sniffling girl. She started blowing her nose. Subaru mocked. I have no idea what you're talking about. Beatrice turned away from him. The silence that filled the room after was broken by a very nervous Amelia. Why, you see, Puck and I are really sorry about this. But Puck's Hatsumaki should be over soon. Isn't that right, Puck? Yeah. If you let me do it at this pace, it should be over in 2 more days. If we let you do it at this pace, you'll have to deal with my and Ram's frozen corpses by tomorrow morning. Subaru then turned to the guilty-looking elf girl. By the way, Amelia-tan, aren't you cold? Dressed like this? I want to see Amelia-tan in her winter clothes. Pervert, Subaru. Amelia was much more mature now than she was back then, so she understood that her knight wanted some candy of the eye Ram is always talking about when she stares at her lord's ass. Ram actually smiled, happy that Subaru had asked her to change into winter clothes, meaning that she's on the same wavelength with Amelia in his mind. You know that I have a contract with Puck, right? Well, thanks to Puck's magic, my body temperature is kept in check. Which is why, even in this cold. Yes. I'm fine. Amelia looked down and closed her eyes in guilt. Subaru looked at Puck with a pleading expression. Don't you feel bad for causing your daughter this much trouble? Let's find another way. And suddenly, the butler boy stood up in alarm. Oh, that's it. This is it. Anastasia clapped excitedly. Crush leaned forward with a smile of endearment as she too was excited for the boy's solution to this problem. We don't have to stay inside the mansion. While Biko confines the cold within her barrier, we just have to spend our time outside the mansion. That's Subaru-kun for you. Rem is impressed. Right now, the weather outside is neither cold nor hot dash. Scene changes to Subaru and the girls standing at the open mansion door, watching as it rained extensively outside. Damn, I lost another bet. Ricardo shook his head. Up, it's not over yet. Anastasia shook her finger and had an expression of pure amusement. This rain won't let up any time soon, I suppose. Why? I guess camping outside is a no-go. Amelia said in disappointment. Wait, if we use a tent? Subaru-kun, were you planning to let me, the mansion's master, sleep outside? Roswell stood threateningly behind the boy. Then, can't you do something about it with your magic? Something like a fireball you fire at Puck, and then bam, the cold gets evened out. It would be hard to control that. If my hand were to slip even a little bit, the mansion would be engulfed by a sea of flames. What's with this above there's raging water, below there's raging fire kind of situation? Then, suddenly. Oh, got it. Above, there's raging water, below, there's raging fire. Amelia looked at the screaming Subaru in bewilderment. What do you mean? It's a famous riddle in my homeland. The answer to it is the bath, which means that, to overcome this freezing cold. To overcome it. Amelia asked in determination. Using all the mansion's magic firestones, we'll heat the large public bath's water. And then, for 2 days, we will carry on with Operation Hot Springs. How does that sound? That's Subaru-kun for you. Rem is impressed. Nice. I'll nod at his head and wish that he was with them. Hot Springs. Priscilla murmured, pursing her lips. Oh, you haven't seen them yet, have you, princess? I'll rub the back of his helmet. I think there were some in Priestella City. Felix kept talking about some sort of relaxing baths he wanted to take me to before we were put here, Crush uttered, not caring for the blush she had caused Felix. Unfortunately, that won't be possible. Everyone turned to the shivering Ram. Why? The scene changed to Subaru's eyes twitching as he looked at the shit show before him. This is mayonnaise. The boy stared at the large bath that was filled with ungodly amounts of white sludge. What's that? Priscilla asked in disgust. Is that the new foreign sludge that makes food more delicious? Felix pointed. I recall eating it near the villages around Kostal. It was really amazing. I never thought something could enhance food taste. Reinhard nodded his head and smiled at the memory of the new food he tasted in those villages. How did you come across such a recipe? Julius asked the camp. The villagers said that the recipe was shared by the half-elf's helper, Reinhard recalled, and then it hit him. So it's a luxury from another world. Subaru-kun is really resourceful. Anastasia bit her lip as she thought about the earnings she could have had if she had bought the recipe and distributed it. Mather's estate has had a lot of good opportunities using Subaru-kun's recipes. Roswell mused from his seat. You mean he has more foods like that? Anastasia asked with interest in her eyes. Subaru's delicious weird dishes always make you smile. Amelia held her cheeks as she remembered the food Subaru had cooked for her. You think he can make us something? Felt started grabbing her stomach in hunger. Anastasia just fumed in her seat. Yes, I was doing my best making this for Mayo Love and Subaru's sake. Rem answered proudly, the other time. The maid remembered the time a naked Subaru ran into the bath without noticing that it wasn't water he was jumping in. It was shown how an angry Subaru covered in white goo was yelling at a confused Rim intangibly. Subaru-kun got mad at me for not being enough mayo. So this time, I filled the large public bath. Rim proudly turned around and leaned forward with her head presented to Subaru. She looked like an eager puppy. I wouldn't mind it if you praised me. Rim smiled and awaited her head pat. Are you an idiot? Subaru yelled at the happy maid. Rim suddenly got an epiphany. Shoot, the mayonnaise is frozen. That's not the problem. But don't worry, Subaru-kun. Once it melts, the flaky mayonnaise will turn into bathwater. Just stop, please. The mayo lovers of the entire world will curse you. Oh, my spirits. This is the best day of my life. Otto laughed with his bro in rejoicing as they finally had a good story to tell their children about Uncle Subaru in the future. She looked like an eager pup. Frederica clapped her hands at how cute Rim looked. Rim just blushed from embarrassment. You seem to have your heart out on your sleeve, Crush smirked at the maid. Scene changed to Subaru and Ram sitting beside a fireplace. It's this cold even right beside the fireplace. Without this fire, everyone here would freeze to death. Want to try it? Puck cheerfully offered. Like hell, I would. Meanwhile, rather than relieving your magical energy over 2 days, can't you fire a strong spell in the sky or something like that? Puck just smiled innocently. Does that mean you'll give it to me? His smile turned into a nasty evil witch-like grin. The permission to destroy this world, that is. Yeah, right. Subaru replied in anger. Just kidding. I doubt he has that kind of power. Julia snorted at the spirit's confidence. Crush and Anastasia noticed how both Beatrice and Amelia looked away from the screen and at the ground at the same time. Both candidates nodded their heads to one another. That cat needs to be watched. I doubt he has such power since he lost to the Elsa girl, but in case something happens. Crush nodded in confirmation. These powerful allies do not offset your lunatic incompetence, half-elf girl. Priscilla spat, narrowing her eyes towards Puck. Does this Hatsumaki problem only affect spirits? What about Roshi and Biko? In my case, I keep it in check by using my magical energy every day. Roswell shrugged and then looked at Ram with one eye open and a small smile. I also have my daily business to take care of. The shivering Ram blushed deeply and looked away from Subaru embarrassed. What does Ram have to do with your daily? Oh, forget it. I don't really want to know. Knowing the actual context behind his words doesn't make them any less creepy. Otto shivered as Garth nodded his head and glowered in anger. The maid blushed and looked down at her skirt. The lord beside her seemed angry with the way his joking manner forced an indecent air to surround Ram. Sloppy. Roswell thought as he glared. Yeah, that's cute, okay. Subaru, disinterested and bored, moved on, making Beatrice pout angrily. You're so cute. Petra and Frederica giggled, while the knights were astonished at the way Subaru had dismissed a great spirit just like that. What about you too? Subaru asked Rim and Amelia. Do you also have a mating seas? I mean a Hatsumaki? Only a chosen few possess the exceptional qualities needed to induce a Hatsumaki. Rim answered the shivering Subaru. Seeing as I'm not much of a magic user myself, I'm also not concerned by it. Amelia waved her hand slowly, but then began explaining in alarm of seeming boastful. But I have quite the experience because of Puck. That's why. I'm sorry about this. Amelia Tan's self-deprecating tone is off charts today. Then Puck, when was the last time you used magic to your heart's content? Enlighten us, please. If we're talking lately, it may have been when I fought that woman in black in the capital. I even ran out of mana back then. As if we could invite such a terrifying enemy again. Die from having your belly opened, or freeze to death. What kind of extreme situation is this? I dislike that woman so much. Petra shivered with a glare. All of us agree on that. Felt snorted indictment. Other than that, it would be when Roswell came to pick up Leah in the forest. It's embarrassing, but I feel like I caused quite an uproar at the time. Puck rubbed the back of his head. The screen showed a forest that was filled with snow get thrashed completely as spiky ice pillars shot out from the ground at a flying Roswell. Ah, that was truly stimulating. Engaging in a magic battle of that level may also have been a first for me. Roswell is shown dodging icicle after icicle from a smirking Puck. I was just surprised because you suddenly came without prior notice. Haha. Puck began dodging the mini fireballs from Roswell. We duked it out all day and night. Roswell and Puck fly towards one another. How did it actually go, Amelia Tan? They both collide and fly in different directions. I heard they had to redraw the map of the region afterwards. Okay, that's not good. You're my rival, that's why I have to beat you. Plan is declined. Roswell is now on the ground as opposed to an angry Puck. Hey. The two began charging their own attack with so much mana I thought this was Dragon Ball Z. Aid? My ass. Don't alter the map with your fights. Apologize to C. Columbus. C. Columbus-san. I'm sorry. Was this okay? Puck cutely smiled. The collusion of both attacks turned the entire forest into a flaming plain. What the hell? Ricardo whistled loudly at the fight. Amelia frowned deeply at the vicious way Puck was fighting. That cat managed to hold his own against the greatest magic user? Elle also whistled impressed. So that's what happened at the northern border. It's been causing an uproar in the Royal Guard ever since the explosion happened. Julius quickly added this to the list of things he needed to arrest the Clown Lord for. Katsama is so scary. Petra shivered in place. Otto nodded with the maid's statement as he shook in place. We have so many powerful people on this team, I feel small. Garfield simply patted his brother's back. He's all right, man. You're at least stronger than the maid. Otto looked at the blonde with a small smirk. You saying that didn't scare you? The merchant asked, knowing full well what the answer would be. Pfft, I can take both of them. That is. Crush patted Anastasia's shoulder as she stuttered. Definitely needs watching, the Duchess muttered with a glare. Scene change. Subaru, Rem, and Amelia are inside a room filled with logs of wood that were neatly placed all over it. In any case, we shouldn't let the fire go out. Subaru wiped his brow as he placed another stack of wood on the cart. I'm really sorry. Amelia apologized from where she was standing. When I was in the forest with Puck, there wasn't anyone who would have been troubled by this, so I didn't think his Hatsumaki would be such a problem. Humph. A half-witch's place. Out of sight and out of mind. Amelia ruffled her knight's hair as she ignored the insults being thrown at her by the fiery princess. No one asked you. Garfield glared hatefully at the lady. He hated people that judged based on appearance. That's the reason why his people were stuck in a fucking mud hole for centuries. No, I won't let you apologize further. I'll do something about it. There's no such thing as an endless fight. There's no such thing as an endless reign. Subaru stopped doing weird poses and looked up and thought. Right. Rain. Late at night, rain turns into. No, wait. Even if it's not late at night, as long as it's cold enough, rain turns into ice. Subaru? Did you get another funny idea? That's Subaru cooing for you. Rem is impressed. I feel that this is it. Crush mused while leaning forward excitedly. Want to bet on it? Between you and me. Anastasia rubbed her hands together in excitement to extort the Duchess. Crush raised a cocky brow. You think you've got him figured out? The merchant smirked and looked haughty at the boy before her. A merchant has to know their assets' full capabilities. Deal. Crush smiled sweetly while twitching her eyebrow in anger at the way the merchant was speaking about the boy. Subaru quickly halted the two and looked stern. Those expectations of yours are jumping the gun. Also, you're way too impressed, however. Subaru smirked in rich pettiness. I finally got it. Not just a makeshift solution, but rather, a peaceful, interesting, funny, and fun way of overcoming this Hatsumaki problem. The two ladies waited with serious faces of anticipation. What could it be? A tradition of my homeland. A festival. Let's grandiosely squander all of Puck's pent-up mana. Named, Roswell Mansion's Cheeky Cheeky Snow Festival, 1st edition. That's Subaru cooing for you. Rem is impressed. Cheeky Cheeky Snow Festival? Is the cheeky cheeky part necessary? Title card. 1st edition Cheeky Cheeky Snow Festival Roswell Mansion Arlem's Villagers. The mansion is shown as a giant cloud hanging and snowing heavily over it. Subaru is shown with a weird-shaped crown on his head and carrying a torch that was made out of the ice like the clown, holding it up in the air while carrying a book. He was posing as Lady Liberty from America. Why does he look like that? Garfield asked in confusion. Al was laughing his ass off for some reason. He managed to make everyone in the village come? Frederica asked in disappointment that she wasn't there. The falling snow paints our hearts in the mansion in white. White, stretching as far as the eye can see. Nevertheless, just as there's no such thing as an endless night, there's no such thing as eternal snow. Bid the cold weather goodbye, for it is Roswell Mansion's out-season snow festival. The screen shows that the mansion and the gardens were now completely covered in snow. Subaru was standing on a pillar over the villagers that had come wearing winter clothes and watched him as he excitedly announced. Hey, who wants to go to New York? The villagers and the kids just looked at the boy in confusion. New York. De fuck's in New York? Garfield asked with stars in his eyes. Can we eat that too? Mimi asked with a tilted head. Man, Subaru has the coolest foods. Tybee whined. Pathetic, in fact. A smug Beatrice huffed and continued her agenda in pissing off an Otto, an elf princess, and a certain Oni maid. New York is one of the greatest cities in Subaru's world, in fact. Buildings as tall as the royal castle made of steel and glass span the entire land. A place where every culture and tradition in the world reside in harmony and chaos at the same time. As the girls and the Otto around her fumed at the knowledge, the candidates and the knights looked at the spirit with wide eyes. Jay, just how cool is Cap'n S world? Garf asked in despair as he never heard of something so awesome in existence. The kids decided to go with it and help the boy. They cheered yes. Do you want to go to New York, no matter what it takes? All the villagers just cheered in sheer confusion. New York, where's that? It's a town of Subaru's homeland, he said. Petra answered with a smile. It's a town whirling with love and lust, he said. Another kid answered. Whirlpool. A kid cheered. The rules are simple. Subaru held a finger in the air for the excited mass before him. By creating a snow sculpture, everyone's creativity and imagination will be put to the test. The winner gets a special prize. Oh, that's clever. Felt and Crush clapped their hands at the plan. By using this contest, he gets the cat to empty his mana to make snow for the villagers. Shrewd. But it's a good idea. Anastasia muttered with an upset look as she refused to look at the smug, smirking Duchess beside her. Why did I have to sit so close? Anastasia lamented her luck as she had to endure the smug aura around the winner of the bet that was sitting right beside her. The merchant queen will make this boy pay. No one dares to put her in such a position. Can we go to New York? A child asked, making Subaru smile sheepishly. My bad, that won't be possible. However, we prepared prizes comparable to, or even better than going to New York. Well then, fight for victory. Everyone shouted in excitement. Scene change. Nevertheless, a snow festival. The idea never crossed my mind. Amelia smiled warmly beside her servant as the two looked at the happy crowd playing in the snow. Well, if you can't hide it, you might as well use the commotion to make it into a festival. Amelia grinned and excitedly turned to the butler. I too will keep my nose to the grindstone to create an amazing sculpture. Subaru smiled nervously at the candidate. Keep my nose to the grindstone. Nobody says that anymore. Subaru smiled and looked at the crowd. His eyes widened when he couldn't find something. Huh? What's he looking for now? Felix asked, bored out of his mind. Scene change. A quiet library with a small girl reading a book on her stool. The doors opened. Oh, Biko, found. Not so quiet anymore. Oh, he wanted his Loli to be present. Ricardo nodded his head, accepting this as fact and chuckling at the blushing and pouting Beatrice before him. Looks like Subaru always thought of you, huh? Amelia smiled at the spirit girl. Beatrice smirked smugly and nuzzled into his chest. Humph. He's Subaru's Betty, in fact. He better be a good contractor that looks to please Betty, I suppose. Hey, it all went well, thanks to you widening the barrier's range a little bit. It sure has gotten busy in here, Beatrice growled. While I was at it, I should have extended the barrier up to the forest so you could hold a festival in the village, I suppose. That would have caused trouble for the villagers. Besides, it would ruin my first date with Amelia Tan, since our secret flower bed would wither, right? Yeah, right. That's none of my business. Rather than that, Biko, you're not participating? You don't have to hold back. I have no idea what you're talking about, I suppose. I am very busy. Shoo shoo. You didn't seem to want him around that much, Reinhard noted nervously about the great spirit's harshness. Beatrice just looked down and held Subaru's hand tightly. Felt kicked her knight in the shin. Subaru smiled wide. Come on, don't be like that. It's also important to play outside every once in a while, especially for children. Subaru stepped closer behind the spirit's back and placed a small snowball on her head. Beatrice shrieked. Bueno Aries. A screaming butler could be seen flying out of a window. Magic. He deserves it. Yes, he does. Julius nodded with Felix as he scowled at the treatment of the great spirit Subaru had convicted. Meanwhile, around them, everyone was chuckling and laughing their ass off. What a stupid way to help someone get out of their shell, just like Barusu's birth. Subaru landed on a small snow pile that was close to where the kids were playing. Oh, it's Subaru. There he came, Subaru. You shall know a world of white terror. The kids began howling snowballs at the down butler. You guys sure are lively in this cold. However, one day, you'll notice. Subaru slowly got up menacingly and put all the children on guard. That the ones being toyed with were you. Asterisk splash. Asterisk. Haha. The kids laughed as Subaru's villainous monologue was interrupted by a pile of snow that covered his entire upper half. Say what? Puck winked at the snow-covered Subaru as he prepared another snowball with his magic. I take it back. Subaru yelled and began removing the snow. I love that cat, Garfield declared as he watched his brother get teased with a glamorous smirk. Otto simply looked at the screen with a serious face. A single tear flowed down his cheek. It was so beautiful to see Subaru get teased so intensely. Pucks is much more playful with Subaru when he isn't with me, Amelia frowned, clenching a fist on her heart, missing the spirit that inhabited this green broken jewel. An excited Petra came up to the butler carrying something in her hand. Subaru, look at this. I made it with snow. Oh, a snow rabbit. Hee hee, isn't it cute? Is it well done? Good job. Good job. Well then, let's add some decorations. Look. Petra was smiling widely at the now decorated rabbit. The little girl rubbed it excitedly against her cheek. Amazing. It turned into a rabbit. It really did. Growling. Petra growled and shook in her seat with righteous anger. What's up with her? I asked. Frederica shrugged. I'm also getting pumped up, seeing you this happy. All right, let's upgrade it even more. Add a tail and some wings. And a missile, a transforming body, a cockpit, a caterpillar track. Wait please. Petra tried to save her rabbit from the molestation. How's that? Flying Mega Incinerator Snow Rabbit Destroy a Webga. Petra had shot the molester in the face with a snowball. She carried the now mechanical-looking rabbit and huffed away from the butler. Oh, so it was Subaru Kuin that made that work of art. Roswell concluded with eyes wide. You're a cheater. Amelia, who was still miffed at the loss that day, glared at Petra. The little maid just huffed and muttered something about it not looking cute at all. Subaru wiped the snow away while watching her leave. Seems like Petra was more of a realistic robot person than a super robot person. The screen pans up to reveal Beatrice as she watched Subaru from the mansion's windows with the snowball he placed on her head beside her on the ledge. Good grief, he's really an outrageous person, I suppose. She uttered while looking at the boy annoyed. Subaru might have wanted to play with you, I think. Huh. Beatrice looked at the floating cat as he smiled at her. Well, I also want to do so if possible. Bubby. Beatrice looked surprised. Scene change. Emilia was patting her ice sculpture with a wide smile as she wore her hood. The half-elf princess looked beside her when she heard footsteps. Beatrice. It's only because Bubby insisted. I'll join you for just a little bit. Be thankful, I suppose. Emilia smiled at the spirit lowly. I too won't lose. Emilia-sama lost. Badly. Many chuckled at Ram's dry commentary. More so when Emilia narrowed her eyes at the little maid in the back. Scene changes to Subaru and Puck walking around while looking at the people making ice sculptures. Everyone is doing a pretty good job, don't you think so? Yeah, but it's a bit of a shame that all the designs are realistic. It may be because the villagers aren't familiar with the concept of characters. There are lots of castles and animals. Subaru and Puck stopped at a really huge statue. Oh, this is really well done. Subaru stared with a haunted at the extremely well-done ice statue of Boss Graham. Hot damn, it looks like the real thing, Otto exclaimed. How did that not win? Felt asked in outrage. Even Julius and Priscilla marveled at the statue's elegance. Thank you very much, Subaru-sama. This Algarm is my proud sculpture. The leader of the young men smiled proudly with his shovel on his shoulder. Just because it's freezing now doesn't mean I won't get hot under the collar seeing this. This isn't remotely funny. Impact-wise, it's definitely to my liking. And I definitely want to reward your effort. But, for not being mindful of the judge's emotional scars, I give you a 7. Boo. Felt and Mimi were outraged at the judge's ruling. Scene change. Emilia is smiling at her statue in pride. This is quite the result. Asterisk SBZZZZZZZZ asterisk. Emilia couldn't believe her eyes when she looked at the source of the sound. Beatrice was making her ice statue with her magic. You shouldn't be doing that, Emilia admonished with her hands on her hips. Beatrice ignored her and continued to cast her magic on the snow. I wasn't written anywhere that this isn't allowed. No is no. The use of magic is forbidden. Cheating is a bad thing to do. You should grasp victory with your own hands. Emilia smiled smugly at the spirit. Beatrice pouted and began using her hands to refine the sculpture, with a glare on her cute face. Emilia just watched her with a smile. You really seem naive when you say all that. Anastasia mused as she kept her eyes on the screen. I don't care. Emilia surprised everyone by her boldness as she replied to Anastasia and looked at the screen without glancing back. Crush smirked at the stunned merchant. Scene changed to Subaru and Puck walking around the myriad of mini snow statues and art pieces. What an amazing view, the butler said with a smile. Regarding this festival's grading, who's going to do it? Subaru pointed at himself as he smiled at Puck. I, Roshchi, and Village's chief as a masked judge. If the judge's face comes to light, people might try to buy their rank through bribing him. After all, is there anyone who would go to such lengths for the special prize? Well, it's a one-of-a-kind gorgeous prize, brought by yours truly, Subaru smirked in pride. Oh, you're being very generous, even though it's not your own problem. Yeah, why would he go so far? Tybee asked in pure confusion. Julius and the rest of the candidates shook their heads. Emilia Tan was troubled by it, and incidentally you as well. Of course, I'd help you. That part of you, I personally, you know what? Puck winked mysteriously at the boy. What is your spirit alluding to, Emilia-sama? Crush inquired of the half-elf suspiciously. I don't know, Emilia muttered while glaring bafflingly at Puck. Anastasia noted how dysfunctional Emilia's relationship with Puck is. That spirit doesn't trust its contractor. Anastasia kept running her fingers through her blue scarf. Pity. Truly. I can't understand what you mean when you talk in riddles like this. Was I really? Subaru-kun, check this, please. It's a collaboration between me and Nei-sama. Subaru turned to find Rim and Ram standing in front of a statue that was covered under a cover. Rim and Nei-sama. So you weren't just helping, you also participated? Oh, Barusu, nonchalant as you are, seems like you couldn't help but be attracted to our super artistry skills. Putting aside the way you made me look like a moth attracted to light, yeah, I came yo see you. Ram participating in this extremely cold festival. What's going on here? Are you suggesting that I should stay holed in my bed while Rim and the others are out playing in the snow? That was an unnecessarily offensive way of putting it. But I get it, you didn't want to be left out? Saying that I absolutely wanted to play with Nei-sama, I forced her to come. Rim happily told beside her smiling sister. Don't you feel any guilt making your little sister say that, Nei-sama? Being able to feel Rim's love this close-up makes me superior, be jealous, Ram smirked smugly. Subaru grinned back and looked at the towering statue covered by a white cloth. Ram and Remington, a piece of art embodying both skills, power, and sisterly love. Ram smirked up at the statue. Yes, following Nei-sama's instructions, and using what little power I have, we probably created the best sculpture. Rem grinned proudly as well. The fact that Nei-sama only watched was just exposed, right? Subaru called out the pink maid on her lazy antics. So, what's its name? Yes, it's called the wonderful Subawal-sama sculpture. I can see the end result just from the name. Subaru retorted as he looked on with dread. Well then. Rem quickly peeled off the cover and revealed. What the fuck is that? Kill it. Garf jumped out of his seat and swam underneath it. Kill it with fire. Ricardo swam beside him. Kill it with an axe. I'll dive underneath his mistress's seat. It's disgusting, I suppose. Beatrice shivered in place. Anastasia and Crush just shrugged as they didn't find it that creepy. As for Felt, she was just looking at the screen in boredom. Julius just snorted at the ugly look on the statue and Felix was outright smirking at it. Reinhard couldn't feel anything in particular about the weird-looking art piece. He was just built different. Our opinions were split, since Ne-sama wanted to make Roswell-sama, and I wanted to make Subaru-kun. And so, this is the result of the common ground we agreed on. None of you caved in here, did you? Subaru asked, highly disturbed. Well, what might you be doing, gathered here? Roswell suddenly walked up and looked at the statue instantly with a rigid expression. And this would be? Roswell-sama, what an embarrassing sight to show you, but please take a look at this. Ram showed off the statue. It's our collaboration. It might be true that we're part of your household, but please give us your sincere opinion. Rem looked at her lord with excitement. As Roswell looked at the statue with a face of uncertainty and disgust, Subaru just sighed in exhaustion. Then, unfortunately, you get a 5, Subaru announced while holding 5 fingers up. And Ram innocently posed for the boy with her finger guns out. That's it. It won't change. I'll be praying for your success in your future endeavors. Subaru yelled at the maid. Ram gasped and stepped back with her eyes wide in shock. I'm impossible. Rem quickly looked at her lord with a pleading look. What about Roswell-sama? The clown had finally smiled at the two maids and held his hands up to give the score. As he raised 7 fingers in the air, Ram and Rim had stars in their eyes, only for those stars to burn as Roswell had duped them and held only 4 fingers up with a smile. For points. Ram fell on all fours in shock. Tee-hee-hee. Don't laugh. Asterisk snorts asterisk, it's not appropriate. Frederica tried to keep herself straight as she admonished Petra. The two maids were dejected. Ram was more so heartbroken than Rem. By the way, for points out of? Subaru looked at the questioning cat. 10 points. There are 3 judges, so the total would be out of 30. The quality isn't bad, but it's just creepy. Roswell shook his head in disgust. You got that right. Al snorted at the irony of who was saying this. Even his lady snorted with him, which made the night pretty happy. He's not creeped out for any reason you were thinking of, I suppose. Beatrice sighed tiredly and looked disgusted at Roswell for a second. The clown lord shuddered. It's cruel of you to suggest this, Beatrice, he spoke in an angry tone. You are lucky I'm the only one that knows what generation hopping means. In fact, the little spirit offset the entire theater by this name. Even Roswell himself was shuddering. The hell are they talking about? Ricardo turned to Al in distress. The one-armed man shrugs. I dunno, bro. This entire team is fucking ludicrous. The Beastman and the twins found themselves nodding with Al's statement. The concept shouldn't have been wrong. It must be because of the Subaru component in it. Ram punched the snow beneath her as she gritted her teeth. This isn't right. For the sculpture embodying Maya Ne-sama's ideals to fail, something must be wrong here. Rem tried to comfort her sister. The scene changed to a happy-looking Amelia walking around and scanning the crowds with her eyes until she found what she had been looking for. Oh, Amelia-tan. Subaru turned as he saw the hooded princess stop behind him. Mine is nearly finished, and Beatrice seems to be doing her best. It isn't done yet, but would you like to come and see? Amelia slowly looked up to find the thing. Shivers. What's this? She asked while staring at it in pure awe. Amelia-tan, don't tell me. Do you actually see the charm in this sculpture? Could it be that we're the ones behind our time? It really gives off a weird vibe. I know, right? Subaru was suddenly hugged by a kid. Subaru, come here. We also made a sculpture. Amelia watched with a smile as Subaru was dragged off by the kids. Check it, Subaru. In front of him was a crude statue of him doing his favorite pose while wearing a cape. Oh, you two made a sculpture of me. They really do admire him. Reinhard smiled, happy that his friend was getting the recognition that he needs. My hero had made an impact on their lives. He deserves it. Rem smiled warmly. You're the one that had saved them, though. You were the one supposed to have a statue made for. Felix snorted, making Julius glare at him. Stand beside it. Subaru quickly posed with the statue parallel to him. Like this. Something is off? The real one's eyes are scarier. Scary eyes. No, they're not. Akka began editing the snow face of the Subaru statue. Give him scarier eyes. Slowly the kid accidentally tore the snow head off. It came off. It fell. The kids began laughing at the accident while Subaru cried in despair. That's not funny at all. It's a bad omen. Emilia and Puck just laughed with the kids at the poor boy. I like those kids, Julia smirked brightly at the scene. I do too. Otto nodded his head as he enjoyed the way they treated Subaru. I can see why they like him so much though. Anastasia tapped her lip as she smiled. Bad omen. Reinhard whispered worriedly, staring at the headless statue. Scene shows many different moments of the villagers playing around in the snow, while some refine their sculptures. The kids are shown playing with snowballs and teasing Subaru. Roswell is conversing with several villagers. Rem is laughing with her sister. Beatrice is working hard on her statue. Emilia is smiling wide at everything happening around her. Everybody was happy. His plans are always so fun. Felt kicked her night again as she saw how much fun everyone was having while she was stuck reading boring shit. I wish I was there, Garfield whined. Scene change. For my score to be 9 after I worked this hard, I find that weird. Even Beatrice got 7. Emilia is shown pouting as she looked at the 2 statues before her. It might have been a difficult event for you and Betty. By the way, what is it that you guys made? Just as you can see, both are Puck. Emilia smirked proudly at the statue she made. Puck sighed. So it was me. It is a bit bland, but I think it's really well done. I'm a bit afraid of knowing how I look in your eyes, but it might have been too artistic for normal people that they couldn't understand its charm. That's nowhere near close, Mimi called out. Emilia ignored her and held her head high. They don't know true talent. Subaru himself would be worshipping the statue if she told him to. Actually, Subaru is kind of biased now that she thought about it. Is that so? The winning girl's snow rabbit is really well done, no matter how you look at it. Emilia looked at the snow rabbit destroyer that Subaru had made for Petra. It even deserved Roswell and the old man's high praise. But I found it weird that Subaru, who was in such high spirits, stayed quiet. Because he's the one that made it. Anastasia looked at the sculpture with a critical eye. I'm curious what all of these machines look like in real time. Julius mused as he analyzed what Subaru created. Subaru never told me he could make such pretty things. I bet it's a fun toy from his world. Emilia pouted at the unfairness and treatment her knight was showing her. No comment from me, however. The special prize intrigued me a bit. Me too. Subaru's homeland's corn potash chips, was it? The scene changes to Petra smelling some chips from the bag Subaru had given her. She slowly put it in her mouth and stopped with wide eyes. Delicious. She began sharing it with the other kids. Was that it? Mimi asked the little maid. It was the greatest thing I've ever tasted. Petra held her cheeks as she did on the screen. The screen changes to Emilia and Puck as various spirits begin glowing around them. These snow sculptures will surely melt by tomorrow, even though there are so many of them. It's really a shame. That's what snow is about after all. Nothing can maintain its shape eternally. Nothing less, nothing more. Emilia smiled as she looked around at the statues. Hey, what are you doing? Emilia looked up to see a butler waving from the balcony. The banquet is starting. Emilia giggled. I'm coming. Scene change. I hereby thank all of you for participating in the Roswell Mansion Snow Festival. And thank you for your hard work. When all is said and done, I also enjoyed it. Next year, when Puck's Hatsumaki comes, let's also hold a snow festival. Let's make it even wilder next time. Subaru was standing in the dining room before the mansion's residents as they all watched him with wide smiles on their faces while he held his glass of apple juice up. That being said, cheers. Cheers. The window pans to show the mansion's residents enjoying themselves and feasting on the banquet before them. Subaru is watching his friends having a good time with a smile on his face. Good work, Subaru-kun. Subaru looked beside him to find a beaming blue-haired maid. You too. Must have been rough for you, helping around with everything. I'll make sure to make it up for you later. Rem smiled and clicked her glass with his. Don't worry about it. In return, I'll be helping myself to Subaru's sleeping face longer than usual tonight. Okay, that's creepy. Felt yelled out in outrage. I don't know what you're talking about. Rem simply replied. But, Rem-chan, you can't just dash. Emilia tried to talk to the maid that's been creeping on her Subaru but got interrupted. I don't know what you're talking about. Didn't you just say something weird? Not at all. I didn't say anything weird. Rem smiled innocently as if she didn't admit that rape was going to happen. By the way, Subaru-kun, how do you handle your alcohol? Roswell held 2 bottles and smiled at the boy. Your cheeks get red just from smelling it. He turns his head and winks at his with a subtle blush on his cheeks as he whimpered. Tonight, I don't want to go back home. The blushing lord huskily whimpered to Subaru. And you blurt out such things? Roswell quickly changes his expression and continues being his true self. What is wrong with you, man? Al asked as he shivered. Roswell shrugged and continued watching with a smile. The Amelia camp just watched with bored faces. They were too used to his bullshit. So that famous line you hear at mixers also exists here. I haven't really drank alcohol before. Oh, judging from your personality, I definitely thought you'd be the type to put on airs and try to get your hands on some viceful luxuries. He does seem the type. Crush sighed as she adjusted herself on the seat. Suddenly, a very stern-looking Amelia stepped in front of Subaru while raising her finger in the air admonishing her butler. Alcohol isn't something children should drink. You won't grow taller if you do so. Just saying, I'm not that childish as far as breaking the kingdom's laws. I turn 18 this year, so I'm an adult. An adult. Adults don't make such a fuss, though. So you were 17. That's really unexpected. I thought you were younger. Just for reference, how old did you think I was? 1, 12, 13. 13. That's even younger than Felt. And there wasn't much of a difference even after you corrected yourself. Rather than that, what about you? He does seem really young, Anastasia noted with a bewildered expression. Right? Felt nodded her head along. I'm not 13. I have never drank alcohol before, but I'm of age. I didn't doubt that, and if Amelia Tan was 13, I'd become a criminal. Why is that? Subaru turned away from his mistress with a blush on his cheeks. That's because Amelia Tan is so cute I'd want to commit a crime. Speaking of alcohol, Puck shouldn't drink. Several males winced while all the females giggled in delight. Per Subaru, I suppose. My hero is very brave. Barusu's useless even at flirting with someone as socially inept as Emilia-sama. Emilia sighed and ruffled the boy's hair with an annoyed pout. You're embarrassing me, Subaru. She pulled a bit to make him wake up. He gave no reaction. Priscilla had to twist her knight's arm just to relieve her wrath at the half-elf shitty treatment of the boy. Who would treat their own loyal dog like that? Princess, please. Kindly shut your mouth, Aldebaran. You're pretending you didn't hear that? But of course. Alcohol is the evil drink of adults. I'll take care of drinking every last bit of alcohol that shows up in front of Leah. Shoo, 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 shoo. Come on, it should be okay for tonight, right? Since we found all of this old liquor in the cellar. Roswell poured a glass and presented it to Amelia. The half-elf took it and stared at it for a second. Scene changes to a very tipsy Amelia eating some cookies without minding the crumbles being dropped on her chest. What's up, Subaru? Your face is really weird. What's more, there are so many of them. That's not fair. Amelia wobbled and pouted with red-hosed cheeks as she stepped closer to the blushing butler. This is so embarrassing. Amelia blushed at herself and covered her face in her knight's chest as the people around her began laughing. Subaru, we're going to hog all the sweets with everyone. Amelia tripped in her wobbly steps and tumbled on her butler to the floor. Amelia-tan, that's no good. You got crumbs all over the place. Alcohol is delicious. Keeping it a secret from me all this time, that's not fair. Amelia glared and held the boy's arm while her chest was pressed against his. Subaru just blushed deeply. You'll kill the boy, Amelia-sama. Wilhelm chuckled in amusement at the young man's situation. Everyone is secretly doing things behind my back. Hee hee. Amelia slowly leaned down and rested her head on Subaru's thigh. Subaru just went rigid and screamed at the sky. Gah, this girl is so cute. Subaru-kun. Subaru immediately stopped and faced the clearly jealous-looking Rem. Oh, somebody is jalous. Roswell mused, having the time of his life. Rem blushed and smiled warmly at the scene. Yes, what is it, Rem-san? Rem instantly bit his shoulder. Chomp. It hurts. Rem-san, could it be that you're weak to alcohol? Don't make fun of me, please. Subaru-kun, Subaru-kun, Subaru-kun. Rem pouted at the boy. That's 3 times the usual. I'm always putting up a front since we have an important job, but we've got a fun job today, so I'm letting loose. So it's all Subaru-kun's fault. Rem lay down and rested her head on his other thigh. Subaru nervously patted and rubbed the maid's head. Purr, 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 purr. Are you a cat? Subaru smiled. They're so cute. Petra squealed in delight as the two on-screen smiled pleasantly. Meanwhile, lucky son of a dash. How did he do T-dash? I want to be in that padash. Captain has guts. Natsuki-san is just so lucky right here. Otto cried tears of shame at how Subaru made all the women around him fall for his charms. Though, as far as I know, demons are depicted as being able to hold their liquor. It is true that demons, as a clan, are strong to alcohol. Subaru's answer came from a pink-haired maid sitting on the table and watching him pat her sister's head. Since I was a child, I've often participated in liquor tasting with the adults. You just confessed to minor drinking. The color of your face and your speech really didn't change, though. Of course, we're forged differently. Asterisk hiccup asterisk. Guess today's gain would be the lesson not to carelessly let girls drink alcohol. Subaru looked at the two girls sleeping on his legs with content smiles and worry. I wouldn't go as far as saying that. Roswell said from his place on the table as he showered Puck in some hot water. Subaru looked around and was suddenly worried. He scanned the room until he found a certain blonde girl sitting all alone on the balcony. Why do you hate crowds this much? Crush asked the little girl with sincerity. Beatrice stayed silent and watched. Biko, that girl. Let's see, I'll go annoy her a bit. Amelia-tan. I'm sorry, but I'll be leaving Rem in your care. Amelia slowly sat up and gave a dizzy smile. Gotcha. Come here, Remington. Amelia gave a hum of content as she rubbed her cheek with the sleeping Rem. You're really cute. Frederica and Petra squealed in delight as both Amelia and Rem blushed heavily and looked away from each other. Beatrice sighed in boredom at these peasants that thought they had anything on her cuteness. Otto and Garfield cursed Subaru's name as he got to enjoy such a wonderful sight. Julius and Reinhard looked away from the scene as it was a candidate and possible future queen that was having this embarrassing moment. They did chuckle a bit, however. Wilhelm was already looking down with a small chuckle as he wished to see Subaru's face at that moment. The young lad was probably bleeding up a fountain from his nose. Felix and Crush watched the scene with sparkles in their eyes. Anastasia snorted and giddily stored this in her mind. Subaru looked at this heavenly scene with a blush. I want to take a pic of this. I'll burn it into my memory. Ram smirked as she watched the holy sight of a drunken Amelia hugging and cuddling an equally drunk Rem. Subaru walks out and stands right beside Beatrice. Don't stand there alone. Being left alone makes you want to get away, right? Subaru offered a glass of juice. That's a baseless accusation, I suppose. And it's none of your business. Don't be like that. Drink. Beatrice moved to take the glass. This isn't alcohol. It's pure apple juice. Hey, you thought I was gonna write appa there, didn't you? Well, think again. Because. Fuck appas too. Don't treat me like a child, I suppose. Of those present here, I'm the second oldest after Bubby. Just how old are you? Garfield exclaimed. Humph. What an uncultured cur. That's not something you ask a spirit, I suppose. That's mean, Garfcoin. Apologize to Beatrice-sama kindly, Garfield-coin. Rem and Amelia stared sternly at the boy. Otto supported his brother as the blonde looked like a dropped kitten. Subaru suddenly gasped. Amelia Tan and Rem are getting even more intimate than earlier. Beatrice pouted heavily and glared at the starstruck boy. You came here just to be this rude, I suppose? No, it's not like that. It's not that Amelia Tan and Rem are in a position that would steal any guy's heart at all, but I just want a camera. Let alone convincing me. You're not even coherent. Well, I may not know how old you really are, but I can tell that drinking alcohol doesn't suit your looks. Here, let's toast. Subaru clicked his glass with hers and began drinking the juice. The two stood in silence. There are lots of stars. All right, then I'll tell you a lovely story, seeing how you're lounging around. Each shining star has a name and anecdote to it. For example, that overly self-conscious star shining there, that's the North Star. If you ever get lost, rely on it, for it points towards the north. Is that real? Feld asked in awe. Reinhard shook his head, also in awe of such a thing existing. That way is the south, the opposite, I suppose. Ah, then that M, those stars lined up in the shape of an M are called Cassiopeia. I don't know what an M is, nor do I see any shape there. What are you doing, Barusu? Ram walked up with a sleeping Rem and a tipsy Amelia on her back. Oh, you two listen to this. It's about the stars in the night sky. Star-sama, Amelia shouted with a smile. All right. Subaru stood straight and looked lost in thought, waiting for the right timing. Everyone, let's ale. He did a pose and flicked his fingers at the girls. Search for Subaru. Okay, that's kind of sad. Felt looked at the boy in pity. Amelia just patted her knight's head. You need to give him enough attention, Amelia-sama. Crush admonished in a stern tone. Julius looked at the interaction with a bewildered expression. They're treating him as if he was a pet. The knight could not believe his dragon-forsaken eyes when Anastasia-sama began patting Subaru's head with a giddy expression of her own. What the hell? Ricardo asked with an appropriate shocked face as his boss joined in. Wait. Don't pity me. Don't scorn me. It's not like that. Subaru is my name, but I was just named after a star's name. Subaru blushed in embarrassment. Naming you after a twinkling star. Your parents did something cruel to you. Beatrice looked down in pity and despair. Let alone shining, you're not even noticeable, all the while holding a star's name. How pitiful. Ram looked saddened at his revelation as she held Amelia and Rem. Don't mock me for not living up to my name in this roundabout way. It's okay. Don't worry. Stars are the symbol of hope, so you still have hope left. Puck suddenly flew up in a cup. You're enjoying yourself way too much. He's surrounded by sadists. I laughed at the teasing. Nah, Captain is the type to give the best reactions. Garfield nodded his head in delight. Then he takes it out on me. Otto fumed as he finally discovered the source of his blight. Look. There's so many snow spirits. Whoa, amazing. The entire sky was lit up with small spirits glowing all over the statues that had been built by the villagers. That's a really awesome sight. Otto fumed in place for not being present at such a moment. Petra wished she was still in the mansion at that moment. The candidates and knights all watched in awe at the scene, as if the entire plain of snow was covered in small glowing sparkles and glowing orbs. Subaru looked at Beatrice with a smile as he noticed the wondrous look on her face. How was it? Beatrice looked up at the smiling butler. Wasn't the snow festival fun? Beatrice looked at the beautiful sight of the light orbs flying all over the place. It wasn't bad. I'll leave it at this, I suppose. The small spirit lowly looked content with just staring at the crowd of lights with an expressionless look. Puck smiled at his little sister and flew out of his cup. All right, using the mana left, let's share the snow with the capital's people. The cat flew up and struck a beam of light into the night sky. The screen shows the snow icicles falling over the capital's citizens. Priscilla and her knight and servant are looking out the window. Crush is watching an excited Felix as he points at the window. Wilhelm is caressing a black ground dragon that we all love as he looks at the snow. Anastasia and her crew can be seen looking up at the sky as it snowed above them. An image of Reinhard chasing Felt with a regal dress in hand could be seen. The Appaman's family could be seen smiling at the snowy sky. Old Man Rom could be seen alone in the slums as it snowed. The Three Stooges are looking at the sky while laying in a dark alleyway. A bewildered Otto could be seen with a large dragon as they looked at the snowing sky. So that was you guys? Mimi whispered in awe and shock at the sheer power presented. Much like the others around her, she couldn't find the words to describe the wonderful scene. And an image of hooded people kneeling before a green-haired man that was reading a book. GHK. Julius gasped and gritted his teeth at the sight. Which cultists? Rem glared hatefully at the bunch. It's the scary man. Tybee hid behind Ricardo in fear. Beatrice looked away, unable to look at her friend that they had lost a long time ago. They couldn't see him. Not like this. Garfield just glared hatefully as he prepared himself to jump in and do whatever he could to help. His captain won't die again. The man's mouth could be seen. smiling menacingly in the snow. The screen returns to Beatrice watching the crew from inside the room as they stood on the snow-filled balcony. Beatrice turned around to find an amused Roswell smiling a knowing smile. Have you had enough of your tryst with Subaru-kun? Keep your jokes to your outfit, I suppose. That's not even funny. Geez, you're not honest with yourself. This is your share. Beatrice stopped walking towards the door as Roswell held a glass of alcohol and ice. Must be harsh, not being able to take a sip on banquets night. I won't, I suppose. Out of consideration for Subaru-kun? Roswell grinned mysteriously. Don't get the wrong idea. The reason I don't drink isn't that kids say on the matter, I suppose. I was told so by mother, a long time ago. That's all there is to it. Your mother is a very good one, Biko-chan. Emilia smiled warmly as she remembered Mother Fortuna. Beatrice looked down and sighed. She had her moments, I suppose. She uttered emotionlessly. Beatrice turned her head to look at the happy butler that was speaking with Emilia. His opinion has nothing to do with me, I suppose. Subaru is shown happily smiling in content with Emilia, Ram, and Rem staring at the flying spirits. Scene change. Maybe we should have consulted Subaru about your Hatsumaki from the beginning. That way, we wouldn't have had to fret about hiding it. That's right. However, you shouldn't grow up as a child who leaves everything up to other people. Even if it's too much for you, you should give your best until you become sure of that, right? Yes, I know. Very well. Emilia could be shown speaking with Puck as she brushed her silver hair. Do you remember what Subaru said at the banquet? If I have a Hatsumaki next year, let's hold a snow festival again. Normally, it'd be an annoyance, but that kid really seems like he can turn it into a festivity. That part of Subaru, for some reason, I really feel that about it. I know, right? I also feel that about it. Puck smiled in amusement as Emilia looked out the window. What are you two talking about? Felix demanded, but he was met with a smug elf zipping her mouth. Next year. I have no idea what will happen that far in the future. For things to go as you want them to be, I love that. When that happens, let's leave aside whether what Subaru said will happen or not. Are you opposed to the snow festival? Of course not. I quite enjoyed it, and you seemed like you had fun too, but I can't know if the Subaru staying by your side 1 year from now will be happy or not. What does he mean by that? Otto asked sternly as he watched with analyzing eyes. Garfield shared the same sentiment with his brother. In fact, Julius and Wilhelm narrowed their eyes. Something seemed off about this cat. Emilia looked down in guilt. His belly's wound and the maybe-ats bites, that kid scars are all the result of your actions. I know that you're not one to forget that, but you have to keep it in mind. Yes. Emilia kept her head down as she fought the urge to run into her room and cry. As images of his deaths played, of his suffering, of his nightmares. Emilia was guilty of his scars and so much more. I'll make it up. I promise, Subaru. Emilia wiped away a few tears and continued watching. With a determined face. Meanwhile, Crush and Anastasia were glancing at each other. No. The cat might just be more devious than we think. The merchant mused with serious intent. Otto and Rem gave their own speculative glares towards the screen. But it would be nice if we were able to hold a snow festival next year. Besides, no one could lead the festival other than Subaru. Why, yeah, you're right. Emilia dropped her guilty expression and smiled. Yes, I also hope that. Puck just looked at him with a sad frown. Is something wrong? No, nothing. Puck smiled and waved at her as she left. I don't like that cat. Felt declared, making Emilia pause and look at her with surprise. I agree. Anastasia frowned at the suspicious behavior. Emilia just looked down and decided that they were entitled to their own opinions. They didn't say anything wrong or demeaning about her father, so it was fine. Subaru can be seen waiting with a blush on his face and a stupid wide smile as he held the basket. Did I make you wait? Emilia asked as she arrived. No, I just arrived. Subaru took a moment to admire her smile. His blush deepened. Well then, shall we go? Emilia smiled in content. Yes. And the two walked out of the mansion's grounds. Extra scene. Watch V equals Croc GMM. Subaru and Emilia are walking through a grass field with Subaru holding Emilia's hand as she walks with her eyes closed. Emilia-tan, are you okay? Do not open your eyes. Geez, you don't have to be careful all the time. I'm okay. Emilia sighed in frustration and walked with her date with her eyes closed. Well, honestly, I can't stop worrying. But you said that this was a date, right? If you walk with your eyes closed, then the impression will be different. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a surprise. We've almost arrived. Subaru stopped walking and smiled at Emilia. Are you ready? The princess turned to him with a smile. Yes. All right then, here it is. Emilia slowly opened her eyes. A beautiful plain of mashed colors, blending together as flower petals flew around her and Subaru from the many beautifully covered plains. It was a sight to see. Emilia gasped in shock and watched with her eyes tearing up. What do you think? Although I didn't do anything, it's a landscape I wanted to boast about. You're lucky, Emilia-sama. Rem softly smiled with a few tears falling from her eyes. Emilia smiled warmly and softly held her knight's hand, feeling much better than before. Emilia beamed wide at Subaru and leaned closer to him in excitement. It's very beautiful. I'm really happy. You really are a good boy, Subaru. Nice one, Emilia-sama. Even if he was charming, you need to remind him of his place as your dog. Ram nodded her head. Emilia facepalmed at herself, and her stupid child speak as Minnie around her oofed and giggled. Subaru just smiled and turned his expression into one of acceptance. I feel like I'm being misplaced, but since you're here, I want to give you a present from me. Emilia looked at the boy in confusion as he picked something up from the ground and placed it atop her head. This is a crown of flowers? Yeah, it may be far from the real spark, but let's say it's an exercise for when you're a queen, right? I would love to give you accessories full of jewelry, but for now, that's all I have. A gift for me. Emilia stood with her face shell-shocked at the boy before her. Subaru began to panic. Is it messed up if you don't spend money on a present? What about you as a man? Emilia just smiled warmly. Thank you, Subaru. The boy blushed and waved his hand. No, I'm the blessed one here. I got to see Emilia tan in a field of flowers. Sorry, I don't know what you're saying. Subaru chuckled in embarrassment. Let's have a date like this again. Subaru held his chest as his face turned red. The killing phrase. EMT. Subaru fell into the flower bed. Emilia just giggled and smiled at the boy she had bewitched. You're a naughty boy, Subaru. Insane. OVA 1 Memory Snow. End. Interlude. End. Many clapped their hands while the others began stretching around. That was tiresome. Otto sighed in boredom. Thank goodness it was fun to watch and not something serious. Frederica fanned herself in relief. Thanks for being patient and watching this through to the end. I'll offer you an hour of rest before we start watching again. What will we be watching, if I may ask? Julius raised his hand politely. It better not be another waste of my time like this last one. Priscilla warned with a bored tone. Yes, you may, and you'll be watching the beginning of the third arc of Subaru's adventure in your world. Is the third arc the one where Natsuki-sama fights the whale? Crush asked in an eager tone. You'll have to watch and see. That's really troublesome, I suppose. Beatrice sighed and got up from her seat. Biko-chan, where are yo dash? Beatrice stared at Emilia. We all need a moment to rest and get ready. In fact, everyone looked at the small girl that took the front of the room and glared at its occupants. Get ready for what, Nyan? Beatrice's eyes narrowed and a few tears could be seen in the corners. Wait for the next time. Subaru dies again, I suppose. Everyone's breathing hitched. Third arc begin. Episode 7. Arc 3's intro. Start. Author note. Oh my god. This is finally done. I'm alive. Holy moly, this was so boring to write. I tried my best not to seem repetitive, but this was a long drawn-out movie. This is 27,000 words. Can you believe this shit? The movie script was about 13,000. I hope I did you all justice. Thank you for the support and the feedback on all platforms. As for what I said last time, I've come to a decision. Natsuki Subaru won't wake up until the end of Season 2. Listen to me. I've had a genius idea. Okay, listen to this. Subaru won't watch the second season with the gang. He will stay asleep. Don't worry about him missing out on the backstories and flashbacks with Roswell Hector, Emilia Garfield, and stuff. He will react to them on his own when I wake him up, but before that, I'm going to make him wake up in the what-if chapters. And the cast will have to watch in horror as their Subaru watches the what-ifs. They will react to the what-ifs and to their own Subaru's mind break. Until finally, after the greed if, not doing gluttony, cause it's much later in the anime. The broken Subaru and the horrified cast reunite once again. This time, the boys awake. Hope you like it. One more thing. Please tell me what you thought about the chapter and what you liked, as well as the things that you thought were wrong about this one. Thank you all again. Now please wait, as I deliver you. Episode 7. Arc 3's beginning. God, this chapter will suck ass to write. I hate this episode so much. But don't worry. I'll give it justice. You won't get away with this. Oh, but I have little author-chan. I've finally made the pillow mine and mine alone. I'll get you for this. I will get my pillow, goddammit. SHHHH. You'll wake me up. Author-chan, moha. Give me that pillow. Jufasif. Chapter 9. EP 7 Director's Cut. No light shone inside of the room, even with all of its occupants chattering inside. The air wasn't quite as damp as it was expected to be, yet there was a taste of forlornness in the air. The crowd had settled in their positions, bringing forth many feelings of discomfort at seating positions not suited for most of them. Yet the individuals bore with this uncomfortableness to hold a place in the political game inside of the theater. My, y'all seem ready, I suppose, Anastasia mused, walking out of her room and facing the chattering room with observing eyes. Here, boss. I kept your seat. Mimi waved to the merchant princess. From behind Subaru and beside Crush. What's going to happen to the captain in this one? A blonde demi-human asked from his seat with a hardened look on his face. This is the third arc. Julius muses, answering the boy's question since he was sitting right behind. It seems that these arcs revolve around Natsuki's greatest battles. I'd say this may be Subaru's journey to defeating the white whale. Garfield nodded his head, wide-eyed at the prospect of finally seeing his captain's most renowned feat as it happened. But his frown still showed the boy's maturity in which he understood what was coming for his hero to achieve such a feat. Julius gave the boy's back of the head a small smile, though the knight's eyes were not as fiery or composed as before. There was a certain chaos to him, like a cloud hanging over his head. The knight understood that somehow, this would contain his very first meeting with Subaru. The time he met the misguided boy that proclaimed himself a knight just to help the lady he stands beside. Julius wanted to be his friend from then on. He believed that he could at least have a comrade in the stubborn butler boy when he'd met him. But now he understood that the fault in that delusion laid solely on him. Julius was not worthy of someone like Subaru's friendship. He understood this. He accepted this. But damn, does he hate it. So this will show the whale name? Felix called from beside his mistress, uncaring to the fact that this may as well show some of Subaru's worst moments and memories, only thinking of his mistress' greatest deed and announcing it to the world with pride and excitement. Something Crush noted and frowned upon. We might get to see how Subarudano arrived at the information regarding both the whale and sloth. Wilhelm spoke in a grave tone with his expression stern and hardened, as if he was going to battle. That's right. Natsuki-san led the excursions to both the Great Calamity and the Witch's Cult in Margrave's domain. Otto looked at the screen with fear itching his expression as he thought about the possibilities the Subaru had lived through. So he truly faced them both? Frederica asked with her heart clenching in sympathy for the boy as she knew how hard and terrifying it must have been. So this arc revolves around those two? The blonde royal beamed from the front. I guess we need to watch this and learn what Big Bro had to live through. Reinhardt. Rain. Felt looked at the knight sitting beside her. The sword saint was looking at the screen with a look of guilt and curiosity. I'll finally get to see the penance of the monster that I saved, the knight muttered, hands clenched. I don't want to see Subaru die to it. Reinhard whispered in a broken tone. The reason for his monstrous self, and the only one capable of sharing the consequences of his greatest crime. The whale that had shared the title of his grandmother's killer and the title of a monster will finally be seen by the kid that had suffered and shared those same titles with it. Felt was worried, just like her knight. She was afraid of what might have happened to Subaru, but she couldn't help but feel scared about her knight's reaction to all of this. She can see him growing more and more dilated in the eyes. I shouldn't have let him go. Gritting her teeth, Felt scolded herself as she remembered how relieved she was once she had seen him in the palace. Ah, the little girl sucked. This will show that part about Big Bro, Felt became uncomfortable once she realized what they would see. Perhaps looking beside her was supposed to have resulted in comfort, but she only grew more anxious. Besides the little girl, was an equally transfixed half-elf that was stealing glances at her knight's other side. Where there was supposed to be a blonde little girl sitting beside Subaru and opposite from Amelia, there happened to be an Oni maid happily caressing her knight with a soft smile. Rem, I assent that Biko's chair. Amelia asked, looking at Rem weirdly. Are you jealous? Crush, wanting nothing more than to think about something other than her fight with the whale and how it would have gone without Subaru, quickly took the opportunity to make fun of the clearly jealous Amelia. And no, I just wanted to check on Biko. Yeah, I'm fine in fact. You don't have to use me as an excuse for your jealousy. It shows on your face anyways, I suppose. Beatrice snorted as she leaned in her seat beside the happy Rem. She would have never given her place beside Subaru over to anyone, but the maid looked like she truly needed it. And the fact that this arc would bring some very unpleasant memories about Subaru wasn't going to make Rem feel any better, so it was important. Beatrice was doing this for Subaru. It would be a shame if he were to finally wake and find the maid he's been fighting so hard for as a broken, soulless girl that had drowned in her guilt of murdering the boy. A real shame, I suppose, Beatrice growled as she saw Rem caressing his hand. Up above, a fiery-haired princess could be seen glancing back and forth between a mop of spiky black hair and the black screen. Is something the matter, princess? Al asked worriedly as Priscilla never looked this anxious for anything since he knew her. I wonder if that boy truly understands the power he has. It's no skin off my nose, but what do you mean? Al asked silently. How much of a fool must you be? Al sighed and shrugged his shoulders. If she didn't want to talk, then she didn't want to talk. No skin off his nose. Priscilla's scarlet eyes remained focused on the screen. Screen is now loading the next viewing. Get ready. My, that sounds so ominous. Roswell's smile was completely gone. Far removed was the mirth in his colored eyes, replaced with harshness and great dread. The book he'd once held with great care had foretold a narrow line of events for the Clown Lord. Should this have been a normal viewing, Roswell would have been bored to watch Subaru's journey as exactly transcribed within the tome. Dreadfully, Roswell's teeth chinked against themselves. Teachers' descriptions may have been lacking so far, but I am sure that Subaru would have to die a few times to bring the greater good. That is why Teacher's Gospel was most gracious to keep the details from my eyes. It was for the greater good of our plan. The man rambled on and on about his teacher. Though his position has become that of a pharaoh, waiting to be drowned by many of his enemies in the room, he understood that one true enemy was the threat towards his teacher's gospel. If these viewings are a glass filled with water that he must drink, he would think it tastes like poison. But with every episode, the poison becomes all the more bitter in the glass, fully corrupting the water. His trust in the teachings of the gospel, his belief that he'd done the right thing for his teacher's way, all are now hindered upon the suffering Subaru was going through. These loops that came out of a horror novelist's dream. He knew about them. There was always going to be bad ends for Subaru to redo. Death was never the option, and it jarred Roswell to find out that his teacher did not trust him with this information. How about you drink something before the watch begins, Petra? MHMH, I'm good, thanks. Are you sure you are ready for this? Frederica's whisper didn't receive an answer. The little maid grinned at her mentor. I'm not faltering here, Frederica-sama. Please don't worry about me. The blonde maid looked stricken at the little one's sternness, as if she was in contempt of the world around her. Petra, before the people of the theater could converse or think any further into their predicament, the blackness of the room died with the light from the screen. Season 1, Episode 7, Director's Cut. Begin. Okay, and to finish, stretch your arms up and finish. Victory. Victory. Subaru is shown doing his warm-up routine with the entire village following his movements. As they finished, a happy-looking Amelia was walking towards Subaru with her hood covering her entire form. It seems that this has become a normal occurrence, Frederica noted in sadness as she lamented her luck for not being able to be as close to the nice people of Earlham as Subaru was. My hero loved to spend time with the people's village. He would always take all the chores needed to be done either on the outskirts or inside the town. Rem smiled softly at the memory. Yep, Subaru is so fun to play with, Petra said in a somewhat cheerier tone than she had before, but still damp with a hidden melancholic aura. Felt was baring her teeth in annoyance at the missed opportunities she could have had torturing her followers by forcing them into a routine such as this. All right, line up. The happy group of village children quickly lined up with papers in their hands. Subaru quickly took the stamp offered by Amelia and called out to the children. Time for your stamps. Who's first? The black-wearing butler began placing stamps of a cute puck on the children's papers. The kitty is so cute. The kitty is so awesome. The kitty is so sad. The children looked at their papers with happy smiles. What's he doing? Priscilla asked in genuine interest, which surprised everyone. Subaru is giving us our daily kitty stamp. Those who attend for a month get prizes. Petra giggled as she remembered some of the stupid Subaru prizes that were given. A prize system for children participating in a game? That's a waste. Petra and Mimi slapped the back of Tyvee's head for his blasphemous words. The little boy could only squirm beneath the gazes of his sister and the pouting Petra. The villagers seemed to be full of life again. Thanks to you, Subaru. Well, I did put my life on the line to save them all. I went into the forest and got bitten by dogs to save the kids, got bitten by dogs when I tried to save Rem after she turned into a demon, then had to be saved by Roswell when I was about to be bitten by a giant dog. Wait, did I even do anything at all? He seems to be brushing off the fact that he died. Anastasia mused wonderingly, making a certain spirit, elf, and an Oni look down in sadness. Subarodano's self-worth is very lacking. Wilhelm sadly noted as he remembered how surprised the boy was to find the soldiers waiting on him after the subjugation of the whale, as if the mere thought that people were respecting him was foreign to the boy. The old man shook his head sadly at how Subaru had to demean himself to survive the harsh reality of this world. Would the boy have been better off in his own world, away from them all? Wilhelm gripped his seat in disdain at the thought. Subaru was very dear to both him as well as many in this room. He won't let the boy leave his side after this. Amelia sighed and turned around to the butler boy. Oh, come on. Don't fuss over the small details. There are those who know the truth. That includes Roswell and Ram, and especially Remington. And of course, I do too. Amelia smiled warmly at the boy. Subaru blushed deeply as the breeze blew around him and Amelia. Amelia-sama's smile is very effective on dogs like Barusu. Ram snorted at the scene. Amelia looked at the scene with unease. She shouldn't really feel this happy, but the look on Subaru's face made her chest feel warm. Rem just looked at the screen with a deep look of sadness as she wished her hero could look at her smile like this one day. Capin's love story is really cool. Garfield nodded his head while smiling at the scene. Otto shook his head with a fond smile as he glanced at his brother. You're such a softy, man. Scene change. Welcome home. Please forgive me for parking in front of your mansion. An old man dressed in a butler uniform bowed politely to the newly arrived Amelia and Subaru. Wilhelm van Astria stood before the two at the front of L. Mather's mansion with a dragon carriage beside him. Opening plays, redo. So this is where you meet him, Reinhard noted in curiosity. Wilhelm said nothing and just looked past his grandchild's head. The two remained silent and distant. One was guilty, and the other was curious how his cold steel grandpa first dealt when meeting Subaru. Oh. Amelia, meanwhile, seemed to have just realized what it was she's going to be watching. So it starts there. Scene changes to Amelia and Subaru talking to Ram in a hallway. An emissary from the capital is visiting. Roswell-sama is attending to them now. An emissary? Amelia asked in alarm. I believe it concerns the royal selection. Ram emotionlessly warned. Amelia looked put off by this, which was noticed by Subaru as he began rolling his arm around. All right, given the circumstances, I'll try not to do anything dumb. The butler smirked in excitement. Humph. That's not gonna age well. Humph. As Priscilla and Anastasia giggled and snorted, many looked at them curiously. Amelia looked a bit guilty and angry at the two. It isn't funny. This will only lead to something terrible. She seethed inside her head. I'm really sorry, Subaru, but this will be a very important discussion. Amelia smiled nervously and began walking away with Ram behind her while Subaru just stared. He noticed the old man standing by the carriage from the window. Scene change. Wilhelm is peacefully wiping along with the carriage's doors as a cheerful Subaru was seen walking towards him with a tray in his hands. Aren't you bored waiting out here? Right on time. Crush gave a smirk. The Duchess already understood what was happening from the first look on Subaru's face. He's a bit shrewd. Wilhelm snorted. Amelia flinched and bowed her head. I'm sorry for his behavior. I don't know what he did here, but I wish I could have stopped him. The old man shook his head, looking at the girl with warmth in his eyes. Dare she say mirth? None of this is harmful, Amelia-sama. This is the road your knight has taken to bring us joy and safety. Reinhard looked down a little as he heard the man's tone. Proud, confident, and most of all, compassionate. Amelia stuttered at the magnanimity of these words, seeing what the old man was truly trying to tell her. But I can't accept that. I can't just believe that this madness was necessary for Subaru to win his fights. Crush narrowed her eyes thoughtfully, giving the silver-haired girl a once-over, seeing her reactions. She won't accept Natsuki's journey. That's expected, the Duchess mused within her mind, seeing Amelia's brindled personality. Anastasia had her eyes glancing at the green-haired royal beside her. She can feel something going on inside of that militaristic mind, a dangerous thought. The merchant had this instinct to keep an eye on the lion's holder. Crush held no worry for the eyes trained on her figure. She also had her focus over the select few who got on her nerves. The merchant queen was at the top of that list. Subaru and Wilhelm began conversing while drinking tea. It tastes lovely. I feel as though I'm indulging in a great luxury. It's seriously the most expensive tea in the mansion. If the pink-haired maid finds out we drank it without permission, she'll flip. Roswell snorted once he saw just how fiery the pink maid's eyes were. Poor him, the lord said in pity. Ram didn't seem as fiery when she realized just how effective such a technique was. She found herself more impressed than furious. That was nice thinking, Barusu, she admitted, surprised with her own tone. This is a surprise, Roswell teases, forcing his maid to bite her lip. Wilhelm narrowed his eyes suspiciously at the boy. And what is it you hope to gain from this old man, using such precious bait? Undeterred, Subaru smiled wide and carried on. I only want to know the reason for this visit. If you could just give me a vague idea. That's dirty, Subaru. Amelia shook her head in disappointment. How could he just go behind her back and use such dirty tactics to disobey her like this? I'm so sorry, Wilhelm-san. I never imagined that my knight would do so dash. It's fine, Amelia-sama. I've never been one to be easily fooled, and I found it endearing at the time, so there is no problem. As I said once before. Amelia sat back and gave her stupid knight a seethine glare. As I have no idea about your standing in this mansion, I cannot say anything careless. Please understand. Wilhelm denied while holding his cup. Subaru looked deflated at this. A smile found its way across the old man's face. However, I did see that you were quite close to Amelia-sama. Did it look like things were serious between Amelia-tan and me? Wilhelm quickly backed away a few steps to not catch whatever sickness this boy had suddenly afflicted as he began posing around with blushing cheeks. Tan. Wilhelm noted but then looked away from the giggling boy. It is a steep path you climb. He spoke in a grave tone. You are dealing with one who may be the future queen of Lagunica. Subaru turned around and faced the man with a sheepish look. Right now, we're just a super cute girl and a useless servant boy. You probably think your wife is the prettiest girl in the world. Isn't that what you thought when you proposed to her? Subaru smiled brightly. Amelia had to flush down on herself after hearing this private discussion between the two about her. Her cheeks blushed in embarrassment. Julius, Crush, Felix, and Reinhard all widened their eyes in shock at the sentence. And how the old man smiled at him. Subaru Dano. Wilhelm smiled clearly at the fond memory. Subaru-san is dangerous with words. Otto smiled at the two on screen. Is that Subaru's dad or something? The blonde warrior youth rubbed the back of his head and brashly asked his question. Crush giggled at Garfield's statement. Reinhard was looking at the scene with shock and disbelief. Subaru just spoke about his grandmother to the man that had been missing her most. And his grandfather smiled at him. He didn't know if he should feel anger or happiness that his friend and grandfather got along so well since the beginning. My wife. Wilhelm struggled to get his bearings for just a moment before returning to his steeled expression. I see. You are indeed correct. I believe my wife was the most beautiful lady in the world. Wilhelm smiled a bit. A loud voice came from the side of the carriage, cutting the conversation between the butlers. I'm back, old man Will. So this is how he got you to like him, Nine? Felix murmured, unamused. He did more than this, dear Felix Dano. He's done more than anyone should. Wilhelm's answer was one fond and stern for two different reasons. Ones that the demi-human already understands. The healer fell to silence and continued to watch. The two turned to find a cute-looking lady with cat ears stepping closer. Sorry to make you wait outside. I bet you were bored, huh? Not at all. This young man has been speaking with me. Wilhelm pointed to the confused Subaru. The lady's cat ears began flickering and flapping as she stared at the butler boy. Meow, 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 moo. Subaru blushed as the girl meowed and inspected him all over. Ah, now I see. Of course. You must be the boy Emilia-sama mentioned. The lady pointed at Subaru with a smile. Emilia did. The lady leaned closer to the boy and sounded mischievous. Well, see, we're not going there just for fun. Let's go, old man Will. The lady smiled mysteriously. See you in the capital. Scene changes to a superstitious-looking Subaru standing before a nervous Emilia. Well, see, we're not going there for fun. I received an important summons dash. Emilia tried to reason nervously, but was cut off by the serious-looking Subaru. If it's important, all the more reason. You're in the battle for the throne, right? I want to help you. Please. Emilia and Rem looked down at this as they saw what had happened. Julius flinched a bit. He wants to help really bad. The knight couldn't help the unpleasant feeling in his chest. Emilia murmured to the knight. Really badly. She sighed tiredly. It's almost too bad. Rem whispered with an arm on her chest, suddenly feeling the fatigue the rest of the room was feeling in terms of happiness. Nothing of that sort should have been possible. But even in terms of loyalty, Subaru seems an enigma. Julius' joke was quite popular with the two ladies, even when his own mistress was struck and confused by it. Emilia looked dumbfounded at his sincerity. A blue-haired maid that was standing behind the begging boy spoke up to the bewildered elven maiden. It seems there are people in the capital who helped Subaru-kun. This may be a good opportunity for him to thank them. Subaru quickly looked back and patted the maid's head while smiling warmly. Nice assist, Rem. That's right. Subaru turned to Emilia with a smirk. Some people in the capital helped me. I need to let them know I'm okay. He's willing to use this gratitude of his to disobey his master, Felix raggedly noted, unaware of the small glares he was receiving from the two boys at the front of the theater. But with this observance, Emilia's fluctuating mood seemed to go down once she realized how far Subaru was willing to defy her wish. Even back here, he was willing to do the most by using other people. No wonder he broke his promise so easily. I'm not sorry, Emilia-sama. The voice of one shy girl surprised her. Looking at Rem, Emilia's lips frowned. What? I'm not sorry for helping him reach the castle that day. The maid had no expression on her face, not but a sincere smile on her face. Her amethyst irises stared wide and bewildered, shocked beyond belief at the audacity. Rem seemed to give her another nod which was as small as the first. She didn't even remember when the maid nodded at her before. But Emilia understood one thing. Rem was not in fear of Subaru's ugliness in this chapter of his life. As a matter of fact, the maid was welcoming it openly enough to forget her previous breakdowns and guilt over her crimes. What could possibly happen between her and Subaru? Enough to make her defy own self like that? The half-elf bit her lip, ignored by all as her watchers found interest on the screen instead of her dazed state. Why am I feeling so alone? Why not? That can be kept separate from our royal selection business. Everyone turned to the smiling lord that had been sitting in the room since the beginning. Subaru-kun should go to the capital to thank everyone as well as to receive treatment. Huh? Treatment? Subaru asked in confusion at the Magi's words. Roswell began to explain. You overused your already exhausted gate in the Mabeast battle. It will treat that wound. You met the emissary earlier, did you not? The cutesy face with the cat ears. Ew. Felix glared in disgust at the fact that Subaru commented on his looks. That was one of the capital's most brilliant users of water magic, as well as healing magic. Felix is a peculiar one, whose cooperation was difficult even for Emilia-sama to enliest. Hold on. Emilia waved her arms and blushed from embarrassment while Subaru turned around with a shit-eating smile. Really, Emilia-tan? You did that for me. Well, it's partly my fault that you haven't healed yet. So you could say I'm repaying a debt. It's equal compensation for what you gave up. Emilia retorted with a blushing, stern expression filled with determination. Why are you always trying so hard to ignore your good nature, Emilia-sama? Emilia blinked and looked at Otto in confusion. Meanwhile, Garfield took note of a few details told on the screen. So you're a hero? Felix hummed, absurdly weirded out that the brash blonde was talking to him. You're supposed to help people, right? Garfield had no emotion in his expression as he questioned the healer. Felix awkwardly fiddled his ear, not knowing what to say to someone that's been antagonistic towards him since the beginning. I try my best, I guess, Nyan. That's cool. I hope your attitude gets better. Garfield surprised everyone by this and turned around to watch some more. Felix looked struck speechless, not reacting even when his lady gave him a proud grin. Scene changed to Wilhelm and Felix on the dragon carriage. I was surprised to see you talking with the boy. I thought you'd rather chop people in half than talk to them. Felix spoke in a curious tone to the old man that was guiding the dragon. That is a grave misunderstanding. I merely took a bit of a liking to that young man's eyes. Huh. Felix looked confused at this. The old butler just looked ahead with cold, unfeeling eyes. Those are the eyes of one who has experienced death several times. Felix smiled at this. Now you've lost me. But if Wilhelm van Istria, the sword demon, says it, I'm sure the boy faces quite a bumpy road. The cat lady sounded amused. Wilhelm's eyes narrowed. How ironic. Ricardo snorted disgustedly and shook his head as Minnie looked uncomfortable by how accurate the old man's statement was. That's a bit too close to the truth. Felix shivered in fear at how his conversation with Wilhelm accurately described Subaru's road. Emilia and Rem held both of his hands tightly with looks of forlorn sadness. Wilhelm himself couldn't result to snort at how accurate he was. He was more so begrudgingly thankful that his instinct was still so elaborate. Now he can focus on honing that foresight into something more. Something that he can use to pave the way for a better future for his house and his benefactors. Scene change. You know, Emilia Tan, maybe we should stop this? Emilia can be seen wearing her hood as she walks with her butler in the middle of the capital's crowd. Subaru was blushing a deep red as Emilia kept holding his hand tightly. The half-elf looked determined as she kept her grip on his hand tighter. Absolutely not. I know you. The moment I look away, you'll be off doing something crazy. Emilia glared sideways at him accusingly as the boy chuckled. You need a leash on him, Emilia-sama. Ram snorted and smirked at the demeaning scene. Julius and Felix also snorted at how right she was. That's a bit too demeaning, I suppose. Beatrice sighed, understanding why the half-elf's treatment was needed here, but still finding it shameful for her contractor. A flashback begins playing of Subaru holding on to the ledge of a carriage and waving his arms out of it as the carriage was moving full speed. Oh man, this is awesome. I'm totally fantasizing right now, baby. Subaru-kun is so cute. Rem smiled at the excited boy. Rem. Yes, sis. Rem blushed red at her older sister's dangerous glare. Parallel worlds, are you all? Subaru waved his hands out of the carriage too far, making his hand get out of the divine protection of the ground dragons that kept everything on the dragon natural and unaffected by gravity's momentum. The boy flew out of the carriage as there was no more divine protection to keep him balanced at its edge since he left its reach. Emilia quickly stood up in a panic as the boy fell from the moving vehicle. Subaru. Ah! The boy screamed like a man would if he was not a man. I mean like a girl, straight face. Uft. Ha ha. Otto and Garfield leaned on one another as they laughed out loud at how their brother looked. Ricardo and the twins were laughing on the floor. Petra and Frederica giggled uncontrollably. Reinhard and Julius just chuckled and watched with wide eyes in amusement. He's very lively. Anastasia amused while Crush struggled to bite her lip and keep her laughter in. Back to the embarrassed-looking butler and his disappointed-looking half-elf princess. I'm really sorry for that, but this is just treating me like a kid. Subaru pointed at the tight grip she had on him. You are a kid, in fact. Beatrice called out, miffed that she wasn't there with her contractor. Emilia didn't look convinced. Even though you wanted to hold hands on our date in the village, I was physically and mentally prepared for that. This time I'm not. My hand is sweating like crazy. Would you two cut out the flirting already? Subaru and Emilia looked behind them to find a familiar salesman smirking down at them. Oh, it's the guy. Mimi pointed while the adults around her flinched at the horrible memories the man brought. I hope we don't see him in a bad context again. Julius sighed as he stopped the images of his friend's death from playing in his mind once again. You're gonna drive away my customers. The man smirked at the couple. Subaru waved his hand and looked at the man with sincerity. After I came to make good on my promise? That's cold, man. The man smiled brightly. Well, I'm glad you felt obligated to shop here now that you're not broke anymore. Here are the apples. Fuck you, I promised. The man said while handing Subaru a paper bag filled with them. Subaru and Emilia were walking down the streets. Next will be Felt and Old Man Rom. I thought we'd wrap things up without blame the first time, but then Reinhard's expression went dark, and then he took the girl away. Emilia sounded worried as she explained while holding her butler's hand. Humph. Felt huffed and looked away while Reinhard rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. That makes it sound like kidnapping or an abduction and confinement. Hot guys have really got it good. Subaru glared hatefully at the street that made him not sexy or hot. Someone's jealous. Al chuckled. Although I get it, anyone would be jealous of the Sword Saint. I don't understand how my looks could be something anyone should be jealous of. Reinhard tilted his head in confusion. Julius just glared murderously at him from his seat. He was almost pouting. If we want to contact Reinhard, we should probably go to the guard station in front of the nobleman's district, Emilia muttered while looking up ahead. Emilia Tan, about the royal selection that starts tomorrow. Emilia quickly shot him down. Subaru, what did I tell you? I brought you here to fulfill your promises and to get you healed. You don't have to worry about me. Subaru looked a little saddened by this. How did he end up at the castle then? Ricardo asked in confusion as he had heard about the scuffle Subaru caused along with the entire city. Emilia looked angry for some reason as she crushed Subaru's hand with hers. Priscilla snorted. Julius carried on watching. She was warning you all this time. Why couldn't you listen? Scene changes to Amelia and Subaru looking at a huge building with really stunning designs all over its doors. The two looked unsure if they should enter through the black decorated door until a voice called out to them. Well, if it isn't Amelia-sama. Subaru and Amelia looked at the person speaking and found a bowing handsome young man in white robes and decorated uniform. You've met with Natsuki-kun before the palace incident. Anastasia sounded genuinely surprised. Yes, Julius muttered with a hint of fondness, though only briefly. It's good to see you again. Have you been well since we last met? The man gave an elegant smile as he bowed deeply to the elven princess. Yes, everything is basically the same. Amelia quickly faced the man with a smile and let Subaru's hand go. You also seem well, Julius. The mere fact that you remember me is an honor. The young man knelt before the princess and looked up with shining yellow eyes. You have only grown more beautiful, Amelia-sama. Julius kissed the back of Amelia's hand, making Subaru glare with rage. Oh, haha. Ricardo and Al winced at the look on the boy's face, while Felt laughed with Mimi at how jealous he was. Amelia shook her head at her knight's idiocy. Julius seemed to be in thought as he looked on. Could it be he did all of that because of me? The knight carried on watching with a small frown as guilt began setting in. You had to be all knightly and stuff? Anastasia whined in jealousy, toying with her blue scarf. The elegant man just bowed his head to her. Thank you. Forgive me for asking so abruptly, but I have business here, and I'd like you to act as my agent in the castle. Julius pointed at the rage-seething Subaru and smiled. Does your business involve this young man? Subaru glared hatefully. Julius grinned. His character and attitude are ill-matched with his attire. That's no way to conduct yourself before one you've just met. Subaru tried to smile through his jealousy-filled expression. Thanks for the warning. I've got a warning for you, too. You shouldn't eat curry udon in that suit. If soup splatters, the stains will really stand out. Kill me. The fuck is that? Otto shrugged and shook his head at the meeting between these two. It seems your relationship was always sour from the very start. Huh? Julius-kun? Anastasia mused with a small smile. Julius just shook his head and began lamenting on how he'd feel if he was in Subaru's same shoes. There must have been an exact reason for him to act so jealously and stupid here. But what is it? Julius muttered and struggled to understand what had changed Subaru in this scene and in the castle. Subaru. Amelia shook her head at the boy's jealous nature. She didn't like this aspect of her knight. Is this why he broke his promise? Just for that? Amelia asked softly in anger. While the two were trying to piece this together, the others intended to give their own reactions. Capiness got in a bit petty air. I love it. Garfield ended up smirking at the terrible attitude his hero was having. Frederica almost ended up slapping his head had she not been far away from him. She didn't wish her brother to be influenced by such behavior. Thankfully, and to her surprise, the gray-haired youth beside her brother came to her rescue. You shouldn't take Natsuki-san's personality as a role model, bro. This will only lead to his ruin. You need to be someone that calls him out on his flaws and learns from his solutions. When did you become a wise ass? Garfield grunted, personally attacked by the lecturing tone Otto used on him. The merchant only winked at him smugly. Frederica watched this with a small smile of surprise adorning her lips. Julius decided to destroy the silence by being the bigger asshole of the three and gave an understanding expression. I don't know what curry udon is, but I will keep that in mind. Now, allow me to show you to the conference mirrors. As Julius moved to speak with the guardsmen, Subaru asked Amelia what a conference mirror was. It's a media that allows you to talk with someone through two mirrors facing each other. Ah, mirrors. How very magical. Subaru grinned and moved a step towards the building, only to be stopped by Amelia. Subaru, wait here. I don't think it would be a pleasant experience for you. I've already had an experience that wasn't pleasant. Subaru clenched his fist and glared at Julius. That bastard, licking all over your cute little hand as if he owned it. Subaru gritted his teeth in anger. He seems a little too upset. Frederica nodded with Petra as they both felt really uncomfortable with how Subaru was acting. Everybody was. Do they have a different manner of communication in Natsuki-kun's home? Anastasia asked curiously. She kept her eyes on the front row, expecting Beatrice to be the one to answer her question. But to her surprise, it was the royal duchess who informed her of the knowledge she seeked. Natsuki's Mattia, the cell phone as he called it, is what he used to communicate with in the other world. I think this was brought up in the very first viewing session. I forgot that little bit. I think I had other things in mind that kept me from memorizing these fascinating advancements. Anastasia smiled wryly. Crush gave her a knowing casual smirk. Lucky for you. Someone did keep it in mind. The merchant held her scarf a little too tightly. It even seemed to be moving away from her hand. I'll try to come back before things run too long. Be good and wait, okay? Please. Amelia begged as she entered through the building. Scene changes to Subaru sitting on a street ledge with a miserable look on his face. I look so pathetic. That's normal. What's the true problem? Some chuckled at Ram's snappish remark. I think you all should keep quiet. Priscilla's voice boomed over them, making a few glare at the woman. Subaru looked around and instantly honed in on a fiery-haired lady in a red and black dress getting pulled into an alleyway. He meets Bariel this early? Crush mused in surprise. Anastasia and Amelia leaned in to see what this meeting was about. Huh. Subaru quickly stands up. That's a bold thing to do in front of a guard station. It's darkest at the foot of the lighthouse, I guess. Scene change 2. The three thieves from Arc 1 are surrounding the lady. And the next few long scenes are excerpts from the novel that were cut in the anime. I took liberty in adding these with a few edits to set for good reactions. In case you guys are wondering why this episode has scenes that weren't there in the director's cut. Are you serious? I hate these guys. Felt facepalmed in embarrassment as those three were members of her camp. Don't screw around with us. Want us to mess up that pretty face of yours? The lady simply smiled. Don't make such a racket, commoners. Fools with no character pick fights for the most foolish reasons. As the lady faced the three idiots, Subaru suddenly entered the alleyway and yelled out, "Sorry I'm late, honey." Subaru suddenly walks in between the thieves and stands beside the lady. It looks like there's been a bit of trouble, but remember who I am and cut me some slack. Come on, let's go. Bull. Ricardo and Garfield laughed at the stupid plan their brother had made while Otto was rolling on the floor. Amelia and Rem scowled at the way he called Priscilla honey. Subaru tried to get the lady out of the alleyway by grabbing her hand. He failed to see her scarlet eyes glaring hatefully at him. Do not touch me as if you know me. The lady quickly slammed Subaru's entire body into a wall. Cliffhanger. Subaru uttered as he slid down the wall beside the bag of fallen apples. Straight face. He was trying to help you, I suppose. Beatrice glared spitefully at the princess. I don't know what toilet you were raised in, but a commoner should not touch a god such as myself. Beatrice and Priscilla glared at one another with disdain and hatred. Rem, Amelia, and Crush were also glaring up at the fiery woman. I don't want drooling commoners following me around. The lady glared at the boy with disgust as she opened her fan. Subaru stood up and glared at the woman. Figure out what's going on. It was supposed to be the classic scenario where I save a girl from hoodlums. Oh. Subaru slowly turned from the woman and to the three thieves. Are you three the ones from the capital? We met this guy in the alley behind the shopping district. It's the brat from back then? Subaru quickly leaned forward with a smooth smile on his face. So, for my sake, could you just let us dash? Are you dumb? This just makes it 3-on-2, instead of 3-on-1. Subaru's smile was filled with unease, but his expression soon turned to panic as the lady beside him spoke in a bored tone. You should correct that. It isn't 3-on-2, but 3-on-1-on-1. Would you be quiet for a second? I don't know how she didn't kill him for that. Al shook his helmeted head in relief. I think it's hilarious how he treats candidates to the royal throne so brashly. Anastasia thought out loud while watching with a smile. He didn't know that Barail was a candidate during this moment though. Crush interjected, unimpressed. Anastasia shrugged. Then that means he treats all of the girls he meets in this way, don't it? While the mischievous merchant and the unimpressed militarist were having this mundane discussion, the Crimson Baroness above glanced towards them. For some reason, Priscilla found herself interested in what was being said about her interaction with Subaru. Do you even remember this meeting with him, princess? Her knight seemed forward in his thinking, which decently surprised the matriarch. I do not remember such a meeting. Priscilla looked startled for the first time. How did you dash? Find out. I can see you're nervous. That never happens. The Baroness snorted to herself, eyes narrowing on the man. You'd best be careful, Aldebaran. Mindself's mercy isn't far-reaching like your attitude. The knight met Priscilla's seething threat with a careless shrug. I only meant to help, princess. I think you should look into why you forgot about Pal's meeting with you in these slums. He's trying to help you here. That pig is merely slobbering for mine's beauty. The Scarlet Princess huffed while airing her fan. I mean, sure, Al shrugs, keeping his uncaring tone. Pal may have thought of you as a damsel, but isn't that kind of heroic? He still wanted to save someone he didn't know. At this, Priscilla's frown turns to a snarl. Al, there is no such thing as heroic in this world. This pig does everything for his own gain. The knight shrugged underneath her fiery gaze. Whatever you say, he's too stupid to not prove you wrong anyway. Al mutters under his breath. Subaru glared at the three while thinking to himself. I have no choice. This is the last trick I wanted to use, but… Subaru quickly placed his hands in his pockets and leaned closer towards the three. Just so you know, I know Reinhardt-san. If I call for him, he'll come running. Subaru stared degenerately at the three, making them flinch back. Secret technique. Fox and tiger's clothing. The effect was immediate, and Subaru forced himself to act like a big shot to cow them further. So what'll it be, guys? One shout, and he'll make mincemeat out of you with his bare hands. It was a desperate bluff, but the men gritted their teeth resentfully. We'll let you. This time. Remember this, it's not like you beat us or anything. And it's not like we're scared of Reinhardt's name or anything. Puffed. Cowards. Felt snorts at the trio, not showing her shame for taking them into her employment. Others like the Duchess and the Merchant Queen seemed to chuckle at the pathetic sight. while Julius and Felix seem to frown. Isn't it cowardly for him to use Reinhardt's friendship like that, Nyan? Felix murmurs, looking at his red-haired friend in sympathy. I suppose that's a way of dealing with them. Julius grumples, disliking the whole unmannerly way Subaru dealt with the thieves. I don't care. This was still smart of him. Garfield received an encouraging nod from Otto, and even Amelia herself, who heard what Felix said and pouted. I don't have a problem with it. Reinhardt surprised the two knights. I'm pretty honored to have him use my name to protect innocence. That's just like him. Good grief. Felix shook his head and rested a cheek on his fist. The men immediately fled the alley, their weak, stereotypical parting shots only enhancing their petty crook image. Only when they had completely gone did Subaru exhale deeply. Somehow he'd ridden the crisis out. Now if he could only get the girl to soften just a little. What? Are those the eyes of a beggar? You shall receive nothing from me, commoner. They are not. Well, would it kill you to thank me for saving you at least? Save? The girl inclined her head slightly with a mystified expression. She closed her eyes, sinking into thought, and let out a small sigh when she arrived at an answer. So that prattling of yours earlier was meant to save me. I had not noticed. You didn't notice? This sets new standards for dents, you know. Do not misunderstand. No difficulty would have befallen me even without your help. I can only marvel at your taking pride in resolving something that was not a problem to begin with. I don't know what you mean, so what do you mean? I mean what? Like, okay, you're super strong, so you'd have been fine even if I hadn't saved you. Not at all. It is far simpler. This world is composed solely for my convenience. Nothing occurs that is not to my benefit. It is thanks to me that I was saved, yet you attempt to claim this as your own exploit. Have you no shame at stealing credit from another? This girl is way too arrogant. Otto seemed genuinely shocked at Priscilla's attitude. Many in the crowd couldn't believe how entitled this lady was. Anastasia and Crush went so far as to shake their heads at the scene. Even Felix seemed to look sympathetic to Subaru's plight. She's not so bad. Felt almost had whiplash from how fast she turned at this sentence. Sis. Felt almost shouted heatedly at the silver-haired lady beside her. Amelia twiddles her thumbs, not being comfortable under Beatrice and Rem's scrutiny, and not liking how fast Felt was ready to question her. I mean, she's nicer here than most of the times I see her talking. So, Priscilla-sama is showing him kindness, I think. Julius tried to explain from his seat. His expression showed how unconvinced he was in his own argument. Truth is, I see something else in those eyes. Yes, I can see it too, Garfield grumbled. She's still acting like AB dash. Before Frederica could chastise her brother's filthy mouth, the merchant beside him took care of the job for her. SH, do you want us to go to war? Don't go around insulting random members of other camps. The royals no less. Otto hissed as he slapped his hat into Garf's face. Frederica grinned at the gray-haired youth, brightly. Meanwhile, above them all, Al was staring at the screen slack-jawed. Damn, princess. You didn't kill him instantly, he laughs, almost smugly to his liege's discontent. I thought you were disgusted by his very essence. Why are you still there? Priscilla seemed taken aback. Her lips parted without a single sound coming out. The Baroness stayed there, looking confused for a few more seconds before her lips were covered by her fan. This is interesting, was all she whispered before settling her crimson eyes on the screen. Al couldn't get a read on his lady's intentions or feelings towards this, but he could see how much interest this entire interaction sprung inside of Priscilla. The knight himself was curious why his lady had forgotten she had such a meeting with his pal, not to mention the veil of confusion that surrounded her aura. He can sense her interest in the meeting by looking at her. Just her feelings and intentions were unclear, as always. Priscilla was no common rose. With one blatant forward thrust of her bountiful breasts, the girl was asserting, as if it was natural, as if it was obvious, as if it was common sense, that she was absolute. I don't think you can blame his rudeness here, Amelia-sama. Frederica defended Subaru on instinct, finding his situation undesirable for needing to interact with such an arrogant royal in the streets. Why are you talking to me? Amelia pointed to herself, turning to the blonde maid with a confused expression. I don't have a problem with Subaru ending his interaction there. He seemed to be really uncomfortable. Amelia found some of the crowd shaking their heads towards her. What's up with ya? Felt questioned, irritated by the wash treatment Amelia was receiving, as if she was a child. It was Julius who answered, to the nods of Felix and Ram. Subaru shouldn't walk away from a noble before she dismisses him. He could be punished severely if it wasn't for the mercy of Burial-sama. Rem bit her lip and looked concerned for a moment, while Beatrice held a glare of contempt at the knight. Amelia was the only one of them that showed deep-rooted annoyance at Julius by shunning him with a pout. Was it mercy, princess? Al humored, looking at his liege. He was quite surprised to find Priscilla sitting at the edge of her seat, with a deep frown on her delicate features. What is this? She questioned, in an odd tone. Wait. What? What is in that bag there? Show me. The girl strolled around him, nodding to indicate that Subaru should put down the bag. He didn't want to oblige, but defying her would only prolong things, so Subaru reluctantly opened the bag and showed its contents, a mountain of ripe, red fruit. I do not recognize them. These fruits. What are they? They're, apples. The fruit of knowledge. Never seen one before? Figures, Felt snorted. Brave enough to slight the Scarlet Royal without abandon, that lady probably never seen an untouched apple in her life. I'm sure it isn't like that. Amelia's kindness defended, but the silence in the room was overwhelming. Al was sweating nervously at the weird looks his lady was getting from the children of the room. The little maid with the red bow tie was almost staring at the Baroness in pity. It was all fucked. Al would certainly have to jump in the way of the kids to keep them from Priscilla's rage. His lady wouldn't take kindly to their gazes upon her. Relax, Aldebaran. Even though her voice was aimed to be soothing, it only unsettled him more. She wasn't even angry with the crowd below her. In fact, she was more focused on the happenings of the screen instead. Weird. Is she bothered by her not remembering this meeting? Blinking at his reply, the girl snorted as she looked at Subaru like he was an imbecile. You lie. Do not make me laugh. Apples are white. Understand? I have absolutely never seen fruits such as these. Astonished, Subaru replied, well, they're white when you peel them. It was the girl's turn to stare blankly. He remarked, wait, don't tell me you've never seen an apple that hasn't been peeled. I knew it. Felt snorted in disgust. Amelia frowned, deeply disturbed by the sheer luxury Priscilla seemed to be living in. I do suppose that attitude of hers required a very easy life. In fact, Beatrice also jabbed. Did she really live such a hard life? She couldn't see an unpeeled apple. Petra asked her mentor, who only gave an amused smile. No. It means she's lived a very fulfilling life where fruits came upon her freshly prepared, Petra-chan. Eh? That's so spoiled. I wish I could be a princess like her. The little one held her cheeks adorably as she imagined her fantasy. Like the little one said, figures. Anastasia had the dignity not to snort like Felt, but the merchant did have an expression of contempt at the description of Priscilla's origin. Someone like that has no right to be so arrogant. Tivy felt encouraged to voice out by his master's words. I can't find it in me but to feel angry, Mimi murmurs, her happy expression drooping to a low frown. It feels scummy. Someone like her having everything in the world. Rem was content to follow Felt's action in showing her distaste for the lady in red. Naya, I can't believe that someone so unworthy would want to lead our kingdom and challenge my crush Sama. Naya. The glowing catboy was boasting in delight, loving the attitude held against Priscilla. Felix's attitude was surprisingly recorporated by Ram Snort, who was simply glaring at the screen in disdain and disgust. Although she was agreeing with the cowboy about Priscilla being unworthy, not the whole thing about his master's ability. That aspect of his attitude was instantly shot down by someone unexpected. I respect your personal opinions to be your own, but that is no honor-bound attitude that someone of your status must hold, Felix. Everyone's chatter stopped. The booming voice of the elegant knight held the crowd's attention. Naya? Isn't that how you feel about your own master, Julius Kuhn? Felix looked at the knight with a stiff smile. Not liking the way Julius' stare was hardened upon him. I'm sorry, you must be mistaken. My attitude towards my master is loyal and gracious. The knight's stare turned to a narrowed look. But your attitude is nothing short of obsession if you think slandering a royal lady in front of her knight is chivalrous. Felix's eyes widened. His blanched expression was quickly covered by an angry glare aimed right for the knight. Aren't you taking this a bit too far, Julius Kuhn? I mean, everyone else has been letting their feelings known, Naya. The cowboy felt even more encouraged when Felt came to his argument's defense. Yeah, what's the big deal? Or are you aiming to beat down someone else for being human? Felt growled toward Julius, resentment clear in her eyes. She ignored the tight grip her knight had on her wrist. Lady Felt. Reinhard hissed, but his lady was uncooperative. Julius met the royal girl's anger with a simple bow of his head and a humble expression. Whatever your feelings may be about myself, Lady Felt. I'm only adhering to my teachings and knightly code. And being one of the greatest healers of our time, and an honorary royal knight nonetheless, Felix mustn't act so bitterly. So? You will beat him down and anyone like him just for saying the truth? Felt's glare grew fiery, her knight's grip uselessly hardened upon her wrist. Julius offered her no other answer than, it's not my place to say what the truth is, but the knight's position in a camp is an incredible honor. Someone that uses it to sadistically slight anyone who annoys him or his master is no more than a fool that perverts our code. Are you talking about Big Bro? Felt's rage was now barren with all of its ambition. She had one booted foot over the seat before a loud commanding voice broke the little one out of her wrath. Lady Felt. The blonde girl stopped her ascent over the chair and looked to the seat where Crush sat, situated between Astasia's camp and Felt's glare. Felt's crimson rage met with Crush's ambered steel determination. As the fireball of a princess and hardened duchess faced off, the matriarch of the two broke the ice by her commanding tone. Do not assume I, or anyone in my camp, can do as we please. We have honor-bound etiquette that mustn't be violated. At Crush's sliding voice, Felix could only flinch and bawl in on himself with a frustrated look on his face. Felt, however, through the steely militarist a great growl. I don't care about any of that. I can't let this arrogant guy go around preaching shit whenever he please dash. I understand you have a lot to say about Jachilius and his way of doing things, but I think you are using my knight's fight to impulsively show your frustration with what happened to Subaru Natsuki in the palace. The blonde girl seemed to lose some of her anger. The flinch she gave told of Crush's splendid read on Felt's true intentions. Julius didn't hold any eye contact with anyone, only looking down at the floor once his deed against Subaru was brought up. Crush continued with an unimpressed glare on both Felt and the blanched Felix. I understand your anger. I may not even agree with how that situation went down. But please make sure to not give in to your frustration about it so easily. You would have caused unnecessary trouble for Julius when he's already made peace with Natsuki Subaru. Not to mention that you were defending Ferris' wrongdoing just to spite Julius. The Duchess had chivalry and honor in her voice. Julius gave the woman a deep bow. His expression spilled nothing, but his closed fist could be seen as a sign of how deeply the woman's words affected him, especially when she reminded of his deed against Subaru or the fact that they made up. TCK. Felt unclenched her fists and pridefully turned away from the woman's sight, sitting back in her seat where Reinhard was giving her a disappointed glance. Shut up, she growled. Her knight shook his head silently, obeying her command only because he noticed a few tears in her eyes. Not done, the diligent lady in blue turned toward her own knight. A gaze filled with disappointment shot Felix like an arrow tipped with poison. You will apologize to Barry Alsama and Julius Jukulis before the next viewing begins. The healer's eyes widened, having his heart beat heavily from the fear his lady's glare had settled into him. Be but dash. Doing so would please me greatly. Crush didn't have the heart to even look at the boy's crushed expression before she moved her seat away from him and sat with Wilhelm taking the spot between them. The old butler didn't give his partner a second glance, more concerned with the screen. His mistress decided to follow his example and cross her arms to focus on the screen comfortably. With Felix falling to shocked silence, Otto looked at Garfield as the blonde continuously tugged on his sleeve. What is it, Garf-san? The merchant asked tiredly, not liking the tension in the air. Was that lady talking about the event captain always soured over? Garfield's expression was greatly interested. Otto knew the tiger would surely jump towards Crush and ask her himself if no one answered him. Indeed, this was also Natsuki-san's first meeting with that purple-haired knight there. Otto nodded and pointed towards Julius. You think Captain and him are real friends? Yeah. Looking at Julius-san's attitude, and Natsuki-san's constant tales about him, they are strong friends. Or should be. Otto's bright smile slowly turned to a small unsure frown. Garfield hummed, unamused and leaned back in his seat. Finished for now. Seeing the tense situation down below, Al couldn't help but let out a breath of relief. He was holding onto his armrest so harshly his fingers left him beds on the wood. Damn, people love to talk about nothing, huh? Al looked towards his own lady, feeling a hint of rage towards all those who voiced wrongfully concocted opinions about the Scarlet Baroness and her origins. Just cause she doesn't have apples on the constant doesn't fucking mean she's never been through hardship or didn't suffer like most. The knight's growl wasn't heard for it was in his own mind, but he could see that at least Priscilla didn't pay them any heed. Sadly, his princess was all too used to being treated as the menace of the pack. She didn't even give their squabbles another thought, just kept her eyes on the screen even while it paused for the group to finish their infighting. He could only thank the lords above that she was so occupied with whatever it was she was thinking about, lest they all would have been fried to the point of charcoal by her anger. Priscilla's beautiful eyes widened rapidly, a small pleased smile showed on her face. Myself has remembered that fool's action. I must punish him once he wakes. That apple was unwashed. She was like an unfocused kitten, or a kitten that was too focused on herself alone. Come on, princess. Shut it, Aldebaran. I have indeed never seen one that was not at the dinner table. Very well. Hand them over. Nodding in satisfaction, the girl audaciously demanded he gives up his apples. Subaru looked at her in bewilderment, clenching the bag tightly. Hand them over. I shall split one open and see for myself. Or is it only lies that dribble from your lips? Handle with care, okay? Judging resistance to be the fool's choice, Subaru took an apple out of the bag and placed it in her hand. The girl took the apple, turning it around as if studying the sensation upon her palm. Then, her left hand flashed toward the apple, neatly severing it vertically and horizontally into 4 equal pieces. The girl licked the fruit juice off her fingers, satisfied at the cross-section. Sweet and sour. Certainly, this is the taste of an apple. I will spare your life. Eh? Otto broke the tense silence by exclaiming out loud. I thought she might actually be decent here, but to threaten someone's life out of the blue? Never mind me then. By chuckling nervously, the merchant boy melted away some of the distress on many nerves in the room. Ricardo and Mimi stifled snickers at the obvious nervousness in the boy's broken voice. Garfield sighed and patted his friend's back absent-mindedly. You don't have tea, act like a clown to relax, Em. The tiger pointed toward the crowd sitting in behind them, a knowing grin on his brutish face. Otto didn't acknowledge his friend's statement, only sighing and focusing back towards the screen. Spare my. No, never mind. Anyway, you're satisfied now, I take it. Absolute why not? Her statement, crossing the line from arrogant behavior to tyrannical, made even Subaru erupt in indignation. You don't even care that you sliced one up out of the blue. Why do I have to give you all of them? These apples aren't just apples. They're the bonds between 2 men. Enough prattle. How about this? The girl pointed at the bag, her lips cracking into a wry smile. We shall wager for them. Wager? Yes, a simple wager. Something easy, flipping a coin and guessing whether it is heads or tails. A single apple shall rest upon each attempt. How about it? She was proposing a contest, But all Subaru could do was laugh at her suggestion. You seem really stuck on taking what Subaru's, I suppose. Beatrice narrowed her eyes, her voice cold as ice, which surprised the maid that was sitting beside her. I don't find this fair at all. Petra seemed to ignore her mentor's glare. That's how the world works. Tivy shrugs at the little maid. Some royals are just tyrants that wish to take all of your pleasures. Hey now, Mimi intervenes. She's offering for him to play a game with her. That's way better than what most royals might do. I'm surprised by how smart that sounds from you. Tivy blinks in disbelief. His sister blows a raspberry at him. Subaru can still refuse. Emilia found herself commenting, glancing at Beatrice nervously. The spirit only snorts with displeasure. You just say the darndest things. Why would I agree to that in the first place? There's nothing in that gamble for me. I can just run like heck out of here. Of course, I shall have something worth winning at the ready. Let's see. See? She's at least fairer than we expected. Emilia beamed. She seemed at least relieved that Subaru wasn't being bullied by an arrogant royal while under her watch. Not that she wasn't expecting someone like Priscilla to abuse the poor boy out of his apples. At least she's being nicer here. Odd. Rem was looking apprehensive. Her shy voice was surprisingly soothing for the spirit and half-elf. On the other end, Anastasia and Crush were locked in their own conversation. What do you think this girl will offer him? Anastasia sounded mischievous in the way she asked. Crush's eyebrow raised, unamused. I doubt it will be something honorable. Anastasia pursed her lips and looked extremely disappointed with the Duchess lacking banter. I suppose she will think that licking her shoes may be adequate as a gift? The Duchess surprised her by cheekily murmuring with a smirk. Anastasia grinned right back, her teeth bared. Think Natsuki-kun will agree to such a term? Crush's smirk turned to an amused smile. You really want to bet this badly, Hashin-san? The company head cupped her cheek with a gloved palm. You know how a gal can be sometimes. Ladies just want to have excitement. All right, Crush rested her chin on a knuckle. If Natsuki loses to the Baroness and adheres to polishing her shoes, I will owe you something. Oh? You stand by Natsuki-kun? Surprising. At this, Crush frowns deliberately. At this moment of his journey? Knowing what he's about to do to himself, I might take a risk and support him. Cause of sympathy? Anastasia raises a brow. No, Crush sternly denied, because someone has to. Nobles are amazing in that aspect. Supporting hopeless things. Anastasia turns away from the Duchess, drawing an ideological line between them. Very well. Anastasia mutters, an easy smile on her face. Let's have fun. I bet Natsuki will lose to Baroness-san. The two ladies laid out their bets with an atmosphere of enjoyment and uneasy alignment hanging over them. You can say the two may even have found partnership between each other's flaws. The girl touched her tongue to her lips as she sank into thought. She shifted her bewitching eyes towards Subaru, lifting up her ample bosom with her crossed arms. Should you win the wager, you may touch my breasts. How about it? Several instances of displeasure and amazement rang through the watching crowds. This is preposterous, I suppose. Beatrice stood on top of Subaru's legs and glared towards the scarlet harlot in disdain, though the extremely red cheeks made the spirit look less intimidating than she wished to be. Has she no shame? Frederica whispered in shock. She kept a hand over Petra's mouth to keep the little one from speaking about this. The little girl was blushing hard and looked like she wanted to be swallowed by the floor. I don't suppose she does. Wilhelm commented. A hint of bafflement showed in his tone before he settled his eyesight elsewhere from the screen. I'm surprised it ain't something degrading, Anastasia boredly keens. The Duchess from beside her was looking unimpressed as well. It is disappointing that I don't find this behavior surprising. Is she confident enough to believe selling her body like that to be justified? Crush questioned in a firm manner of tone and expression. Her eyes were narrowed in distaste. Anastasia shrugged and appeared unbothered by the whole thing. A bet's a bet. So if Natsuki-kun wins, he'll be winning a treasure, the merchant teased, knowingly getting on multiple women's nerves. My lady, please. Julius sighed and nudged his nose tiredly. You gotta be dumb not to take that deal though. Ricardo shrugs, a wolfish grin on his bestial face aimed for Subaru on the screen. I find this quite uncomfortable, Tivy mutters in disdain while his sister only shrugged. I'd like to think Barusa won't be tempted. But then again, he's the king of perverts, so I wouldn't be surprised, Ram snorts at her own joke, enraging Beatrice and Crush enough to make both ladies glare toward her. I don't suppose that will be true, sister, Rem gracefully answers her sister with a casual tone. However, the blue-eyed girl was fiercely focused on the screen, muttering, I wouldn't hate to see how much he likes a big bosom though. Another enraged scoff of disgust sounded from the elegant spirit standing upon Subaru's motionless legs. It seems Beatrice could feel Rem's true intention without the maid needing to voice it loudly enough. You wouldn't find it in your heart to deny this one, Garfield nudges Otto with a sly smirk. The cheeky 14-year-old was willfully aware of the effect this question would have on someone as introverted as Otto. Quite the sad existence for a merchant whose job is to sell goods based on his charisma. Yeah, why are you asking me that? Otto slaps his hat on Garfield's smug face, blushing furiously. Frederica let out a small smile at the merchant's useless babbling with her brother. He's somewhat soothing to look at when he's so nervous. How weird. Meanwhile, Emilia was staring at the screen with large eyes. That's so shameful. So impure. Contrary to how stern she sounded, The half-elf was nothing but a gushing red, and it showed all across her facial features and her pointy ear tips. Her lips were pursed in an attempt to contain the plethora of embarrassed emotion she was feeling over something so mundane. This is dirty, and Subaru wouldn't partake in such a thing. Sammer down, filthy witchling scum. Mineself is busy understanding what's being shown to me. Priscilla didn't even acknowledge the world around her except for these words aimed for Amelia. Princess. Did she piss you off by saying you were impure? Al bravely traded his life for a stupid question, to which his lady only replied by softly palicating his helmet with her palm and sending him crashing to the carpet floor with a push so powerful his head cracked through the wooden floor. Placing her foot upon his head, Priscilla spat. No one in this world calls me impure, Aldebaran. Now stay quiet. The man under her couldn't even reply from how deeply he was dug. Ignoring the glares she got after her insult from Amelia, Priscilla turned her stare from her shoe to the screen once again. She also ignored Amelia's confused look. What did she mean by understand what's happening? Shouldn't she already know this part? Amelia whispered to herself, having a bad feeling. Subaru sighed and looked down with a forlorn expression. The girl gave Subaru a slightly suspicious glance, perhaps wondering what was taking him so long. With that gaze bearing down on him, Subaru told her exactly what he thought. You need to take better care of yourself. That's crazy talk. And you can't seduce me with that look. And so, Subaru found himself still in the alley, having lost 7 straight bets. That makes 7 wins for me. There are only 3 apples left, you know. No way. You're robbing me blind. Of course he would give in. Felix reluctantly voices in the weakest of voices. His mistress wasn't even paying attention to him. Her amber eyes were glaring daggers of disappointment towards the screen. I expected better from Sir Natsuki. It appears I was mistaken about his chivalry. The Duchess' downward opinion of Subaru was hurtful to hear for even her own knight. Lady Crush? You can't possibly think badly of him just for accepting a challenge made by a beautiful lady. That is quite unreasonable. However, Wilhelm's interjection simply didn't matter for the stern militarist as she settled on deeply glaring at the back end of Subaru's head. Wilhelm started to rub his hand, appearing uncomfortable. That jealousy is not a good look on you, Crush-sama. Can't believe he's losing. That's our apple pack, Captain. Garfield curses with a raised fist, not taking such blasphemy. Otto shook his head at his weird friend. We aren't there, Garf-san. We should be. Rem found herself interjecting brazenly with a half-pout, half-death glare. I'm sorry, but him losing here is just too funny. Hee hee hee. Mimi holds her armrest and rests her head on her hands to hide her face as she chuckles many times. I hope he doesn't win. Emilia, returning to a blushing mess, found herself wishing great shame on her knight in the secret sanctuary of her mind. Please let him lose and regret this. Please, please, please. Don't wish badly of my contractor just because you have a smaller bosom. In fact, Emilia couldn't acknowledge how hurtful Beatrice's comment was. She just ignored the nasty spirit and brought her boot-clad knees up so she could hide her face from the world. Now then. The girl picked up one of the apples lying before her and deposited it into the bag at her side. Subaru was down to his last 2 chips, so to speak. Now you know what happens to those who challenge me. I am the pinnacle, and you are suited only to wriggling around at the bottom. Hey, isn't it a little extreme to treat me as the bottom of the pyramid just because I'm losing? Pride comes before the fall, you know, a fall to rock bottom. You may rest easy. All is rock bottom except for me. The world has me, and all else is beneath. Subaru wanted to refute her irrational logic, but that would only make him sound like a sore loser. Now then, what shall we do next? If you do not trust your luck at coin flips, a different wager is fine. Oh, now you've done it. I'm down in the bottom of the 9th, but I propose we do rock, paper, scissors. Priscilla found herself grunting at this mention. That name irks me. What is it? The Scarlet Lady found herself alone. No one answered her question. She actually found herself missing the monkey's voice. Now if only this weird thing under her shoe would stop struggling and die already. Rock, paper, scissors. When the girl raised an eyebrow at the unfamiliar term, it gave Subaru a tiny ray of hope. You don't even know that game? Petra gasped, her hands on her cheeks. Others around the girl just shook their heads or gave unimpressed grunts, already accepting of Priscilla's nature. Rock, paper, scissors is a way to settle things. At the signal, you make a shape with your hand, and the stronger shape wins. There are 3 shapes: rock, paper, and scissors. Paper beats rock, scissors beats paper, rock beats scissors. Understand? Oh, yes, I understand. A rather amusing game, it would seem. What is this signal? Well, when you finish saying rock, paper, scissors, you show your hand when you get to the scissors part. Oh, and if you both show the same hand, you say rock, paper, scissors again as the signal and do it over on the spot. That is all there is to it. Very well. I shall go with paper. You're already showing your hand? Subaru shuddered at the breathtaking speed with which she strategized. That does sound amusing. I don't know why it still annoys myself, however. Priscilla grumbled into her fan, moving at the edge of her seat to lean closer in anticipation for what's to come. Think he's got something up his sleeve? Anastasia casually inquired of a stern crush. The Duchess only gave a firm humph. She said to him, let us begin then. Rock, paper. Subaru felt nervous about falling behind. Wait, time out. I haven't decided what I'm gonna go with ye. With his thoughts still in a jumble, the girl reached the signal and raised her hand high. Scissors. The girl's hand indicated paper, just as she had proclaimed. Subaru's hand was rock. She commented, "It would seem that you owe me another apple, complaints about the method notwithstanding." It's not that. Statistically, people subconsciously keep their hand closed when they're tossed into rock, paper, scissors without warning. Ugh, I'm such an idiot. The strategist had been defeated by his own scheme. Subaru certainly looked defeated as he handed the girl her apple. With this, Subaru was down to his very last apple. Such a bad position to be in. I would say I feel bad, but knowing what he is allowed should he win, I can't lie. Julius nods his head, having a small smile at the sheer ludicrous situation itself. Yes. Emilia cheered brightly, her fist raised, which prompted Garfield, Beatrice, and Ricardo to glare at the half-elf's low consumption of culture. While Felt just grumbled with a sour face from beside her, "This is just stupid. Big bro can touch all the breast he wants." At this, Emilia frowned at the little blonde sternly, almost mother-like. "That won't be tolerated from my knight. He really should get that thought or any others like it removed from his head." Felt only snorts, "Then you don't know Big Bro that well. He ain't gonna be gutsy enough to hack the deal even if he won." "You mean Subaru isn't playing this to win and touch Prialsama's bosom?" Emilia questioned with a finger on her lip. Felt face bombs at the buffoonery. "Just forget it. He's gonna play anyways." "All right. Now, let us gamble for the last apple and bring this to a conclusion, shall we? You wouldn't show mercy on me and let me keep the last one, would you? All the apples you carry belong to me. Leaving one in your hands is the same as leaving you all. It is all or nothing. That being the case, we may as well gamble for all the apples on the final round. That goes for both of us," the girl added, meaning it would be her 10 apples against Subaru's 1. It was truly emblematic of the girl's ruinous, high-stakes way of thinking. He asked, "How about rock, paper, scissors for the last one, too?" "I have already made my decision. All that remains is for you to choose the method and present me with my apple." He doesn't seem wary that he's going to lose. Tybee raised his brow. Maybe he has a gamble? A last-minute trick? Mimi loudly inquired. "This is just stupid. Why are we wasting time?" Felix muttered in a low, disgruntled voice. "Shoo." Anastasia and Frederica joined in on the shushing of the healer. He ended up blushing bright red. The girl showed no doubt about her victory, nor any intention of letting Subaru go. In other words, he had no choice but to harden his resolve to trap a Rakshasa by the vilest of means. The two called out simultaneously, "Rock, paper, scissors." When both showed their hands, sound vanished from the world. With her fist clenched in a rock, the trembling in the girl's red eyes only grew. This is. Listen and be amazed, look and be astounded. Behold, the ultimate combat technique. Rosiper? What is that thing? You did not inform me such a hand was possible. Shut up. I didn't mention it, but it's your fault you didn't ask. That part is rock, this here's scissors, and over there is paper. In other words, my hand's beaten your rock. If such logic holds, a different part loses to my rock. I can't hear you. My rock is borrowing power from the scissors and paper, forming the holy trinity of friendship, effort, and victory. It's all here, baby. Raising the hand of Rosiper to the heavens, Subaru boldly proclaimed victory with his flagrant cheating. "Well, that's one way to go about it," Julius stated with a deeply amused expression. Felix glared at him. "Aren't you going to go off on him as you did to me? He is a registered knight noi." The elegant knight didn't acknowledge Felix with a glance. I don't suppose he is one at the moment he met Priscilla Sama. And his win was at the very least something to be expected. It's not Suki we are talking about. But he cheated. Tybee came to Felix's defense by pointing out what Subaru did. Julius rolled his eyes. Another voice interjected, "You don't find this cool? You're right, dumbass then. Cool it, Garf." Otto sheepishly held the impulsive tiger down by the jacket, keeping him from leaping forward towards Subaru's judgers. "But that was a mean prank to pull." Petra pouted in disappointment. "I believe this should not be as annoying as it is for me." Rem was whispering hollowly. "Yeah, he cheated. How low are you going to go for such a naughty thing, Subaru?" Emilia held her head in her hands from shame and embarrassment. Felt and Beatrice both facepalmed with respective frustrated faces. Ricardo and Mimi were laughing in triumph at the champion's win. Meanwhile, a certain girl from the west was gripping at her fur coat tightly. Yes, he's going to barely manage his way out, like always. Anastasia sighed and lost her grip on her clothes, letting a look of acceptance begrudgingly show as she turned to Crush. "You won this one. I owe you a favor." At the Merchant Queen's seductive wink, Crush simply raises a brow, unimpressed but not displeased. "Oh well, something good came out of this situation, I suppose." The Duchess shrugged and continued to aim a neutral look towards the screen. Anastasia immediately could tell what irked the green-haired matriarch. It's time for Natsuki-kun's reward." "Stop calling it that." Emilia flushed from the front seat, while Rem and Crush side-eyed the merchant princess. Meanwhile, Ram was busy looking at Priscilla's knight with an unreadable expression. He had been freed from his position as a footstool for the moment and was sitting casually near her. He was still beside Priscilla. And Priscilla's expression was that of complete surprise which interested Ram. "Hey you, dog boy dash." "I'm not a dog." Al was instantly insulted by the maid. Ram coldly pressed on. Why is your lady in so much shock at these events? Shouldn't she already have a memory of Barusu's meeting with her? Considering how she looks right now, she didn't think she would lose even though she had lived through this. Al only sighed through his helmet slit. Princess here is an enigma. You won't go far trying to understand her. Ram's gaze lingered over the man more than necessary. When she moved her vision to focus on the Scarlet Lady, indeed I did lose. The look of surprise was replaced with one of recollection on Priscilla's face. This is why the game annoyed myself? Such a commoner creation. None responded to the causal words that came from Priscilla except for one irked spirit. Humph, it seems you are not so divine after all. In fact, Beatrice indulged in Priscilla's self-serving conversation. The Scarlet Princess now seemed more at ease with herself. Leaning back into her seat and opening her priceless fan to air herself, the Baroness barely looked at anyone as she spoke. If your mind was half as bright as your age, faulty great spirit, you wouldn't be celebrating such a measly victory. It was amusing but futile in the end. The blonde spirit scowled deeply towards the uncaring Thornish beauty, as did the rest of those who cared about Subaru's sake. All except for Amelia, surprisingly. Just what do you mean by that, I wonder? It wouldn't mean that you've hurt my contractor now, would it? Roswell was the only one who looked apprehensive at the small growl Beatrice gave the Baroness. The latter described Princess simply took the spirit's hostility with stride and casually explained herself. No, you only need to watch further to understand how futile your attempts at cheering him on are. He will only lead you to anger and despair. For a moment, Priscilla's look of casual intrigue was replaced by one of pure disappointment. It wasn't really anger or fury, just pure letdown filling her eyes. That common pig has disappointed me greatly. Al was the only one who heard Priscilla's whisper. He couldn't think of a way to overturn this. He didn't even know if he should try. The knight had already understood everything from the moment he heard her talk in that exasperated tone. His lady would never let lose the chance to pontificate upon someone's mistakes, filling them with her righteous venom by words alone. It was her favorite thing, made her feel and appear superior to all who sat beneath her. But her eyes were just completely defeated now. Is she really that disappointed by Barusu's mistakes during the royal court? Al froze on instinct, his back turned rigid from surprise. Don't sneak up on me like that, he whisper-shouted at the pink-haired girl that questioned him. Moreover, his surprise wasn't unfounded as soon as he realized. Wait. How did you know about Princess Dash? Way of thinking? Humph. Ram interrupted the bewildered man with a smug grin. Ram is an expert on those who find disappointment in Barusu. Did you really insult Pal just now? Using my question no less. The pink-haired maid rolled her eyes at the man and gestured towards the introverted Priscilla. Your lady is an obnoxious type Dash. Careful there. Ram sighed and continued. She would of course want nothing to do with Barusu's existence, and therefore she would of course forget about his meeting with her, correct? Al found himself sighing along with Ram's poured-down explanation. Yes, that's Princess all right. She found him pathetic after his misshape and forgot him Dash. That's not it. Al shut his mouth and turned toward a much more serious-looking Ram. He noticed that Beatrice and the others resolved to ignore Priscilla and sit down properly in their seats. It was just him and the Oni talking. What are you on about? Al lost all of his cheer in this question. Finding his confusion to be disappointing, Ram shook her head at him. Al didn't like it. You only need to think about it. Your lady didn't want an amusing toy out of Barusu as we all seem to think. Well, thought in my case. Okay, what did Princess want from Pal over there? Ram gave him a short smile. I think she was amused enough by her meeting with him to have considered him worthy of her friendship. Should I start laughing now or? Al snorted out of his silence, only receiving a small scowl from the maid. The knight held his helmet on his palm, shaking his head snidely at the girl. So confident yet so dumb. That's not how Princess thinks at all. She doesn't do friendships. Ram only snorts at him, ignoring his insult towards her. Then just you watch, idiot. See how differently your goddess treats this commoner than the others. Make note of the areas where I'm right. Perhaps you can bow to me when you realize what I'm trying to tell you right now. And what would that be? Al asked of the annoyingly proud maid. That Barusa managed to do something to your lady not even you could have. He managed to make her feel normal. The knight never wanted to punch someone so hard in his life, yet his fist remained still, clenched on the armrest, quaking from anger. It remained still because of how angry the knight had become in that moment. Angry at himself for believing the pink maid had a point greater than his own about Priscilla. He did notice those things. All of Priscilla's small mercies towards Subaru were not ignored by Al. He noticed and commented his surprise on them. Probably will continue to do so as his lady's interaction was not over with Subaru yet. But he was more angry at himself for not noticing such a small simple thing. Letting the Oni win one over him, especially regarding Priscilla's mentality. It was more humiliating than 1,000 stomps to the face. Perhaps he could be angry that his lady had given up on befriending Subaru now out of disgust for his power? Al didn't know exactly where it lay. He just hated how many reasons sprung up on him to fill a purpose for troublesome feelings in his heart. Man, caring for other people sucks. But the girl defied Subaru's expectations, sighing deeply as she said, I see. Certainly, it is I who was in error. At the same time, I am amused at how my expectations have been surpassed. Very well, you have one. You may do as you please. Here you go. After her minimal warning, she abruptly stepped forward. Without thinking, Subaru, floored at how quickly she jumped to the next step, stepped back a distance equal to the one she had advanced. Do not tell me that now it is time to feel my breasts. You have lost your nerve? Huh. I seriously don't know what you're talking about. Who's SSS scared here? Truly, you are a vexing man. I suppose such bashfulness is adorable in its own way, but she has no shame. Rem grumbled in infuriation. She had to grip her skirt at the way Priscilla commented upon Subaru's bashfulness. I thought I would be more disappointed by your etiquette as a royal Barry Alsama. It's a shame this is what I expected. Crush's lashing words did no harm towards the smirking bombshell sitting at the overseeing row. Nor did the Duchess' jealous glint get ignored by the mischievous purple-haired merchant sitting beside her. On the front row, Amelia held her pointy ears, red as a rose, to cover her head from the shame. I should have gotten there sooner. The half-elf squeaked and shook her folded head to get rid of the painful feeling in her chest. Felt and Beatrice only shook their heads in annoyance. Should we really be watching this? Felix asked of Julius and Reinhard, trying to get back on their previous track of being knights who disliked anything unrelated to Crush, Subaru's adventure. Julius only remained silent, his face neutral, while Reinhard looked nervous. And there they stood, Subaru getting cold feet at the last moment versus the girl whose pride did not permit her to take back what she had offered. One advanced and the other retreated, a standoff that continued until outside forces intervened. Abruptly, the girl's gaze left Subaru and focused on the entrance to the alley. It seems this will become troublesome. Air? It looks like some pretty rough-looking dudes are coming this way. And the one at the vanguard is a commoner, I recall. Goodness, these fools do not interest me even slightly. What are they thinking, coming back after hearing Reinhard's name like that? It would seem they have called your bluff about being acquainted with the knight among knights. It is rather easy to understand. Even they have reputations to protect, so they have returned in greater numbers for retribution. Damn it, this day is just nothing but trouble. Since the girl was just standing there, Subaru grabbed her hand and dragged her along, carrying the bag of apples as he rushed deeper down the alley. Hey, Subaru isn't going to have to be killed again, right? Petra asked, now worried after hearing about the thug's return. They did come back rather quickly, Felt commented wearily. Ram nudged the knight sitting at her side, resounding an oof out of the man that held his ribs in response. Don't worry, Princess can save herself and pal. If she felt gracious enough. As a matter of fact, I don't know why she hasn't done anything to get out of that spot. Don't know? Or don't want to think about it? Al curses under his breath, sweat shining his skin once Priscilla brings her crimson eyes towards him. Her gaze was one of curiosity. Ram, the one who refuted his question by another, was smirking at him from the sidelines in quite a smug fashion. It's nothing. Princess would have taken care of the situation anyways. I'm just boggled as to why she lets him off the hook like this. Priscilla blinked before replying innocently to her knight. I was looking for entertainment from the fool. Why would you be so stiff about such a feeble question, Al? Has Mind Heal finally damaged that empty shell of yours? And no, Princess. I'm fine as can be. The Baroness glared at him in suspicion. He hoped to the gods that he be transferred out of this room, for he knew for sure that Ram Snicker was about to start something he would regret later on. She protested, Hey, what are you doing? Do not touch me so carelessly. Now is really not the time. If you don't want to get all beat up before marriage, run. The girl wasn't very motivated to run as Subaru pulled her down the beat-up alley and plunged into the darkness. The men behind them pursued with a great shout and a flurry of footsteps. Subaru, cursing the heavens for his truly unlucky day, kept running with a desperate expression on his face. If we do not hurry, they will gain on us. Is this time to play around? I don't want to hear that from Y. Time out, seriously, wait a. They'd been racing through rundown streets for the last 5 minutes, but the girl was running well ahead of him, showing no sign of losing her breath. On the other hand, Subaru, never one to hold up for long sprints, was about to collapse from exhaustion. At first, he had been in front, but his endurance issues soon switched their positions. I'm convalescing, so this is really pushing it. But we're in a pretty bad spot. Doesn't look like many people live here. You have any ideas? That is so pathetic of him, it's kinda adorable. Anastasia's humiliating about Subaru's weak lungs was not lost on one Garfield who looked up to Subaru. But he didn't need to come to his brother's aid. The merchant was already facing a much bigger challenger made from her own machinations. I wouldn't think him to be better suited in anything physical, yet he did more than your fabled mercenary crew or my army could in only a few days. Crush's words were more pleased than firm. Anastasia shrugged with a playful grin and leaned on the seat-rest closer to the relaxed Duchess. Both ladies knew that bringing up the true thoughts their brains had for Subaru's accomplishments was a low blow, especially his ability. So both were easily pulling their punches, since a big rousing of the crowds wouldn't be for the best of their interest, especially not for the camp that held power over Subaru. The other group was a fair distance behind them. However, they were in one long alley, so slowing down meant it was only a matter of time until they were caught. He'd have liked to get on a thoroughfare, but all he could see was a maze of other back streets. It is not my problem. Everything I set out to do turns out well for me. I do not think deeply about things, for I do not need to. I need only trust in this fact. Yeah, well, you lost at rock, paper, scissors to me earlier. At least they hadn't bumped into a dead end, but that didn't improve their predicament. Right in front of the winded Subaru, the girl suddenly came to a halt. This is indeed rather vexing. Aren't you going to take his head off for that, princess? Al inquired, more agitated by the second as he noticed immediately how casually Priscilla was letting Subaru off the hook. The cross-legged empress-to-be was only glaring towards the screen with a crimson disappointment glimmering her eyes. Commoners don't deserve chances to entertain me, Al? I merely thought this all amusing and see where it went. Al's jaw was hanging in his helmet as he noticed what Ram was saying this whole time. See? Ram whispered to him, still smug and bastardly like always. She's lying, dog boy. Oh, fuck me, man. Subaru, still holding her hand, also stopped. He looked at her, wondering what the deal was. Hey, we don't have time to stop here. If we don't put in as much distance as we can, they'll catch up with. I have lost interest. I see, you've lost in tear. Wah. Subaru was in utter shock at the girl's unbelievable statement. She returned his gaze, apparently bored. I said, I have lost interest. In the first place, why must I run? I shall decide what I do myself. I absolutely shall not be forced to do anything because of what lowlifes say or do. That's easier said than done, you know? That ain't gonna fly in a situation like I have decided. You shall have the honor of carrying me. No thanks. As Subaru crossed his arms in a clear sign of refusal, the girl scowled as if he was putting a damper on her mood. The honor of carrying me is not for just anyone to receive. Only a man who does not know fear would reject such a thing. Do I look like a macho man that can carry someone and run? Even when I was at full strength, it took everything I had to carry a girl with way fewer style points than you. And I'm about worn out now. As Subaru used the remains of his energy in protest, the girl shot him a look of scorn, but he couldn't use what he didn't have. Wait, he didn't carry another girl, except for R.A. Dash. Are you a fool? Otto quickly put his hat on Garfield's mouth, quitting the blonde from committing treason upon them all. Ram simply snorts as she leans on her armrest that's closer to Roswell. She was not impressed by the boys in this theater at all. Damn, he's pushing his luck right now. Ricardo chuckles, feeling a bit of excitement rise within him since this was such a cursed pair to follow around as much as the screen had been. I wish this would just end. Amelia whines into her palm and shakes her head again. Aw, come on. I'm sure everything will be fine for you. Felt commented casually while rubbing the half-elf's shoulder. Her red eyes widened as soon as the scene showed someone precious to her, however. Her games led them to a stalemate, costing them precious time. That was the thought in his head when, out of the blue, he heard an aged voice. It's been some time since I've seen you. What are you doing here? The speaker's large frame emerged from the darkness. Subaru lifted his gaze to a typical height for making eye contact, but found himself staring at this man's chest. He raised his gaze even farther to his ugly, balding head. Been a while since I've seen you. What are you doing here? Subaru looked away from the hoodlums and looked back towards the speaker. A smile found its way on his face. Old Man Ram. A familiar and very muscular old man gazed down at Subaru and the girl. W8, Old Man Ram met with him? Was the old man not looking for me this whole time, or what? Felt surprise turned to biting fury the minute she realized how far away from home and casual her old man was dressed in the scene. He didn't look distressed at all. She should kick his teeth in as soon as she sees him for this. I think you might be exaggerating a little. Reinhard tried, but the blonde was too hot-headed and jealous of Subaru's ability to get in such a situation to care. This old man will save Subaru and the pretty lady. Petra cheered in righteous celebration as she remembered how this old man turned the tide against Elsa during the first viewings. The little maid was virtually the only one that was stressing about Subaru being in danger with the thugs following his trail. Guess she didn't know how much faith everyone held within Subaru. Wait. They were more trusting of Priscilla's power than Subaru's ability to handle a fight? Petra seemed too stuck on how much of a betrayal this thought must be for Subaru. She couldn't wipe the frown from her face. Gramps is here to save the day. We can win this. You're quick to annoy someone who hasn't seen you in a while. I'm leaving you here. Wait, I really need your help. It's like the 10th crisis I've had in the last month. That's too many. As they exchanged banter in lieu of greetings, the giant, Old Man Ram, peered at Subaru and the girl. What, in more trouble, are you? Causing a ruckus with a woman? Quite the adventurer you are. Do not look at me so rudely, you filthy gnarled tree. Hey, I'm ribbing him too, but that's really harsh. Don't say that to the old man giving us a get-out-of-hell-free card. Don't take it personally, Old Man Ram. We've just got a little case of excessive honesty here. You certainly are good at wearing a man down. Hurry and hide. He deserves it, Felt snorts. Reinhard sighs wearily. Should we really be seeing all of this? Tivy questioned once again, earning a nod from Felix. Subaru covered the girl's mouth before she could spew insults again and rushed toward the place Ram had silently indicated. There was a pile of scrap wood there that seemed able to comfortably conceal two people. Subaru pushed the girl down first before squatting himself. She looked like she wanted to complain about the dust, but his hand over her mouth managed to keep her silent. We're okay on this end, Gramps. No, you're not. I'll hide you with my body. If they see you, it'll be trouble for me, too, so don't move. Grumbling all the way, Old Man Ram hid them completely behind his huge body. A mere 10 seconds or so later, a commotion of footsteps came from a nearby alley. The leader of the men shouted, The hell? I thought it was the brats, but it's the old man. Shit. That is bold. Ricardo laughed loudly along with Mimi. Julius shook his head with a really stern frown. Beatrice did the same before looking at Rim in disgust as the maid blushed from the position shown. Emilia didn't understand what this had to do with the strange pang of toxicity in her chest, but she knew it had to do with how inappropriately close to one another the two on screen were. This isn't how a knight acts. Emilia shrieked while slamming her fist on Subaru's sleeping shoulder. Yes. I'm happy you get it, Miss Amelia - Julius gave the most chivalrous of nods before he was interrupted by the half-elf who he thought was sane. He isn't her knight to act this way with her. Now Garfield had to fall on the floor in laughter with Ricardo. He's saving himself, and the candidate Sama. Otto facepalmed, getting second-hand embarrassment for Amelia's sake. Frederica seemed to chuckle acutely while looking at his red face. I can't even begin to describe this to you, Ram whispered in a soothing, almost comforting tone that held no evil in it to the currently balled-up man beside her. Al shuddered and shook his head, not wanting to be placed in another trap by this demon of a girl. He doesn't care what the princess thinks about this anymore. He won't get involved. Priscilla on her part seemed more amused by Amelia than anything else. It seemed these precious moments of time myself wasted on him were useful for something in the end. Old man Ram fielded the foul language with a serene expression. What? You shouldn't surprise your elders like this. Old man Ram hadn't put any special invective into his sentence, but the displeasure of a giant like him carried a force all its own. The entire group shuddered, the leader included. But one of the members of the group pointed at old man Ram and mocked, "Hey, wait, it's Grandpa Cromwell. Hey, should you really be talking smack to us here?" The furrows of old man Ram's wrinkled face deepened further in a bitter response. I do not like being called that name. Wilhelm found himself more intrigued than he should have been. He found himself more thoughtful towards the old man's expression and what it held of untold regret and pain than he had any right to be. MH? His hums were the only sign of his thoughtful expression, as his hardened features were trained on a deep frown aimed for the old man's neck. A neck he wished to slash open once. Get out of here, old man, or we'll bust up your loot cellar and make you the laughingstock of the slums. That place has gotten incredibly dirty over the years. If you destroyed it entirely, you'd be doing me a favor. So how about I do as I please? Yeah, fine. Now, Cromwell. Did you see two brats running this way? I didn't see them. Do you know where my blonde daughter is? Beats me. You picked her up off the street. So what's the big deal? Man, going senile must suck. The men waved farewell, laughing derisively as they noisily left the area. Old man Ram watched their retreating backs, biting his lip as he held back his anger. Though I know you should be angry for how he's being treated, you can't use your power to punish them, felt Sama. Reinhard consulted his lady like he thought she would react upon seeing this mistreatment. But instead. Finally. Geez, I thought he wasn't looking for me all this time. Felt huffed and sat back in her seat with her arms crossed in frustration. Man, having an arm to squeeze would be useful right now. Aren't you angry for how he is being treated? Frederica asked, curious and shy. Felt shrugged. He's not in danger. These scum will get their ass handed to them either by him or by their personal nature. Old man Ram doesn't need anyone to protect his rep. Frederica bit her lip, seeing how Phrygian this culture in the slum was from her own. As Subaru washed his face through a small gap. HWW Wong RRE. A whisper-like voice interrupted Subaru's thoughts, prompting him to look to the side. Right beside him was the beautiful girl, so close they were practically breathing the same air, her mouth still covered by Subaru's palm. You going to see her in my mouth? Chomp. Yipe. At the merciless bite, Subaru let out a high-pitched, puppy-like yelp that quietly echoed through the nook in the back of the alley. Scene changes to Subaru and Priscilla standing outside of the tent and before the giant in the alley. Thanks for hiding us, old man Ram. The last time I saw you, I thought you'd had the sense knocked right out of you, but I guess you made it through fine. Do you want me to change my mind and call those youngins back? You sure are petty for a big guy. With me here, there's more than enough petty for everyone. Subaru grinned and shot him a thumbs up. Old man Ram sighed with a worn-out look. They started moving from the previous narrow alley to a more open city street. Old man Ram conversed with Subaru while guiding the pair to a place where they could blend in. The girl, having kept her silence until that moment, finally tugged Subaru's sleeve in irritation. Hey, you. I see you having an intimate conversation. Who is this old man? Explain it to me. Anastasia quietly nudges the Duchess beside her. Crush glances towards the merchant queen with expectancy in her eyes. You noticed as well? Crush inquired. Anastasia's smirk is nasty as she nods. Seems like Barry Alsama really wished to gain Subaru's attention at that moment. I assume there's a reason why she doesn't seem to care for that now, especially after RBD's reveal. Natsuki should have been gaining more attention from her. Yet she only glares at him now. Upon Crush's theorizing, Anastasia found herself busy thinking about everything too. I don't know. But this is so very interesting. Don't you agree? Crush only nods her head in agreement. This old man is the face of the royal capital slums. The giant's old man Ram, traitor for the bosses of the sticky-fingered types and all-around stingy bastard. He's got bad eyes, loves his cute granddaughter, and he's not nearly as tough as he looks. That is his worth after having lived a long life? I see. I pity your pathetic existence, gnarled tree. Your lady friend is an annoying little girl, isn't she? Most would assume to have the blonde ball of fury jumping upon the rose to inquire her own justice of the scarlet goddess sitting in the back. Though the surprise was kind of relieving for a certain red-haired knight. Felt laughed while holding her stomach. I'ma have to use that. I'm surprised how well you were taking this. Amelia concludes, hoping to understand why Felt wasn't calling for murder right now. But the little girl just shrugged. I guess that dickhead's words got me thinking a bit. MH? That was the only answer Felt gave. Old Man Ram was indignant at the harsh appraisal. Though Subaru's explanation was the truth, he set that aside and gave Old Man Ram a warm smile. I'm so glad I ran into you, really. Even I was getting desperate back there. I didn't have a clue what I was going to do. Old Man Ram made a strained laugh and casually looked Subaru over. The way you switch gears so quickly really throws an old man off. Seems you managed to escape with your life back then, too. His face twisted painfully as he saw the scars on Subaru's body. I may not be one to talk, but it seems that Knife Wielder got you pretty badly. Nah, that babe only got me in the stomach. All the other wounds are from a thing that happened after. Goodness. Something else happened to you, not even a month later. With Subaru keeping his mouth shut, Old Man Ram seemed to accept things all on his own, shaking his head as he brought up a separate issue. Hey, brat, do you know where Felt went off to? Haven't you heard? Reinhard took her with him, or so I'm told. Reinhard, the sword saint? Why would the knight among knights take her with him? Apparently, this news was a bolt from out of the blue. Subaru thought back to how things had gone down at the loot cellar, finally noticing the inconsistency. Old Man Ram was out cold before Reinhard had entered the fray. Ram and Reinhard hadn't interacted while Subaru was conscious. So, what? You just woke up in a wrecked shop without any explanation, and all you could do was wonder. It wasn't nearly that bleak. I woke up in the guards' garrison. I appreciated their healing me, but I let myself out right after. Oh, yeah? Not exactly a comfortable place for you, huh? A criminal wouldn't feel at ease waking up in a police hospital. Subaru couldn't blame him for getting out of there ASAP without hearing all the fine details. So that's why you didn't hear, huh? Okay. Anyway, let me fill you in on what happened before I blacked out, plus the little bit that apparently happened after. After that preamble, Subaru acted out a dramatic retelling of the events at the loot cellar. Old Man Ram watched Subaru's meaningless theatrics with admiration, and even the bored-looking girl leaned forward, gripped by the performance from start to finish. Subaru concluded, she was so surprised. And then I said, I want you to tell me your name. The girl replied, ho ho, a rather fine choice of words, if I do say so myself. I must grudgingly approve. Eh? Where was this reaction when we saw the tale for ourselves? Ricardo asks, rather impressed that the Red Princess cared or showed approval for Subaru's story. Priscilla merely rolled her eyes. If I must, I'd say myself was busy thinking about the reality of the tale. The parts the boy had left out. With that, the casual harsh empress brought the mood down once again. Ram followed up, KEH, you really told her. Bah, this is no time to admire. The bottom line is that you don't know any more about Felt other than the fact the sword saint took her with him. Do you, brat? Part of why I came here today was to do some footwork to find out exactly what happened. Subaru looked down wryly. Ram murmured to himself so faintly that Subaru did not hear. But the House of Astria, of all things. Old Man Ram had a serious expression as he lifted his face. Subaru helplessly shrugged. Well, I'm gonna see if I can get a hold of Reinhard, so I'll let you know if I hear anything. I mean, I wanted to find out if Felt was safe and sound to begin with. That'll be a big help. You seem oddly trustworthy. Is this girl involved with this somehow? No, not a bit. I don't even know her name. Subaru pointed at the annoyed Priscilla. Just how many scrapes do you get into for girls whose names you don't know? Hey, back when I didn't know Amelia Tan's name, I was pretty desperate, so I don't think anything I did was that weird. Subaru's indifferent reply made Old Man Ram rub his eyebrows in exhaustion. Oh, I know this is frustrating for him. Felt laughed out loud, loving the side of stress the old man had for her big bro. While Amelia and Beatrice simply shook their heads in exasperation. It's funny that he says that about Priscilla Sama's involvement. Since she's, you know, a candidate rival to Felt Sama's faction? Tivy points out, making his sister snicker. Irony bounds, I'll dryly lips, feeling relief for not having scarlet eyes watching him anymore. No point thinking about it. All right, fine. I'll rely on you. So let me know if you find out anything about Felt. If I can repay you, I will. You're really gushing. It's because it's your adorable granddaughter, huh? That's right. She's like a granddaughter to me, so please. Subaru's jaw dropped at Ram straight up, unashamed agreement with him. As Subaru's discussion with Old Man Ram wrapped up, the girl haltingly murmured, Reinhard. To hear the name of Reinhard here, of all places. She suppressed a laugh. Subaru's relaxed expression tightened again as he turned toward her. Hey, it's not polite to eavesdrop. Don't go listening in on other people's business like that. I did not listen in. You two oafs simply began speaking right in front of me. You. From the way you speak of him, it seems your claim to know the sword saint was not a bluff. Are you close? It'd be a bit much to say we met once and became best friends forever, but we're on good terms. Yeah. There can be room for improvement. Reinhard smirked confidently, though his heart squeeze wouldn't give out for some reason. A purple-haired knight let his gaze fall down at the statement. Subaru asked his new companion, "Well, what do you know about Reinhard? You don't seem like a fan of his." "From what I have heard, he is a rather twisted person. Beyond that, I have only seen him slightly from afar." "Okay, this I can't allow." Felt surprised them all when she finally averted the screen and looked at the Scarlet Baroness at the back. "What the hell are you on, lady? Why would you call Rain a twisted guy?" Reinhard's hand instantly shuffled towards her wrist, his lips thin and eyes shimmering with panic. But Felt's own furious rubies kept their stance against Priscilla's bored dragonstones. "This isn't his turn, girl. I'm not your mental issues explainer. Get out of my sight and disappoint someone else with your naivety and blindness." Priscilla's soft, threatening tone was chilling to hear. "You big fucking dash. Now, new. Please let us watch with careful attention, Miss Felt-sama. I don't assume I need to remind you of the consequences relayed upon treating Priscilla-sama with less respect than is warranted." Roswell made himself known once more, trying to tread this line carefully. But Felt only growled as Priscilla snorted in disgust, looking down at her like she was some animal from the street. But with the girl's silence indicating she had no intention to elaborate, Subaru turned his attention back to Old Man Ram. Leaving her aside, "How should I get in touch with you?" "There's a store called Cadmon on Market Street. Give my name to the grumpy-looking man there and he'll get in touch with me." All right. Cadmon. Cadon." As Ram explained how to get in touch, Subaru tilted his head at the familiar-sounding word. "Incidentally, the girl and I are actually completely lost. I don't want my adventure to end here before I can fulfill my promise. So, could you lead us back to the main street?" All right. Leave it to me. Which street is it?" "Back to the garrison. Please and thank you." "Didn't you hear me tell you I escaped from that garrison?" Old Man Ram's exasperated shout filled the sky above the alleyway. Scene change. The orange-haired girl gazed at the back alley indifferently and muttered, "At first, I thought the disorder of such a grimy place held promise, but now that I am accustomed to it, it has nothing to draw my eye. It is quite useless for assuaging my boredom." She raised the hem of her dress and shook it, a blunt expression of her insufferable displeasure. Felt found herself calmed by her knight, sitting down and allowing him to keep his hand clamping hers. "You need to stand up for yourself more." The knight didn't reply with an agreement. It riled her up even more. "For my sake, let this fly, okay? Felt-sama? I don't want our efforts to be in vain here." Reinhard gently coerced his master. Felt huffed again and kicked his leg softly. "Just be careful what they say about you." He couldn't give her his true reply, "Of course, Felt-sama. It isn't like she said anything wrong." "I don't think the royal capital's designer drew up these streets to be exciting," Subaru remarked. "The world exists for my sake, so should not everything in it serve to amuse me? I have no idea what the man who approved such boring streets was thinking. Royalty should have a keenly discerning eye. Lack thereof seems to have been decidedly fatal of late." Just hearing her statement set Subaru's heart racing. His head whipped back and forth to see if anyone had overheard. That's a pretty arrogant thing to say right at the king's door, you know." The girl snorted at Subaru's caution, or rather, cowardice. A dull reaction and a futile concern. "It would seem that you, too, are part of the common rabble. I'm well aware I'm a 100% common, ordinary, straight-down-the-middle guy, and I'm fine with it. I don't want to waste any more time hanging around you, anyway. The girl who's waiting for me will hate me." "No, I wouldn't." Emilia instantly refutes with confidence. Rem only shakes her head at her. "What absurdity. It is an insult for you to think about anyone besides me during the time we are together. I may be accompanied now, but I think nothing at all of walking alone." "Well, you should think about it. Being with you is miserable." Whatever." Subaru shook his head and continued walking through the alleyways with the girl following him. He seemed to be in thought for a few more moments before he stopped indignantly. "While I was thinking about all that, here we are." Just ahead of a bend, he could finally see the bright, western sun over the road. Subaru beheld the uninterrupted flow of people passing to and fro, relieved that his suffering was finally at an end. "Now that we're out of there, we're total strangers again. I have to look for my cutie pie companion, so I don't want to get into any more trouble, like hanging around you. I'm sure your escort has been desperate to find you, so if you stay put I'm sure you'll meet up with him soon." With the moment of their parting so close, Subaru vented out all the resentment that had built up during that time. Naturally, the girl was poised to respond, but instead, she halted and crossed her arms in silence. "What? Nothing to say. Okay, maybe I went a little too far, but I can't change how I feel. Things haven't exactly gone smoothly, but if you try a little prudence now and again, I'm sure." Subaru was simultaneously excusing his resentful words and lecturing her when she sneered back. I think I pity you just a little. Whether you are aware of it or not, you so thoroughly play the fool. It is no virtue. It is merely a thin shell within which you conceal your weakness. It is as repellent to the eye as your face." The first part sounded serious, but that last part was definitely making fun of my looks, wasn't it? "If you intend to maintain the game to the very end, it is no concern of mine. That is." Al found himself pivoting for an answer, yet his shock stopped him from continuing to speak altogether. "She can tell something's up with Captain since then? Damn, this bossy one is kinda cool." Garfield grinned absent-mindedly. "I think she's seeing something else here." I don't know what she thinks it is, but I don't think it's just about Subaru-san's mentality, Garf. Otto's words were heard and processed by Anastasia and Crush. Together, the two ladies instantly glanced at the hunched half-elf. MHM. Anastasia mutters silently, receiving a hum of agreement from Crush. Emilia did something after his embarrassment. Or she knows of the reason for why he did such a display during the selection. Whatever the girl was trying to say, Subaru wasn't registering her words carefully. Or he seemed to rather not want to find out the answer as a look of shame filled his expression. He couldn't push any further. After all, the instant the two exited the alley, they were greeted by a voice, Emilia's voice. I finally found you. Subaru looked behind him to find a miffed-hooded elf. Oh, Emily Dash. Then he noticed a helmeted one-armed man standing beside her. Wait. You can't just pick up Amelia Tan while I'm away. The helmeted man tilted his head to Amelia. Looks like your buddy's got a screw loose, little lady. He's more worried about losing you to another man than happy to see you. A man's heart is so complex, it's a thrill to watch. You've got a pretty messed up fashion sense yourself. The helmet-wearing man leaned down and met Subaru's forehead with his own. Now, that's no way to talk to someone. I can overlook that since I'm a cool, good-natured man, but some might lop off your head for that. Relax, Subaru. His outfit surprised me too. Emilia interjected. Yeah, Will. I was surprised when she asked for my help while I was looking for a lost child, too. Subaru looked at the weird man and smiled at Emilia. Emilia Tan, you're too soft-hearted. Most would think a guy dressed like this who's looking for a lost child is going to kidnap them. Subaru smiled at the elf girl. Thank God we're tied by a red string of fate. For some reason. The man beside him went completely rigid. What does that mean? Reinhard asked curiously to learn more of Subaru's otherworldly knowledge. Naturally, Beatrice proudly explained to the knight what she's learned from her contractor. Humph. Subaru's world believes that lovers or partners that were made for one another have their souls tied to one another no matter what happens. A string of fate, as to say, that their destinies are intertwined with one another. It's red because red represents the color of love and passion in his world. So in a sense, he's saying that they're soulmates, in fact. Humph. The people around her looked at the girl in wonder and awe at such knowledge. A red string of fate. How accurate. Roswell smiled warmly as he thought about his teacher and the gospel that led him to his desired fate. That's so beautiful. Petra looked like she was crying from such a statement. Rem looked a little saddened that he never said things like this to her. Such fine words, Suberdano. Wilhelm nodded his head as he thought about his wife. Yes, a red string of fate. Emilia, for her part, seemed more inclined to look down some more at the floor. The half-elf wasn't filled with the best of hope knowing what comes after these scenes. She was not looking to relive her days of thinking that Subaru no longer is friends with her. It wasn't the best moment for her. Or for Subaru even. My, how attentive of you to wait where you knew I would be. I commend your dedication, Al. The condescending, smug voice of the lady behind them sounded as she smirked at the man known as Al. You were the lost child? The scarlet blood eyes of the lady were stuck on Emilia, making the half-elf hide behind Subaru's back. The butler noticed this and looked back at Priscilla. What? Staring at me? The girl said. Drinking in the beauty you will dearly miss once I depart? Certainly, it is cruel that my beauty is so divine, but it is rude to stare in silence. Sorry, my eyes are in perfect shape. Everyone found who they were looking for, so how about we break this up? Subaru gave the girl, the one Emilia seemed to be hiding from, a dismissive reply as he directed the spotlight away from her and toward Al. He didn't know why, but Emilia seemed averse to the attention. So Subaru did what he felt would serve her best. Al replied, well, that's all fine. The decision to shift the talk to me instead of Princess included. I sympathize with you more than a bit. No, a lot. Al shrugged at Subaru's rather earnest words and looked down at the girl. An adult with a broad mind can put up with a lot without getting sick of it. Even a proud cat that's never been housebroken. Maybe I've just gotten old enough to find it adorable. Subaru couldn't see his eyes through the helmet, but he sounded like a father figure protecting his beloved daughter. That's a bonding moment right there, Ricardo offhandedly comments. Al curses the dogman after Priscilla's eyes shine with curiosity once again. He's relieved that the lady seemed to lose her interest as soon as it came. Her eyes settled on the screen, narrowed. They get along pretty decently, huh? Thought Subaru vaguely in his mind. He added out loud, well, we're gonna head this way. How about you? The girl replied, then I shall go that way as well. Then, we're gonna head the other way. Then I shall go the other way as. Oh, good grief. Are you stalking me? What, did you fall in love with me or something? I imagine that is a joke, and a petty one at that. Lackluster men die in lackluster ways, you know. With great pomp and ceremony, the girl, dispassionate to the bitter end, departed with her companion. Her hesitant steps proclaimed that even though she wanted them to part ways, she found it unamusing to do so. He was that interesting to you? Crush muttered to herself, unable to understand what Priscilla could see that none of them had when they were the ones to meet Subaru. Princess? Al couldn't help but question as he noticed this interaction under a new worldview, thanks to Ram's revelation. Are you daft? Al? I didn't allow you to speak, did I? Her furious voice did not stop the knight from glancing towards her nervously. Maybe I shouldn't open my mouth. You best. Priscilla closes her eyes and fans herself, returning to a more casual aura. So with all the invective remaining in him, Subaru said to the departing girl, "Hey, arrogant chick, take this." What an insolent tongue to direct at me. With one command, I could take that head off your earth. As the girl turned around with some very menacing words on her lips, her red eyes widened. Her hand stretched and caught the pair of apples lazily arcing toward her. Take them. These are bonding apples. In the end, I may have won the bet, but the winner has the right to show mercy like a noble warrior. Take care not to wander into bad guys like that from now on, okay? I will have you know I did not become involved with those men by acting like some foolish child. Incidentally, why did you get involved with them? When I asked them if it was not inexcusable that they should live with such impoverished faces and attire, they became agitated. You're the one in the wrong there. Subaru sympathized with dumb, dumber, and dumbest all over again and turned his back to the girl, pulling Amelia along by her arm. The small measure of payback gave him some satisfaction. Amelia kept her head down as she went along with him. As they quickly departed, they heard one final muffled shout from the street behind them, filled with apparently genuine gratitude. "Lil, Missy, thanks for coming with me on my search." "Why were you hiding from her?" Otto asked the elven princess beside him. The council ordered the candidates to never interact with one another before the election was officially started, which it wasn't back then, so I had to slip away, Amelia answered as she sat up and looked at the screen in a sour mood. Did you notice how well the two got along, though? It was like something out of a romantic tale. Amelia's frown deepened even more at Anastasia's loud statements. Romance? I imagine this is a joke to rile up others, Miss Hashin? Please refrain from doing that. Crush didn't seem entirely as stern as she should be, only sighing as the merchant queen giggled. Scene change. Subaru. That girl from before. Huh. Subaru looked at the half-elf princess walking beside him in confusion. Where did you meet that girl? And how? What's this, Amelia Tan? Are you jealous? Are you actually getting jealous over me? Subaru suddenly stopped walking just as Amelia had. The half-elf was serious and stern as she stared at him. Subaru. Huh? Amelia Tan, why the serious face? Subaru smiled worriedly and nervously. Amelia quickly changed her expression and smiled. In nothing. If you don't know, it's fine. Forget about it. Why not trust him here? Otto questions the half-elf, eyes narrowed. Amelia doesn't say anything. Her mood plummeted enough. Scene changes from that to the band of thugs, now surrounding Al and Priscilla. Even though she was surrounded, Priscilla seemed more focused on the fruit in her hand. So that's why we're gonna rough you up a little. Just a little, wee bit, said a thug to the girl. The men blocking off the road and laughing lewdly included Dumber and Dumbest. Their group, separate from Dumps, had surrounded the girl and her companion. They didn't need to put into words exactly what kind of payback they had in mind after capturing her. The vulgar lust in their eyes said it all. Wait, these guys surrounded you too as well? Tivy moaned into his palm, annoyed at the very presence of these thugs. They're relentless. Petra glared at the bullies. They are dogs, Priscilla boredly describes. But the girl paid the men around her no heed as she brought the slice of apple to her lips. Bittersweet. It is indeed an apple on the inside. I am forced to conclude that the clown from earlier did not simply dye them red as some kind of joke. So apples are indeed this color? I am shocked. Al replied, Hey, princess, you seeing what's happening here? Whatever you wish to say, speak it clearly. I dislike all this indirectness. Fine. I'll come right out and say it. There's 2 apples, so ain't one of them mine? Al casually pointed for the girl, earning her glare. How absurd. Now hear this, I caught both apples that the clown tossed. Consequently, both are mine. It's common sense that if you have 2 of something and 2 people, each of them takes 1. The disregard of both master and servant drove the ruffian's anger to its limit. With clear malice, each one drew his blade as they began to tighten the circle. Al asked her, So, princess, what about what the world around you wants? My choice is the world's choice. You should bear that in mind, Al. I try. The girl nodded with satisfaction at Al's words and resumed nibbling on her apple. Her cheeks relaxed at the bittersweet taste, bringing an angelic smile over her beautiful face. And as if ripping off an insect's wings with cherubic innocence, she stated matter-of-factly, I am now in a very good mood. Consequently, you may spare their lives. Hearing those words, Al put his hand on the handle of the large sword sheathed horizontally behind his hip. There was a slow shing, the sound of a blade being drawn from its sheath. With that as background music, he stated, Aye, ma'am. The smile under the pitch-black helmet was vivid and fierce. Geez, what a dough, Otto mutters, disliking the heartless way Priscilla was speaking about criminals' lives. I think it was badass, Garfield shrugs inconsequentially. An unclean appa. Priscilla muttered while pursing her lips. Her eyes were clouded with judgment and thought. And yet this would have never been forgotten from my mind had he erased that shameful display. So why didn't he? Only curiosity held back the anger and disappointment inside of the Scarlet Princess. Scene changed to Subaru and Amelia sitting in a strange household. What? I have to stay here tomorrow. Of course you do. That was our agreement all along. Amelia sternly refuted the boy as he stood before her. Yeah, but we never got in touch with Reinhard, right? So if we go to the castle tomorrow, we might see him. I'll be sure to ask about Felt. Amelia began walking away from him. But I should go in person to Dash. This is exactly why I can't take you with me. Subaru stopped in his tracks as Amelia turned towards him with a stern gaze. If I do, you'll push yourself too hard again. I don't want to let you do that. Understand? You're the one who doesn't understand. If I have to push myself to help you, I will. I want to push myself. Absolutely not. Until your body fully heals, no using magic or pushing yourself. Promise me, Subaru. All right. I promise. I won't use magic. So let me go with you. I can't bring an outsider into this. So please, just wait here with Rem, all right? Subaru looked at the ground in upset, but Amelia stepped closer with a pleading look while holding his hand. I'm asking you, Subaru. Give me a reason to trust you. Scene changes to Amelia and Roswell leaving in a carriage. Subaru is seen looking out the window as the two left. I know there are those in the capital who consider Amelia an enemy. Images of the time where Elsa was trying to kill Amelia played. That's why I have to stay close to her. Why is he so adamant? Julius asked in frustration. Amelia sighed heartbreakingly at how stubborn the boy was. She knew the reason for him pushing himself was because he loves her. She feels giddy just thinking about it. But that doesn't explain why he would ignore her promise like this. So he ignored his promise and went to the castle anyway? Ricardo winced at the bad image the boy set for himself. I don't like this aspect of him. Anastasia scowled a bit as a merchant. Promises were looked at as things of pure comedic value. But when they mattered in friendships and trust, they were very important. Captain. Garfield looked disappointed with his captain. Crush silently glanced toward her butler knight. Wilhelm nodded at her. I saw it too. Crush looked up at the screen and began thinking about Subaru's strange actions on the screen. He's scared. Crush whispered softly. Priscilla hummed as she looked thoughtfully at the boy. Big bro. Felt glared at the screen as she came to a conclusion. Otto scowled with his mouth open as he saw what these four had seen. Subaru's greatest scar. And the reason for all these selfish, disgusting actions. Subaru narrowed his eyes in determination. What's the matter? Rem asked from behind him. Subaru looked back at her with confidence brimming in his eyes. I'm going to save Amelia. And to do that. He looked at Rem. Stare. What is it, Subaru-kun? It makes me uncomfortable when you stare at me with such imposing eyes. The maid blushed under his gaze. Stare. Rem's blushing face turned deep red. She took a moment to place her tray down and sighed. It's at the castle. There will likely be heavy security, though. I don't know why. But I had to do it, Amelia-sama. Rem looked guilty as she clenched Subaru's hand. The Oni was still firm on her reason not to apologize. She could feel that letting him go there was the right way to do things. But Rem was still hurt for some reason. Amelia said nothing and watched with a disappointed look in her eyes. Security isn't the problem. I can't stand not being involved in Amelia's important affairs. Amelia glared. What an ignorant slop. Felix snorted at the scene as he didn't find it surprising. Ram glared at Felix in annoyance. Subaru-kun. I'm only of any use when something happens. So I want to be with her when important things are going on. His eyes are shining with determination as he glares at Rem. Is this why he's acting so dishonorably like this? Because he wants to be useful. Julius spat, his usually elegant tone gone and filled with one of complete demand. I don't think you are looking at this right, pal dash. I'll try to make them all understand something that he could see in Subaru's eyes. But he was interrupted by one frowning Roswell. Stand down. This won't solve anything if they don't see it for themselves. Ah. It seemed the clown had seen this from the start as well. Interesting. The maid smiles to herself. I am now going to set about a new apple recipe that I just came up with. Huh. Subaru looked confused as the maid smiled at him. It will require intense concentration, so if someone were to leave his room, I most likely wouldn't notice. The maid left with a smile on her face. That's sneaky. Mimi quipped but found her ears dropping when her brother glared at her and shook his head. I don't find this a big deal at all, Felt says casually, putting her hands behind her head. Amelia glances at her in betrayal. He broke his promise. One you knew he wouldn't keep? Why did you not try and talk it out with him instead of bulldozing the responsibility away by using such a weak promise? The half-elf was indulgent. That's not how that works. I did warn him that this was important to me and he shouldn't be there. I told him to stay put and made a promise that he agreed to as his friend. Sure, Felt shrugged lazily. He shouldn't be there. But he won't stop until he is, which is pretty slick of him, I gotta say. But I don't understand why you were so adamant. When Felt's words trailed off without a continuation, Amelia found herself waiting with a heavy heart. Adamant on what? And it was the spirit sitting on Amelia's other side that held an answer, adamant on pushing Betty's contractor away as if you were dangerous for him, I suppose. Beatrice's words cut through Amelia's guilt 1,000-fold. Scene change. Subaru is running through the capital's streets in his butler uniform. I'm such a scumbag for relying on Rem all the time. Damn, right? Felix snorted as he prepared to watch the boy get beaten for his weakness and arrogance. You shouldn't think this way, Subaru-kun. Rem frowns deeply, shuffling. I didn't do enough for you. The soft-voiced girl was filled with pity and guilt as she said this. It hurt for Garfield not to pat the girl's back. Subaru stops right before a great gate with insignia emblems all over it. But the problem is how I'm gonna get into the castle. I guess times like this call for that. Hitchhiking. Subaru pulled his finger up to the empty road and suddenly, A prestige-looking dragon carriage showed up before him. You were lucky, pal. Be grateful for this coincidence. We just happened to be on our way to the castle too. That's convenient, Otto noted suspiciously. Al shrugged. Blame your bro's luck, pal. Honestly, at this point it's just a masterclass in building roads fair trouble, Anastasia snorts dryly, having the heavy mood dampen her will to mock or tease. The scene shows Subaru sitting in the carriage with both Al and the lady from before. The castle? What for? There is only one reason to head to the castle today. Subaru looked confused at the lady's answer. Oh, you didn't know? This lady here is one of the candidates to succeed to the throne of Ligunica, Priscilla Barriel-Sama herself. As El pointed and explained who this proud and amused lady was, Subaru couldn't help the startled expression on his face. For real? So why did you pick me up? For no other reason than it seemed amusing. A mere lark. Taking you to the castle will make things interesting. The noble lady answered while smirking, amused and confident. Interesting? This world is designed to operate in the way that works best for me. So it's a given that all things will work in my favor. It's only a matter of choosing whether something amuses me or not. However, if I had to name a reason other than amusement, I would say that making you act like my personal jester would be highly gratifying. The following will be a scene that I mixed up from my own ideas and a little bit of the manga. This scene was cut from the anime since they were on a budget. It's a cool one, so Emma, keep it. What do you mean, jester? Subaru shouted in upset and was about to give the lady a piece of his mind before a sword's tip was placed on his Adam's apple. Subaru gulped and glared at the one-armed helmet-wearing man beside him. So you can actually use that arm to fight? The boy's eyes shook from the fear, but his words were scathing. Al just snorted and placed his sword back in its sheath. You could say that I've been able to survive longer with just a single arm. Besides, I'm the only person in this world that can understand your agony. Let's be on good terms, pal. What does that mean? Otto asked as many people looked at Al in suspicion. The helmeted man remained motionless. Huh? Subaru uttered in bewilderment. You were summoned too, right? To this world? Subaru's eyes widened in shock. What? What? So you've been taken from Subaru's world too? Emilia sounded the question that everyone was asking as they all stared at the helmeted one-armed man. I guess it had to come out. Al sighed deeply. I won't blame you if you don't believe me. I couldn't believe my ears yesterday either. It's been around 18 years since I've heard words such as a red string of fate. 18 years. Subaru uttered, unable to believe his ears. I was summoned here around 18 years ago. I lost my arm around the same time. You could say a lot of stuff happened. Do you know why you've been summoned? I haven't been pursuing the reason, merely struggling to stay alive. Subaru and El stared at one another. One was shocked and the other was feeling relief that he wasn't alone anymore. I don't understand. Did the witch summon you as well? Julius asked, eyes narrowed in suspicion. El just shrugged his shoulders, putting everyone off by how calm he was. Might be. I really couldn't care less, pal. Do you even miss your world? Emilia asked the man in pity. Al stayed silent. Don't make such irritating faces. It'll damage the dignity of my dragon carriage. Subaru looked at the fiery-looking woman beside him. Priscilla looked at him with a look of pure boredom from his existence as she swung her leg back and forth. You two clowns who claim to have come from a place that's beyond the Great Waterfall. Say something that'll entertain me instead. The Great Waterfall? Priscilla's eyes widened with astonishment at Subaru's limited knowledge. You don't know of it? At the four corners of the world, the land cuts off, and there exists a torrent of water that washes everything away. In other words, the Great Waterfall. Sometimes people claim to be from beyond there. They're generally just lies. Priscilla stared at the two men before her. However, Al is different, and it appears, so are you. You have a knight that's from another world as well. Anastasia mused and miffed, upset that someone like Priscilla got such useful information. Humph. Aldebaran's position is not because he's some otherworldly commoner. He's my knight because he entertains me. Anastasia fumed some more at these words. How can someone have this useful information in their hands and not take advantage? The merchant girl was red in the cheeks. How? But shouldn't you know more about Subaru's world then? You're from the same place, right? Otto left his initial shock to hammer questions towards the helmeted man. But all he got from Al was a firm conditioned, I'm not answering anything, man. I don't talk. Who's SSS scared? Heck, I barely remember the best details. Sorry. Everyone felt even more detached from the night than they were before. Otto and Emilia looked disappointed at AL's rejection. Scene change. Priscilla is walking ahead of the two through a royal-looking hallway with knights standing at the ready. They all stood before a great entrance that had a man standing in front of it and wait. Your apple handler? The man asked as Priscilla explained who Subaru was. Indeed, he is something of a wretched clown whose sole priority is to bring me bittersweet red apples. The hardened-looking man glared at Subaru as if analyzing the boy. Subaru gulped underneath the gaze. The man relented and looked at Priscilla. Everyone is waiting inside. Make haste, please. Priscilla smirked in high smug fashion. It is my privilege as their superior to keep the masses waiting. What a brat. Frederica hissed, disgusted with such an attitude. Petra nodded her head as many in the room glared at the screen. The door opened to reveal a wondrous great hall that was filled with magic users and great knights with a round seating arrangement at the very end of a huge red carpet that spanned the entire hall. Walking on that carpet was Amelia and Roswell. Many of the royal knights and magic users stared at the trio that had just entered the room. Amelia looked back to see what the fuss was about. She hitched an exclamation. Subaru stopped dead in his tracks in alarm. Subaru. Amelia, As Subaru began speaking fish, Priscilla quickly clung to his arm and pressed her chest against him while shooting Amelia a smug smile. Is there a reason you're staring at my manservant, halfwit? EW, how dare you touch Betty Subaru, I suppose? Rim and Petra glared at the woman, while Felt and Crush scowled at the screen. Get off. You'll give Amelia Tan the wrong idea. How nice to see you, Priscilla-sama. Do forgive my servant for troubling you so. Roswell quickly interjected, making the smirking fiery-headed woman let go of the boy and snort. Priscilla passed by Amelia without even a glance between them. The half-elf had her sights on someone else at the moment. Why are you here, Subaru? Didn't I tell you to be good and wait for me? Don't you remember? Amelia shook her head and looked at the boy with hurt in her eyes. Amelia and Julius both glared at the screen trying to figure out why. Amelia didn't believe that he was doing all of this just because he loved her. There was something else. Something that made her stomach turn. Something is wrong. What is it really, Subaru? Amelia asked in worry and guilt. Subaru struggled to answer from guilt, but then a loud voice spoke through the great hall. The Council of Wise Men will now enter. The magic users and the royal knights all lined up and bowed for the many old men walking in lavish robes towards the seating arrangement at the end of the hall. The wise men, they're the people managing the country in the king's absence, right? Hey, that's where we're supposed to stand. Al pointed at the place where the knights all stood. I can stand there, too? Subaru asked Roswell as he pointed at Al. It sounds amusing, so you may accompany Hyam. That's suspicious. Garfield glanced at the clown and called him out. Yes, it does seem really weird for you to let a rogue servant stand where he shouldn't, Nyan. Felix glared at the screen. Yes, indeed. Roswell chuckled eerily, creeping everyone out. Big bro. Felt uttered in guilt as she disliked the people Subaru lived around more and more with each viewing. Wait, Roswell. Amelia exclaimed to the clown. If Subaru is allowed to stay, he'll dash. But the Lord cut her off. Amelia-sama, the conference is beginning. To the center. Amelia looked upset and scared at the same time. She looked behind her to find everyone seated and 3 girls standing in front of the council. She turned to the boy with a glare on her face. You're going to explain this to me later. Must have been quite the fight. Crush mused as she remembered how Amelia left the boy in her custody. Amelia kept looking at the screen with feelings of guilt and anger filling her. So those are the participants in the royal selection. The candidates to be the future ruler. Subaru stood beside Al in the royal knights line as he looked at the 3 other girls standing alongside Amelia. So you came, after all, Subaru. The nasty-eyed boy was met by a dashing young man with red hair and blue shining eyes smiling charmingly toward him. When I heard Amelia-sama would be here, I suspected you'd be here, as well. Subaru's face brightened. Reinhard, I've been looking for you. Hiya, Subaru-kyan. Subaru turned to see whose loud voice was that, to see that healer lady from before smiling at him. You. Oh, Subaru, you know him? Subaru quickly turned to Reinhard with a horrified expression. Him. Yes. He is a knight, Felix Argyle. Despite appearances, he is male. And that's when Subaru Natsuki died again. He's a girl. As in, female. Garfield looked at Felix up and down. The cat boy pulled his tongue out. Garfield looked at the boy with a deadpan stare. One thing's for sure. You're nasty either way. Hey. Garfield sat back in his seat. This isn't the time for jokes. Julius spat out, emotionally and immaturely. Garf only snorted at the knight's tone. What's it to ya, buddy? The knight did not say a word more to the ruffian boy. He had better things to occupy his head. Things like the seeping anger and worry for what will happen next. Man, it's a mess, Ricardo mutters dryly. I'm sorry I couldn't help him. Reinhard's apology was cut off by a sharp interjection. It wasn't on you, Reinhard, Amelia whispered. What's the point in having those looks and even cat ears if you're a guy? I don't know what to tell you. You're the one who made the wrong assumption, Subaru-kyan. Felix began walking away with a smile. Subaru looked behind him and noticed a familiar-looking young man. He glared. Julius looked back and nodded his head at the boy. Subaru, what's the matter? Reinhard asked when he noticed the animosity. Where I'm from, this is the face you make when you see a romantic rival. Reinhard blinked. What an idiot. Felix snorted. Is he jealous of Julius or something? Anastasia mused. The knight himself just looked on with a disturbed face, confused as to why Subaru was acting like this. Is it truly the reason? But what was he jealous of him for? Now, if I may be so forward, I, Marcos, leader of the Imperial Knights, will direct today's proceedings. It all happened about half a year ago, when members of the royal family, starting with the king, went into hiding one by one, causing dash. Listen, I get that you want to talk up a good show here, but I'm busy, you know. As we say in Kararaji, time is money. Subaru is shown looking at the purple-haired girl speaking with the guard in a surprised expression. She's speaking in the Kansai dialect? Are you kidding me? Evidently, everyone in Western Kararaji talks that way. I'll provide it making Subaru think. What does he mean? Anastasia asked with her eyes roused in curiosity. That's a language from mine and Subaru's world, so we were surprised that people spoke something we were familiar with. Everyone looked at the knight in shock. In no way. That language was something the great Hashin-sama himself spoke. Anastasia looked shocked at such information. Al snorted. You mean the guy that suddenly hopped up and gave you guys all these architecture and science stuff that helped elevate a bunch of mountainous villages and develop an empire? Everyone's eyes widened as they understood what was being said. Otherworldly inventions? Languages? Weapons? Fighting styles? Al snorted. Your great Hashin-sama was a waterfall guy just like me and the kid. Al pointed at Subaru. Hashin was smart about his stay in this world, so brought all of his knowledge and made an actual difference here. To us, everything he brought here is from a nation called Japan. An island nation in one of the 182 countries of mine and Subaru's world. I'm not well versed in Japanese, but I've seen all of Hashin's devices and builds. They're all Japanese. And judging from what Subaru had said, I think that the kid was also from Japan, especially since he's been using yen coins before he came here. I want to leave AL's origin country open to interpretation. I know that him not knowing Japanese and living in this world doesn't make sense since the language in Lagunica is similar to Japanese since Subaru instantly spoke with. Fun to leave him so ambiguous. Everyone stared at the helmeted man in shock and awe. The great Hashin was from another world. Anastasia sat down, her world turned upside down. One thing was for sure to this merchant. We need Natsuki on our side. He's too big of an advantage. Subaru is making a significant difference in our world and in all the villages around the Margrave's domain. Reinhard mused in shock. No fair. Felt huffed. I mean, I did notice a lot of parallels. But to have it confirmed this easily? Anastasia's shock seemed to wear off suddenly as she remembered all of the notes she mentally wrote inside of her mind. This is. The merchant queen seemed satisfied to let her grin say the words she needed for her. She was amazed and hungry for more. As the purple-haired lady stopped talking about how precious her time was, the green-haired duchess-looking lady spoke. I agree. Crush-sama, should the head of the Karsten family say such a thing? The knight asked. The duchess confidently glanced at the guard. It is important to observe formality, but it is also a fact that our time is limited. It would be wise to immediately inform us why we are here. Naturally, I do have a general idea. One of the wise men had looked up at the girl in question. You already know the purpose of this meeting? Yes, Lord Miklatov. For a drinking party, correct? One day, we will face each other as rivals, but by sharing drinks at the same table, we learn more about one another. Crush smirked up at the Lord. He did not look impressed. No, that is not correct. Oh. Minnie winced at the scene. Crush glanced at her cat knight, who smiled sheepishly. Anastasia winced for the girl beside her as Crush quickly looked at the cat boy in the royal knight's quarters. Felis, this isn't what you told me. Oh, come on. All I said was, maybe it'll be a drinking party. I see. I jumped to conclusions. Crush turned from the cat boy and looked up at the council. Forgive me. Allow me to retract everything I just said. Hey, no. Even if she backs down, my opinion ain't gonna change. No need to explain the royal selection now. We already know, right? Anastasia looked at Amelia and Priscilla. I think we should eat dash, Amelia tried to say but was cut off. Sorry, but I wasn't a skin for your opinion. Hey, what's your problem? Garfield growled at the merchant as the rest of Amelia's camp glared with him. Anastasia snorted and huffed. Sorry, but I wouldn't have wanted to be a close ally for someone who looked so conspicuous. Wouldn't you mind giving a gal the benefit of the doubt, Air? It's fine. This isn't what's important right now. Amelia hastily shut her camp down by hissing at them. What's going? Otto questioned while Beatrice and Garfield stared at the half-elf. Just let it go. Amelia turned from them and focused her eyes upon the screen. Subaru gritted his teeth at the insolent purple merchant. Why you dash? Hey, El raised his voice out loud. I don't know what's up with the royal selection, so I'd kinda like to hear the rest. The old man looked from Al to a certain fiery head. Priscilla-sama, I'm told this man is your knight. Have you explained the selection to him? Whether I have or not, you men will still ramble on about it. Yes? Continue, Marcos. Then, the reason we've gathered you who are qualified to be the dragon's priestess is because a new prophecy has been engraved in the dragonstone. It says, from the 5 capable of becoming the nation's new leader, choose one priestess to enter into a covenant with the dragon. 5. Yes, 5. Reinhard smiled warmly. Currently, there are only 4 candidates. The royal selection hadn't even begun yet. But today, history is set in motion. Knight Reinhard van Estria, come forward. Yes, sir. Reinhard stood forth before the entire hall and bowed his head. Honored members of the Council of Wise Men, Reinhard van Estria of the Imperial Knights would like to announce the completion of my mission. Reinhard rose and showed his stern determination as he proclaimed for the council. The dragon's priestess, the 5th and final candidate for the throne, has been located. Everybody in the hall looked on as the doors opened. And a little girl with blonde hair and blood-red eyes entered wearing a most regal and refined-looking dress. The one I, myself, revere as queen, is Felt-sama. Title card. Return to the capital. Felt-sama, thank you for gracing us with your presence. As the sword saint bowed before her, Felt could only smile sweetly. Reinhard. The little girl walked in front of the knight and smiled up at him softly. He smiled back. He was no Lalamancer, though. That's why when Felt tried to dropkick him in the face, he instantly caught it, because he's too used to this. You bastard. You dragged me here with no explanation, and what do you call all this? Wait, you didn't explain why you took her away? Otto shouted with wide-open eyes. That's dumb. Felix looked at Reinhard in bewilderment. Felt just glanced at the knight stink-eyed. Reinhard looked down and fiddled with his fingers. You surprised me. What's brought on such behavior? Reinhard asked as he held her booted foot. Don't just stop my kick and ask me like nothing happened. I've had just about all I can take. Does the dress not suit your taste? It looks lovely on you. Reinhard knelt and placed her foot on the floor. I'm not talking about the dress, and I'm not embarrassed. Felt angrily retorted. That's the girl from. Emilia uttered in recognition. I guess it's not that easy to change someone at their roots. And not just me. Subaru sighed at the scene. Felt looked at him with wide eyes. What the heck are you doing here? Hey, it's been a while. Have you be dash? Felt kicked him in the stomach. Looks like the hole in your gut isn't bothering you anymore. Felt smirked. If you were worried about that, be nice to me. I should have taken him with me. Felt muttered in disdain. It's too late now. Reinhard muttered in sadness. Felt Sama, if you have finished rekindling old friendships, please step over here. Felt did what was acquired. So, what is it you want me to do? She asked harshly. I would like to say, act more ladylike. But this comes first. Reinhard stepped closer and placed the insignia in her hand. Gasps and sounds of surprise filled the hole as it glowed brightly. As you can see, the Dragon Gem has recognized Felt Sama as a priestess. Now that her participation has been approved, I believe it is time to begin the royal selection in earnest. All around, the Imperial and the Royal Knights place their hands on their hearts in respect. Even if the Dragon Stone has recognized her, do you not think her selection is a bit problematic? One of the magic users voiced his worry. Oh. Otto looked at the screen with worry. Marcos looked down at the man. You believe we, the Imperial Knights, have made an error? All Royal Knights and Imperial Knights turned their heads toward the line of Magi users. Shit's about to get real. Garfield bounced in his seat with excitement. The air's kind of dicey in here. Subaru uttered. Yeah, it doesn't bother me, though. Al shrugged. It's no big deal to me, either. Felix flapped his ears. After all, I've already pledged my loyalty exclusively to one lady. I feel the same. My sword already belongs to Anastasia-sama. Julius said with a resolved stare. Subaru glared and gulped. Well, my feelings for Emilia won't come in second to anyone else's. Subaru. Emilia and Julius looked on as they understood one important fact. He feels inadequate? Is that the reason for that shameful behavior? Felix snorted out what the two were thinking. I guess he has a right to be jealous, Nain. He's too dash. Felix, that's enough. Crush ordered and glanced at her knight. The cat boy shut his mouth and glared at the screen. Why was his lady so adamant about standing with this guy? He let her lose her memory. The Duchess sighed and nodded to the old man. Wilhelm understood that everything needed to be explained after whatever shameful incident Subaru had made. The Magi corner of the room were muttering to themselves as they inspected Felt. She doesn't have the self-awareness to become a ruler. You may dress her up, but she still lacks grace. She's uneducated, as well. Those horrid men. Frederica glared along with Petra and Rem at what the girl was dealing with. Felt just snorted. Whatever, I'll destroy them once I become queen anyways. Silence. The old councilman ordered. Knight Reinhard, would you begin by explaining to us what led you to your discovery? Reinhard quickly placed his sheathed heavenly dragon sword on the carpeted floor beside Felt and knelt on one knee before the council. I took custody of Felt Sama about 1 month ago in the slums. She's a gutter rat from the slums? The Magi users began muttering and growling. Felt sighed tiredly and turned around. Well, sorry for being a gutter rat. You were the ones who dragged me here against my will. Priscilla sighed. All of this long-winded blather could not be more tedious. Of course, I suppose you lived as a gutter rat in the slums because you could only manage tedious conversation. What? If you want to fight, you've got one. What insolence. Who do you think I am? Priscilla glared as the air around her began to emit a dangerous aura. Princess, that's not. Al called from the back in worry. Priscilla had already moved her fan and sent a wave of attack at the little girl. But she was instead met with Reinhard's bowing head. Many pardons, Priscilla-sama. What are you thinking in a hallowed place like this? Emilia scolded as she stood behind Reinhard and shielded Felt. Thanks, big sis. Felt was touched that someone cared about her like this. Emilia just smiled at the girl. I was only trying to teach an undisciplined little bitch her place. You won't even apologize? Then, will you also apologize for being born? You silver-haired half-elf. I'm not connected to the witch at all. I hate her. Rem growled as many in the audience shared that statement. Asterisk sigh asterisk looks like you've made a lot of enemies, princess. Priscilla just fanned herself. Subaru glared hatefully at Priscilla while Al scratched his helmet from behind him. Princess, could you drop it now? I'll be the one to suffer if you make too many enemies. Seriously. Are you all quite finished? The old councilman asked in a tired tone. Marcos took the chance. Then, royal selection candidates, please come forth. Priscilla Barry El Sama and her attendant, Al. The selection is pointless. I am the one suited to rule this nation. All you people need to do is grovel at my feet and serve me. Head of the Karsten family, crush Karsten-sama, and her attendant, the knight Felix Argyle. Should I become the new ruler, I will make the dragon forget the covenant it demanded. The dragon's empire of Lagunica belongs not to the dragon, but to us. Anastasia Hashin-sama of the Hashin Company, and her attendant, the knight Julius Euclius. I'm a greedy gal, so I want everything. No amount of commercial success can satisfy me. I want my own nation. Emilia-sama and the man endorsing her, Margrave Roswell L. Mathers. I have only one wish. For all to be equal. I desire to create a nation where all citizens are equal. Roswell looked around with a smile as he mused to himself. Still, after the introduction of all those knights as attendants, I feel terribly out of place here. Man, these choices suck. Otto lamented, making everyone from respective camps glare at him. Even Emilia. Garfield couldn't help but chuckle into his hand at how scared Otto looked. This definitely is not the best selection of people. Beatrice mutters much more quietly, feeling bored of this whole thing. Finally, Feltsama and her attendant, the knight Reinhard van Istria. Hang on. Don't get the wrong idea. I never said I'd be the next ruler. Who'd want to be in a royal selection? Are you saying you withdraw? Marcos asked in surprise. Damn right I am. You didn't want to be queen? Petra asked ludicrously, unable to believe someone would give up the chance. Felt just glared at the screen. Why would I participate in something I don't care for? So why did you? Frederica couldn't help but ask. Watch and you'll see. This is a joke, a magic user shouted. I've overlooked this because the situation was urgent, but to drag it out this long is senseless. One of the wise men, Eyebrow Guy, fuck Eyebrow Guy, suddenly sounded his agreement with the Magi. He's right. The Istria family offers a gutter rat to rule us, while Margrave Mathers endorses a half-devil. Utter foolishness. Subaru stared at the man with hate. Captain's gonna blow. Garfield growled out as he himself wanted nothing more than to punch that eyebrow off his face and let the second one hang in place. Otto looked at Emilia and noticed that she was closing her eyes tightly. Now that he looked around, many of the knights and the candidates were cringing their faces. Except for Priscilla and Crush. These two were staring at the screen like hawks. What are these two looking for? Otto failed to see that Wilhelm and Julius were looking for something too. Only Julius was glaring hatefully as he stared. Roswell stopped walking back into his position and smiled up at the man. It's not at all nice to call a half-elf a half-devil. Subaru could be seen shaking in place. That silver-haired half-devil. Subaru gritted his teeth. She matches the appearance of the Witch of Envy as it has been described for generations. Why do you not realize that even allowing her in the throne room is dreadful? Emilia closed her eyes and walked down from the stage as the councilman shouted. Filthy woman. Enough of your crap. Enough of tis shit. Garfield was standing up, the air around him blowing with an aura of rage as he glared at the screen. Oh no. Petra cringed in horror as she watched Subaru. This is it. Otto sighed and watched what was known as the humiliation of the half-elf's knight to the people of the city. He always wondered what caused such an incident to happen. Subaru. Beatrice called out with an uneasy look. You're about to see the nasty side of this hero. Priscilla mused mockingly. The hall fell into silence as a lone butler boy stood in the middle of the room. Roswell smirked wide. Why you fuck? Otto uttered in sheer disdain. Emilia stared at Roswell with shock. Why you knew? Emilia asked in despair. Roswell's face was that of disinterest. Anyone that saw Subaru's eyes could tell this was the set path, Emilia-sama. I couldn't do much to prevent fate. This only further enraged Emilia and Otto. Emilia looked down and in dread. Subaru, it's all right. Stop this. I will not stop. You people are full of crap. Apologize to Emilia. Subaru. The boy flinched from her shout. Emilia slowly turned to the council. Allow me to formally introduce myself to the honored council of elders. My name is Emilia. I am accompanied by Puck, a great spirit who controls fire, and I am a silver-haired half-elf. A great spirit. Mutters of shock and indignation covered the hall. Emilia turned and faced the entire room. I understand that my half-elf lineage and other similarities to the witch subject me to prejudice. However, I adamantly refuse to let all my potential be plucked out simply for that reason. Emilia. That was very well done, Emilia-sama. Ram complimented. But Emilia was cringing as she waited for something. Damn Barusu. Ram snorted and watched for whatever the boy did. By the way, what, exactly, is that young man's position? The old bearded councilman asked. Emilia quickly turned around with a struggling face. Hug? Well, it's okay, Emilia. I've made up my mind, too. Your mind? To do what? Hey, Subaru, what are you going to do? Wait. Subaru walked up and stood before the dragon throne of the kingdom. He placed his hand behind him and bent both knees. He did a fucking pose, as he declared. Nice to meet you, members of the Council of Elders. My name is Natsuki Subaru. I am a manservant in Roswell's mansion and I serve as this candidate's Emilia-sama's best knight. The hell? Garfield wanted to laugh out loud by the sheer audacity he witnessed. No one but his captain could do something so stupid and look cool doing it. One thing's for sure, This man had balls. Ricardo chuckled at the absurdity of such a scene. Many in the room shook their heads, either in disappointment or in fondness. Wilhelm was once in such a position, so he understood the young man's nerves got the better of him. He still soured at the scene after, though. How stupid is he? Tybee commented in awe at the sheer debacle. I don't think it gets better watching this for a second time, Nyan. Felix oozed with satisfaction and contempt. I believe you all shouldn't be so hasty to judge what Subaru did. Petra, shush. Be, but they can't just dash. Leave it be, Frederica whispered hesitantly to the little maid. The girl was filled with anger and rage, and it put tears in her bluish eyes. Frederica couldn't find it in her heart to disagree with her little prodigy. The hall looked on as the butler declared himself a knight with a pose aimed to the sky. A knight is he? The councilman asked. Roswell turned away while cringing. Ah, he knows little of our world. No shit. Al snorted. Julius understood many things about his supposed friend. Maybe he wouldn't have done what he did if he was aware of them. But what was it that drove him to hate me from the beginning? Julius knew that whatever he did to Subaru, it had no effect since the boy had an impression of him from that moment at the Imperial headquarters. Forgive me for interrupting, but there is something I must ask him. Julius stepped forth and looked at the posing Subaru. If you truly proclaim yourself to be Emilia-sama's knight, what do you mean by that? You just declared that you are a knight. And you audaciously did so here, before the knights of Legunica. The entire army stomped their feet on the marble floor and held their swords out of their sheaths. That was pretty well coordinated. Did you guys practice that just for this meeting? No. Petra covered her face, feeling embarrassed for Subaru. Frederica cringed as well. Of course, to make known to all the dignity of our empire, we are highly conscious every day of who we are. Do you have the resolve to match that? Subaru flinched back, surprised. I want to make Emilia-sama the ruler. No, I will make her the ruler. And you believe you have the resolve and strength to do that? Julius stared hard at the sweating frantic Subaru. I don't have anything as grand as resolve, and I'm well aware that I lack strength. But I'm going to make Emilia the ruler. I'm going to make her wish come true. This is hard to watch, I suppose. Beatrice looked away from the screen, feeling ashamed for her contractor's actions. Subaru-kun. Rem watched with a frown how much her hero's limited understanding of this world put him through such undesired situations. Julius shook his head. Do you not feel that your answer is far too arrogant? Weakness is something to be ashamed of, not to take pride in. Have you worked hard to earn the right to stand here? Have you done enough service to shame us, the Imperial Knights? I'm still going to make Emilia the ruler. I don't understand. After being so denied, why do you continue to stand here? Julius looked at the boy in pity. Subaru's entire form began to shake. Because she's special. Julius looked taken aback, but schooled up to continue his assault. I understand and accept your reason for standing there, but I do not think I can acknowledge you as a knight. Julius walked back into his position in the line. Anyone who aspires such an expression on the face of the one they wish to stand beside is not a knight. Subaru's face contorted to panic at Julius's words. He slowly looked back to the half-elf girl that's been silent this whole time. He couldn't see her face, so he closed his eyes and hitched his breath. Is being a knight that big a deal? God damn it. Otto gritted his teeth and watched with panic at Subaru's stupidity. The young man is way over his head. Wilhelm shook his head as he watched Subaru lose all cool and respect in the room. He still understood the reason for all his actions, though, and he felt pity for this kid. Subaru Dano. Every night glared at the boy as his twisted smile showed just how broken he was. Pathetic. You just happened to be born into the job. Don't act like a big shot with your daddy's name. Not Suki Subaru. That is not a beautiful look. Julius cut him off and stood into position. That's enough, Subaru. Emilia slowly whispered and bowed to the council. I am deeply sorry to waste your time. I'll make him stand down. Captain. Garfield felt pure anger that his captain was panicking like this. Why was Subaru acting so unmanly? It's even more distasteful to watch the second time. Anastasia snorted with a disgusted glare. Big bro just lost to the pressure, that's all. Felt kept her belief in him firm and ignored the whole situation. He saved her life. She won't forget that. Brusu. Ram growled at the stupid position he placed himself in. Crush just stayed silent and looked into the boy's eyes. They're unnatural. Al looked at his princess as she said something while staring at the screen with a curious look. What did she say? The knight wondered as he looked through his helmet at the boy's embarrassing moment. Emilia quickly trotted out of the hall while grabbing Subaru by the arm. Before she left, one of the councilmen slowly called out. Emilia-sama, if nothing else, he has shown us all that you are not one to be feared. You have a fine attendant. Emilia stopped in her tracks. Subaru is not my attendant. Not Suki Subaru Dano, please leave the room. Subaru remained on his knees with a haunted look on his face. The doors closed behind him. He looks. Frederica stared with a scared look on her face. So weird. Tybee inspected with a frightened look. Subaru. Emilia felt nothing short of confusion and pity for the boy and how he looked. She was too angry back then to see it. But something was definitely off about him here. That's not Betty Subaru, I suppose. Captain. Not Suki-san. The three looked at their friend, brother, contractor's face with sympathy. Now, let us discuss how the royal selection will proceed. Suddenly, smoke filled the entire room. What's going on? Someone could be seen running through the crowd of confused knights towards the candidates. They managed to reach Felt and quickly carried her through the smoke. Before they could escape, Reinhard blew a gust of wind with his sheathed sword that cleared the hall immediately. The smoke cleared to reveal an old dime human giant carrying Felt. Old man Rom. Knights surrounded the old man and brought him to his knees. Marco stood above him. I don't know who you are, but for stealing into the castle, you must die. Stop. Let him go. Unfortunately, I cannot comply. You have publicly declared that you have no intention of participating in the royal selection. I am not obligated to obey your orders. Felt gasped and looked at the downed old man. The old man smirked. Felt's eyes widened as she understood something. She schooled her expression into that of a nasty, scheming smirk. Fine. I'll do your stupid royal selection. You want me to try to be the next ruler, right? What were you saying, Felt? That old man is my family. So let him go right now. Treat him with care. Very well. As the old man was let go, he looked up at the girl. Felt. We'll talk later, old man Rom. The old man was led out of the hall. So that's how. Frederica sighed as the last scene left too much of a sour taste in her mouth. Everyone else shared the same statement. Felt looked back at her knight. Hey, Reinhard, was this all part of your plan too? Certainly not. This was something far greater, guided by fate. Huh, are you a slave to fate or something? No. Reinhard bowed before her on his knee. From now on, I am your knight. Fine then, I'll work you to death. Now, Felt Sama and her knight, Reinhard, may we conclude that you both intend to participate in the royal selection? Sure, I'm in. But let me just say one thing. Felt raised her arms at her side. I hate the nobility. I hate the knights. I hate this kingdom. I hate everything about it. So I'm planning to tear it all down. Felt smirked at all in the room. How about that? Shit. I'm kinda rooting for her. I knew my lady's words would reach the people's ears. Would accept Felt Sama as your queen and Savio Dash. Stop trying to make people enter your weird-ass cult, Rain. Felt kicked her excited knight in the face as he was preaching. Naturally, he caught the kick and sat down. What are you saying? Mutters of fear and anger flowed through the room. If I become the next ruler, I'll destroy everything. I'll take down every last one of you and bring a little fresh air into this country. One of the councilmen mused from the side to the standing Reinhard. Your mistress is quite the intense lady. Felt Sama's words will one day reach the ears of all. In any case, all of the candidates are here at last. The royal selection will now begin. Scene change. Reinhard and Felix are shown standing in front of a sitting Subaru. And so, the royal selection has finally begun, Subaru. Subaru-kyun, you're Emilia Sama's knight, aren't Naya? Let's both do our best. Garfield and Otto glared as Felix was clearly mocking their friend. Crush also narrowed her eyes on this. Subaru remained silent. Forgive me for interrupting. Subaru glared at the young man that had stood before him. What the hell are you doing here? I wish you wouldn't make such an unpleasant face. I didn't expect you to warmly welcome me. But if you take that attitude, Dash. If I do, then what? Subaru hatefully glared at the knight. The respectability of those in your company will come into question. Do be careful. Now, you asked me why I'm here, did you not? I came to see you, of course. I'd like you to come with me for a bit. What's this about, I suppose? Beatrice asked threateningly. Julius remained silent. Emilia looked down too ashamed of herself to speak. Scene change. Subaru is standing in the middle of an arena. The place is filled with disgruntled-looking knights that were glaring at the arrogant boy. Reinhard could be seen talking to Julius from the other side of the arena. Julius, you shouldn't do this. It's not like you. He insulted us knights in front of the candidates to be our future ruler, and he made light of the chivalry we practice. I admit that he said some things that went too far, but for such a matter, he need only be warned and corrected. No, this is not only my problem. I hereby administer the death penalty to this insubordinate man who has sullied the knighthood's honor. Julius shouted as the crowd roared in reverence. What? Otto looked back at the knight to see an emotionless Julius staring at the screen. Otto-kun. The merchant was surprised to find Reinhard calling for him and gesturing for him to sit down. This had to be done. Nyan. Felix cheerfully disclosed to the room. Many in the Emilia faction looked on not liking this one bit. Subaru-kun. Rem growled as she watched. She remembers the wounds he had when he was brought back. Normally, it wouldn't be unusual for you to be slain for insolence. However, much to my dismay, you are Emilia-sama's attendant. Therefore, we will fight using wooden swords. Shall we begin? Subaru glared at the man that stood opposite him. That didn't deter Julius from delivering a blow straight towards his gut, making him roll on the ground. As the crowds cheered, the scene changes to a knight entering the hall where all the candidates stood. Reporting. The knight Julius and Natsuki Suburadano are having a mock battle with wooden swords in the training ring. Emilia gasped with eyes wide. How did that happen? I have to dash. I just want to know one thing. Which one of them issued the challenge? Anastasia asked with a cheerful smile. I'm told it was the knight Julius. Natsuki Subarudano accepted, leading to this fight. Well, I'm against stopping them then. But your knight and my, friend are fighting. Aren't you worried? Worried? About what? That Julius will go too far, and I'll have to pay for your boy's treatment. Anastasia cutely tilted her head. If we're questioning their mock battle, I can't agree with stopping it before they finish, either. Crush gave her opinion. If they're just duking it out, you could have waited until it ended and told us who won. Felt admonished the guard. Yes, ma'am. But the fight was, well, it was just so one-sided that I. The guard nervously glanced at Amelia. I have to stop it. We should go. You like watching weak creatures be tormented by vicious beasts, don't you? Don't misjudge me with your own unfounded imaginings, Al. But yes, I do love that. Scene changes to the crowd of knights looking at the battle with pity and shock at the brutality. Why don't you admit that you've reached your limit? I'm sure you've now realized to a painful extent just what the knights that you insulted and made light of really are. Julius can be seen beating a heavily bruised up and bleeding Subaru to the ground. What the hell is this, Julius? Ricardo winced at the beating. Rem and Garfield were full-on glaring demonically at the knight. Wilhelm had a surprising look at such a brutal scene. He knew what the knight was doing, but he didn't need to be so brutal about it. Amelia looked on with tear-filled eyes. Why Subaru? Beatrice glared at her. I believe continuing would endanger your life. Subaru slowly got up with a manic-crazed glare. Damn it. I'll break. Subaru began running towards the knight. Subaru. Amelia shouted from a balcony. Julius looked up at where she was. Subaru smirked and took a chance. Don't Subaru. You idiot. Ram shouted as she gripped her fist in anger at his stupidity. But she was too late. Shamak. The arena was filled with darkness. This was the ace up your sleeve? With one swipe, Julius erased the darkness. Your skill level is far too low. Such low-level magic will only work on unintelligent beasts. Julius shot towards him and delivered the crushing blow. You are irredeemably powerless. You aren't worthy to stand at her side. Julius said those final words, as Subaru finally fell. Natsuki Subaru's humiliation was complete. Subaru. That was uncalled for. Felt shouted as she glared at the knight. Many in the Amelia camp stared at the knight with hatred in their eyes. Amelia sat rigid as she heard Julius's words to her knight over and over again. The candidates and other knights were waiting to stop any scuffle that might happen. Petra and Frederica glared with disdain at Julius. Stand down, all of you. There's more to watch. As the voice spoke to the watchers, some calming presence filled the war-ready room, making those of Garf and Rim be calm enough to sit back down and continue watching, but with small glares on their faces. Scene changes to an unfamiliar ceiling. Subaru quickly sat up and looked at his bandaged-up body. So I didn't die then. Julius winced. Did I really remind him of death? Rim and Beatrice looked saddened by how used to it he has become. Amelia looked on with tear-filled eyes. She knew what was coming. She couldn't understand why Subaru was acting in such a way. Even if he said he loved me, back at the sanctuary, he never treated anyone like this. So why Julius? Julius himself looked at the screen in confusion and guilt. He had to do what he did, but he could have been a bit less brutal and discouraging to the boy. He had to remember his weak self when he fought Subaru. He remembered the weak bastard boy that wanted to be a knight so badly he made his own brother lose his self-confidence. And he had to kill any intention of another kid going through that same path he did. Was that problem me? Was it Julius that was insolent and disgusting? Taking his anger out on a mere arrogant boy? I guess it's true. Julius mused to himself silently. I don't deserve him as my friend. With that, Julius smiled as his heart finally had some rest. A revelation he had come to once before, but this time it was finalized by knowing that he was just as disgusting and depraved as this worst version of Subaru was. He wasn't a good enough friend to Natsuki Subaru from the very beginning. Subaru slowly looked beside him and found a stern Amelia waiting for him to wake. Subaru dash. That talk with the royal candidates. Subaru. I see. Let's head straight back then. We need to work out a plan for the select dash. Subaru. Let's talk, okay? I have something I want to ask you. A lot of things. Yeah, I guess you did. Why did you end up, well, fighting with Julius? There must have been a reason, right? Knowing you, it must have been important dash. I wanted to get him back. I was being stubborn. He said I was pathetic, powerless, and not worthy of you. He was trying to distance me from me, and I hated it. That's why I fought him. Just for that. Subaru gulped. Amelia Tan. Amelia, you wouldn't understand. I see. Roswell and I will be heading back to the mansion tomorrow. You will stay in the capital to recover. Wait a minute. That was our agreement, wasn't it? Amelia asked emotionlessly. But wait a dash. You came to the capital so Felis could heal your exhausted gait. Wait a minute. How can you suddenly? Because. When I'm with you, you always push yourself to do the impossible things. That's not what I'm saying. I just wanted to do something for you, so For me, Amelia whispered dangerously. It was for you, wasn't it? Emilia asked angrily. Subaru's eyes widened at the tone she was using. No. I just wanted to do something for you. Emilia threw her cloak in his face. Stop telling lies about how everything is for my sake. Coming to the castle, fighting Julius, using magic. Are you saying all that was for me? I never asked you to do any of that. Subaru flinched as Emilia shouted at him. Hey, do you remember what I asked you to do? I asked you to wait at the lodging with Remington. I asked you not to use magic because using more would endanger you. I'm sorry I didn't do as you asked. But you're wrong. You're wrong. I didn't do it for myself. Subaru quickly closed his mouth. You won't believe me, Emilia? I want to. I want to believe you, Subaru. I want to. But you're the one who won't give me a reason to. Emilia yelled as Subaru held his hands to his mouth. Why is he so afraid? Crush called out as she inspected the scene with critical eyes. Now that everyone was looking hard at the hard fight between Emilia and Subaru, they could see something in his eyes. He seems afraid. Otto mused in worry. What is plaguing him? I wonder. Beatrice quickly caught on that something wasn't right with the Subaru from the very beginning. He's had that look in his eye from the start of this. Garfield softly said as he recalled the way his captain looked unnatural since the beginning of this viewing. You promised me, but you threw it away, just like that, and came all the way here. You won't keep your promise to me, and you ask me to believe you? I can't do that. I can't. Subaru closed his eyes and hiccuped. Hey, Subaru. Emilia called softly. Why do you keep trying to help me like this? Because you helped me. Is he scared of death? Tivy uttered in horror. Everyone looked on with analytical faces. Julius and Emilia looked at the scene with shocked and twisted faces. What was that look on Subaru's face for? I helped you. Yes. Image of her saving him in the very first loop in this world. You don't even realize how the things you've done for me have saved me. No, I don't, Subaru. I don't expect you to. But it's true. You saved me. So everything I've done has been to repay you. I told you, I don't understand. Emilia screamed loudly. Maybe you don't, but please listen to me. It's the truth. You were the... When I first came to this world, you were the dash. Black hands attacked and slammed his heart. Subaru struggled to breathe and held his chest. Oh. Crush whispered softly as shock overtook her. The entire theater looked on with silent surprise. Emilia began shedding her tears as she hugged her knight. She understood now. She understood why he looked like that. You were haunted by your death. All this pain. All of it. Because of me. I'm so sorry, Subaru. Emilia looked at him disappointed. Once again, you won't tell me anything. Ending song. Stay alive. Why won't you understand? I thought if anyone could understand, it'd be you. Subaru began shaking in place as despair filled his crushed heart. Anastasia looked down as she finally felt a little guilty for thinking so coldly of the boy. The version of me that lives within you must be amazing. She can understand everything, even if you don't explain it to her. She can feel all your pain, sadness, and anger as her own. Emilia sounded tearful. I can't understand if you don't tell me, Subaru. I'm so sorry, Emilia begged as she hugged him tighter. Rem and Beatrice looked at her with pity and sadness. They too were hurting for the boy. Subaru's form gave in to the despair and darkness. He couldn't tell her. He wasn't allowed. He couldn't tell her about his issues, about his crushed heart, about his fear of losing her. So he told her what he could. All this time. Emilia looked at Subaru. Subaru took the plunge into the darkness and gave in to his intoxicated mind's ramblings. I've made everything work out all right, haven't I? When your insignia was stolen, I saved you from an insane killer at the loot house. Captain, no. Garfield wanted to jump in and help his captain from this self-destruction. Otto clenched his fists and tried to keep the tears in as he understood his brother's burden and suffering. He gave in. I risked my life. He gave in and shouted. Big bro. Felt stared with shock at what Subaru had been reduced to because of his pain. He's breaking. Reinhard closed his eyes in guilt as his actions yet again led to someone dear getting hurt. I should have stopped the fight. All because you were important to me. He couldn't ask for help. At the mansion, too. He smiled and hid it. Things worked out because of me. He gave in and began hiding it with anything he could think of. His pain would be hidden. He would make Emilia love him. Without me, it would have been a lot worse. He's just saying whatever he can because he can't tell the real reason. He's hurting because of that. Frederica watched with tears in her eyes as pity filled her at the hopeless situation. He will stand beside her. If she sees how useful he was. All of it, all of it, all of it. All of it because he was at her side. All of it was because I was there. He's saying anything to make her stay with him. Yeah, but it's not the right thing to do. The twins looked down as they saw a dear friend suffer silently and do whatever he could to get through it. Did he have a choice? Elle asked emotionlessly. He could see his own reflection in her amethyst eyes. He looked mad. He looked broken. But it's the best he could tell her. So he gave in more. You should have a greater debt to me than you could ever repay. He screamed and breathed heavily as his darkness overwhelmed him. Wilhelm looked down and nodded his head. Subarudano is just like me. Wilhelm remembered a time he had the same rant to his wife. He remembered how crushed he was back then. If this boy was reduced to such a state with a witch and death hanging over him. Wilhelm couldn't blame him. You're right. I owe you so many debts, Subaru. Emilia looked down sadly. Yeah, that's right. That's why I. So I'll repay all of them now, and we'll end this. No. Julius clenched his hands as he looked on to what he had cost. Subaru looked up in fear and shock. His darkness had failed him. Emilia walked away from him. You've done enough, Natsuki Subaru. You know, I had hope for you. I thought maybe you, only you, wouldn't give me special treatment. That you'd look at me in the exact same way you look at everyone else. Emilia just buried her face into her knight's chest. I don't want you to believe that. I can't do that. Not even darkness or light will make him change this sentence. I can't look at you the way I look at others. It's impossible. Emilia glanced at him one final time and left the room. Subaru gripped her cloak in both hands and cried. It was because he stayed alive. Title card. Self-proclaimed Knight Natsuki Subaru. Episode 7 Director's Cut. End. That's not a healthy way of going about things at all. Crush whispered brokenhearted. The entire theater was silent save for a few sniffles from Beatrice and Emilia. You just left him like that, I suppose? Beatrice asked in despair as her eyes were glued to the screen. Emilia-sama. Rem tried to comfort her, but the elf was just hiding in her knight's midsection as she hugged his sides. Natsuki-san. Captain. Subaru. Julius looked down, eyes wide with shock at what he reduced Subaru to. So he does suffer from trauma after all. Reinhardt softly said as he finally realized why he looked so weird. That explains why he looked so strange. Crush looked down and shook her head. You're saying that he did all of these stupid decisions just because of trauma from his deaths? Felix asked curiously, and cheerfully since he was happy that this weak man got what he deserved. But that doesn't answer why he was so jealous of Julius and so adamant to prove himself to the councilman. All thought out loud. Minnie lamented the thought. Yeah, that's right. Tybee nodded and looked at the sleeping Subaru questioningly. That does pose questions, Anastasia muttered as she thought about the way Subaru had been looking since the start. Subaru-kun seemed afraid of something since the start. Roswell mused with a small frown. He began nudging the people towards the truth. It's because of Emilia-sama. Everyone, including the half-elf, looked at Wilhelm as he spoke gravely. What do you mean? Emilia asked in confusion and plea. She wanted to find some solace and understand her exact sin to the boy this time. What did I do to make Subaru make such decisions? She asked softly. Humph. It's clear. Halfwit. Everyone looked up to see a smirking Priscilla gazing down at Emilia. This doesn't concern you, Dash. Oh, shut it, commoner. I'll just share my conclusion of the boy's state in this viewing, and then you can get back to crying like torps. Fine then. Crush glared at the nasty woman. Priscilla honed her eyes across the room and stopped at Emilia. She had a look of amusement. That boy over there said it best. It's because you saved him that he has such a disgusting attitude. What do you mean? Priscilla sighed and closed her fan. She looked at the crowd before her in pity. So dumb. I guess you should be educated by a goddess such as myself after all. Just get to the point. Felt growled at her in frustration and annoyance. A sentiment shared with all those in the room. The lady seemed to revel in the attention. Didn't any of you notice how strange he looked? How scared and afraid he was all the time? Minnie nodded with her statement. Good. Now the question is, why did he have such a look? Priscilla smirked as they all looked at one another and shrugged. Why Priscilla-sama? Otto took the bait and gave her what she wanted. Humph. It's because he's become dependent on that halfwit. Emilia looked taken aback by this. But why would Natsuki do all of this, and why would he be so attached to Emilia-sama? Julius asked in confusion. It's because she's the only one that saved him. Everyone turned to see a deeply frowning Crush looking at the sleeping boy with soft eyes. She's the only thing that remains constant in every loop. Ram instantly realized as she put it together. People started to realize why Subaru had become so jealous and destructive after the maid's words. He was so haunted and scarred by his death and the hands, he began leaning more on Emilia-sama as support. Reinhard mused with a surprised look. She's the one that helped him from the thugs and helped him from Ram's anger as well as Rimstout, Frederica pointed out as she put the pieces together herself. Not to mention that cathartic lap pillow that helped him calm down. Ricardo started nodding along with the crowd. So he began attaching himself to her, not to mention how strong his feelings run deep for her. Beatrice stared at the screen in surprise at the revelation. That all culminated into him developing a really gross obsession with our dear Emilia-sama. Roswell finalized the thought to the crowd. So, Subaru-kun had been suffering all this time, and the only thing that helped him was Emilia? That's why he got so attached to her. Rem sat rigidly, shocked as she understood the horror of Subaru's situation. It wasn't just nightmares. His entire mind was affected by this curse. So when Emilia tried to go to the capital herself, Anastasia immediately began theorizing. And when Julius, a truly handsome and strong knight, showed up and charmed Emilia, Felix weighed in with a small smile. And when he saw himself standing beside all these knights that he felt were better than him, and had them all give their allegiance to their respective masters so eagerly, he decided to do the same, Wilhelm told in a fond tone. And when I shot him down, he was so afraid that Emilia would leave him that he began spewing that nonsense about us knights. Julius dropped back in his seat in shock. And when Miss Half-Elf asked him why he was doing all of that, the witch stopped him, which made him panic and force out whatever reason he could to make her accept him and keep her beside him. Continued Ricardo's thought. The silence in the room overwhelmed the crowd. The reason was found. And after all of that, the stupid elf left him. Priscilla snorted as she sat back down. Emilia just sat in her seat with her face stuck on one of despair. As Subaru. She held her hands to her mouth as her chest hurt so much that she thought she was going to puke. She turned this poor boy away when all he wanted was her help. I'm scum. I'm so sorry. Please, Subaru. Please wake up. Emilia sobbed and cried while everyone just looked away in pity. Rest once more. You'll need it. The warden ordered as the screen turned dark. Episode 8. Arc 3's continuation. Start. Author note. God, this episode sucked to write. I have never tasted lemon so much in my life. I hope you all enjoyed my additions as well as the reactions. I really tried with this one. Please tell me what you thought of everything in this chapter overall. Thank you all so much for your wonderful comments on all platforms. I see every single comment. On FF and on AO3 as well as Reddit. I see all of them. Sorry if I don't reply to you, but that's because I'm constantly writing and or I'm busy with real life, so I forget to write back to y'all. Sorry. Again, thanks for reading. Please tell me what you thought about this one. And here we go. Arc 3. Please wait as I deliver episode 8. Madness. Wah. What the foo dash? This isn't what it looks like. It isn't what it looks like, Joseph. I'm serious, bro. My man, I see you raping my pillow on my fucking bed. It's not rape if the object in question can't consent. Don't fucking warize the shit. My pillow is really expensive, man. You know what? I'm tired of your shit, Joseph. This was just an act of prank revenge for you taking my awesome pillow, at least that one could talk to me. Samantha is more than a pillow. She's perfect and deserves love that you refuse to give her. Samantha. You don't even know her name. You know what I do know. What is it? I'm tired. You can take this pillow and just leave. I know that I had too much falafel and beans this morning. Please. I'll do it. No. Screw you. Come on, man, this ain't cool. I warned you, Joseph. I fucking warned you. Stop. Don't shit on my B-dash. BRRRRPPPPR. Nuu. Beta credits to my homie Scuff Senku, writer of Senkuif. I fucking hated this chapter so much you don't even know. Still, this is props my favorite rewrite, even if the latter half of it was practically the same as the original. I did shit here that was pog. Kill me. Now for the chapter that I started rewriting the entire story for. Chapter fucking 10.